We're in Knockhill for weekend number 7 of the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. The mountains are going to be delivering once again an exciting and dramatic weekend. But exactly who is going to tame it? We've had some crazy races this season, and last time out at Croft was just as exciting. The green light has gone on and the first session of the day is underway. Let's join our commentary team trackside.
I'll turn you down a bit there, Robert. You got to use that mute button. That was a very loud. These cars seem to be very loud when they're taking away from the pit lane, but yeah, on to track we go. Looking forward to this qualifying session. This is so important for these young drivers. As Dr. Robert Johnson was saying earlier on, track position is key in this formula. You don't want to trip over somebody at turn 1, 2 or 3. You don't want to lose that from wings, such as we saw the last time when they raced in the UK. But they have been away to Zandvoort since then. Yeah, I was actually having a bit of a laugh as well, thinking this is the last time they raced in the UK. They're a corner named after Steve Hislop, and they've got Hislops here as well. I don't think that's not a common occurrence on racetracks around the UK, Robert, and it's some random thought that popped into my head. They've got the Hislop chicane at Alton Park, which they raced through, and they've got Hislops on the run round towards the hairpin. So I don't think the drivers know circuit names anymore, corner names. They call them T1, 2, 3.
All done by numbers now. But interesting thing is the cars all took off. You heard through my microphone there, everybody setting off at once, apart from one car. Martin Molnar, virtuosi, held him back for a few seconds, so he's running on his own on clear track at the back of the pack at the moment, and that's possibly pretty clever actually. He's got to have nobody to trip over. He's got track to himself there. Everybody else is compressed into the other half of the lap, as it were.
Now, the second fastest lap in this qualifying session for each driver determines the grid order for race 1. Slightly different from what we're used to in qualifying, but there's a lot of this kind of small nuances that each championship have that makes them a little bit different and a little bit more interesting, Robert. So this is a championship that, like the Porsche as well, and the touring cars, and the minis, and everything else in this paddock, that makes you be consistent. You want to have your second fastest lap 1,000th of a second, if not the exact same as your fastest lap. That's what you're striving for here. So it's not just about having one gung-ho lap, Robert. You've got to put 2 laps together. Race 2 grid is determined by reversing the order of the top 12 fastest times in qualifying. So bear with us here. I hope you're taking this in, ladies and gentlemen. This is a lot for you to take in at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, especially if you're like Robert and you had a late night last night down the local nightclub. And the race 3 grid is set by the driver's fastest time in qualifying, what we're about to see just now. So it's almost a complete reverse from how you would expect it to be, Doc.
Yes, and it's consistency important, because when it's a one lap and that determines your grid position and there's no other consequences, then drivers will push things like track limits and hope to get away with it once, but you won't get away with it twice. So you've got to observe every little detail of your driving, every little detail of track limits, to get those 2 quick laps to try and get to the front row or pole for each of the races where that counts.
Now we'll give this a couple of minutes, because I always get excited at the start of qualifying session, and before you know it, you sound like a random name shouter looking at a TSL timing screen. But Tommy Hartfield is fastest of anybody just now, but that will change, because 54 seconds is not really what we're looking for a lap time, Doc. We should be round about the 48s if we can get it together. Yesterday, Martin Molnar in combined classification, 48.6 and then a 48.7 is what he managed in 2 separate sessions on track. But that's kind of what we're going to be looking for here. And my TSL timing screen is great. The feature that we get from TSL across via Craig Smith and the team in the pit lane. We have got so many pages of good stuff to look at, but we're kind of wanting to be on a kind of slightly different page here, because I want to look at their second best time, or do I want to look at the first best time? We'll go for the first overall, and then we can take it from there in a couple of minutes, Doc. But yeah, Hewitson, Fernandez, Palmer, Larson fastest just now. You'll see a couple of slightly different number plates out there. The yellow-backed number plates are of the new drivers to the championship, and they're running in a slightly different class there. I'm not going to say the rookies because they're very, very fast, but you'll see the number plates, Doc, have got slightly different coloured backing. And you know, Robert, we're still in the tyre warm-up phase out here. They're still coming out of Clark's, and they're all still weaving from left to right on the circuit as they make their way round towards the hairpin just now. So it's very much still a kind of a getting yourself up to speed in this qualifying session. You don't have the biggest amount of time though, Robert.
No, you don't, and that's a feature we'll see through other qualifying sessions later on today as well. But yeah, a number of the cars are out on brand new sticker tyres for this as well. Not all of them, but a good proportion of them are. And so again, they want to bring these in reasonably gently. They don't want to overcook these tyres straight away. And if they can get them through that warm-up phase successfully, it'll give them a few more push laps as they go through the session, because they'll want, obviously, to be consistent, as we said, to get more than one ultimate fastest lap.
The kind of big names are starting to work their way up the TSL timing page now for the Vera Tools British F4 Championship, certified by the FIA. This is qualifying for rounds 19, 20 and 21. This one qualifying session basically determines a full weekend, which is kind of how it should be, but it's done in reverse order, which I do like. Finn McLaughlin, fastest of anybody just now. I was just about to say Bezic in second place and third place, but you know what, I may as well wait, because everything's changed in front of me in a heartbeat. And it's the top of the times has gone Theo Palmer in the XL Motorsport backed run car now, because he's come up 10 places, and straight away crossing the line, McLaughlin goes back to the top. They're now almost nudging the 48-second lap bracket round here.
Bezik's just done it, 48.838.
I'd only just finished my sentence and he corrected me there. It's that's how it happens here. But 48.8, one of the quickest laps I've seen this weekend to this point, bearing in mind it was Martin Mollenaar with a 48.6. We're 0.2 of a second away from that. These cars will be loving this morning air. Through the week they're testing, but the temperature was very high, and that has two detrimental effects on the car. The first is the tyres, the second is the engine. Engines love cool morning air. The cooler and more dense that air is, the more power you get from your engine, but also there's more grip in the track when the track temperatures are a kind of slightly lower threshold, Doc.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we might see a few pit visitors doing minor adjustments because of the changing conditions, but nobody in so far. But the order keeps changing. Thomas Behrman up into second place, and brother of Ollie Behrman, the Haas Formula 1 driver, he is up to second position, a rookie there, and McLaughlin back to the top of the timesheets. He's also a rookie, so these two doing a stellar job here, running 1 and 2 in the order so far. Bezic is into third position. And then the other person I'm keeping an eye on, because she was briefly up in second, was Ella Lloyd. She's down in 6th at the moment in the McLaren liveried car. That's one of the Rodin Motorsport run cars, but she's part of the McLaren driver development programme, and you can't miss that car out on the circuits in the full McLaren F1 livery.
Chase Fernandez now top 48.662, Doc, as you were talking about Ella Lloyd, who we have been keeping our eye on and has been having a pretty standout year. 48.662, not quite the fastest lap, 48.602 yesterday. But fastest lap that we've seen today from, and then he's just ahead of August Raber and Martin Mollenaar for Chase Fernandez. I love that name. It's a fabulous name that he's got out there. And it's also exciting and interesting to see where they position themselves on track, because there's a lot of cars here. We've got 23 cars on track circulating just now, and everybody is on track. There's nobody sitting parked up in pit lane trying to think about, should I take a damping adjustment, or should I make a wing adjustment? No, you've got to be on track and you've got to get the laps in. But track position in qualifying, as we talked about yesterday, Robert, is key, because you don't want your lap getting compromised by somebody in front of you who's maybe not dawdling, but maybe just not on the same pace as you.
Absolutely, and a guy who's got a nice bit of clear track around at the moment is Finn McLaughlin. He's just coming up the start-finish line now. Will this launch him back to top? Yes, it does. Yeah. So Finn back on top in the number 5 Red Bull car. Fastest
time that we have seen this week by Finn McLaughlin there, 48.499. And he's only taken 9 laps to do that. So that's what a set of sticker tyres and the lovely dense morning air can do to your Tatis chassis out there, with your 1.4 bar turbocharged engine in the back of you. And another thing I do like about these cars, being certified by the FIA, they've got all the crash structures, they've got everything that you would expect on them. The bit that sticks out the back, the almost attenuator that's on the back of the gearbox, they are gorgeous, gorgeous bits of kit. And it shows you that Knockhill is a very unique circuit that they come to. Remember, they've just come from a Formula 1 track in Zandvoort, and then they come to Knockhill. So Zandvoort's got a little bit of elevation, but nothing like what we're seeing here at Knockhill. 60 metres is the elevation change that we have at this circuit. That's a huge amount. When you think about it, if you were to walk 60 metres up the stairs, Robert, Well, we'll walk up the commentary box stairs and we're out of breath. Alan's got a sweat on his forehead from running up the stairs there just now.
Stop it.
I'm sorry, you know what. You look so good, though. I like it when you're shiny, but we'll come back to that later on for some bizarre reason. I don't know why we're talking about that. Finn McLaughlin fastest. Thomas Behrman slots him to second place. Have you invited Ollie up this weekend, Robert? Did you get in touch with your good friend Ollie Behrman?
He couldn't make it, unfortunately. He's on the summer break, so he couldn't make it.
Yeah, it'd be good if he arrived up with the invite from Dr. Robert Johnson and went to the main gate. Jimmy Physique in third place. And then I was going to say Ethan Jeff Hall, but he's just been knocked down. The Mercedes junior driver's gone down to 5th place from Martin Molinar, who goes in there. Look at the times on the screen just now. Sorry, Dr. Robert Allen.
Sorry, just for clarity, is that true?
What's that? Robert's friend?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Just like the doctor, he's not a qualified GP or anything, is he?
But it's good, isn't it?
Okay, no, I just need to know for clarity.
I'll phone Ollie, actually. I'll give him a shout. Okay, so we have got this.
Is that true?
No.
No.
Yes. The top 10 cars covered by a tenth of a second. This is how we like our Vera Tools British F4 Championship certified by the FIA. It can't be any closer. Tenth of a second covering the top 10 cars now, and then if we look down further that, the whole grid dot within 9/10 of a second.
Well,
sticker tyres and away you go.
Behrman to Physique, 3rd to 4th at 1 millisecond.
Yes, exactly. But what I need to be doing here, I'm going to flick through the channels because I want to look at the second best qualifying, because this is something else we need to keep an eye on, because the second best page, as we know, that gives us our qualifying grid for race number 1, Doc. So right now it's Ali Bansal who's fastest from Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Behrman. So it's slightly different on the second page if you imagine what we're looking at. But we do always like to just look at TSL number 1, because that gives us our fastest of all on track. And Martin Molinar, 48.3, red flag around the circuit with a car beached at the exit off the Black Circle chicane. And I do like how race control take no chances here. If there's a car in a position that isn't safe in their eyes, and I think is that 1 or 2 they've actually got round there now, it's possibly 2, 1 on the curb and 1 just on the gravel surface. So red flag comes out with that. You're about to get very busy across there in the pit lane, Dr. Robert Johnson, as I try and identify the cars from our commentary point just now. But the marshals are there, but we'll look at our tracking map and see who hasn't come round. The first car that hasn't come back into the paddock is car 14, which is Abel Larsen. And there is another car parked there, but unable to identify just now. Looks like they both just had a little bit of a spin, Doc, into the gravel, which usually means they've tried to go through that chicane, carrying too much curb. Ethan Jeff Hall could be the other one, actually. And no, he's carried on. And just usually they bounce off the second curb and rotate the rear of the car round. And before you know it, you're looking at where you've just been going in a cloud of dust.
Yeah, so as the red flag came out, Ella Lloyd just entered the pit lane and in for some adjustment or a tyre change, not quite sure which, because it's got very busy now. And some cars have just come in, quick word with the team, and then straight to the front of the queue for going back out again.
Track position is key, Robert Johnston.
Other cars, though, are coming in, taking the chance to do a tyre change. And I don't see anyone so far doing any setup change, but tyre change is pretty much standard in the section of the pit lane I'm in. I'm just around where Argenti are, just past the Virtuosi area as well. So yeah. So
Guy Alberg, the other car, by the way, Robert Johnson.
All right,
just to let you know.
Yeah. So yeah, Martin Molinar getting a full set of tyres changed, as are all the Argenti cars getting tyres changed as well. So they are limited into how many tyres they can use during the weekend, but obviously the teams have all worked out the optimal way of managing that, and so they've got good fresh tyres ready for the second phase of qualifying. Some of them are getting brand new tyres put on, in fact. So yeah, we might see some further improvements to the lap times.
I expect to see a little bit of a rush towards the end, but also I expect to see our marshals doing a good bit of clear up around there, because what happens when a car goes off the circuit, and we saw this yesterday, we saw track limits being, I'm going to use the word brutally abused by the Porsches out there. It wasn't a case of people just taking a little bit of curb. They were all over the apex curb like you've never seen in your life going through Leslie's, Alan.
You spotted that as well there.
Well, you probably spotted the dust from the secret bunker, actually.
It's very true.
Yeah, I mean, we're all for people. I mean, Knockhill's known for being a circuit where you attack the curbs and take the curbs, but there comes a limit where the grass is ours. Stay off it.
Yes, quite.
No, not
quite so.
Not ours, as in mine and Alan Hyde's. But
no.
There's areas where you do use and areas where they don't use. And I like how drivers explore the outer limits, but I believe though we just pegged back a little bit. But what it does is in a red flag, when we have a car off the circuit, there could be a little bit of debris comes back on. The marshals do their best to sweep everything off the top, but you always just get that little bit of inherent dust which gets trapped in the pores of a racetrack, which can make it that little bit slidey. As one car goes over, these cars effectively act like a hoover. You know, they suck everything out from the pores of the track, so every time the Porsches go and we put the F4s out on track, because those flat floors will definitely be bringing all the grains out of the track. And a couple of seconds away before I think we get the car back on the track round there at the chicane. And Alan, it's great. I mean, myself and Alan, I've got to say, Robert, we've spent so much time together this summer in different commentary boxes up and down the UK. It's been nice, isn't it? We were just at your home last week.
It's been superb. So I was at my home circuit last weekend, and you were our guest. This weekend, you're at your home circuit, and I'm your guest up here in the commentary box. And it's absolutely brilliant, because irrespective of the fact that they are our local circuits, they are highlights of the year. So whenever I go to a race meeting, when Touring Cars rolls into town at Thruxton Circuit, the fastest circuit in the country, or Touring Cars roll into Knockhill Circuit, which is your local circuit, they are two of the absolute highlights of the year for completely different reasons. They are circuits that could not be more dissimilar if they tried, but they all give us every year the best racing and the best atmosphere. They are just superb.
I think the width of Thruxton, you could probably tarmac 4 or 5 Knockhills.
I think you probably could.
Probably could.
Yeah.
And the speed as well, but you know, Thruxton very flat, and then we come here, we've got undulations, but they're both jewels in the crown for whatever we look at, because they don't make circuits like Thruxton, and they don't make circuits like Knockhill anymore, Alan.
No, they don't. And in particular, when the touring cars roll into town here at Knockhill, many fans, spectators make a big road trip of it. They come up for maybe a few extra days, have some time in Scotland, which is lovely. And with social media now, we get to see people's journey, making it up from wherever they are. I spoke to a couple yesterday that had come up from Somerset. That was quite a drive to get up to Knockhill. But that is the draw of this event, and therefore the result of that is it feels like an away day. It's during the summer holidays, so you can come as the family as well. And we're always so welcomed here. The feeling in front of the podium for the not just the touring car races, but all the support races as well. There's no feeling in the whole calendar year quite like this.
Yeah, good. And it's great because so many people crowd that area.
That is superb.
And, you know, when the drivers go up there, the reception's great. Who knows? Who knows? We may have.
Who knows?
We may have that special national anthem.
It's on standby.
Is it?
Yeah, it's right here.
Alan arrives, Talk Alive has arrived, and cars making their way back out onto circuit for the remaining 13 minutes of this session. It's Thomas Behrman, who's top of the times just now, out there with Finn McLaughlin in second place. That red flag was quickly dealt with by the marshals and the recovery teams out there, which is always handy. Great work by the crews round at the chicane. And we go live. This will be the role for Paul. Can Thomas Behrman keep himself at the top of the times? He's there by 900ths of a second, Doc. There's not a lot in it, but there never is an F4.
There never is, no. And 2 or 3 cars have taken the chance to do minor front suspension adjustments. Martin Bolliner at Virtuosi being one of them, and a couple of the Argenti cars doing the same as well. So whether that's going to generate a little bit extra grip for them, not sure, but all 3 cars were doing the same adjustment at the front, but I don't know exactly whether they were softening, stiffening, or what they were doing, but all 3 front end adjustments, no rear end adjustments. The 44 car is back in, that's Guy Albach, that's one of the cars that went off. Israeli driver back in the pits in number 44, so I don't know if he'll be back out again or not, but the mechanic's going to have a bit of clean up to do, and the Neil Brown engine man just checking all the sensors as the car sits there.
Interesting that all 3 teammates are making the same adjustment out there, so that's all 3 drivers feel like they're feeling the same thing, or the team are trying to adjust to where the temperature is going just now, and maybe what the drivers are giving them back as feedback. But as we know, it takes a couple of laps for them to get tyre temperature into these slick tyres that they're on. And they won't be completely cold like they were this morning when they left for the start of the qualifying session. There'll be a little bit of residual heat still in that tyre and in that rim and in the brake disc, which kind of just expands through the actual tyre, the carcass itself. But they do have to just treat it with a little bit of caution out there at the start of this. And caution is not what we're seeing for some of the cars going through the exit of Clark Corner. As they come through Clark Corner, there's certain areas where you can and can't use. And if you're using too much of the track on the exit, you will get picked up. And that's August Raber there, who was very, very wide at the exit of Clark's on the blue and white. on the green, but then he was onto the red, and the red's an area where you definitely don't want to find yourself during the midweek testing, which Formula 4 always very much get involved in, as do Porsche and the Minis. A lot of track limits have been getting called. A lot of drivers have been having to sit in almost the mythical sin bin, as the championship coordinators would like to put them in. And yeah, they'll be wanting to try and make sure that they're free from anything like that just now. But Thomas Behrman fastest from Finn McLaughlin. Then we have got car 46, which is R.I. Bansal, who's in 3rd place. Then James Pazik in 4th place. Ethan Jeffall, Rowan Campbell-Pilling in 6th place. Chase Fernandez in 7th. Tommy Harfield in 8th place. August Raber, who we just talked about there, in 9th place. And then Theo Palmer sits in 10th as it stands just now. And I've got to say, 0.3 of a second away is Theo Palmer. Because there's a little bit of a gap developing at the front from Behrman, McLaughlin and Bansal. They're just starting to stretch the pack that little bit, Doc, and doing that stretching of the pack means that we're not completely all as close as we were. Remember, we had 9 or 10 cars within 1/10 of a second earlier on.
Yeah, there's a couple I'm seeing at the moment where I say are probably out of position. So Martin Molliner's one of them, down in 13th at the moment. I would have expected him to be on at least the front 2 rows once this session finishes, and he's one of the cars that did an adjustment during the red flag period, so we'll see if that makes a difference and gets him to climb up the order. But be a couple of laps before we see the real fast times coming back in again, because obviously tyres have cooled down a little bit during the red flag. So a couple of laps time, let's see what happens, and if we can see Behrman being deposed from P1, currently on 48.403 seconds as the fastest time of the session.
Currently making his way up the main straight just now in the number 7 car, crossing the line, tucked up behind one of our Red Bulls, and that's what you want to be, try and get a toe as much as you can. But let's follow young Thomas Behrman on this lap around Knockhill as he follows Finn McLaughlin, I think that was, down through the first area off the track and in towards McIntyre's. I'm still talking about that, and they're now cresting the Black Circle chicane. That's how quickly these cars tackle turn 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now 4's a little bit of a non-event for them actually. It's called Butchers, named after Derek Butcher, the former circuit owner here. But it's a big important corner. You're flat all the way through it, but it sets you up for the Black Circle chicane. If you find yourself running a little bit wide through there, that wideness will then compromise the chicane. And what they've all done here, everybody into the hairpin, they've all backed off because they wanted to try and get a good run through here. And it is Finn McLaughlin who is the Pied Piper, makes his way up the straight just now, and everybody else behind. You can see it right now, Dr. Robert Johnson, if you look down there. They're all doing exactly the same thing. Wide, late entry, get through the corner and have a run for this fastest lap.
Yeah, maximising the length of the main straight, basically. These cars will be topping out just shy of 140 miles an hour as they go into the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge before that late braking into turn 1 and then the dive down the hill. So it's pretty fast stuff. And if you're watching trackside near the entry of Duffus, whether you're on the inside or outside the track, is equally spectacular. You'll see these cars getting really restless over the apex of Duffus, and then the grip they have when they get halfway down the hill is just dramatic to watch.
Number 26, lap time disallowed for track limits, popped up on our screen, up and away. Car number 26 being the Henry Jocelyn car, Fortec Motorsport, and it's always easy to spot the Fortec colour schemes that they have. It's been around for quite some time. And here we go, McLaughlin crosses the line. Any improvement? No. Behrman crosses the line, still stays exactly the same. Behrman's last lap was a 49.3. So they're still in this kind of transitional warm-up phase as we have only 8 minutes of the session remaining. And that 8 minutes of the session, well, this could determine their weekend. It could make or break their weekend. In my eyes, you need to be on the front 2 rows. Anything outside that, and you may be starting to get yourself into a bit of a predicament come the first couple of corners. Lap time disallowed for Joseph Smith on his return as well. Track limits, it doesn't tell us exactly where, it just says a lap time has been disallowed, but 9 times out of 10 we'll probably see that at Clark's as we have a huge dust cloud at the exit of the chicane and a green flag waving at Clark. Turn 6, which means that something has possibly happened in that back
red
straight.
flag, I think. Is there? No, that's my iPad was slightly out of date there. Sorry about that.
No, the green flag's now been withdrawn. The car's okay. As Ella Lloyd came through, the green flag was withdrawn, which means that the chicane is now clear. But what we can see is almost a constant small haze of dust, like you sometimes see when a combine harvester's in the field doing the harvest. That's what we've got.
I saw a lot of those yesterday.
Did you?
Oh, it's a busy place up here for farming, isn't it?
It is that, yeah. We make sure we have to do it in small windows of operational when the weather's good for us.
It was a really good trip to the East Coast, that's for sure.
You know, we're going to pause for a minute. With 7 minutes to go, I found a YouTube link where you can actually watch a combine harvester going around the field. doing his business.
Live stream.
Yeah. I was highlighted it via BBC Radio 2. Other radio stations are available, such as Talk Alive, which is where you want to be tuned.
Correct.
And 93.7. Let's follow Ella Lloyd round. She's making her way off the exit curb at Clark.
So
yes, Lops.
Have we welcomed Knockhill's Graham Bedell into the commentary box, because he has arrived? He is a man very comfortable in his own skin today, isn't he?
Oh, he's got pink trainers and pink socks.
Yeah, he looks like a highlighter pen. Very impressive.
Highlighter pen. And Graham is here at Alan Hyde's request as well. Such a great job of helping us at the Superbikes. And I watched them walk across the paddock this morning and I just went... That's not great for radio, but I made a face, ladies and gentlemen. You can probably guess what we were doing.
And an exhalation of air.
Let me try and pick up with Ella Lloyd as she's on track just now, looking for the young McLaren driver, as there's a huge lock-up in towards the hairpin there, and that's not exactly what you want to be doing. Was that Behrman, or was it the car just behind Behrman? Now, Thomas Behrman crosses the line. It's the one directly behind him on the track as Ella heads towards the hairpin. The lock-up was Jimmy Pezik actually in towards the hairpin, and that last bit where you're actually still braking towards the apex, the car's light on that inside right wheel, so if you're going to snatch a wheel, that's when you lock up. The driver then, though, has to kind of get on with it, as we have a car off at the bottom of Duffus Dip into Leslie's. That's going a fair way across the gravel trap and into what looks like, in fact, they've actually managed to keep that going, so that's an impressive feat that will be full of gravel. But yeah, Pezik had to get off that brake pedal, and that sometimes then runs you wide through the heart of the corner. Martin Molinar now improves. He goes up into 4th place. Martin with a big improvement there, gets himself onto the 2nd row of the grid. Finn McLaughlin down to 5th place. Our championship leader has work to do here. Car number 5 in 5th place. 5 minutes to go. Are you getting a bit edgy across here, Robert Johnson? How did the McLaughlin team look right now?
Well, I think they're getting a little bit nervous, as a number of people are. Martin Molinar, though, whatever they did to that car, it's worked. He's up to 4th. It's the battle of the double-barreled names for the last place on the front row, though. Campbell Pilling currently 2nd, Jeff Hall 3rd, and there's just 0.047 seconds between them. So that's a battle going on. But Thomas Behrman still ruling the roost at the moment. 48.271 gives him a 10th of a second advantage over the rest of the field. McLaughlin down in 5th.
Rowan Campbell Pilling just now up into 2nd place. Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd place. Martin Molinar. Well, you said it, Doc. You saw them making a little change. And sometimes that little change, that little correction can just help you and steer you in the direction where you need to be. They may have never got that change if the session stayed live, because you then have to break your rhythm. You come into the pit lane. Do you take that chance? Do you go into the pit lane and make the adjustment, but then a red flag comes out and you don't know if it's a good or a bad thing? But they've obviously got that in hand and they know what they're doing. The thing is, these teams are so well prepared and they absolutely know these cars inside out. As another car goes off at the exit of the Black Circle chicane, Alan, and somewhere in that cloud of dust there's an F4 car. I think they've actually got going from that, which is, yes, they're coming into Clark now with what looks like the remnants of a gravel trap falling out the back of that car. But these cars, the teams know the cars so well, so they'll know with the weather starting to change or how the track conditions start to rubber in. They'll know a little click here and a little click there will have the effect that the driver is looking for. And then you have to say credit to the young drivers. They're so young, but they know what they're feeling. And you can't argue with what you're actually getting back from the driver's seat of the car. If he says, look, it's understeering at 3, we need to fix that, and I need to get a little bit more grip on the exit of 6, which is the same kind of corner, that's exactly what the team will do.
Martin Molinar back in pit lane, covered in gravel and grass. They're having to do a quick sweep out of the side pods, and they're going to send him back on his way again. But he's obviously one of the cars you've mentioned, Duncan, going off, I suspect, chicane exit.
Yeah, Martin Molinar, the Virtuosi racing car, the young Hungarian driver who was on the British F4 podcast with myself last night in their lovely, lovely technical centre that they have in Paddock 2. Martin, he said, I'm really looking forward to coming back after the summer break, especially to Knockhill, one of my favourite tracks, but it's also 47 degrees in Hungary and it's not like that right now where we're at Knockhill, so for good reason, Alan, he's probably coming back here, looking forward to that.
But I was going to say, you've had a bit of a heat wave yourself this week.
Haven't we just? I've got I don't know if I'm tanned or burnt.
No, you are tanned. Very smart.
Thank you.
But the legs still don't happen, do they?
I've been trying to tan these legs since April, and I get this from Heidi every week, week in, week out. I worry that he looks at my legs first. It's understandable, Alan. You're only human.
You look like a Swan Vesta.
Get the way. We have got 2 minutes of this session to go. Jimmy Physique goes at 1 place into 7th place.
Sorry about that.
Makes a bit of an improvement. No, I'll get you back. Don't worry, I like that. Don't worry,
you will.
We'll get you back, Slugger. Physique makes an improvement up into 7th place. Behrman, though, I am impressed with Thomas Behrman holding his own at the top of the times in car number 7, the driver who drives for High-Tech TGR, ahead of Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who the last time we saw these cars racing in the UK, Rowan decided to go when the lights were just getting put onto red at Oulton Park. He went for it then. He didn't wait until the lights actually changed. And then, unfortunately, he missed the first hairpin and went round Island Bend in the hairpin. He didn't have a very good race number 1 at Oulton Park. He was trying to put those memories to bed. Ethan Jeff Hall, the Mercedes junior driver, in 3rd place. Championship leaders in 4th. Finn McLaughlin making that little bit of progress. He's leapfrogged Martin Molinar, who, as Dr. Robert just said, is doing a bit of gardening in the pit lane, trying to get all of the rubbish out from that car after being off track. And Doc, is he back on track, or is he in the pit lane?
Yeah, they literally just grabbed all the grass and gravel out the car, had him stationary for maybe no more than 20-25 seconds, and then they sent him straight back out again. So they'll take the risk that the engine might overheat a little bit just to try and get the extra time on track, because at the moment he's sitting on the 3rd row and they really want him on the first 2 rows.
Well, it's not the fact of the overheating that's the worrying part. It's when that gravel gets into place, maybe behind the timing belt cover, that's when you worry. Another car goes off, waved yellow flag at the chicane, it's in already, and away we go. So that's somebody been having a grass tracky moment. I think they're just rejoining the track in towards Clark Corner, such as the length of that dust trail there. It's almost like a vapour trail from an airplane. We get dust trails here at Knockhill when the F4 cars are on track. So we're getting into the last 30 seconds of this session, and there's nothing lighting up on my timing screen apart from Jocelyn and Arvamides with a little bit of a push towards the end with personal best first sectors, but they're 16th and 17th place respectively just now. There's nothing changing at the top. But we've been caught out with that before, and then we need to quickly change the timing page to the second screen because we need to have a look at their second best laps. We're talking to you right now about who's overall fastest, but what about the second best laps, you're asking, Duncan? Well, let's have a quick look at that just now, and we'll give you the little bits of updates as we can. No changes at the top as the checker flag now flies here at Knockhill Racing Circuit for the Vera Tools British F4 Championship, certified by the FIA, and it's Rowan Campbell-Pilling who has the second best fastest lap from Behrman, Jeff Hall and McLaughlin. So basically the same people at the top in a slightly different order. But it does look like Ollie Behrman, there you go, I knew I was going to do that. Thomas Behrman will take his pole position at Knockhill. 1 strike and I'm down, I know. Sorry, Slugger, don't hit me. Please don't hit me again. But he's parted early as well, which is a brave move, Doc. He's in the pit lane with you already. And the checker flag has now been taken by everybody who's in contention. And it looks like, apart from Fernandez, Chase Fernandez, we get him across the line on a lap just now, which went personal best through Sector 1, but it's drifted away towards the end. So Thomas Behrman, well, there you go. Fastest overall in this session is Thomas Behrman from Rowan Campbell-Pilling and Ethan Jeff Hall, your top 3. The championship leader, Finn McLaughlin, in 4th, and Martin Molinar, who Dr. Robert Johnson was talking about, 5th fastest in this session after a gravelly moment. But if we look at the second best lap times, Robert, because that's the important part, the second fastest lap of each driver determines qualifying for race number 1. So on pole for race number 1 will be Rowan Campbell-Pilling from Thomas Behrman. That's your front row. Ethan Jeff Hall and the championship leader, Finn McLaughlin, gets himself into the second row start in 4th place. Araban Sal is alongside Jimmy Physique as well. Martin Molinar, 7th place with Chase Fernandez in 8th. So a little bit topsy-turvy on the second fastest lap, which gives us that grid for race number 1. But all in all, a good qualifying session with lots of dust, lots of fast laps. And the fastest lap we got in that session was a 48.271, which is the fastest we have seen this week at Knockhill.
There's some really interesting characters as well. So Ronan is a chap who joined us here for a lunchtime chat on Toka Live earlier on in the year. And if Dr. Robert is, you see, I've done it. I've called him a doctor as well.
He is a doctor.
Okay. He's a doctor. Rob is making his way down to have a chat to the drivers in Park Fairmate, and you'll find a few really good characters there. Rob, if you're making your way down there, it gives us a chance to properly test out the radio mic, which will work very nicely down in Park Fairmate and over at the Toka podium, the mobile podium already in place, just in the paddock, the very heart of the paddock, with a huge amount of tarmac area area in front of the podium to allow all of you to enjoy the podium celebrations. But Rob, are you making your way down to Park Fairmay?
I am, yes, and I'm speaking to you loud and clear from an area which 3 weeks ago we couldn't have used a radio mic in, so it's we have made progress.
Thank you very much indeed.
I'm sprinting along to the front of the queue at the Park Fairmay here, all the drivers climbing out the cars and laptops being plugged in to check all the sensors and things. So remind me then, Duncan, who was quickest overall on the fastest time of all?
So Ollie Berman, on page 1, Ollie Berman was top of the times with Ronan Campbell-Pilling second. You might only get a chance to chat to the top 2 drivers that are getting out of the cars down there. We can hear the air blowers going as well. Can I do this? Because I haven't done this yet, so we just need to have a quick, just a quick promo to the fact that all weekend we're on 93.7 FM here at Knockhill. So we take the opportunity to say that when the cars aren't going round, so you can hear the speakers if you're struggling to hear the speakers when the cars are out, because they are quite noisy. 93.7 FM, Toke Live on Radio Knockhill. Rob?
Yes, thanks. I'm with Thomas Berman. Thomas, that's a very tough session here at Knockhill. It's a pretty intense track, but you come out on top. Happy with that?
Yeah, it was a really good result in the end. I mean, I did the lap quite early, so I was sort of just waiting. I mean, the tyres died a little bit for me at the end, so it was tough to improve, but yeah, I just kept circulating, kept going round, and yeah, I ended up with the pole. It was a pretty good lap.
Yeah, now qualifying's one thing. What are your thoughts for the race? You've got to be able to lead into turn 1. That's going to be critical for you.
Yeah, I think if I can lead into turn 1, it's difficult to overtake around here, so we'll see. But yeah, it's really good to be obviously starting in clean air on pole. That's the main thing.
Oh, good stuff. Great to see you there, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you again after race 1. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so second then was Rowan Campbell-Pilling. I'm just trying to have a search around in the way the cars are coming, because they don't come in order. They just come in as at the point they finish the lap and the checkered flag comes out. So bear with me a moment. I'll have to work my way down the queue and find the man. So give me just a moment.
Perfect, Rob. Thank you very much indeed. So it's 1 strike for Duncan, 1 strike for Hyde.
Yes, so I think you did 2 strikes there, did you not?
Yeah, all in one sentence.
Can you believe that?
Yeah. No, that's absolutely fine. We are allowed 3 strikes over the course of a race weekend, and we have used up all of our allowance.
Rowan, congratulations, second on the grid. It's a front row start. That's important for Knockhill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a very tough circuit. It's tough to overtake, so we knew we had to do well in qualifying, and we've done that.
So thoughts for the race? Have you got ambitions to try and out-drag the pole position man to turn 1?
Yeah, I think that's what we're here to do. We're here to race, and we're here to do the best that we possibly can. And if Thomas does leave a gap or we get a good start, you know, it will be neck and neck.
Yeah, some quick guys behind you as well. So what's your approach at a race like that? Are you looking forward or looking in your mirrors?
No, eyes forward, focus on your marks, focus on hitting your apexes and all your marks, and just do the best job you can.
Great stuff. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you putting on an exhibition for us in the first race later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's Rowan Campbell-Pilling there in the number 42 car, finishing second in qualifying. And I think that's all I'm going to get as I'm going up and down the road here.
I think you're probably right.
Yes. Yeah. So touring cars now making their way into pit lane. Alan, I don't know, are you coming across for this?
No, you can stay down there for this one, Rob, and I'll come over for session 2 probably as the morning goes on. But just to let everybody know, yes, it is touring car time now. Everybody, 2 free practice sessions for the touring cars this morning. They get their opportunity to essentially test in public. So we get to see, for some of the cars, a new livery for the first time, a one-off livery running on the Napa cars for this weekend, and they do it every year here at Knockhill, and raising awareness for the race against dementia. And once again, we've got some great liveries on the cars and the drivers as well. They have never embraced tartan quite as much at Napa Racing as they have done this year, Duncan.
It's good to see, isn't it? I think the Racing Against Dementia, the Lewis Selby cycling all the way here, Napa put so much into this in their touring car programme and also throughout the paddock. It really is good to see. And a special mention, though, not just a special mention, a huge mention needs to go to Power Max Racing. What they have been through this week, the past 2 weeks. They've been to hell and back, Alan. There's no other way of saying it. And then poor Adam Weaver was meant to fly up from Manchester. There was an issue with a couple of planes on the runway, and then he had to drive up as well. So he has made it here. I walked into the tent yesterday, and I expected to see a couple of black cars with a few Power Mac stickers. They've completely had them liveried with a little bit of help from Bob Moffat and one of Aiden's sponsors, local sponsors. They have done a great job. They were given special dispensation to have a shakedown yesterday, and you know what? There was almost a few tears in the pit lane.
Oh no,
it's an emotional team right now.
There were a few tears, and Adam Weaver, I think, ended up having to drive up here yesterday after that problem with the two planes that just tapped wings and therefore caused a huge delay. So his flight was cancelled, and then he had to drive up and was, I think, relatively nervy as to whether he was going to be here in time to see the cars take to the circuit at 4:30.
We played The Boys Are Back in Town for them on radio as they were going out. Gordon Shedden was saying, well, there's more songs. We're playing something else, but we're keeping it like how they asked for The Boys Are Back in Town. And there was, there was a lot of motion in that pit lane. But good to see the two cars going round. A big shout out to Unlimited Motorsport. You know, Stephen Jelly stepped back out with the Cupra. Dexter Patterson has utilised his spare shell and chassis that they had. The team were across in Glasgow at the Burnham salvage area, building the car in Dexter's garage. It's a feel-good story, and it's kind of what the touring car paddock. It's what we're used to in the touring car paddock, Alan. We've seen it before.
It's an amazing thing when the community comes together, and we see it so much in motorsport, and in particular, it does become a bit of a family in the BTCC. It's a travelling family for 10 weekends of the year. Everybody is together, and they know the challenges to run a car, 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars for a complete season. And when something like this happens completely out of the control of a team, it's just, if you like, inverted commas, a force of nature. A fire that happened at the headquarters of the team last weekend, and as we started to see the pictures come through of the absolute devastation and so sad. I don't know if you saw the picture where you can see the sort of hospitality chairs all charred and melted, stacked up and ready to go for a race weekend. That is 1 week before a meeting, and not only that, logistically for most of the teams that run in the BTCC, it's a long drive here. So logistically, there's a lot of pre-planning that goes into coming up to Knockhill, and to have that happen less than 7 days before a race weekend, and then for the whole of the community to come together and offer their support in whatever way it is. There was I think there was a GoFundMe or a Just Giving page or something that was set up to just to get any money that might be able to help over the course of this weekend.
And that's the strength, as you say, from the paddock, because these are people that they race against hard on track, but then when they're off track, there's camaraderie there. I mean, the truck in the paddock's got bubbles on the side of it because it's all been affected by the heat. So credit to Adam Weaver and his team who have got here. They're on track, and like I say, I believe Adam texted them as well, and the text message that went to the team group chat said, cancel nothing. Yes. So that shows at the beginning there's like, we are going to get back, we're going to get going, and hold on to your hats because we will be there.
ITV's David Addison has just sent us in a text, and by the way, all of you can do so over the course of this weekend as well. You can do so on WhatsApp. Our number is 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. You can send us a message. We need your first name and your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. You can get in touch. David already has, and he said he asked Adam Weaver yesterday. It wasn't actually his flight that was involved in the in the sort of wingtip collision.
You see that,
but the knock-on effect. He was flying from Birmingham, in fact. But the knock-on effect, and I saw the ground staff picking up the bit of wing that was left on the grass. It was very small.
Yeah, but Alan,
I think it could have. It would have been fine.
It would have been fine, Alan. This is not. It's not a wing end plate we're losing off an F4.
It's exactly that sort of size.
Yeah,
it was exactly that sort of size.
Well, I'd let you get in the plane and I'd drive. Okay, I'd be quite happy with that. Thank you, David Addison. Yes, we should have said that. Adam Weaver doesn't have a black cloud falling around. He wasn't involved in that happening, but. Cars making their way onto circuit, and we should also say I met him in the paddock yesterday. A big welcome back to Jake Hill, and it's good to have Jake Hill back here at Knockhill. Now I can sympathise massively for what that young man's going through, because I had that maybe 10, 15 years ago, Alan. I had an inner ear infection, and it knocks you for 6. I had no balance. I was feeling sick. You could barely drive or stand up. And it does take a while to go away. So Jake didn't look great at all at Croft, and he did the right thing, didn't he? He stepped back from it, and he's come back here. We met him, Charles Rainford, yesterday as well. Had a bit of a good old chat with Charles, who got a hat from Aidan Moffat. I actually said, "You look a bit like Jackie Stewart." He says, "I wish I was as fast as Jackie Stewart."
I think he had I think they all had a fair bit of that in the driver briefing when they all 4 of them came in together this morning.
I do like how we get all sorts of things happening here. We get special liveries, we get special helmets for drivers.
It's a special weekend.
And we get special Tartan Moffat hats.
We should talk. Yes, indeed.
Up with them off.
And Charles Rainford was wearing that special tartan flat cap this morning, and look, I had to tell him. I thought he looked very smart in it. I thought it suited him. Can we talk about the helmets though? Because they were all on display yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, please. But the helmets are fabulous. Joe Tanner, Rented Design up here, who's. You know, I started working with Joe some 20 years ago, Alan, and we were both race instructors on the rally course going around outside and on the racetrack here in Knockhill. And then Joe had this kind of idea a notion to go and, I fancy painting. My mum's a bit of an artist. Let's see how we get on. I'll paint a helmet and see what happens. And didn't that blow up?
Yeah, didn't it just? So these wonderful liveries that people can see for their helmets, the helmet designs for the Napa drivers for this weekend, and not just in touring cars, by the way. It's the Napa drivers that are competing right the way across the board. Mini Challenge being one of those championships. So does Joe paint the helmet itself?
Yeah.
Or is it the painting of a vinyl that then goes onto the...
I don't want to give away his trade secret. There's a little bit of both depending on how technical his helmet is, but Joe is a first-class painter. A lot of it's airbrush.
It's amazing.
And it's incredible
it
what
is
he can do.
Absolutely incredible. I saw quite a few of the helmets close up on social media photographs last night, and it's just
the detail that he's got, the finesse in his hand.
Unbelievable.
It's good.
A Warrior's helmet, you know, it could be anything, and the little rivets.
Remember the Josh Cook one where it looked like he's wearing an open face helmet? You could see I'm going to see his jaw with his ginger beard.
But he's got that this year. He's got a new one this year.
Oh, well, we need to get one where he has a shave or a moustache. that would look good. But it's all for a good cause, and Napa embrace it massively. They've also got the fractured D on the side of the 4 cars, which you can see being pushed back in pit lane just now. And the first touring car driver I caught up with before the touring car event was Robo, actually. Robo came direct from Croft to Knockhill and dropped off his motorhome. Remember when we had a little bit of a windy Monday across the country? Robo decided, great idea, I'll take the motorhome to Knockhill from Croft. And he got here and he was white as a sheet. We're like, "Are you okay?" He goes, "I'm never doing that again in the wind." It was terrifying.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that was nice.
But we sat down with Robo on the couch. You know, he's in a good place this year. He's
third in the championship.
Third in the championship, and also with 3 wins. And that's the big thing for Dan. It's not just being fast now and again. He's been fast at certain circuits across the UK. Thruxton for one of them. This is a circuit where he wants to do well, because if you look to the hairpin, there's a lot of cattle clean down there.
Robo had a really challenging off-season, if you like, and it's kind of done him the world of good. I don't know if that's mentally, whether it's done him the world of good, or whether he feels better physically, but he had a major operation on his heart during the closed season, and he has known pretty much his whole life that he had to have this operation. So to anyone that has been waiting for an important operation, that's always in the back of your mind. Whatever you do in life, you know that's going to happen. And not only that, but he was given the date to do it during the closed season. He was ready, he'd been prepared, he was in hospital, he was waiting for it, and in the middle of the night they got a really serious need for those surgeons to do an emergency operation. So his operation was cancelled at the last minute. So he was ready to go. He was, literally in the hospital bed being prepared for the operation in the morning, and it was cancelled. He was sent home, and eventually it did happen. But all of those mental challenges can only make you stronger. Yeah. Because the operation was a huge success. Then he could focus on getting himself fit and ready and well again, and then getting ready for the season. And it's really paid off, because this season has been really the first season for a good couple of years that we've seen the Robo that we expect.
I don't want to say that he's looking good, But he looks good.
He does look good.
He's lost a lot. He looks like a touring car driver now.
He's really trim. He's made himself, a top-line athlete, and that
and he's
reflects.
an all-round good bloke as well. That's another thing about Robo.
He's a funny bloke. He's got a really good sense of humour. He's a nice person to be around, and he's when he's not got a microphone in front of him. In fact, when he has got a microphone in front of him, he can be a little bit of a worry as to what's going to come out of his brain or his mouth next, but that all adds to the character. It's why he's one of the crowd favourites in the paddock.
That operation you're talking about, our very good friend from Psycha Racing, Stephen Kershaw, has had the exact same thing. Same thing. Knew it was happening. Knew he was going to have it, and it's one of these things. The thing that Robo, they would get the date, they would prepare, and they would be looking straight to the back of that for the recovery process to get fit to go racing. That's where he would be. And with that little hold-up, that would play in the back of his mind. But I like how Dan Rowbottom's come out strong. He's come out looking like he's ready for 2025. He's in that Napa Racing UK Ford Focus. He seems at home in the team now. Despite coming here via my good friend Norman Burgess and Sicily Motorsport, he's done very, very well for himself. And I do know that Norman does listen in on them. I hope to see. We share a birthday, actually, myself and Norman. So I hope to see him at some time in the not too distant future. And, he was teammates with Adam Morgan for a long time. And Robo, we're waxing lyrical about him just now because it's a turnaround year for him. It's a standout year. Third in the championship, as Alan says, comes in here, 3 wins and 3 third places. And his teammates just ahead of him in the standings, actually. Ash Sutton, he's had 5 wins. He's had 2 seconds and 3 thirds. And after the whole Croft event, which you were at, it's the other northern circuit. This is the most northerly point in the touring car calendar. It's Tom Ingram. For Team Virtue, who does lead coming in here.
Duncan, pause that thought for a moment. Oh. This does not go without saying. It's the first time today the sunshine shines down on Knockhill. Look at this. How good, beautiful does that look?
Look at all those polished cars. You know what? There seems to be an awful lot of white cars here this weekend. The last time it was a lot of black cars and grey cars. But
I would pick out red as being a predominant colour as well this year.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking about, pal. We'll move on from that. But Tingers arrives here leading the championship. You had him on 10 Top Tuesday, which was always good to listen to him. He's a little bit like that as well. You never know what you're going to get with Tom. He's always been a little bit funny. The biscuit talk, the random. I used to have a thing with monkey shoulder on him. I don't know if you know what monkey shoulder is, but Tingram, monkey shoulder of whiskey. He decided, he got in touch with me and said, I'm going to start trying to drink some whiskey. I said, oh, great. I was thinking, a nice Scottish single malt. What have you got? He goes, it's called monkey shoulder. I was like, monkey what? He says, apparently it's really good. So he said he was giving it a shot. And but I've always...
I see what you did there, giving it a shot.
Yeah, you like that? I've got on really well with Thomas. We've got a car in the gravel down there at the hairpin. Just let me pick up my binocs and have a big long look at that just now. That ain't too good for us down there. Is there a front wheel off that car? We've got a red flag instantly coming out for that. And we will have to get the safety safari down there to do a little bit of pulling of that car back out. I think it's Nick Hamilton who we've got in the gravel down there. The front right wheel was at a very funny angle on the way in, Al. But it is quite long for the stalker binoculars. But Dr. Robert Johnson's across there in pit lane. You'll be listening to us going on about Dan Rowbottom and various other things. But a red flag coming out pretty quickly, pretty early, as Nick Hamilton does have a slight issue down there at the Taylor's hairpin, Robert.
Yes, it's, I don't have the aid of the binoculars, so you're probably seeing more than me, but it's in the gravel there. So that's brought all the cars back into pit lane. It's getting very, very busy. They've been in and out a lot, actually. It's been a busy pit lane the first few minutes of this session because the teams have obviously got a work list they're going through, which certainly at the Napa team, where I'm opposite at the moment, has involved scrubbing in lots and lots of new tyres. So they've been in tyre change, back out, 3 or 4 laps, back in, tyre change, back out, 3 or 4 laps. And that's the process they've gone through. But they'll soon have gone through the entire tyre allocation that's available to them, and then we'll get on to some sort of performance running as well. But at this stage, still it's new tyres going on the cars. Tom Chilton's car right opposite me just now, getting a new set of sticker tyres put on as well. So that's the early part of the work list. Then we'll see the session change shape as the cars start to tune for performance.
Now, another man I'm going to keep my eyes on this weekend is it's his local round. We've got 3 local drivers here, but the other local driver is Chris Smiley. Actually, Chris he's bringing a bus load across from his local area in Northern Ireland. He's looking forward to that. But normally for free practice up here, when I've been doing the touring car commentary, we would have Matt Neal, the Triple Brace touring car, would come and join us in the corner of the commentary box, and he'd have the headset on. He'd be talking to whoever his drivers were at that time. But Matt's not here this weekend.
Is he not?
Family wedding this weekend. One of the boys is getting married. I think it's maybe Will or is it Henry?
One of his sons.
Yeah.
One of his sons is getting married.
That seemed to be the conversation one drunken Wednesday night on the Xbox.
Goodness.
I can't remember exactly, but he's not coming to this one, and he's very sad. So, but you know, he's at a wedding this weekend.
That's enough to make you feel very old.
Well, you should. You
remember when they were born?
I bet you do actually.
I do, yeah.
But Matt not here this weekend, but he sometimes does have a bit of a tune in and a bit of a listen. We wish him the best, and hopefully we'll see him. We'll see him up here next year. But he's kind of driver coach for Chris Smiley, so that leads me on to the Smiley fact. I walked into the circuit this morning with Chris. I said, "You hoping for a good podium?" He goes, "No, I'm winning." I said, "All right, okay."
Wow.
Like, the way he said it, I felt like he'd been given a row. I said, "Great stuff, Chris." He goes, "I've been fast enough all year.
Yes.
I've just never had the luck." And you make your own luck in this, and I've got to be better at that little luck area.
He has the pace. There's absolutely no question about that. And if he comes in confident, a confident Smiley is a successful Smiley. That's always for sure. And we're still doing this recovery over at the gravel trap at the hairpin, and therefore all of the cars down in pit lane. I would imagine, Rob, down in pit lane, that not many of them are going to take the opportunity to do anything other than let the team work on the cars and maybe change a few things about the cars. This is essentially free practice 1, so it is essentially a test session, and opportunity as well for you to get in touch with us. 07482 877 877 here on Toka Live. We need your first name and we need your message on WhatsApp, and already people have been writing in. This one says, "Morning Al and team, can you wish the Napa boys good luck for this weekend, please? Also say hello to Mel and Kitty in the Napa hospitality. So gutted not to be at Knockhill, but so proud of the BTCC family coming together for PMR and for Adam Weaver. Have a great weekend." That comes with love from Richie, Megan, Alex, Evie, Louis, and the bump still inside Megan's tummy.
I love the bumps.
We get lots of bump messages. We do.
Good,
good morning from Phil and Sharon. Can't be with you this weekend. Good luck to everyone at Restart Racing. And if you want to show your support to a driver, to a team, all you have to do, or you may have somebody with you this weekend, a family member or a friend who's got a birthday, whatever your message, if you just want to shout out, all you have to do is to WhatsApp us 07482 877 877, your first name plus your message to that number 07482. Add us as a contact 877 877. Add us as a contact, because that WhatsApp message number is available throughout this year for Toka Live.
But don't phone us. Don't phone us.
Don't phone
Messages only, first name only.
Or indeed try a video call, which is something that has also happened.
Oh dear, no. I hope somebody doesn't accidentally pocket phone you one day.
Well, these things do happen, don't they?
I would like to talk about young Max Buxton, because I heard him on your Tin Top Tuesday. You had Dad and Lad on. It was great. I mean, Danny Buxton's a legend anyway. He's been around long enough, and quality driver. But to have young Max step into that car, I think is fabulous. I was asking Flash about it, and Gordon says, the kid's quick.
Yes.
He is actually really quick for not having a lot of time in the car. And Gordon says, worryingly, he's only going to get faster.
And on his debut weekend a couple of weeks ago at Croft, did everything that was required of him. So he didn't put a wheel wrong.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. So the instruction was, just bring it back in one piece, and this is the kind of feedback that we want from you.
And that's pressure.
Absolute pressure. Probably even more pressure, because your dad is in charge of the motorsport operation for Speedworks that run the team. But he took it all in his stride. I saw him turning up to driver briefing this morning, just stopping, just pausing before he went into the Toka Centre to sign a couple of autographs. He has arrived in the touring car paddock.
I think it's fabulous, because when you get told, like, okay, this is what you're going to be doing, but bring it back in one piece.
Yes.
That's easier said than done, and that plays in the back of the driver's mind. I'm lucky enough to do some hot laps at the bikes from media, and you gave me some valuable words when I left the commentary box.
Don't
and
bend it.
It just sticks
essentially
in the back of your mind. So young Max would have been carrying that around with him all the way through that event at Croft. But no, it was good. It was a really good chat that you had on Tin Top Tuesday with Danny and Max, and I was very impressed with how he how he answers the questions and how he can speak and
And
get
didn't
on.
he sound like his dad?
Yeah.
It's quite scary.
I know. I bet he's got better hair than his dad right now. He looks very similar. Another person who is making he's kind of halfway in towards the championship, Senna Proctor. But I think Doc's down there in pit lane just now.
Yes, I'm with Dick Bennett, actually, the boss of West Surrey Racing, the BMW team. Dick, first of all, welcome back to Knockhill. Great to see you here, and a happy hunting ground from BMW in the past.
Yes, no, we love coming to Knockhill almost every year, apart from sometimes in the rain. But no, it's a great circuit. We love coming up here, and it's a great spectator circuit, and we have had some good success here.
So how's the team looking this week? The big attention, of course, is on Jake Hill and his health issues. Are you happy with his situation so far?
Yes, he's passed all the tests and he's fighting fit, and he loves coming up here, so we'll keen to see how he gets on.
Yeah, it should be good. It's as I say, the BMWs have always run well here, and you've got Aidan Moffat, of course, local knowledge coming to the fore.
Yes, Aidan's home circuit, so hopefully he can get some good results, and he obviously knows his way around here very well. It's a tricky circuit from what I'm told for driving, but the lap times are all very close, so it's just finding that last tenth or two.
Yeah, very much the case. And you must be happy with Charles Rainford this year. I mean, a race win in his first year with the team, that's all going according to plan, or even better, in fact.
Yeah, no, he's doing very well to be a rookie, and so's Daryl as well. Daryl just turned 19 at Croft, and on the Saturday he turned 19. On the Sunday he got third place in a race. I said, that's your maturity for you now.
Yeah, you've got some real talent in the team there. And, what's the work list you're going through? This is free practice 1, of course. So what's the kind of work list the team are going through at this stage?
We're still, obviously, we haven't been where we've wanted to be this year. The others have gone way ahead, and so we've been working hard since the mid-season break, and we've done a couple more mods to come here. So hopefully we can get right up the sharp end now.
Well, we'll wish you the very best of luck, actually. It'll be good to see BMW at or near the front. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks. That was Dick Bennett, boss of BMW and West Surrey Racing.
And Jake really wanted to be racing this weekend because he's had great results here at
First
Knockhill.
victory.
Yeah.
His first victory.
Yeah.
He tried to throw it away. We had a word with him about that in a pre-event social media post when he was in the AMD S3, the Audi, and he was leading from Cookie as he came through the chicane, and he had the mother and father of moments towards exit curve on the last lap. And yeah, he has had great success here. This is a Jake Hill kind of track. It's maybe the slight advantage that BMW's had over the years is maybe just, things go in cycles, Alan. It's maybe just drifting away a bit here, but I expect the BMWs to be strong, to come back on track and be fighting.
Well, they had a supremely strong weekend on the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch, just the second meeting of this year, where 3 drivers from WSL won all 3 of the races that were on offer that weekend. But they haven't had that kind of performance on other circuits. This is a little bit more like, if you like, the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch, in as much as it's a shorter circuit, it's a twisty circuit, it's an undulating circuit as well, and a circuit that historically the BMWs have gone really well at. So
I think it's a wheelbase thing that suits the BMWs around here. You think you want a short car, but actually a short car can maybe be a little bit edgy around here. That slightly longer, more forgiving rear-wheel drive, where you can set the car onto the back wheels to drive forward. Time will tell, that's for sure. But interesting what Dick was saying about young Darrell there. I'm very impressed with the young driver. And the drivers that they've got there are all young. There's no. Colin was the standout driver who you'd want in your team. He was the figurehead. He was a multiple champion with massive amount of experience. And they've kind of gone the other way now. They've got a lot of young drivers in that team who are all hungry and fierce and wanting it.
So the BTCC is running sustainable fuel this year and beyond, which is really, really good news. And Darryl was trusted to do the final tests, if you like, in a race weekend situation last year at Silverstone. So for a driver so early on in their career, that kind of speaks a little bit about how highly respected his driving abilities were.
When you get given that amount of responsibility in your first year, that's saying quite something. So Nicholas Hamilton's car has been picked up. It's now in the back of the Hiab lorry, which will is that going to head up Paddock Bray? I think it is, rather than coming into the pit lane. and that'll be a good way to get that car from the track there. A recovery, I thought there was something wrong with the front right on that car, to be honest, because it was pointing really far back, but it's maybe just been scooping up so much gravel, they don't want to run that again. But it's a great shame because free practice 1, such an important part of the weekend, Alan. This is
massive.
They start to get the run program going, and you don't want to lose track time, and right now he's going to lose a whole chunk of track time.
Any driver that loses time in free practice 1, free practice 2 says it puts the whole weekend on the back foot.
Well, they've all lost time because the clock doesn't stop here. So, you know, nobody's going to be happy about what's going on here. No more so than Nick Hamilton, that's for sure. But all these drivers across there will be desperate to get back on track because the race engineer's now looking, giving it right. We can scrap that idea.
We don't need to do that bit. We can get round doing that bit.
Let's get to the bottom of this sheet where it's the important part. Cars back on circuit for the resumption of free practice 1 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here at Knockhill Racing Circuit.
Can I just say, Dunk, I've got a photograph that's been sent to me from somebody's journey into the circuit this morning. It's really lovely because it's a huge board, if you like, which has been painted. Good luck to Jake Hill and Josh Cook in the BTCC. Knockhill, welcome to Scotland.
Now, where is that? That's not even on site. That's somebody's street.
That's a journey into the circuit this morning.
Who sent you that?
So, David Addison.
Oh, Adders is good, isn't he?
Yeah,
He'll be
very
good.
good.
He'll be heading to the race wall tonight, I would imagine, to watch the short oval stock car racing.
Correct.
Yeah. You know, Addison might start liking me because I'm going to have a race in an F2 car in the not too distant future.
Oh, goodness
I'm going to be in Chris Burgoyne's 647 bsky F2 car. And I'm already getting nervous, so let's talk about touring cars. As they get back on track. The session was red flagged after we had a car into the gravel at the hairpin. Unfortunately, Nick Hamilton just getting beached in the early phase of the gravel trap, not reaching the actual quick fit tyre branding round the outside edge of the rectocell padded walls.
Addison was at Edinburgh Speedway last night as well.
Oh, the Monarchs. Big up the Monarchs. I like that. He is a good man, isn't he? He's in 2 wheels and 4 wheels in.
Yep.
He's actually quite cool.
He is.
Let's move on. I don't know what to say after that. I don't want to fanboy him too much. They're clearly...
No, you're allowed to. We all do.
They're clearly listening someplace. You know, since we're in the warm-up phase, I caught up with Jacob Ebery, who was here for BMW a week before the event, and I found Jacob in a tiny little dark cupboard in our media building, and I was like, wow, are you okay? He said, yeah, good to see you, Duncan. It's like, they've given you the worst room in the circuit. He goes, it's great, we can just work in here, nobody comes in and annoys us.
Nice and quiet.
And he was also...
He's got his snacks.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
He was also the first photographer here, so much so that Tracy, who sets up the media centre, was annoyed because she always puts the reserved for Jacob Ebery sign out, and he was here before it. So she says, I'm not happy. He says, hang on. So he hid under the table, she put the sign out, and he popped up.
And then he could take his place.
Yeah. Ta-da! Which is always good.
Well, everybody embraces this event, including the media. Every year, historically, Jacob has been part of the media Crazy Golf, which has happened down in Dunfermline.
At the island at...
That's right.
Treasure Island, maybe down
That's right, Treasure Island, yeah.
Yes, I'm a big fan of that, actually. The black and white driver warning flag has come out there for turn 7, which is the Exeter Clark corner, okay? So you're being monitored there, Aidan Moffat. Car 16, that's just Aidan's... The Moff is marking his territory. That's what he's doing here, okay?
Yes, he is.
And you know what? I expect Aidan to go well here this weekend. I expect, without putting too much pressure on the young man out there, I expect to see them off on the podium on one of those steps.
Yes.
I would like to see Aidan on the top step. He deserves a top step at Knockhill. I felt really, really sorry for him, the way he was dealt with, shall we say, at Croft. That's all we can say with this part of touring car racing. He, unfortunately, Senna just tagged the back of him going in towards the complex, and Senna Proctor is another sensation, actually, as well. Coming back into this championship, taking over that car at the halfway point. He was always planned to come in then. And Senna Proctor has shown some fabulous, fabulous speed in that Hyundai. Just sliding into the Vertu team. He is a man who, I always think of him as being a super fast but super aggressive driver. And if that is the case, this could be his circuit. Although Knockhill, you have to be aggressive, but it's controlled aggression, Al. You can't be too rough with the car. You have to be aggressive but smooth that goes with it.
It's if you are a passenger in a car around the Knockhill circuit, there are elements that always take you by surprise. You can be wide-eyed as a passenger around this place.
You went round this morning, didn't you?
I was wide-eyed this morning.
That's because of your driver.
Who is a very, very good driver.
Oh, yes.
Chief executive of the championship, knows what he's doing.
But he doesn't hang about.
He doesn't hang about. He's got a Porsche Cayenne this year, which has over 700 brake horsepower, and yes, and that was unleashed at certain elements of the circuit, probably to about a tenth of its total power.
Did you squeak at all?
Quite a lot.
And did you hold on and dent the door handle?
Quite a lot.
I like that, Alan. You're a proper man in my eyes. On track with Alan Gow. I would like to jump in a car with Alan Gow at some point so he could take me around a lap, and that'd be something to see, because Alan's done a lot of laps round here over the years. He always comes in, does his morning lap, and then
loves it.
Pre-event or pre-race he goes round as well. But
and he's doing an important job as well. Those laps that we do first thing on a Saturday morning, just making sure that everything's in place, from the advertising hoardings to the safety factors around the circuit. Ian Watson does the same. He's
not doing a jolly, but it's something that he, and you know what? He never misses a thing, does he?
No. He's the first to point out, oh, hang on, I think there should be another quick fit board here. It's true. It's true to say.
Yeah, or can that be moved 10 feet to the right, please? Right now, it's great to see our timing screen has Jake Hill at the top of it. Jake Hill from Ashton and Dan Rowbottom. Jake Hill. This will do the Hill family good, you know. He's up
Absolutely.
here. Jude's here. His other half's here as well. We've got Simon there across there, doing everything that needs to be done to get Jake back into the perfect headspace for this weekend. But
here's a dream scenario this weekend. We so often say it in the BTCC that you can't write the script for these things, but Jake Hill to win a race here at Knockhill this weekend, and a Power Max car to be on the podium at some stage as well.
Jake Hill for a pole position, possibly, because has he got a big number this weekend?
Very possibly.
Am I correct in saying this is 4? I'm going to come back from that, and I'm going to do a bit more research on that. Somebody's got a 400 start.
There is a figure.
Somebody has got a 400 start this weekend. Dr. Robert Johnson. It's not you, but you're out there.
Well, no, just as you mentioned Power Max Racing, I'm actually standing down next to the Power Max team at the moment. They just had Nick Halstead in for a quick adjustment and back on his way again, and it just looks like nothing ever happened. You know, it looks completely normal behaviour now from the team. They've climbed a mountain during the week, but they're now back into full operational mode. You would never know the story unless somebody told you. It's mighty, mighty impressive.
Adam Morgan.
It is Adam Morgan.
Adam Morgan has a 400 start for race number 1. That's a huge number. That's an impressive number to be around and to still be current in the championship. I think fair play to Adam Morgan. Just that'll be perfect. We'll get free practice 1 finished just now with 7 minutes of the session to go. Rowbottom fastest of everybody just now from Jake Hill. Aaron Taylor-Smith, who again was on Tin Top Tuesday, waxing lyrical about the love for Knockhill, and Gordon Shedden. I should actually put that in there as well. We saw that and we heard that.
Yeah, a bit of a bromance going on there.
Proper romance. You know what? Yeah. Aaron's he's bigger than I remember.
Oh, so he is supremely fit.
Oh, just a bit.
Supremely fit.
You know, Dr. Robert Johnson had a bit of a fanboy moment with him in the pit lane.
And not surprisingly, do you remember that horrible year that we had wherever you were in the UK, 2020, when we had COVID?
Yeah.
And you don't talk about that. When we came back from COVID and we had the first meetings with a small amount of spectators, we couldn't do a pit lane walkabout, and touring cars is all about meeting those spectators. So we did a lap of the circuit on the Toka Mobile podium.
Yes.
And Aaron Taylor-Smith did the majority of the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch walking on his hands.
Did he?
By the side of the truck.
Wow.
Yes, he did.
Wow. Yeah, fit guy.
He is an incredible athlete.
Fit guy. And likes Knockhill, has gone very well here, has had some great success here. Thinks that the Toyota Corolla will be great. It handles curb strikes well. It's a car which he thinks Knockhill and the Toyota should go hand in hand. So if it's good for ATS, it must be good for Flash. And yes, it does look good. So Flash in 3rd, Sutton, Moffat, Shedden, Adam Morgan in 7th place. I'm an Adam Morgan fan. I always have been. I used to like the Sisley era when we had that, and with Adam coming away from that, going in towards BMW and now finding himself at Virtues, he's a good fit there. He's a kind of a safe pair of hands and also a fast pair of hands. Chris Smiley in 8th place, Senna Proctor, and then Charles Rainford in 10th place. Ahead of Dan Camish. Camish, a little bit quiet, but it's free practice 1. Let's not get too excited. Matt James used to always give me a row for getting far too excited in free practice 1, saying calm down. This is just a run plan. But This is a much shorter run plan for them now because, as we said, they've gone through the list and said, we can't do that, we need to get to the business end. We've only 5 minutes left. They've only done 14 laps of the circuit, Alan.
Yeah, and as we said, so often if you lose time during free practice 1 or free practice 2, it does kind of put you on the back foot for qualifying this afternoon, which of course is the quick 6 format of qualifying in its second year with the BTCC. Now, it is a fantastic knockout way of having qualifying, and it felt quite weird in the pit lane at Croft a couple of weeks ago. I was thinking back, to what was only a year and a half ago when we had just a half an hour of qualifying. Feels very mundane in comparison to what we have now. The odd numbers from free practice 1 go into the 12 cars in one section of qualifying. The even numbers go into the second section of qualifying. It's a knockout. 6 go through from each of those groups. Then we have the penultimate 12 that go through to knock 6 of them out to go into the quick 6, and then we get our top 6 qualifying positions in 10 minutes of qualifying for the end. It is fascinating because of the jeopardy and the concentration that you have for drivers over the course of an hour. If you know a racing driver, it's difficult to keep their concentration for 5 minutes, let alone for an hour. And many of them don't get out the car. So if they go through from the first section to the second section, they stay in there, they look on TSL, on a phone, they're following what's going on, because before too long they're going to be back out on circuit again.
Well, that's their happy place, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
They're inside that car strapped and they're good to go, Dr. Robert Johnston.
Yeah, that's right. It's a fascinating format, and at Croft with quite a long lap, I think it was over 2 minutes a lap, or approaching 2 minutes a lap at Croft. They only got about 2 or 3 push laps in at the most in that format, because by the time they've gone out, come back in, rotated the tyres, back out again, there wasn't a lot of time left. Knockhill should put a slightly different flavour on that, because it's a much shorter lap here, and so they'll get an extra 1 or 2 push laps in maybe, and that should, I think, give it a different edge. Maybe drivers might be able to get a banker lap, allowing for track limits before they do a real push lap and things, so slightly different dynamic. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
I agree 100%. The shorter lap here will give them more qualifying runs, but it's the shorter lap is a lap where you can make mistakes very easily on, and you will still run out of time massively. And I like how TOCA look at things and change things. Do it, review it, and then change it, because qualifying when we're 32 cars, it was difficult for the drivers, it was difficult for us, but track position, so many great qualifying laps were never finished because they were caught by somebody in the final sector, Alan.
Alan Gow looks at the regulations every year and thinks, I wonder what we can do to this just to tweak it a little bit. And generally they are little tweaks from year to year that just go towards the overall package and making it more competitive. The qualifying change of regulation for the start of last year was a more major tweak of the championship, and I think it's probably borne by the fact that Alan Gow is a fan of watching IndyCar.
Well, exactly, yes.
A big fan of IndyCar, and they have a similar kind of knockout kind of qualifying, which is always thrilling, and it makes it a feature rather than just a necessary part of the weekend, if you like.
Yeah, and it's an important part of the weekend. Qualifying is what I think is fabulous. The quick 6 will be interesting in Knockhill. Charles Rainford, a little bit of a gravelly excursion down the exit of turn 3 McIntyre's. He did that. He was just, I think, 2 wheels in the gravel from the exit curb all the way down towards Butcher's. Nothing too bad.
Charles Rainford, possibly the most photographed car a couple of weeks ago in race 3 of
why was that, Alan?
Because he had a cone flicked up in front of the car, which perfectly embedded itself in the front of the car.
And what's his number?
99.
Yeah, so brilliant, isn't it?
99 with a cone.
That was me mimicking an ice cream for anybody who isn't in the commentary point.
Yeah.
But,
all sounds a bit flaky to me.
Oh, good grief, did you hear that?
Good Lord.
Is that a strike against him?
It was a good gag.
It was a good one, actually, wasn't it?
Gag.
Yeah, I like that, yeah, flaky. Well, yeah, but Charles did. I liked how they got into the right height bit and they kind of went round the cone and then checked it as well.
Mind you, Robert Johnson's had 2 weeks to think about that.
Yeah, he
gag.
has, hasn't he? Yeah, 2 weeks. He still wouldn't pay for one, though. Moving on swiftly. Tom Ingram, top of the times just now. He has already said in his press release coming here, we aim to maximise track time, we aim to maximise track position and performance from the car, because Knockhill demands that you're at the front for all available sessions. And Tom Well, Tingram has had great success in the past. He's also had his fair share of bad luck, so let's hope that that's all out of the way. I remember him being pushed off the grid one year in the Toyota Avensis for the Speedworks in their very early form of when they were here, and it was a great shame as the checker flag flies. Tingers lost the clutch, I think, before the start of the race, and he was all set for a good weekend or a good race there, but these things happen. You make your own luck, as Chris Smiley said to me. And Ingram is top of the time just now from Dan Rowbottom and Jake Hill. Aaron Taylor-Smith in 4th place with Ash Sutton, ahead of Gordon Shedden, who was pinged several times for track limits, I think, according to my screen. Ahead of Aidan Moffat, Dan Camish, Adam Morgan, Chris Smiley, Senna Proctor, Dexter Patterson. That's a good run for Dexter in 12th place, considering he's getting to do free practice one this year. He was in the naughty boy list last year for competing in a little bit of a
good
legend
memory.
race.
Yes, he was, yeah.
So he's already...
we sort of glossed over that, didn't we?
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah.
Well, we've moved on from that, but DP out there having a good time in 12.
But a year's gone by now, we can...
Yes, and he's actually a racer, but he's technically a car owner out there as well right now. So
yes, he is, yeah.
He'll have an eye over his shoulder. He's just ahead of Charles Rainford, Darda Leon, Tom Chilton out there, who I caught up with his race engineer, Barry Plowman, yesterday, and we put a little social piece out, almost a BTS of, you see the drivers all the time, but this is one of the stalwarts of the championship. This is Barry Plowman from X Dynamics, now finds himself at Team Virtue. His man sitting there in 15th place. Then I've got Lloyd, Dorling, Doble, Osborne, Max Buxton in 20th, Hamilton and Halstead rounding out the 22 cars. Nick Halstead out there for, he did a shakedown yesterday, but Nick just getting used to driving the Cupra this weekend. But that is free practice one. It's all about Tom Ingram, 51.087, 2/10 of a second up the road from Dan Rowbottom. That will have been a bit of a push on there to try and see what it feels like, Alan.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Rob Johnston in the pit lane and the paddock, and Alan Hyde in the pit lane and the Toka Live studio. This is Toka Live.
And down in pit lane is Rob Johnson. Hopefully he can get a word with one or two of the drivers, most of whom are queuing up at the end of pit lane and out onto the circuit as well. But you might well get a few drivers that'll have a chat and a bit of a review with you, Rob.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of searching at the moment, and I can see Jake Hill's car just in the BMW. Gordon Shedden just taking his helmet off at the moment, so I'm going to try and grab Gordon if he's not going to go straight into an engineering discussion. But we'll see if we can yeah. Gordon just finishing a quick discussion with the engineer here, so we'll try and interrupt. Here we go. Gordon just fresh out the car, probably not even debriefed with the engineering team yet, but what's the thoughts after FP1?
Just running through the process, bit of scrubbing tyres, a little bit of a look round. But yeah, nice to be back out there. It all happens quite quickly out there, so yeah, lots to work on, but we'll be okay.
Yeah, you were thinking when I spoke to you yesterday that the handling of the Toyota is going to help you through the twisty part of the circuit. Is that still uppermost in your mind?
Yeah, it's what we're going to focus on. We're going to make the most of the strengths of this car, so we'll be okay.
Good stuff, Rob. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. And so that's Gordon fresh out the car. Jake Hill is still in his car, but Jake Hill's dad is standing here, so I'm going to get a quick update and see if he knows anything. Sorry to quickly interrupt. How's Jake getting on in the car? Have you got any feedback from a health point of view and a performance point of view?
Yeah, I think he's happy. He seems feels okay. He drove on Thursday down at Goodwood in a historic Capri and felt okay. So this is the last place you want to be coming if you're feeling seasick, isn't it? But, so he seems fine.
Absolutely. Well, that's great news. So hopefully we'll see him on full song and potential race win. Do you reckon?
We hope so. That's what we're here for. But yeah, I mean, early days, good sign. We're in the top 3 straight away, so that's good.
Great stuff. Well, wish you the best of luck. So it's Jake Hill there just back in the car, reversing back, and he's going to drive around the paddock. So most of the drivers have gone straight back round, but I can see Tingram's still sitting in his car, so I don't know if he's about to get out. But I'll get back to you in a moment once I've got another person to speak to.
Thanks very much indeed to Rob Johnson. A reminder, everyone, that we are Toka Live on Radio Knockhill, 93.7 FM here at Knockhill Circuit, and around the world, of course, at tokalive.net. That takes you directly to the official BTCC website and the live audio page, which is btcc.net/live-audio. But the simplest way to go direct to that page is tokalive.net, and it will take you straight there. If you are listening online, that's the way to do it throughout throughout the season here at the circuit, 93.7 FM, and around the world at tokerlive.net. Your way to get in touch with us here in the studio, and loads of you have been doing that already this morning. Thank you so much for writing in. Our WhatsApp is on WhatsApp only, so you need to download the WhatsApp app if you haven't already got it. Add the number 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. That's our number on WhatsApp. And then we need your first name, only your first name, and then your message, and WhatsApp it to that number. Loads of you have done already. Please say hello to Marshal Mick Jones on post number 2. We've driven from Barnsley in South Yorkshire for him to marshal here for the very first time. Well, you are more than welcome, Mick. Great to have you here down there on post 2, and I hope you enjoy the weekend. Just about everybody, I think, that comes along to the BTCC Knockhill doesn't do so for the first and last time. They come back year after year. It's a very popular venue for the BTCC. This one says, hi team, Laura and Paul here on our first visit to Knockhill, and looking to get some good pictures of the racing. You can get some of the greatest pictures of racing here at Knockhill, and also says good luck to all of the teams. That's Laura and Paul. Hi guys, great to have you here. This one says, spending my birthday at Knockhill, supporting the Napa boys, hoping for good qualifying session for them as part of a birthday gift. Please give a shout out to me and to my husband Phil, and that comes from Kim. Kim, great to have you here. You use my favourite emoji as well, so thank you for doing that, and great to have you here at Knockhill. By the way, we talked about the special livery for the race suits and for the cars and the helmets for Knockhill this weekend, as Napa so often do. They've also got their range of merchandise as well, which is unique for this weekend, all raising awareness and funds for the race against dementia. I might have a chat to Steve Richardson, who is the boss man at Napa Racing UK, and have a chat to him about this initiative, which has gone for 3 years here at Knockhill now. And Rob is down in pit lane.
Yeah, I'm trying to get 2 interviews lined up here, but both drivers with their engineers at the moment, Tom Ingram being one of them and Dan Camish being the other, so I'm kind of looking backwards and forwards between the 2 drivers, but both of them in intense conversation. The engineering discussion, of course, has to come first, but we'll hopefully get one or both of them on air in the next couple of minutes. So I'll rudely interrupt you at some point, Alan, once they become available.
You are more than welcome to do that, Rob. Thank you very much indeed. This message says, good morning, Alan and Duncan. Great start to the weekend, bumping into Alan whilst crossing the Beatson's Bridge with my 2 boys, Matt and Jackson. Appreciate your time chatting to us. Have a great weekend. Thanks. And that comes from the Fraser clan. It was good to meet you, walking and chatting over the bridge this morning. My initial phrase was, I'm late. Because the British F4 cars were always going out on the circuit. I know, but I have to be late on a Saturday morning. If it starts at 9 o'clock, I can't do it because the driver briefing is at 8:45. And this is my excuse anyway. And they've closed the gate. They wouldn't let me across.
Yeah, but you should say I'm Heidi. I mean, that's what Robert Johnson would do. He's got the lovely Tom Ingram across here with him.
I have indeed, yes. Ingram very busy here and always in a rush. So much of a rush, in fact, he's fastest in FP1. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, really good. You never know what to expect around here. I mean, it's always such an anomaly of a circuit compared to what we're used to when we come from places like Donington or Silverstone or anywhere like that. So we come to here and the cars always feel, busy. It's a very, very busy lap. You don't really get much of a chance to rest or breathe at all. I mean, even as you come along here down towards the final hairpin, there's stuff going on with changes of whatever you need to make to the car and bumps and looking for other cars and spotting your braking zone. So it's always busy, but it's always a really enjoyable circuit to come to. So yeah, topping free practice 1 is a nice place to start. We know that it doesn't really mean anything when it comes to the rest of the weekend, but it is at least a good start that the car's in a nice place.
Yeah, so you say there's a big adjustment to do as you come to Knockhill. The car's in a nice place so far. Is there any little tweaks you want to do for session 2 without giving too many secrets away?
Yeah, well, there's quite a bit we're going to try to improve with the car as well, which is nice. So we'll keep working on it. You never get the perfect car, so there's always tweaks and improvements that we can make. So yeah, I mean, we've obviously topped the times, but it feels like we've still got a chunk to find when everyone else starts to improve as well.
Now, when you get to quick 6, there's always the peril of track limits and things. Do you have a strategy in terms of getting a banker lap in before you go for the push lap, or do you just push 100% and take the chance?
This is always a difficult place for track limits as well, because it's at the discretion of somebody on the outside, which 99% of the time you get it absolutely right. But it's always one of those things. Sometimes you think, was I really? 9 times out of 10, you absolutely were, and it's always your fault. But as a driver, it's always, oh no, I never did it. I promise I never did it. 9 times out of 10, you usually have, and you usually have to blame yourself anyway. So yes, there's always a little bit of mind games that you have to play with your own self to make sure you don't screw it up. But it was exactly the same scenario that we had at Croft last time out. Through the chicane. So yeah, it's one of those that you just have to be slightly on it with yourself to not be too much of a fool as well.
Well, concentration engaged, I'm sure, for the rest of the weekend. So we wish you the best of luck, Tom. Certainly one of the heroes for all the fans around the track. So we'll look forward to seeing that Vertu car somewhere near the front.
I try my best. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tom Ingram there.
Tom Ingram. Very balanced. It says it how he thinks it is, but also it's always done with a term of speed in there. He's a fast man now. He's one of the championship guys that you expect week in, week out, and he's gunning for a championship. He wants that number 1 plate on that car.
I've said it a few times this year. It's a good time to be a touring car fan at the moment because we have top drivers driving at the very top of their game, and to see Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton battling it out at the front of the field is a sight to behold. And I am sure if you've got a hole in your sock,
I could feel something strange. That's still the racing driver, and I could feel that.
Would you like me to darn it for you?
Please, yes. Eleanor Rigby for me. Thank you. I can't believe that. I'm sorry, Alan. I interrupted.
No, it's absolutely fine. But we do have 2 absolute drivers at the top of their game.
Peak of their powers.
At the front of the championship table.
John Cleland said to me a good few years ago, keep your eyes on Ash Sutton.
Yeah.
He's the real deal.
Yeah.
And if JC says that, Dr. Robert Johnson, you listen.
You do indeed, and I'm going to listen to Dan Camish in a moment. And just as we're about to talk about his FP1 time, it's flashed off the TSL screen. But Dan, you're round about somewhere in the top 10, I think, just before it went off screen. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, good to be back. Good to be back in Knockhill. I mean, it's always a great track to drive. Always enjoy coming here. But yeah, a little bit of housekeeping like we always do in FP1. Scrub a few tyres, get a little bit of a feel for the circuit. It's so different to any other race circuit we attend, especially with that middle chicane, And yeah, we had a used set of mediums, which didn't feel great from the off. The red flag kind of scuppered any chance for us to do our programme, so we stuck with the same tyre throughout. Lap time doesn't look too bad considering the age of the tyre. Also been on the medium compared to quite a few people up there on the soft. So yeah, it's a sensible session. We've got a lot of data, so we'll go back and study that, and then we'll come back in FP2.
Yeah, so no panic or anything at the moment. It's just a solid piece of work to get through over the next session.
Yeah, very much so. The last couple of years here, I think, have been actually fairly difficult for myself. It's just not quite gelled. So I'm hopeful that we can sort of turn a corner this year. We've had a strong car in qualifying up to now, so I'm hopeful we can transfer that across. And yeah, at the moment, no need to panic just yet. Let's, we've got a lot more performance to come, so let's see.
Great stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Dan. I know you're a busy man like all the rest, so Dan, heading back now to the team base in the paddock. And incidentally, the paddock is open to everybody. You can wander through the paddock unrestricted pretty much during the course of the weekend. Bear in mind, of course, it's a working area, so do be careful. There's all sorts of machinery around and cars moving through the paddock. And it's very difficult to drive a racing car slowly at paddock speed, so do be careful if you're in there. And but the rest of the time, just respect the fact it's a working area and enjoy the sight and spectacle of the teams working on the cars, preparing them ready for their next session on track.
Dan Camish, 8th fastest in free practice 1, and I like what he was saying there. Yeah, got to get through it, got to do it. Quite happy with the speed because of the age of tyre. So that's letting everybody know that I wasn't on a new tyre. I was on something that was a bit old, and we were quite happy with that. So yeah, that's quite good. Lovely guy, Dan Camish. Comes at the whole turn of speed. I think he's still in that pit lane across there. We can see him. A couple of drivers still hanging about. A lot of drivers like to get out the pit lane pretty quickly, but if your race engineer's there, yeah, Dan's still across there. We can have a little bit of a look through the binoculars and see exactly what's going on in that pit lane. And you know what, Alan, you said the sun had popped out, and it's staying out as well, which is lovely.
It is, and the weather forecast for tomorrow is even better than today. So big sunshine over Knockhill tomorrow, and we are set for a fantastic weekend here at Knockhill Racing Circuit and the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Rob, I do beg your pardon, you had your microphone open.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say it's the JCW Minis coming next, the Vertu JCW Minis, but I'm going to take a 2-minute break because I'm going to have to take my jacket off because the heat is building up and I'm in danger of breaking into a sweat here. So.
Is something we so rarely hear down in pit lane.
Especially from Robert.
It's a really good thing. And yeah, very nice that he gave us an early heads up that he's going to be heading into the pit lane without a jacket because it is shirt sleeves weather today here at Knockhill and absolutely superb. It is 93.7 FM, Toka Live on Radio Knockhill.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Rob Johnston in the pit lane and the paddock, and Alan Hyde in the pit lane and the Toka Live studio. This is Toka Live.
With your messages on WhatsApp, all you need to do is to WhatsApp your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. Thank you so much. We've had a huge amount of messages coming in bright and early. Spencer says, morning, listening from the northeast. Still buzzing about being at Croft for the Lord knows how many times. Wishing Unlimited Motorsport good luck. Spencer, great to have you listening, and it was a very enjoyable weekend, wasn't it? Race 3 was something very special at Croft Circuit a couple of weeks ago. This one says, morning guys, our first trip to Knockhill, our wedding anniversary today. Wow, happy wedding anniversary to David and wife Hannah. Please can you wish my gorgeous wife Hannah a happy birthday, happy anniversary, and congratulations to our son who is with us and smashing his A-levels as well. Thank you. David, thank you very much indeed. And congratulations to you and to Hannah, and well done to Sam as well. A-level results this week, so Sam, well done. Natalie, Ellie and Watty, good luck to Tingram this weekend. Can't wait to be there tomorrow. We can't wait to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, hi Alan, it's Adam. We will be behind Tingers this weekend. He's in the best place he's been for a long time as a driver, and that is an I-30 on rails. Shout out to my best mate James. We'll be at Donington with Ting's new biggest fan, hoping for a strong weekend. And there is a photograph of potentially the youngest Tingram fan in the world. I would say, Duncan, you're a father, you know how old children are. I would say just a few months old. Is that correct?
That's fresh, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a young'un.
Yeah, with a proper Tingram t-shirt on.
Yep, lovely, lovely. The Tingram logo's so cool.
Absolutely super to see. And this message says, we're up from Kent this weekend to the beautiful Knockhill. Looking forward to some great racing. The newlyweds, Julian and Lisa, with Graham and Paula as well. A wedding photograph to prove it as well. And then a picture by the side of the circuit here, and smiles all around. Great to have you here, guys. That's Julian and Lisa, Graham and Paula. Great to have you all here at Knockhill. You're all more than welcome, and you can listen to all the action this weekend if you're not at the circuit at tokalive.net online, and you can get in touch with us if you're listening online as well. Studio at tokalive.net is our email address, or on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Your first name and your message is absolutely required, and then we'll get you on air over the course of the weekend. Right, minis on circuit, and more very Scottish looking minis for the Napa team as well. Super to see. Always good action. Let's get back to the commentary box and Duncan.
Thanks, Alan. They really have embraced it, haven't they? And I've got a quote here from Matt Salisbury, who's the official comment from the Virtue Mini Challenge PR man, says, there isn't a better place to watch your cars than here. And I agree with that. And you're allowed to stay in the commentary.
Good quote.
Yes. A bit wordy for a quote, but we'll let
we can trim it down.
Yeah, we can trim it. We'll put that through ChatGPT, and we'll get a quote out there. But thanks, Matt. It's great to have you here. It's great to have minis here. Yesterday, Alan, I was saying, and Dr. Robert Johnson will come in on this as well, I was saying that we used to have such a presence in this championship as a Scottish nation. We had the likes of Joe Tanner, Kyle Reid, Robbie Dalglish, Ross Marshall, Hannah Chapman, Jack Davidson, and they've all gone on to separate things and moved away. And it was always great for us because we were expecting, Front Row Joe was on the front row now and again, but times change, people move on and things happen, but the minis continue to give us some fabulous racing. And we have technically got two types of cars on track. We've got the JCWs, which have got the sequential gearbox. This is the easy way to kind of tell them. And we've got the other cars which have got an H-pattern gearbox inside them. And I've got to say, having raced both sequential and H-pattern gearbox, it takes an awful lot more skill to be faster than each part of the gearbox.
Yes, it does.
As long as you don't do off the start line the famous first, second, first manoeuvre.
That's how we used to do it back in the day.
You remember that, but your gear lever like Dr. Robert Johnson's was outside the door, was it not? Was it not like that?
It could have been.
Yeah. Sorry, but that was very much from a yesteryear. But it's great to see that the minis are still very strong. Yesterday we had 3 sessions on track, and it was Lewis Selby who was fastest of all. His fastest lap was a 54.782 in his Napa back to number 18 car. And there's a story about Lewis as well, because most people fly here or drive here, but he cycled all the way to the circuit, and I think...
couldn't believe it when I saw that story.
Wow. I mean, that's
From
impressive.
Oxford.
It's very impressive, isn't it? To be able to,
impressive.
and then to be able to still walk about the paddock normally after it, and not be like John Wayne going
And
about
smile.
the place. You know?
He was smiling this morning in the paddock.
Well, there's a chafing cream that I'm sure he would be using, because that's
Is he
a lot
cycling
of
back?
miles. Well, you wouldn't imagine so.
Popping it in the van.
Well, it's downhill all the way home, isn't it? Must be an
So
easy
they tell
cycle.
me, but I'm not sure about that.
I don't think it is. But myself and Dr. Robert Johnson, we also the social media post, and we welcomed him in yesterday as well. And on to track, Lewis was very fast, and he is a person who's had some great success this year. Matt Silsbury does give me a fabulous, and gives everybody a fabulous portfolio on everything that the mini drivers do out through the course of the year.
It's a good pack, isn't it?
It's great. It's great. He's picked up 1 victory. He'll be expecting to get another victory here at Knockhill, because he has been pretty fast all week. And the minis have done a good bit of mileage around here, a good bit of testing, as they have got the lovely special livery up here this weekend with, again, the Fractured D, the Racing for Dementia, the great cause which Sir Jackie Stewart is championing and very much behind. And it's got some very good notable stars who all want to support that cause, and we're fans of it here at the circuit as well. So great work from the Napa team in the touring cars, the Napa team in the Mini, the Napa team who are down in the trade area. Look at the trade area, look how busy we've got there. Now I know I'm digressing a bit, but it's early days in this qualifying session, so we'll just let the cars get up to speed and through their tyre rotation. Look at that trade area down there at the hairpin, Alan.
Looks fabulous, doesn't it? Absolutely
great.
fabulous.
We've got a Porsche area which lights up, and it's all different colours. The black building at the back, when they put the lights on, it goes pink, green, orange.
They do things pretty well at Porsche, don't they?
They do. Porsche know exactly what they are doing. But that's also the Knockhill VIP marquee down there. There was a couple of spaces came up for grabs. They tried to get us in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Gillian said no.
Didn't work?
Yeah, well, we're busy, unfortunately. she
Just a bit.
She said, you're busy. Oh, so I am.
I can't go there.
Very sorry about that. And more dust clouds from the back of the circuit here at Knockhill, Exeter McIntyres.
Can you walk around the whole of the outside of the circuit? Yeah.
You can do a complete lap here at Knockhill. Start in the middle of the paddock, you can walk right round the outside edge and back into that same point in the paddock.
I've never done it, but I'd love to.
You haven't?
No. Well, I've always been working.
Well, I do it.
Ask Gillian.
Well, yeah. I'll do it 3 times a week when I'm here. Try and do a lap at lunchtime. Yeah. Whether it's outside or whether it's on the actual track.
Yes.
But it's good to do. It keeps our eyes very much involved in what's going on. And it's a nice walk when you're out the back there. It's so peaceful. All you hear is a little skylark away in the distance, and you just keep your eyes and ears on that. So, Lewis Selby. Now this is something we need to watch as well. Matt Salisbury did say to me, keep your eyes on the second best qualifying lap, because again, Dr. Robert Johnson, you're across there. We were talking about this morning the different kind of nuances that each championship has in qualifying. Oh, it's a long jacket taken off.
I'm back. I just, in all the excitement of taking the jacket off, put the suntan cream on, I forgot to put the microphone on. But the microphone is now on. So, yes, so the second fastest time in this qualifying session will determine the grid positions for race 1.
Yeah.
Then for race 3, that will be the fastest lap of this session. The middle race is the one where it gets quite exciting, because we'll reverse somewhere between the 6th and the 10th positions from the race 1 finish. So it's like a touring car type partial reverse grid. So that's the first and third races are determined by this qualifying session.
It's interesting, isn't it? I like Alan how the touring cars have got their way of doing it. F4 do theirs. Minis.
Yes.
Everything's just a little bit different. It's not uniform like it used to be.
It is.
Fastest person gets pole position. It's all about. It's actually trading consistency for speed here. Not trading, but making sure it's there.
And it makes all of the championships unique in their regulations, which is a really good thing to see. And it does give us incredibly exciting racing. Really not that you need anything to make mini challenge cars on track any more exciting than they already are, because the racing is always absolutely superb from this lot.
Jamie Osborne fastest overall just now, and I will say that because Matt Selsby gives me a look every time we say fastest, but he's fastest overall. Second fastest lap is Jamie Osborne fastest as well, so he's put together a couple of good consistent laps there. I've never driven a JCW car, but I think
you'd like to.
Oh, I'd love to. I think they look fabulous.
Yeah, they do.
Proper little race cars, sequential gearboxes. I could even drive the H pattern one because I've got that skill set as well.
Somewhere locked away in your brain.
But they just look great. You know that? They look great, like almost mini touring cars, and they fit the bill so well. We've seen many series involved with the touring car package. We go all the way back to, remember, the Fiestas were the, we had the Renault Clio era as well, which dovetailed with Fiestas. But the Mini era is something just that little bit special for me because it was my first ever car that I had. So, and I think a lot of people out there were the same. They have a soft spot for a Mini, and to see these Minis. Well, I had a Mini Clubman. It looked nothing like this. These are proper little race cars. It was a brown Mini Clubman with a kind of mustardy coloured interior.
How terribly 1970s of you.
Well, yes. Dr. Robert Johnston, please take us away from this.
Yes, the number 13 car of Harry Campy has just arrived in pit lane with a right front puncture. So the Goodyear tyre man's looking on a little bit quizzical at that one. But it's been quickly changed by the team, and the Goodyear man has immediately grabbed the tyre for analysis to see why it may have lost all its air. But the car's getting quickly turned around by the team and should be on his way again as R.C. Johnson in one of the sports class cars comes in, the number 10 car.
Now, puncture could be quite a few things actually around here. It could be a curb strike. It could be one of the ways you hit the curb could put the chap in the side of the tyre wall. But there's strong sidewalls here. So 9 times out of 10, it's driver error. That's what I put it down to. It's not going to be the tyre's fault. These tyres put up with a lot of stress. When you hit a curb in a car, the stress doesn't just go through the actual car. Initially, it's the tyre that absorbs all that stress. And I was speaking this morning to Mickey Butler from Goodyear. I need to get that right because he was Mickey Dunlop for years in my head. I was speaking to Mickey.
That's because you like motorcycle racing,
yeah.
So it's always in your brain.
And Mickey I said, you know what's new with Goodyear? He goes, no, everything's good, but we've got good strong tyres. We're looking forward to this weekend. Our tyres perform well here, so that's another good quality thing. He's a nice guy as well, and the amount of work that goes in to that Goodyear area pre-event is astonishing, the amount of tyres you have to fit. And
full-time job for Mickey.
Well, yeah, exactly. And you know what? He's good at it as well. He's very, very good at it. Very well respected in the paddock. And a puncture early on, well, yeah, we'll put that down to driver error. That may have been one of the big puffs of gravel that we saw when they go off the track. It's certainly how you can put a hole in a slick tyre. But black and white warning flag for track limits for car number 64, which is Harry Hickton, the man from Kimpton in the Manpower Motorsport JCW car. And he's not the only one, but the messages have all now disappeared off screen. 210, that's Chris McKenzie, if I'm not mistaken, gets a lap time disallowed for track limits. Now, this was a running theme, Alan. and you'll see this from through the mini JCW classes and in towards the Porsche classes. That was a running theme of track limits being pulled away from people getting lap times taken off them during the week when they were taking liberties around this 1.27 miles of Knockhill track. But Osborne, Selby, Hickton, Edmondson up there in fourth place just now, number 33, which is Max Edmondson, badged as where's Max actually from? Max Edmondson. Let's have a quick look at that. From Durham, yeah. So he's quite local actually to the circuit. We sometimes get a lot of Northerners maybe put on a bus and bring up some fan club up to Knockhill. Alex Solly is in 6th place just now, but the timing screen has got quite a few good personal bests across it. But a lot of cars, Dr. Robert Johnson, sitting with you in the pit lane right now.
Yes, I think it's that stage in the session where some of them are coming in for tyre rotation, 1 or 2 for little tweaks and discussions with engineers. One of the cars that's just arrived very close to me is the 29 car. That's one of the sport class cars. And that's just the second event for the driver of car 29, which is Will Crooks. He's a fish merchant, and the car is in a fantastic livery with the shark's teeth all around the front of it and a sort of fish-themed livery. It's really impressive, and I'm sure Will thoroughly enjoying his time in Mini Coopers. He's the only driver actually in the sport class that hasn't actually won the class so far this year, but as he only joined in one meeting, I go, let's give him a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. The sports class very much still out there. Who is fastest in our sports class? You just mentioned that just now. Chris McKenzie. He keeps getting a lap time disallowed as well, as we have a little look at. Oh yeah, we've actually got number 10 who's there. It's Archie Johnson. You mentioned Archie Johnson earlier on, actually, Dr. Robert Johnson. I think he was in one of the first people who popped in towards our pit lane. a name that I'm familiar with, but from another day, I should say. 42 is Henry Howarth, my good friend and Alan's good friend Michael Howarth, who used to join us quite a few times at BSB, but no relation, you'll be happy to know.
Okay.
Your face tells the story there. A thank goodness moment comes out from that one. As Howarth sitting, what's he saying, 3rd overall just now in sports class. So at the top, Nathan Edwards goes to the very top of the times with a 54.892. Let me run back across this side of the commentary box now and see what Nathan did yesterday. 54.884 was Nathan's fastest time. So he's actually just a 100th of a second away from being fastest, or putting his fastest lap of the weekend in. So I'm a little bit tongue-tied there in the commentary box, but Edwards goes to the top in car number 21 ahead of Jamie Osborne and then Lewis Selby. So it's very much a bit of a Napa onslaught trying to catch up with car number 21, which is Nathan Edwards from Tunbridge Wells, one of our development drivers for Accelerate.
Royal Tunbridge Wells.
Oh, sorry.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. I was going to say that, but I bailed out of it.
It is.
Yeah,
it is Royal Tunbridge Wells.
That's
home of Jake Hill.
Bottom of Brands Hatch area, yes?
It is, yeah. Go down a little bit.
Yeah,
not far.
When I stay at Brands Hatch, I stay in Maidstone, Sevenoaks.
Not far?
Yeah, not far, yeah.
Not far away?
Yeah, sometimes
it's
nip along.
very nice, Tunbridge Wells.
Well, it's a nice part of the country.
It is.
You know, I feel like I'm in France when I'm down there.
Got some great live music venues down there. Yeah.
Oh, do you frequent?
I have done. Yeah, that was very years ago, yes. Yeah.
I'm impressed. You were a bass player, weren't you?
And guitar, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, both.
Drop that
both.
Yeah, bass.
Can I just ask a question? Is it normal to have that many cars in the car park parked over there by the grass?
Yes, that will be filled up completely tomorrow.
That's amazing.
Right to the tree line, and it will go up over the hill, Alan, and they'll go down the far side as well. Remember, early days on a Saturday, as we have a bit of a watch with the cars coming through Clark there. That was Josh Porter having the mother and father of all moments going through there, but managing to hold it. He was out over the blue and white. He was still gathering up oversteer as he went across the green and then onto the red, and he managed to save it from going in towards the gravel trap. A few cars right now, Dr. Robert Johnston, have just left that busy pit lane that you had, and we can see them. They're on their warm-up phases, trying to get some heat through the tyres of these cars, which is important to build up your Goodyear tyres gently. Look after your tyre, Robert, because you don't want to abuse it. You've got to get the most out of that tyre, and if you go out there and scorch the face of it straight away, you're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Well, the tyre is the most important component on the car, because everything else, you can do what you like with everything else in the car, but if you don't have a good contact patch with the ground, then everything else on the car is wasted. So the tyre is the most important thing, and a lot of drivers, I think, lose sight of that sometimes, but that's the critical piece of the jigsaw that you've got to get right, especially around a twisty circuit like Knockhill.
Shout out to Cam Richardson, by far and away the best showing we've seen from him right now. 6th place for the Napa driver from Cheshire, and he's backing that up with being 6th fastest overall in his best time and 6th fastest on his 2nd fastest lap. So the drivers are acing this right now, Doc, because we've got Nathan Edwards fastest overall and Nathan Edwards fastest with his 2nd lap. We've then got Jamie Osborne, who's now gone 2nd overall, just sneaked in ahead there a minute or two ago of Lewis Selby, but he's actually 3rd fastest on his 2nd fastest lap. But those two guys, Osborne and Selby, have just swapped positions for their 2nd fastest lap. But there's a lot of consistency happening here, Robert. I'm trying not to confuse the narrative too much, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're saying, yeah. And Nathan Edwards, not a huge surprise to see him at the top of the timing sheets, because he's got a win in the 2nd place so far this season. He's very much one of the front runners in the class, so expect to see him figure it very well over the weekend.
Yeah, Nathan Edwards was one of our quick drivers that we saw yesterday, and managing to keep it on the track and keep going. Josh Porter, much neater and tidier through Clark Corner, the Accelerate development driver. Do we have a change further down for the sport class? No, it's still Archie Johnston leading that overall in 18th place from 210. Chris McKenzie, who's in 19th place. Then we've got car number 42, which is Harry Howarth. From Nottingham in the Jam Sport Racing UK car. Jam Sport, there's a good name. I like that. I've not seen that around for a little while now. Then we've got Ben Crossley. Ben Crossley is just ahead of Crooks, and we'll keep our eyes on another black and white flag coming out onto the track there. The driver warning flag for track limits for car 70, which is the rookie Owen Hillman. So this is a feature that we see quite a lot. It's only displayed from the start gantry. It's displayed by a flag, but also, Alan, you can see the big repeater board that flashes as well. It's now just been taken back, but the board comes out with the flag and the driver's number. There's no excuse. There is no excuse for the driver not to see that.
It's very visible, isn't it?
These FIA, FIM panels around the circuit, they've really we still need our marshals. We still need the marshals, but they've helped the marshals. They've enhanced the whole safety aspect inside of the racing.
Yeah, I mean, I presume that at some stage in the introduction of light panels, people would think, well, we don't need flag marshals anymore, do we? Far from it. It is to assist the marshals that are on each of the posts rather than to hinder them. And in fairness, although you've still got flags on posts around the circuit, the LED panels, they are so bright in daylight. They are so much easier to see.
Yeah, and
so much easier.
They assist and they help, and together with the marshals, they do a fabulous job and keep the drivers right. And we can only do so much. A lot of it comes down to what's actually happening behind the steering wheel and whoever's pushing the pedals and where they're looking at that moment in time. It's gone a little bit quiet on our TSL timing page just now, and the 2025 Virtue Mini Challenge qualifying rounds for 11, 12 and 13. Triple header that we have here north of the border. You'll notice the Napa cars have got a very special livery, and they've also got special helmets in these cars as well that Joe Tanner has been extremely busy putting together, and all the finishing final touches were done. You know, I'm going to say typically at the last minute, last moment in time, but that's just how these things actually happen when you're painting and doing so much. It's when you're running a race team or any business like that, you're never really ready like a week before sitting with your feet up. There's always something that you can do towards that last minute. Number 77 and number 210 lap times disallowed. Doc Chris McKenzie's he's had quite a lot disallowed, and that's Jamie Osborne just being flagged up as well.
Yeah, Jamie, one of the front runners as well, so that's quite possibly a very quick lap that's been disallowed. But of the Napa cars, Lewis Selby is now out of the car. He's gone back into the garage and helmet off and everything. So it looks like with just about 10 minutes to go in the session that he's decided he's done. So
big move.
That's the number 18 car, stationary and unoccupied at the moment.
That's a big manoeuvre. You know, it's a big moment, that too. Oh, we've got a yellow flag at the top of Duffy's Dip, turn 1. Somebody in the gravel at Leslie's just now, sitting with their back to us. Let's pick up the binoculars and have a nice big long look. He's about to rejoin the track, and there's a few pieces of Mini down there as well, but they're back on their way just now. We'll have a look and see who that will be. Not easy part of the track, not an easy part. I think that's maybe Brent Bowie, actually. That's my, would be, wouldn't it? Good old Brent. Good friend of mine, Brent Bowie. He's a Cooperer. I taught Brent Bowie that, actually. Yes, I did. Former Scottish Legends racing driver. He's a man who has a Oak Ridge Cooper distillery business, and he makes barrels. He's one of the best in the world at it as well, yeah. And not only that, he can also produce some good stuff that you can drink from those barrels as well, Alan. But Brent, loving his time in the Minis. A slight off down the bottom of Duffy's Dip into Leslie's there. A man who's gone through, you know, Brent's put a lot of time and effort into this. He says if he's going to spend the money, he's lost a huge amount of weight. He really has. And he's looking an awful lot better for it as well. He'll probably head for the pit lane, Dr. Robert Johnson. And you're familiar with the name Brent Bowie as he comes in. We normally see him in a Legend race car, and he's normally round about the sharp end as well. But into the pit lane for the hometown hero just now with 9 minutes to go, Doc.
Yeah, the 69 car coming past now. Looks neat and tidy with the Oakwood Cooperage badges on the side, as you mentioned. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's been off track or anything, so he's heading into his pit garage now. But a second of the Napa cars has now decided enough is enough. So Alex Solly now out the car, getting refueled with his energy drink, and the helmet off and everything. He's wandering off to the back of the garage as well. So that's two of the Napa cars, Lewis Selby 18 and Alex Solly 12.
Well, Jamie Osborne,
they've done enough.
Jamie Osborne, purple sector number 1, sector number 2 comes in. He's half a tenth of a second away, which will probably keep him in round about the same area, depending on what he does through the hairpin. He's the second of the Napa cars leaving the hairpin now. Car 77, as up and across the line goes his teammate Cam Richardson. Here comes Jamie Osborne. Does he go to the top of the times with this lap? No, but he gets the gap down. That's his personal best lap of the session, 54.908, 0.05 of a second, the gap now between Nathan Edwards and Jamie Osborne. That closes it right down on the second fastest lap as well, 0.07 of a second separating them there. This is a tight qualifying session, and Jamie Osborne on a bit of a push towards the end. He goes through the first sector on this lap, and it's just drifted away a little bit purely because, well, in fact, it's drifted away by 0.02 of a second. So that's one of the things you need to watch. You watch a timing screen, because you don't see a different colour, you think, oh, it's not a good lap. But he's only 0.02 of a second away from the lap which he's just done. Now, just put that into your mind for a second. Going from the start finish line, round to next to the McIntyres. That's so incredibly close for times. As we see a big dust cloud from the exit of the chicane. That was Jamie Osborne. So there we go, Alan. 2,000 of a second through the first split. Then a dust ball at exit chicane.
Yeah. Like we say, you can't write the script for these things, can you?
No, we do try. Well,
they write themselves.
We don't want to write scripts, that's the bit, but if you did write scripts, you'd have it as a cliffhanger, and that's exactly what the minis and what everybody gives us. Tom Ovenden, who I haven't mentioned actually in this session, just lost a lap. He sits in 5th place, just behind car number 64, which is Harry Hickton. Ovenden, one of the development drivers again for Accelerate. It is impressive to see how the touring car teams do kind of branch out in towards different areas. And you've got Napa, we've got the Accelerate Development Programme. I think it's quite impressive actually, just to see how they've got their finger kind of on the pulse, and they're not just looking at themselves, they're looking for the future as well. Very much like what we were saying with Dick Bennett's earlier on. Osborne again, fastest of anybody through sector number 1. He goes through the hairpin sector. We need to get him up and across the line. He's only 5,000ths of a second away from the fastest time, 500ths of a second, sorry. We wait for Jamie Osborne to come across the line. He does so now, and his lap time, well, it's a 55.000, so he's lapping consistently fast. Very impressive lap times that he's putting down, Dr. Robert Johnston. As there's a bit of an improvement in the mid-pack. Owen Hillman, one of our rookie drivers in the Pro Alloy Racing JCW car. Owen goes up 4 places, puts himself into 8th the last time round. Yeah, just standing beside Nathan Edwards' car in the pit lane here, that's car 21. And Nathan intently looking at the timing screen on his mobile phone while the team keeping the car cool with the blowers on the front. The back end of the car is still up in the air. I don't know if they're going to change tyres on it or what the plan is, but he's still in the car though, which would suggest he's intending to go out for a final blast at the end of the session, but studying the lap times intently and the split times. As you would expect a driver to do, that's exactly what they want to be doing. They'll keep their eyes on everything that's going on, because the more information they can get, the better. Hellman hasn't been in the top 10 in the grid this year, just to let you know, so that's fairly impressive for him to get himself up ahead of Alex Solly. He's in 8th place on the second fastest lap, and also on his fastest lap, which is, I think, is quite good. We're seeing a lot of consistency, fast speed laps here, Dr. Robert Johnson. It's not like somebody's putting in a really quick lap and they can't match it. They're putting in a fast lap. The second lap's just as fast as that fastest lap, and the third and the fourth lap look very similar as well. So the GCW drivers obviously reveling in a little bit of pre-event testing that they had up here on the Tuesday, Wednesday time of the circuit. Tuesday, Wednesday time of the week, sorry, at the circuit has definitely helped him out. A couple of grid improvements for Charlie Hand there. Charlie Hand goes up 2 places into 10th, and Hellman improves up to 6th place. So Hellman with another impressive lap. Hickton's also on for a new PB. 7th at Croft was his best. Harry Hickton finds himself in 5th. So these little gems, and Harry's also the leading rookie out there as well. So that's another thing we need to keep our eyes on. Edwards, Osborne, Selby and Ovenden, the top 4 that we have just now on overall times. And then after that, it's a line of rookies. Hickton, Hillman, Richardson, Edmondson, Solly, Hand, Hodgkiss, Campy, and Jerry Henry arrives in the scene as well. And there you go. And he's just had his lap time disallowed, Robert. That's something that we talked about yesterday. We expect Jerry Henry to actually take to this pretty well. A man who knows the circuit well. We see him racing in the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup as a very, very wide through Clark Corner comes Josh Porter. He will have a driver warning for that, and there may be a message at the bottom of the screen for car 94 in a second. He was closer to the hillside parking than he was the actual racetrack there when he came through, but he managed to get through anyway. Car 70 lap time disallowed. That's Owen Hillman. So it's a bit of a theme here. But Jerry Henry, our local Scottish driver, in 14th place. 2 of them out there. Henry in 14th, Bowie in 17th place. Brent may have raced these cars before, yes, but Jerry Henry, much more a saloon car, front-wheel drive racer. Brent Bowie's background comes from rear-wheel drive legends. And there we go, 94, it pops up. Josh Porter loses his lap time. Honestly, Robert, he was closer to the John Young's sign shelter at Clark's than he was the actual racetrack with 2 minutes to go. Yeah, just quickly with Ned Anthony, driver of car number 32, which is up on the jacks in the pit lane with a broken fuel tank, would you believe? Ned, have you ever had that happen to you before?
No, definitely a first time. it was weird because I'd just been in and then go out for one lap and immediately called back in again. But you know, it's one of those things. It's worst things can happen, and it's just kind of a good thing that I wasn't still out there and someone noticed it, because it could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully that's something that's reasonably easily fixable, and you'll be able to have a healthy 3 races.
Yeah, we're hoping it's fixable. I mean, at least it's not a gearbox or something, which is, you know, more expensive and more time consuming. So hopefully we can get it fixed for the races. I think even with the few laps that we did, I don't think we're last, so it could be worse.
Oh well, I wish you the best of luck for a recovery drive later on.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, that's Ned Anthony, car 32. Would you believe, Duncan, with the broken fuel tank? Now, you've got experience of that in the pit lane here at Knockhill from many years ago.
I
with
have.
A 1,000 horsepower Ford Focus.
Yes, I have. Give me 1 second, because we've got somebody taking a grassy excursion. I think that is Jacob Hodgkiss, actually. That'll be him rejoining just after McIntyre's. This will be 2 poles in a row if it doesn't change for Nathan for Edwards, number 21 Nathan Edwards. But yes, a fuel tank breaking. Well, what I actually had, and Owen Hillman as well, up now into 4th place. He is having a storming run here, top rookie, and still leading the sports class. We should mention that as well. 18th place overall. Archie Johnson with a very fine showing here in his number 10 car. But yes, a broken fuel tank could be so horribly, that could go horribly wrong. We saw Ned off the track yesterday, remember, Dr. Robert Johnson. He went massively grass tracking through Leslie's, across McIntyre's, then back on at Butcher. So has that maybe had some effect on the car from what happened to him yesterday? Has it maybe shocked something? And yeah, but a broken fuel tank, definitely getting away with that. But Andrew Gallagher had a 1,000 brake horsepower Ford Focus. Still does, actually. And the fuel line actually just came out of that. Is that Brent Bowie facing the wrong way at Clark Corner now as we come round there? Yes, wow, Brent Bowie has a spin. Is that an outlap for Brent Bowie? Because that looked like a cold tyre moment for him. No, he did set a personal best lap the lap before. He's in the gravel at Clark's and he will get going from there. But thankfully, normally when somebody spins, you want them to have their foot on the brake. But at that time, we were quite happy for Brent to have a big spin and not have his foot on the brake because he rolled off the track. Yeah, but back to the Gallagher thing, a fuel line fell out of that car, didn't it, Dr. Robert Johnson? And he came parked next to me in the pit lane. And I was thinking, oh, good grief, this isn't going to go well. So we parked the radio mic and we then moved Andrew across the top of a drain, which seemed like a good idea at the time, and that's where all the fuel went. Let's not be telling SEPA that, but it was a great way of getting rid of something at the time when we had to.
Well, we've got the session has just ticked, 5 seconds to go, but I'm with Nathan Edwards, who's busy in the garage admiring the time. He hasn't even got his helmet off yet, but Nathan, amongst all the background noise and so on, you must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted. We got the pole here last year, so to do it again is absolutely awesome. I can't thank Accelerate enough for giving me a fantastic car again, and yeah, it's only by a midge. I mean, I don't think we maximised the car. I think the car was better than what the time we put on the board, but it's good enough for pole at the minute, so mega happy with that.
So happy with consistency as well. Could you match that over and over again?
Yeah, I was really happy with how the tyres stayed on. It stayed on a lot better, and we found that out yesterday as well. So we're in good stead for the race. I know Jamie will give us a hard time. He's mega quick, of course, and obviously Tom as well, and Selby. So there's a few different names up there as well. So I'm sure they'll give us a good race. And Knockhill's always good. The fans are awesome. I love coming up here. Last year was my first time, and couldn't wait to come back. So yeah, it's good.
Great stuff. Thanks, Nathan. Congratulations. So unless anything dramatic happens in the next 60 seconds or so with somebody's banzai final lap, then Nathan Edwards in car 21 is on pole position.
Well, no, all cars that would take the checker flag have taken the checker flag, because I think you've got 95% in the pit lane.
Well, yeah, it's a busy pit lane at the moment.
Let me run through the top 10 overall, and then I'll give you the second fastest lap for the race one grid. Nathan Edwards, as you've just said, Doc, on pole position from Jamie Osborne and Lewis Selby, with Owen Hillman up there in 4th place and Harry Hickton in 5th place. Tom Ovenden comes home in 6th, ahead of Cam Richardson in 7th, Max Edmondson in 8th place, and Alex Solly 9th, and in 10th place, car number 55 is Charlie Hand. We have a look outside that. We go back down towards the sport class. It's our first pole position overall, first fastest time overall for car number 10, which is Archie Johnson. He'll be delighted with that one. Ahead of car 42, which is Henry Howard, Henry in 2nd place. Then Chris McKenzie, a man who lost a lot of laps through the course of that, and then Nicky Gauchi. Dr. Robert?
Yes, I'm just running to the Park Ferme area now. So we heard from Nathan Edwards there, obviously a happy man, able to get consistent lap times from that car as well. And we'll see if we can catch up with any of the other front runners there. Jamie Osborne and Lewis Selby, obviously second and third.
I'll just do the second best laps just now before you get there then, Robert, because it's basically the same as what we looked at for the first best. The second best laps was Edwards, Osborne, Selby, Hickton, Hillman, Ovenden, with Max Edmondson in 7th, ahead of Cam Richardson 8th, Alex Solly, and then, as I said, car 55 in 10th place, which was Charlie Hahn. So no real change, and no change in the sports class either. Archie Johnson fastest overall in that sports class, and fastest overall with his second best lap, Doc.
Yep, so we've got a number of cars now in the holding area. So Jamie Osborne, I can see just wandering around, soaking up the pleasure. So Jamie, well done. You're on the front row. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, obviously second's a great place to be. I'd rather have took the 6 points for pole to take a few more points away from Ovenden, but it's a great place to be, front row here, and hopefully we can get a good start and just control it from there, really.
Yeah, these cars are quite restless to drive around a twisty circuit like this, but what about overtaking opportunities? Is that going to be significant?
I mean, I'm hoping not to do any, but yeah, it's very interesting around here. There's a lot of argy-bargy and close racing, so it's pretty hard, but it'll make good racing for the fans.
Yeah, certainly will, and obviously the mixed grid comes into it as well, which means if you can maintain your position at or near the front in race 1, you're going to be into the midfield back for race 2.
Yeah, I think this weekend for everyone's going to be quite tricky. I think it's going to be very interesting. There's a few different names up there that obviously haven't been up there before, so it should be very good racing.
Yep. Well, we'll look forward. Congratulations on the front row. So I think Lewis Selby, 18, is the next one, and I can see Lewis just over here. So Lewis, just a quick word for the commentary. You finished that session fairly early, but you still managed to maintain a third position.
Yeah, I'd have taken third before the session. I'd have wanted pole, but I didn't quite get the best out of the tyres when they're at their peak, and then just made too many mistakes today, really. But I'll take third. Well done to Nathan. That was a cracking lap, and yeah, on to the race.
So no after effects from the long cycle during the week. You're still ready to go.
Yeah, still ready to go. Legs have recovered. I'm finally not tired anymore. It took a few days to get over that, but yeah, just looking forward to racing at this fantastic circuit.
Yeah, I can imagine. And now in the Napa helmet wars, which of the helmet colour schemes have you ended up with?
I've ended up with a Scottish Thistle. Cracking job by Rennet Helmet Design. All of them look superb. But yeah, Cam Richardson's, if anyone's around, that's a good one to look at.
Is that the Highland Cow?
That is the Highland Cow.
Yes, that's one of the best. But anyway, well done on the third position. Excellent stuff. So Archie Johnson, I think, was the next man I'm looking for. And Archie, I think you're top of the sport class. Happy with that?
Yeah, very happy. My first pole of the year, a bit long overdue, but it was a pretty good lap, to be fair. I did on my first run on the new tyres, so happy with it.
Yeah, and it must be hard work around here because you've got the H-pad and gearbox to deal with, and the corners come at you in quick succession.
Yeah, they do, and as well when you've got the JCWs that are a couple of seconds quicker than you over a lap behind you, and you know you get a bit panicky if they're going to try and throw a move on you, but luckily I had a bit of space and managed to do a good lap.
Well, good stuff. It's all worked for you, so let's see if that can translate to a result in the race. Well done.
Hopefully, thank you.
Right, see who's coming next. Henry Howarth next. Henry, happy with the qualifying?
Yeah, it wasn't bad, but we had quite a few JCWs which hindered some of our laps, so we had quite a few aborted laps, unfortunately, which did certainly help Archie take that pole position off us, but it's definitely a close fight at the front, so I'm looking forward to see what we can do in the race.
Yeah, was this first time at Knockhill for you?
Yeah, first time in my career here, so I'm pleased to be at the front of the field from the get-go, really.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive performance. Do you find you're still on the learning curve, or you've just about reached the top of it, do you think?
I think I'm pretty much there. There are a few little things that we can improve on because we're always looking for those extra few bits in the car and in me. So there's definitely a few things we can go over, but we're nearly there. Yeah,
well done. That's a good result. So last man in the queue here is Chris McKenzie. Chris, good result for you in the Bitcoin racing machine.
Yeah, not too bad. I would have liked to have been a bit further up, but P3 is good and we can work from there in the races. So yeah, hopefully the races go well.
So as you've worked your way around Knockhill through free practice and into qualifying, have you been spotting potential overtaking manoeuvres to try and get yourself to first in class?
Yeah, I think mainly the last corner. You could do a dive bomb there, or maybe into turn one if you get a good run out of the last corner. But other than that, and the turn after the chicane, chicane, I'm not sure really. It's quite tight.
Well, we'll see what happens in the race. Everything changes when it comes to race time, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, best of luck with it, and well done for the qualifying. So Chris McKenzie there, car 210S. All the sport class cars you'll see have got an S after the number on the side. So that's Chris McKenzie 210S. And with that, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Rob, receiving you loud and clear here on Toka Live on Radio Knockhill 93.7 FM. David Wallace, where are you around the Knockhill circuit? Could you go to the circuit office, please? It's based in the paddock. You can't miss it. It's got the rally car just outside and the beautiful Ferrari as well. Circuit office for David Wallace, and it's for. Well, put it this way, you'll be very happy when you go there, David Wallace, if you go to the circuit office as soon as possible. For the rest of you, if you want to get in touch with us here in the studio, it's very simple. All you need to do is have a WhatsApp and to send us a message. Our number is 07482 877 877. We need your first name and then your message, and send it to 07482 877 877. And Porsches are coming up next.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
And I will get through a few of your messages as well. This one says, hi guys, please give a shout out to Tingram. Good luck for tomorrow's racing. Give a mention also to my wife, Christine. And that comes from Lindsay. I like the fact that... could you also give a mention to my wife? But the main shout out is to Tingram himself. That's what we love about BTCC fans, wherever we are. And here at Knockhill this weekend, we've got a huge amount of messages coming in. This one says, a big Knockhill shout out to Dominic, Haley and Joseph, here with Louis from Hedgeworks Motorsport. We love Knockhill, such a fab circuit and awesome for spectators as well. This one is from Bagman Dave. Shouts out for Knockhill's Chris Hosey. Today's his birthday. Enjoy the cake. We are well aware. Happy birthday, Chris. We are well aware it's his birthday. He has lost the birthday cake because it looks extremely tasty. It looks like, just to describe, so each of the letters of happy birthday are made out of a chocolate, sort of a Kipling's Iced Fancy is how they look. So happy birthday, Chris, and thank you very much indeed for the cake here in the commentary box. We might give him one blob. This one says, hey guys, gutted I couldn't make it to Knockhill this weekend, so I'm listening at home. Thanks for the great coverage as always. Best of luck to Charles and Aidan at LKQ, and that comes from Tom. In fact, their hospitality area, they've got a great view. They are just underneath our commentary box here, so we'll never be far away from LKQ over the course of this weekend. This one says, it's a message from Rory. Shout out to my wife Grace, attending her second Knockhill BTCC, cheering on Chris Smiley and Darryl De Leon, your favourite Sultans of Swing requesters 3 years running. We have regular requests for Sultans of Swing. Very happy to go with that over the course of lunchtime today. And this one says, Master Crazy Kart, please do a shout out for my Crazy Kart Championship, 5 o'clock today at the karting circuit with BTCC drivers, including Nick Halstead, Tom Chilton, Mikey Doble, and social media star, motor racing star Seb Melrose as well. Yeah, 5 o'clock it is for the Crazy Karts. If you haven't been along to Crazy Karts, they are superb. We've still got on-track action at the same sort of time as we have that, because the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB will have their first race of the weekend around about that time. But if you are in the paddock area, fancy heading down to the kart circuit, there is off-track action as well. It is for the Crazy Karts, 5 o'clock at the karting circuit. This one says, morning, hopefully a brilliant weekend for PMR. Always enjoy coming to Knockhill. Well worth the 473-mile drive yesterday. Not that you're counting or anything. I shall be wearing my new, we like this, Tin Top Tuesday t-shirt on race day, and fingers crossed for a very pointsy weekend for Tingram. That comes from Matthew. Matthew, great to have you here, and thank you very much indeed for waving the flag for Tin Top Tuesday, 8 o'clock on Tuesday evening following this weekend, and every race weekend at btcc.net/live-audio. We do a 2-hour chat show, radio show, podcast as well on all of your favourite podcast outlets, and we'll be chatting to quite a few of the stars of this weekend from Knockhill on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. Matthew, thank you for being a supporter, and great to have you here. Thanks for writing in. Morning all, can we get a shout out for Daniel, who turns 21. Daniel has been at Knockhill for 14 years of the BTCC. That comes with happy birthday from Mum, Dad and Sister Katrina from Edinburgh. Great to have you here, guys, and very happy birthday. Great to have you here for 14 years of touring cars at Knockhill. This one is from Mabel. Please could you say a big hello to Hamish, who is 6 years old. This is his first time camping at the BTCC and he's loving it. He's a regular at Knockhill and an avid Porsche fan. He would be so excited to hear his name read out. From Mabel, his mum, Neil, Nandi and Nana as well. Well, there you go. So we've done it twice. We'll do it 3 times. Hamish, 6 years old. Great to have you here. And if you are a Porsche fan, you're about to be very happy indeed, because Porsches are very soon to take to the circuit here at Knockhill. They've got their qualifying coming up over half an hour for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. And then after that, we've got the second time to see the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship cars on circuit for their second free practice session. And that's coming up after half an hour of qualifying for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Rob and I are going to have a swap around for the second free practice session for the touring cars. I'll be heading down to pit lane. Rob will head back up to the commentary box. And during lunch break, we'll keep you entertained with a bit of music, bit of chat up here in the commentary box on Toka Live, and your messages as well. All of those on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877. We need your first name and your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. See if we can get through a few more of your messages, because there are plenty of them as well. Thank you so much for writing in. Absolutely brilliant. Hi, it's Dan and BL at Knockhill just now. A shout out to my girlfriend, as she has just graduated as a nurse, and that comes with congratulations from Bethany Lee. Well done. Congratulations. Absolutely superb qualifying as a nurse. Congratulations to Bethany Lee, and thanks for writing into Toka Live here on Radio Knockhill. This one says, please say a huge happy 16th birthday to Lainey from Mum and Dad on our second visit to touring cars at Knockhill. Great to have you here, guys. Thanks for writing in. And a big hello to Logan from LK Racing. First time at Knockhill and absolutely loving it. Keep up the good work, boys. Ian Harrison says, good luck. Yes, I can do that. Ian Harrison, the Ian Harrison, former boss of Triple Eight Racing, one of the most successful teams ever in the BTCC, was at Croft a couple of weeks ago, and he's here this weekend. Saw him briefly this morning, hoping to catch up with Ian a little bit later on, but superb to see him here at Knockhill, and many more, I hope, over the course of this year, and many more to come as well, H. Thank you very much indeed. Could I say a massive good morning to James, Wayne, Tyler and Ollie. Have the best weekend, boys. Sorry we can't be there. That comes from Mark and Emma, and also says, come on, Tingers. This one from Conrad. I was Will Hoy's #1 mechanic for WSR on their first win at Silverstone in 1998. My son, Adam, nickname at WSR Abs, was on Colin Turkington's car at WSR when they got their 100th win at Knockhill. He is now Charles Rainford's #1 mechanic at WSR. I want to wish the whole WSR team a smooth run this weekend. I'll be watching the live timing and the commentary at 12:05. Great to have you listening, Conrad. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and that is clearly a family steeped in WSR BTCC history. So thanks for listening. Great to have you listening. This one says, morning Al, great to be back at Knockhill. This is our 5th meeting of the season. Amazing to see the camaraderie of the BTCC family enabling PMR to race this weekend after that awful fire last weekend. This comes from Jason, from Carolyn, Abigail, from Preston in Lancashire. That's a fair old drive up here as well. And yeah, I think the whole of the BTCC community joined you in those feelings, those sentiments about PMR last weekend. And this one from John. Can I get a shout out to Ross for putting his car in the gravel trap at Knockhill Experience? It'll be a good laugh for our group. John, you're a terrible person. Poor old Ross. Duncan Vincent is giggling away.
Terrible, that, isn't it?
Terrible stuff from John.
Is that a friend, did you think?
It would be
or
a good giggle for the group.
I think that used to be a friend. You know what? It's not easy. It's not easy, but it's fun. It's fun. You want to get yourself on track.
Well, it's not fun putting it in the gravel.
No, sorry. I wonder why your eyes popped out in your stocks there.
The Knockhill experience is fun.
The Knockhill experience is
keep
fun.
it on the tarmac.
Keep it on the tarmac. Enjoy yourself. Drive the single-seater. Drive
They should always remember the advice that I gave you when you were driving the safety car.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We can't share it.
No, we can't. And yes, we can't share it. It's one set.
Basically means
shared.
don't bin it.
Yes, but in a slightly different form.
In a southeast London vernacular. Yes.
Yeah, mate. Was that good? No, not really. Not really. Okay, on track now. We have the 2025 Porsche Sprint Challenge, and this is a debut for this new class in Scotland, and this is fabulous. It's the first time we've seen these cars racing at Knockhill as part of the touring car package, and we welcome them with open arms. We've had the Porsche Carrera Cup for many a year. It's like a staple part of the touring car weekend programme, but this is something completely new. 4 championships effectively in here, Dr. Robert Johnston. We'll try and talk through as many as we can, well, all of them. You've got 2 types of car on track as well. That's something you need to be very much aware of. They're all 718 Caymans. Some are GT4 RS Club Sport. That's the ones you'll see at the sharp end. They've got a 4-litre 6-cylinder engine, round about 500 brake horsepower. Then you've got the Cayman, the 718 Cayman GT Club Sport. So it's not the RS. So you get the RS Club Sport and the Club Sport. The Club Sport, the slightly smaller one with a 3.8-litre straight-six engine, comes with 425 horsepower. There's not a lot of difference in it, though. And basically, we have 2 championships in each, which myself and Dr. Robert Johnson were keeping a really good close eye on the other day. And we like to welcome new championships in towards Knockhill. And this is a championship that we've basically got our eyes on because we have got some hometown heroes racing in this. We have got Hannah Chapman and Katia Logie out here. But the RS Pro Championship race is led by Tom Bradshaw, RS Amateur by Matthew Kyle Henney. The Club Sport Pro is led by Jonathan Moore, and Club Sport Am by Hannah Chapman. So Dr. Robert, myself and Dr. Robert will keep you guys right all the way through the course of this session as much as we can, and we'll bring you everything you need to know for on-track action. But 22 cars as well for a debut up north of the border. I think that's a strong showing that Porsche is in a good place as we got mayhem in towards the hairpin right now. As somebody's dropped it on the brakes on the way in, they're facing the wrong way in the racing line back at the track. And then somebody to take avoiding action. That's the biggest dust cloud we have seen yet, and it's covering Gillian Shedden's VIP hospitality area with huge amounts of dust. Let me pick up the number of that car that went off on the brakes on the way in. Yes, it was car number 3, if I'm not mistaken, and that is Karim Sekat. So a big off on the way in there. It's easy to do that down there, okay, Dr. Robert Johnston, because there's an undulation set on the run in towards it, and if you get it wrong on the way in, it's like the back of the car almost picks off the ground, and that's exactly what happened there.
Yes, a circuit requires concentration all the way around, because even when the circuit appears straight, there are changes of camber. You find battery's going. Do you think my battery's going, Duncan?
No, you're fine.
All right, I'm fine. Right, okay. Right, so one car that hasn't made it to the track yet is Jacob Toffs in the number 27 car, the classic Duckens liveried car. It's not actually even got the engine running at the moment, and the team standing by. So I don't know if this is a planned let's play it cool and not go out for the first few laps, or
he was
if
fastest.
there's something else going on.
You know, Jacob Tofts has been fastest in the combined sessions yesterday, which we commentated on, a 50.2, which is a quick lap around here, Doc, but to be sitting in the pit lane right now, well, you know what, they have missed a huge amount of gravel and track down at the hairpin and a car facing the wrong way. But keep your eye on that, because let's hope there's nothing wrong with that. Dan Zelos, the former touring car racer and mini racer, was second fastest on combined times yesterday. And Samuel Harvey was third, with Tom Bradshaw fourth. Toby Trice, the fastest train driver, in fifth place. And Oliver Cottam ahead of Ben Mulrine, Joe Marshall, Oliver Meadows and Daniel Lewis. That was the top 10. Just outside that, Ethan Hamilton, a man who stays very close to my good friend Larry Carter down south. Apparently he lives just up the street from Larry, so at least there's one decent driver in that street, and it's Ethan Hamilton. It's certainly not Scoop, that's for sure. More dust clouds arrive around the back of the circuit, and this is a key feature that you're going to see. We love dust clouds. you know why we love them? Because it means it's dry. That's why we love dust clouds. So if you've got a dust cloud at Knockhill, that's a good day to be watching car racing on track. Toby Trice is fastest with his second best lap, but let's look towards overall. It's Dan Zelos from Joe Marshall just now. Dan Zelos comes up 17 places, rockets up there. Sounded a little bit like Tony Blackburn doing hits from the 60s, but he goes up 17 places.
You're older than you look, aren't you?
I listened to it this morning. I love it. Sounds of the 60s every
really?
Saturday morning. Yeah. Every Saturday morning when I'm with you, I think it sounds of the 60s. But yeah, rockets up does Zelos. Bradshaw there, Trice, Marshall, Cottam. Now we spoke quite a bit yesterday about Oliver Cottam because he's got a pretty cool paint job on that. In fact, he's the Duckham's Yuasa Racing one. Was it Oliver Meadows? Remind me now, Robert Johnson, the throwback livery to the Porsche at Le Mans, the kind of green, as we've got a yellow flag now. Just hang on a second, we've got a yellow flag and a Porsche making its way along the rallycross track on the inside of Leslie's. That's actually what we would class as McRae corner. Yeah, he's actually the tyres. The driver's now popped out, so unfortunately, making contact with the tyres down there means you've had a fairly large off at the apex of the office. You've spun down the hill and then you've gone into the tyre wall at Leslie's, which is quite far away from the track. That is car number 22 who's brought out the red flag, and that is Toby Trice, actually. So he won't be too happy with that one. Toby Trice, the man who sits third in the standings just now, puts it in the tyre wall at the bottom of Leslie's. So a great shame for Toby Trice.
I've just been looking at some of the pictures on social media from Knockhill's very own social media accounts, and it is what we get every year here at Knockhill, some superb pictures of touring cars up on two wheels. And it does beg the question, so we're looking at Ash Sutton up on two wheels. Now, Duncan, you know about Knockhill.
Yeah.
That's spectacular in anyone's book, isn't it?
That's got my attention. Can I see that again, please? That looks like it could be a John Stewart photograph, and that, when you're in the car, that will, good grief, look at the force it's going to go. Go and have a look at Knockhill's Facebook, ladies and gentlemen.
It's superb.
You know, I was doing a lap with Gordon Shedden in a golf buggy the other day, bit while I'm limited to never in the circuit, and I said to Gordon, can you use that car? Because, yeah, but it's maybe not. Those guys aren't just using it.
Yes.
They're trying to take it home. Tom Shelton as well, who's always never been shy about, he's like Tiger Unleashed, isn't he?
He really is.
Bouncing about the place.
Superb energy.
What I do notice from the photographs is the BMW looks the most settled through there right now. So
yeah, well, you were saying that this morning as a potential, but these pictures are just superb. And it also begs the question, when you're talking about track limits, what if you draw a line down from one side of the car to the wheels, what if they're not on the circuit?
I'm having nothing to do with this conversation.
What if they are not on the circuit? What is the regulation as far as that is concerned?
Hang on, you're breaking up on me here.
Because you're not. Essentially, you are, to the strict letter of the word, if you're up on two wheels, you're not breaking track limits, are you?
Well, it depends where your other wheels are.
Yes, it does. If two wheels are okay.
You've technically got to have two wheels in the safety zone, which is the right zone. You're not allowed to touch the red part, but if you hover over it, that's what you're saying.
I'm sure they've heard these questions a million times.
Dr. Robert.
Now, Alan, your logic is heading you towards somebody turning up at the next touring car meeting on a motorbike.
Well, if you can homologate it, good luck with that. Maybe a motorbike with stabilisers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, interesting, but what isn't interesting is poor Toby Trice down there. That's not what you're looking for in your qualifying session. Sitting third fastest overall and sitting fastest on second best lap time is Toby Trice. And he's actually made the tyre wall down there. Now, that's a long way away from the circuit, but Alan, as I said, that's an instant that starts at the top of the hill. And before you know it, you're down the bottom through the gravel. And
finishes a long way away.
It is a long way, but
and Toby has been having a super year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge as well. And it's kind of been this year. It has been the return of Toby Trice, and a really, really, really good result. So we of course, hope that everything's okay with Toby.
The fastest lap for the qualifying session gives us a grid for race number 1. So it's a straightforward, normal fight that we would have, I'd expect to see. The grid order for race 2 is determined by the driver's second best qualifying time, which we've just been speaking about. Toby Trice, who's caused the red flag, is fastest on his second best time. And race 3 grid is determined upon the results from race 2. So it's a proper Porsche way of doing things. But Doc, you're across there in the pit lane. Yesterday we spoke quite a bit about, there's nothing quite like the smell of a hot race car in the pit lane.
Yeah, these cars work their front brakes in particular very hard, and each car that's coming in parked, and I'm right beside Oliver Cottam's retro lively blue and green Carrera, Cayman 718 here, and it came in with smoke pouring off the front brakes, and the mechanics had to put the blowers on it just to get the brake temperatures down. But it makes a magnificent sight, this retro livery. The other retro livery, which is further along the pit lane, is the number 14 car. Now this is quite a subtle one because it's a predominantly white car, but if you remember way back in the late 90s when Alan McNish, another Scottish hero, won the Le Mans 24 Hours with Porsche, and they had the white, red and blue IBM coloured car. Well, if you take all the IBM stickers off that and you're just left with the red and blue stripes, that's the number 14 car, which is Harrison Capers, who's having his debut in this championship and his first time ever around Knockhill this weekend.
Yeah, son, dad and lad racing in the Porsches, Carl in the main class and Harrison out here. Cavers, I used to work with a girl called Rachel Cavers in the World Endurance Championship. She was a Scottish girl and she was fabulous at her PR communications job, so that's just a random bit of information for everybody. Came out. I couldn't stop
thanks
it.
for that.
I couldn't stop it. I don't know where it come from.
It just came out, didn't
because
it?
it's a slightly unusual name, and you know you're drawn to these things when things are unusual. A little bit like Graham's socks.
Sorry, why is it clouded over, Duncan?
I can't answer that. I can still see a tiny pocket of blue sky above Paddock 2, the far end, so I'm okay. You can see the sun shining on the trees over the far side.
It is, yeah.
We're okay. But we're under a red flag here at Knockhill Racing Circuit for the Porsche Sprint Challenge after the man who's third fastest overall, Toby Trice, goes into the tyre wall down at Leslie's. Let's have a quick commercial break with Alan in the studio.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
Here at Knockhill on 93.7 FM, and loads of you have been messaging in today. Thank you very much indeed. Steph says, could you give a huge shout out to my husband Matthew and daughter Mia, who are both marshals in the assembly area for this weekend. I think I know who you are as well, don't I? Great to have you here, and thank you very much indeed, says Steph. So that's Steph and Matthew and Mia as well down in the assembly area. Of course, we can't go racing without marshals on 2 wheels, on 4 wheels. It makes absolutely no difference. Without marshals, we couldn't do what we do over the course of a race weekend. So thank you to all the marshals that do super work throughout the season, not just at these headline meetings like the BTCC here at Knockhill, but at events, at circuits all the way across the British Isles every weekend. The marshals, we couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you very much indeed. And if you maybe want to think about becoming a part of the Orange Army, as they're known, to become a marshal, to become very much part of the fabric of a race weekend, there are plenty of ways to do so, including the organising club, the BARC's website and marshals.co.uk. They are great ways about finding out a little bit more about marshals and what you do, the training that you go through ahead of a season to get involved. And they run over the course of a race year taster days, so you can get involved in being a marshal and being guided through, just to give you an idea of the various jobs, the roles that are available over the course of the weekend. So head over to the BARC's website, the organising club for the BTCC weekends, or head over to marshals.co.uk. There's loads of ways to get involved with the with racing and getting a little bit closer to the action as well. This is a message from Finley. Good morning, Al and everyone. Gutted to be ill and missing out on this trip up the north from Somerset. That's a very long drive this year. But could you please give a mention to my dad, Chris, who has made his trip solo, rooting for Jake Hill this weekend as BMW fans, and of course for PMR. I think both Jake and PMR are going to have extra special amount of fans this weekend because they have both gone through a huge amount over the last 2 weeks in Jake's case, or 1 week as far as PMR are concerned, to at very least be here at Knockhill, let alone competing, and to be competing on the main stage as well. And Jake was showing good pace in FP1. Let's see what he does in FP2 and PMR as well, with their shakedown here at the circuit yesterday to the backdrop of the boys are back in town by Thin Lizzy. Jason says, big shout out to Freddie, experiencing his first race weekend working with Fortec Motorsport as he starts his career as part of the team and pit crew. Good luck to all racing this weekend. Jason, thank you very much indeed, and good luck, Freddie. Welcome to the paddock, and good luck in the new job. This one says, hi, we're here from Shetland celebrating our 10th anniversary here with our sons George and Arthur, enjoying the BTCC weekend. That comes from Gillian and from Tommy as well. Sorry, I've just inhaled a fly. And this one says, it's from Stephen. I'm love being trackside again. Don't be fooled by the good weather here at Knockhill. It can change in the blink of an eye. Not this weekend, Stephen. It's not going to. I have the sun cream and a waterproof jacket at the ready. Can I also give a massive shout out to the marshals here at Knockhill? Without them, there would be no racing. Duncan Vincent is giggling. Is it at the thought of inhaling a fly? So, and it was only a small one. I managed to catch it on my tongue and exhale it as easily as I inhaled it. This one is from Dave, 502 miles door to door. Worth it to go to the best track on the BTCC calendar. Vincent will have it together in a moment. And a big shout out and the best of luck to the Napa guys this weekend from Douglas, Nicola, Joel and Jamie, the Crazy Dutch and Northern Irish clan camping for the weekend. Are you ready yet?
That was.
You okay?
That was, you never missed a beat. Is that it down there on your joint?
I got rid of it. It was a green thing.
Yeah. The way you never missed a beat, I snorted there actually. Sorry, very sorry. But Alan, hey, bringing the comical fly inhalation jokes here. I suppose it means there's fly zappers not working if you're eating them.
No.
And if you eat them, they stop bothering you.
It was only very small and green.
You'll be happy to know that cars are back on track.
Good news.
We did get. Well, I'm very happy with that. They can take the bug splatting outside. We did get a little update from our good friend John Stewart, Flatic Photography, who's out there today, along with Colin Thompson and Cameron Robb doing photographs for the circuit at Knockhill, along with all the other expert photographers who are here. And he did catch actually Toby just bumping into the tyre wall down there. Thankfully, we saw Toby out walking away from the car, but that's not a good thing to have happen in qualifying. I suppose if you're going to do it during qualifying, not a race, and he's already put a good time down, but let's see if he can keep that going. The session will resume for 17-minute duration. We're already 15 minutes to go, so it's taking a little bit of time away here. Just after a couple of delays, we had Nick Hamilton in the gravel trap in free practice one for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and that robbed us a bit of time of that session. And this session also losing a little bit of time after a red flag. Dan Zelos is still fastest just now. Robert, save me from the fly inhalation of Alan Hyde, please.
Well, I've been enjoying that fly discussion, but that's given extra time for Jacob Toft's team to get the car sorted and on the track. So the Duckham's livery car number 27 is out for its first laps of the session. There was a little, as far as I understand it, above all the background noise and noise cancelling headphones and folk trying to talk to me, I think it was a little electronics problems which some engineers from Porsche have helped resolve.
I'm looking across towards the pit lane now. Is Oliver Meadows still in the pit lane there, Doc? Is that who I can see in...
Jonathan Muir is still in. Oliver Cotton is still in. Walmsley is still here.
I can see Oliver Cotton. That's the throwback Porsche livery that we were talking about yesterday for Oliver Cotton, if I'm not mistaken.
That is, yes.
And why is he still in the pit lane? Is there any urgency? Are they about to put that car off the air jacks and drop it down?
I think they've just done a tyre swap. It's funny how they've left it to the last second.
Well,
but,
strange, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just so they're just torquing up the wheel nuts just now, and then he should be on his way. The driver's door's been shut, air jacks deflated, and the last wheel being taut as they're ready to push him back.
Well, air jacks, we talked about those things yesterday. Wonderful, wonderful things if you can put them in a race car, because you can hear a lot of shouting across the rubber. You can.
There's a confusion over which tyres are on the car. I've put a wrong tyre on or something.
And that's not good because they could get in a bit of trouble if they go out with the wrong tyre in the car there, so they need to get that
key
one fixed.
thing is they spotted it before he went.
Well,
so.
exactly, 100%, yes. But as I was talking about air jacks, you put them in, it lifts the car up off the ground. But air jacks does put a lot of weight into the car, but it puts it in a good area, puts it in the right place, low down to the ground. 9 times out of 10, they'll have 3 air jacks on a car like this, maybe 2 at the front and 1 at the back, or vice versa, 2 at the back and 1 at the front, because these are rear-engined. But it just helps the car. It puts the weight in the right place, sometimes in the middle or out beside the wheels and low down. So it's something that the teams all do. Porsche have always had that in their cars. Touring cars have it as well. But it's just also so much better than a NASCAR-style pit change where you come in and you have trolley jacks flying around the place. We certainly don't have that right now with anything we see here. Have they got to the bottom of the confusion, Doc?
Yes, they sent him on his way again. I hope he stayed below the pit lane speed limit because he was obviously eager to get back out on track and not waste any more time. So they've got it all sorted out. The other thing, of course, is with the air jacks, the car doesn't carry the compressed air on it. They've got to have a diving bottle with the compressed air ready beside the car. And that's part of what the shouting was all about, was the diving bottle had been taken to one of the other cars.
Oh, right. So Oliver Cottam is on track. That's good. He's in 7th place overall, so he's kind of thereabouts with the time just now. So it's not too much of an issue for him. But 7th place, and if we look at second best lap, he's actually 5th fastest. So he's very much in the mix of things and where he needs to be. So all is not completely a disaster across there when you think about it. But there was a lot of shouting. We could hear that in the back, and we don't like that. But remember, we did see the fastest lap of the qualifying session determines the grid order for race 1. So this is an out-and-out straight shootout to see who gets the top of the times. And it is Joe Marshall just now in RS Pro. If we go to the RS AM class, it's car number 88, which is that of Oliver Meadows, the Warwickshire-based driver for Team Parker Racing. As I did mention him earlier on, I thought that was him we could see in the actual pit lane still across there. If we then go back to Club Sport Pro, it's car 12. They're in the pit lane, no? Club Sport Pro, Jonathan Moore across there. Toro Verde GT in the pit lane with Dr. Robert Johnson just now, fastest in class. And Club Sport AM is Hannah Chapman, who is fastest in that from Katia Logie just now. Hannah in 18th place and Katia just in 19th place, hot on her heels, very much there or thereabouts. But lap time 50.213 yesterday for both of their sessions. Nobody got into the magic 49s. I'm wondering if we'll see anybody into the 49s, because you've got to say, I think track and temperature related, it's probably better today and more advantageous that we might see that magic 49. We're seeing a 50.213, which is already faster than we saw yesterday on combined times. So let's see what happens here. Also putting together a pretty good run through the middle part of the lap is car number 16. It's not car number 16, it doesn't exist out there actually. They've just jumped right up. Yeah, car number 70. It's in the RS Pro division, which will be Samuel Harvey, the West Midland-based man. He's jumped 6 places up our TSL timing screen there with a 50.4, and that was fastest of anybody through sector number 1, Doc, and then a personal best through sector 2, and a very hot sector number 3. 3 sectors around Knockhill. The first sector gets broken as you go from McIntyre's turn 3 to turn 4 Butchers. You're then all the way down to the exit of Hislops and the run round towards the hairpin, and then from the hairpin it's up towards the finish line.
Yeah, now there's an interesting game of chicken going on in the pit lane here, because Jonathan Moore's been sitting there for ages, and the Jonathan Moore team has just been watching the lap times, watching what else everybody else is doing. Right behind him, in the same class and vying for the leadership of the CS Pro class, is Lydia Walmsley, who's just come in to do a tyre change and put fresh rubber on. And I wonder if Jonathan Moore's team are going to now respond to this once they see that Lydia's going out on fresh tyres, because they could lose their class leading position if that's the case.
Yeah, it's a brave game of chicken for the teams to make, Doc, when you think about it, because, you know, 10 minutes to go, anything can happen here. We could lose time, but they want to get back on track.
Absolutely. So Jonathan Moore, let's see, there's another car just come in front of my view of him, but I think he's still there sitting on the jacks. But it'll be fascinating to see if he goes out now as soon as they see Lydia Walmsley go out on fresh rubber. Lydia just into the fast lane. Well, she's just stalled the engine. She was about to be in the fast lane. Here she goes into the fast lane and away out the pit lane. Now let's see what happens with a response from Jonathan Moore.
Well, the response will be swift, that's for sure. Let's keep our eyes on Lydia and see what she does. She's on an out lap just now. She was in the pit lane for 1 minute, 7 seconds and a tenth. So that was a pretty quick turnaround for Lydia Walmsley to be in that pit lane for that short amount of time. Jonathan Moore, well, he is still sitting in that pit lane, and 16th overall. Lydia is only 0.6 of a second behind. Did you see that Lydia had put fresh tyres on to go for this run, Doc? Is that what we're seeing?
That's right. Yeah, tyre change when she came in, and ready to go out again. So we'll see if she can improve the time, because she's running just behind Jonathan Moore in class at the moment. So it's for the class lead on the grid. In terms of overall position on the grid, it's about 2/3 of the way down the order, but the honour of leading the class is the thing they're after.
So a fresh set of tyres for car number 82, Lydia Wormsley, out there to try and get the provisional fastest time in Club Sport Pro. Number 14, lap time disallowed for track limits. And number 14 is Harrison Cavers, the Nottinghamshire-based racer who you were picking up on speaking about earlier on, Dr. Robert Johnston. Toby Trice has just started to slip down the order just a little bit, finds himself 6th fastest now, which is still a pretty decent time considering. And on second best lap times, it's down to 4th, but we're going to keep our eyes on the overall, because that's what we need to be looking at, Doc.
And Jonathan Moore just pushed back with 2 of his teammates and heading back out on the track. So this is going to be interesting to see who comes out top in that battle in the Club Sport Professional category.
Well, it's a good one to be in, actually, and it's great that you brought us that little bit of intel. Black and white flag now for Harrison Cavers, so it's going from bad to worse. Track limits, lap times disallowed, and black and white driver warning flags for the driver of car number 14, who finds himself in 18th place, right in that battle with Moore and Wormsley, with Jonathan Moore and Lydia Wormsley. Harrison Cavers has got a bit of a slap on the wrist, but he's in the pit lane with you just now, Robert. There's a lot of cars in the pit lane, cars on track, slightly less than the cars in the pit lane, but our fastest man of all in car number 99 is Joe Marshall, the Cheshire-based racer, in Stu Parker's Team Parker Racing Cayman. And it's quite entertaining to see that Stu Parker is liking running the 718 side of the Porsche camp that they have in Parker Racing, and Barry Horn very much loving looking after the Carrera side. I thought it might have been the other way around, but no, Stu Parker loving looking after the Sprint Series and letting Barry Horn do what he's done for so many years as side by side through Clark Corner. Now that's not very advantageous for what you're doing when it comes towards qualifying, but it happened and it's done and it's dealt with. That was Lydia Wormsley up the inside on a big lunge of Giancarlo Romano, our lovely Glaswegian, who is here with a very flamboyant name, and went down a storm in the circuit office yesterday when he was signing on with some of the girls behind the desk. But that's a story for later on tonight. But yeah, Lydia Wormsley in the white car behind Giancarlo as they make their way in towards Duffus Dip. Then Hannah Chapman underneath the Beatsons Building Supply Bridge. There goes Chappers in towards turn 1, and let's follow Hannah round as she sits fastest in Club Sport Amateur just now, 19th overall with 6 minutes of the session to go. In already through turn 3 goes Hannah. We'll see the sector time popping up in a second. She's been in the pit lane, so this is a push lap, 17.351 for Hannah through that area, and that back to the fastest time of all is just about a 1.2 away from that fastest time through the first sector. In the time I've taken to kind of give you that information, she's already been through the chicane, been through Clarks, and now heading towards the Taylor's Turn hairpin here at Knockhill. And a pretty decent run, pretty consistent and smooth for Hannah for what we're seeing just now, as she's in that 19th place in car number 44. Up the main straight with eyes up towards the back of 67, which is Giancarlo Romano. Sorry, I got the colour schemes mixed up. Giancarlo's in the white car. Lydia Wormsley was in the car that went flying past. And is already diving up then, in towards turn 3 as well. Wormsley on a bit of a charge. We were expecting to see something come through. Well, we did, Dr. Robert. We've seen an improvement in lap time for Lydia Wormsley. She's done a 52.560. She's taken a 10th of a second out of the gap that Jonathan Moore had over her. But John Moore still sitting there in that 16th place, still sitting there head of Club Sport Pro. So the tyre change that has been done, whether it's going to happen in the next lap or two for Lydia, but the problem she's had, Robert, she hasn't had clear laps. She has picked up a lot of traffic on her way around here as she makes her way from the hairpin up towards you just now.
Yeah, it's a busy circuit because we've only got a couple of cars in pit lane. Well, in fact, one car left in pit lane at the moment, which is that of Dan Zelos in the green and dark green coloured number Just as he's,
I can hear that in the back.
Yeah.
Everything okay across here, Robert?
Well, car 45, yes, that's what he. Yeah, so it's the last car in the pit lane. Dan Zieler's wheeled out into the fast lane, and with some drama going on with the team, but he's on his way.
There's been a bit of drama in the pit lane.
It's a very well. You see, this is one of the classes of cars where you hear all the drama because nobody's using radio systems. All the mechanics are just shout at each other. Whereas if you go up a level into touring cars and things, or even Carrera Cup cars, they've all got headsets on, and so the shouting's done off stage, as it were.
We're also, that could be Richard Smith, our local marshal, who we can hear across here as well.
You'd hear his voice above everything else.
If the tannoy ever goes down, don't worry, we've got Richard. It's fine. He will keep everybody up to date with everything that goes on. Not a problem at all. Chris Hosey, who's been in the box on his birthday, he's away for a little bit of a watch now. One of our KMSC and Knockhill commentary team when we have our local Scottish stuff here, and Chris away to enjoy watching some cars tracks here on his birthday. And it's, you know what, young. I wish I was still that age again, because what a fabulous time he's having on his birthday here at Knockhill. But yeah, a lot of shouting in the pit lane. A lot of shouting at pit lane, but I'm keeping my eyes. Big Ben Mulryan goes up 7 places. I'm watching, though, the incoming lap from Tofts. Car number 27 is on a mission. Jacob Tofts in the Duckham's back car that you were talking about earlier on. Duckham's back Yuasa awake to get him up and across the line. This could be a new fastest lap of the session. Will we get a 49-second lap? No! We get a 50.061. It's almost sub 50 seconds, but Tofts goes to the top of the times in qualifying for the Porsche Sprint Challenge at Great Britain here at Knockhill. And he does it in style. Magenta, magenta, and then yellow. Or if you're looking at it another way, purple, purple, yellow. So a good lap for Jacob Tofts here. Oh, so close. 600s away from getting sub 50 seconds. I think that's a marker that they're all looking for. There's not a lot of time covering the top, shall we say, 11 drivers. There's 0.8 of a second covering them. As Tofts now goes into a slow cool-down lap as he heads towards the airport. The only problem with his cool-down lap, he's doing that on the racing line. And that's 9 times out of 10 kind of frowned upon, to tell you the truth, Doc. You pull off the racing line, not slow down on the line. Tofts comes through the hairpin, and what he's doing here, he's trying to square the corner off to give himself the best launch from the hairpin. He's got Lydia Walmsley behind him, and here comes Tofts again for another lap up over the crest of the hill. He's chasing Ethan Hamilton, so there's a fast man ahead of him. Hammer time. Has got work to do, actually. 7th place for Ethan Hamilton as he goes over the crest of Duffus Dip, and he pulls to the inside and doesn't want to help Tofts out at all. Kicks a bit of dust up into the face of Tofts, and Tofts has to pass another car going through the black circle chicane as he does. And as you know, Robert and Alan Hyde, I'm a fan of the Duckham's livery. It takes me back to my young days when I was standing trackside, marshalling for the Duckham's Van Diemen Formula Ford team.
You and me both.
With the
well, no, I wasn't doing the same thing as you.
But it takes you back in time, doesn't it?
Does, yeah.
I mean, the drivers that went through that, the late great Dan Weldon was one of those guys who was in the 98 car. And then we went all the way into 99. You know, there was so many good drivers who raced for the Duckham's Van Diemen team. Even Mark Webber, Christian Colby. I'm going back into the 96
Eddie Irvine.
Well, you're going back way further than I am.
Well, I'm back into the 80s now.
Wasn't born then, Robert.
Eddie Irvine, Jason Elliott are ones I remember.
Yeah, but just quality, good quality times. Tofts just slipped away a little bit. Improvement of 2 places in the number 70 car for Samuel Harvey. The West Midlander in the Zantec Motorsport Cayman goes up in the RS Pro division, up into 4th place overall. He is now only 0.2 of a second away from that fastest time. I think I'd like to see we'll get a 49-second lap, but I think we're maybe possibly past the best of the tyres now, Robert. For anybody who has put on any tyres or maybe saved their tyres or saved something for the end, that Jacob Tofts lap has been pretty sensational to put him to the top of the times. He will take pole position for race number 1 if the checkered flag was to fly now, but he's going to have to wait another 45 seconds for it to come out. As we look out the back of the commentary box, an improvement of 2 places for Ethan Hamilton. Hamilton goes up into 5th place from 7th, ahead of Zelos and Mulryan. And Harvey goes into P2 now. So Samuel Harvey improves 2 laps on the bounce. And look at that, there's 0.04 of a second separating Harvey and Tofts. So I missed that. That came in very under the radar. And we need to watch Ben Mulryan. Mulryan goes back up into 5th place. Mulryan goes into 5th place in car number 11. The man in the Toro Verde came in up into 5th place with a 50.334, 0.2 of a second away. So I just said that not much is going to happen, and now Dan Zelos is on a proper fast lap. Zelos, keep your eyes on the number 45 car as he makes his way up towards turn number 1. Is Zelos? Yes, he does. Zelos into 5th place. The checker flag flies, and I think saved by the bell almost is Jacob Tofts as he takes that checker flag with his 50.061. We'll see him starting from pole position. Samuel Harvey will take 2nd place. He has taken the checker flag. There'll be no further improvement for him. Joe Marshall in 3rd is in the pit lane right now, so he can't improve. Then we've got car 43, which is Tom Bradshaw, the Lancashire driver, in the Toro Verde GT came in. He finds himself in 4th. That big improvement for Dan Zelos puts himself 5th place. Ben Mulryan also improves up to 6th. And Ethan Hamilton, who did go up, but then was just shuffled back down a little bit in that end of session excitement, finds himself in 7th place with Meadows and the unlucky Toby Trice, who was in the tyre wall fairly heavily at the bottom of Duffy's Dip, or Leslie's, named after the late great David Leslie. I'd like to point that out there. And the Leslie family, all friends with everybody at Knockhill. There's a special
Much missed. I'll add to that one.
Yes. And there's a special David Leslie trophy this weekend as well, which always goes out with the touring cars, which we are a big fan of.
Whenever we talk about David Leslie, and you do it and I do it, you probably don't realise that you do it. You say the name with a smile.
Yes,
he was that kind of bloke.
Lovely bloke, David Leslie.
He was,
and, I'm good friends with Graham as well, his son. So it's always nice to see that Graham when he comes up here. A 10th place, sorry, for Oliver Cotton.
So very nearly a champion in the BTCC, David Leslie.
Yeah, but the
Came
people's
so
champion.
close. Yeah.
The people's champion.
True.
100% the people's champion. And raced in, I don't want to say the golden era because I think we're maybe still in that, I don't know, but raced in one of the eras, the super touring era, alongside
there was
Anthony Reid, Lon Aiello.
There was one year when David Leslie was a regular race winner, but there was one year when we were getting towards the end of the season. We thought, do you know what? I think he might do it this year.
Yeah, of course.
When he was driving in the Nissan.
That corner named after David, claimed to fame the first year with the touring cars up here. David was unfortunately upside down in that tyre wall, and then him and his teammate Bobby Verdenoff for the Acuria Cost team back in that era. That's a flashback in time, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
It is. But yeah, no, the late great David Leslie, and much missed, as you rightfully said, as we see Toby Trice's car in the back of the Hiab making its way back round. It is Jacob Tofts who ends up session fastest, as we said, from Samuel Harvey and Joe Marshall. That'll be a good session for Joe Marshall. And we've also got in 4th place, car 43, which is Tom Bradshaw, from Dan Zelos, Ben Mulryan, Ethan Hamilton, Oliver Meadows, Toby Trice and Oliver Cottam, as we said. That's your top 10 overall. Dr. Robert Johnston is across there with a pit lane full of people.
Yes, Jacob Tofts just getting his balaclava off and getting the earplugs out. And Jacob, well, all went to plan, a belter of a lap right at the end of the session.
I wish it went to plan. We had an issue with the car at the start, so we missed the first run on the tyre. So that was a bit tricky, and definitely needed to make it count on the second tyre. Glad we did, not sure about the second lap. To be honest, not happy with both the laps, but it's done the job, so we'll take it. First pole of the year for race 1, so we can race from here.
And what was the issue at the start? Is that sold for the day now?
Yes, and hopefully tomorrow.
Oh, well, good luck. Hopefully you've got a reliable car under you and you can make the most of that speed.
Thank you very much.
Great, so that's Jacob Tofts in the Duckham livery number 27 car. Second fastest was the number 70 car, which is that driven by Harvey. Let's see if we can get down there and catch him. So Sam Harvey, I think I've got him. Sam, second fastest, you were right into the last few moments of the session. It looked like you were going to get pole and then just pipped at the end.
Yeah, we left it late. We had a bit of a different strategy to everyone else. We let everyone else go out straight away in qualifying, and we sat back in the pit lane, let everyone warm up, and then unfortunately there was a red flag when we were just about to go out. So it was all or nothing for the last part of the session, and we were pretty close. I think it was just about a 10th off, and it's neither here or there. So we'll take P2 any day.
Yeah, get you on the front row, that's the main thing, and hopefully clear of any first lap dramas.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it's either I want to be right at the front or right at the back. It's in the middle where it can get a bit dicey, so we're in a good place.
Good stuff, well done, and congratulations for that, and good luck for the race later on. Next car up was Joe Marshall in terms of overall times. Now, Duncan, let me know if the microphone's breaking up.
Oh, no,
I'm in a place where it was impossible previously to speak, but Joe Marshall in the Vera Tools car, second row of the grid. You were very close to the front, though.
Yeah, from where I was from practice, I think it's a credit to everyone at Team Parker. The car was phenomenal. Put a really good lap in. was going quicker towards the end, but got held up by someone. So yeah, still third is a great position to start for first race today.
Yeah, and you think you'll be able to convert that to a win?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, there's plenty of places to overtake around here. Yeah, there's plenty of places to overtake around here, so I don't see why not.
Well, we'll watch with interest in the race. So well done, congratulations on the top 3 position. So I think winning the RS Arm class, I think was the 88 car. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Duncan. But that would be
if it was
Oliver
still on the
Meadows.
screen, Doc, I would, but
Yeah.
it's
All right.
gone.
It's gone, is it?
Yeah.
It was 88. It was Oliver Meadows. So
Yeah.
he's away up the other end of the queue now. So I'll see if I can catch him. But I've got to do a lot of walking back and forwards. Interrupt me if there's touring cars.
Well, I am
need
going to
be spoken
interrupt you because
about.
touring cars are making their way
Right.
into the pit lane,
Okay.
and Alan Hyde is on his way to meet you in the pit lane. So if you want to head down and meet Alan,
Right, I'll go and do that then. So
and
we've
I'll
covered the top 3.
yeah.
That's the main things.
Absolutely, and I shall see you when you come back across towards the commentary box on the inside here. But yes, get ready for free practice 2 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Free practice 1 was a fairly exciting affair actually, but unfortunately, it was halted by a red flag when poor Nicholas Hamilton had an issue down at the hairpin, and it required a bit of a full lift. So that kind of puts the clock doesn't stop through free practice either. So the clock kept on rolling, and that does make it pretty tricky for the drivers. They would then have to look at the run plan with their data engineer or the race engineer and think, right, we need to scrub a few things here because we're going to run out of time. But it just makes free practice 2 all the more important. It was Tom Ingram who was fastest in free practice 1 from Dan Rowbottom and Jake Hill. That was your top 3. The return of Jake Hill, brilliant. Jake Hill back at Knockhill. It's written in the stars, isn't it? We should have had that put in the grass on the hills here, actually. The return of the hill. We will look forward to having a fast, excitable Jake Hill here in his Laser Tools BMW. You can see him parked up in the actual pit lane just now. I can also see peering over the gate like a bad schoolboy, unable to talk to me because he's not allowed to. He's not got a microphone yet. Alan Hyde, he gets through the gate now. He'll catch up with Dr. Robert Johnston, and we'll get Doc back to the commentary point here for a bit of free practice too, and he can look on from this side. But yeah, great that Jake Hill's back and showing some good speed, along with Aaron Taylor-Smith. He was in 4th place. Ash Sutton was in 5th, with Gordon Shedden in 6th, and Aidan Moffat in 7th place. Dan Camish was in 8th, with Adam Morgan, in 9th, and Chris Smiley.
Alan Morrison was quite a long time ago.
We'd all have a shiver if Alan Morrison was here, wouldn't we?
That's amazing.
He was good on 2 wheels and 4 wheels.
Really good bloke as well.
Yeah, I'm glad I got that out of the way, actually.
Yes.
Is that my 3rd strike?
Well, no, far from it. I took 2 of the strikes. We're already on 4 now.
Yeah, so you're okay. So you're now in your natural habitat, which is
natural. I feel good.
You look good from a distance.
Yeah, keep it at a distance, eh?
But Alan, I mean, this is something you've done for a long time. You've been in many eras here, very well respected across there in the pit lane, able to put a microphone in when a driver, you know, when it's time to approach a driver and when it's time to stay away from a driver, but also it's the people in the pit lane. It's not just the drivers, it's the people around there.
It's a lovely thing that over the years that you do it, and I turned up, a very nervous chap in his 20s many years ago, approaching people that were already, in my eyes, legends of a sport that I'd loved for many years. And I approached chatting to them with trepidation. And then you offer those drivers respect, and they soon realise that. And then as years go by, people come into the championship, people go away from the championship, but you're kind of a known face. So some drivers might know me from being the chap with the microphone in the pit lane a little bit more than I know about them. So you kind of have an introduction already made, if you like, and very good. Graham is coming over to you in the commentary box with Fly Killer, which is really good news. The story of the green fly has travelled quickly. So
It's you are the fly killer. You were swallowing them. It was the way that Alan never missed a beat across you. We were so impressed. You had to be here to see it, but I think you could hear me giggling in the background. Sorry, Alan. Sorry.
It went to the back of my throat. It was, when you're on air, you don't stop for whatever. You just carry on.
You just carry on, exactly. So the cars are lined up. I've always liked how they line up. They line up so incredibly well, and they leave in a championship position. I think they leave. Am I correct in saying that, Alan? Is that still a thing?
They will fan out from the Beaton's Bridge. So yeah, they will. That's the as the championship positions go. Furthest away from the Beaton's Bridge are the Napa cars, and then respectfully they will all fan out down the pit lane, and everyone will follow out, finishing with the cars that are closest to the bridge.
It does look good. It does look very good when we get our...
By the way,
yeah?
to just so everyone knows, Josh Cook was active on the BTCC's social media yesterday. He was running around the paddock doing more light-hearted things than a driver would normally want, but he was very good. He chatted to me for a little while down in the paddock yesterday. However, he has resumed his role that he had at Croft. He is driver coach, driver support, call it what you will, for Max Buxton, and he's leaning in the side of the car. We'll talk to Josh during the course of this session. If we get the opportunity to do so, we'll have a word with Josh, but we're all rather disappointed that he's not actually in a car at the moment for Croft and for this weekend at Knockhill.
You know, and it's a great shame, whatever's going on there. We wish the best to luck to everybody and to come back soon, because it's a big loss. It's a big loss not having them on the track and in the paddock.
Yeah, Steve Dudman, who is the team principal of One Motorsport, was taken poorly before Croft, so that it was then announced that because of that they wouldn't be making the trips to Croft and to Knockhill, and that is obviously hugely disappointing for the team, for the drivers. There are lots more people involved in a team other than just the drivers, it's fair to say, that would have been disappointed about that. But the most important thing in all of it is all of us wishing Steve Dudman the very best to be back in the paddock and doing what he loves.
100%. Yeah, that's what we want. Get back soon, but make sure everything's okay for you to come back, and the One Motorsport cars will be welcome with open arms on track. Free Practice 2 is live, and it's on track just now. The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at Knockhill Racing Circuit. We had Free Practice 1, and as I said earlier on, that was topped by Tom Ingram, a man who's come here. He says he needs to maximise car performance, he needs to maximise track position, and maximise points leaving here. And that's something that he can and very much will do. Formation flying on the outlap here from the Napa cars at the sharp end, with their lovely fractured D logo on the side, which is Racing for Dementia. A big push on that this weekend, and they've all got a lot of special tribute liveries and helmets, and Napa really go the extra mile every time they come to Scotland. A couple of years ago, they had the lovely yellow tartan, which was something that was quite eye-catching for everybody to see here, and it's something that we hopefully we'll see back, maybe in the not-too-distant future, but they're not living on the same thing year in, year out. They're changing. Linktree. Eye-catching for everybody to see here, and it's something that we hopefully we'll see back, maybe in the not too distant future, but they're not living on the same thing year in, year out. They're changing what they do and how they promote themselves, Robert.
Yeah, Napa have done a fantastic job in the promotion of the cars. It's not just the name on the race car, but the whole package, the whole marketing package and program that goes with it, because they do a lot of stuff with each of their local depots as the championship moves around the country, and they're very, very active in getting every last ounce out of their investment in touring cars. It's an example for others to follow. It's great to see it done.
Yeah, and even they've got a great stand down the bottom. They're in the very busy trade village. So get a chance, go and say hello to Napa, and you've got Virtue down there as well. There's something for absolutely everybody here at Knockhill. Well, the sun has maybe just started to come back out again. When Alan Hyde leaves the commentary box and we get Free Practice 2, ping, out comes the sunshine, and it glistens on the lovely cars on the far side of the hairpin hill, which is nice and busy today for qualifying day. This is pole Saturday. This is where we're going to be pretty excited later on this afternoon when we get towards the qualifying, the quick six, where we run through the very quick qualifying procedure, which is the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship now.
Yeah, it's a very intense qualifying session. You have to keep concentration on it because the situation changes very quickly as drivers who you expect to be vying for pole position at the end of the session find themselves knocked out in the first sequence of qualifying, and all sorts of other drama can unfold in the quick six, and track limits are something that has to be seriously observed as well as they go through, because if you get a track limits violation in the quick six format when you've only got a chance for 1 or 2 push laps in each section of the session, then you can easily get wrong-footed with that.
Nice and fresh up here in the commentary point. We get the best view in the UK. I honestly think maybe the Brands Hatch Indy, Alan Hyde will agree with this. That's another great commentary box for viewing.
Absolutely, 360 degrees.
Yeah, the Gary Stagg commentary tower and the Brands Hatch commentary tower give us absolutely fabulous viewing. We see everything, and especially when Gillian Shedden pops over and I say, can we just trim that tree there, please? Can we just remove this bit? And it's done within a second, and it just helps enhance our viewing from the commentary point. But right now, top of the times is Aidan Moffat, and Aidan Moffat.
I mean, in fairness, after you ask for those things, she does call you a diva, but it has to be expected, I suppose.
Well, she's only telling the truth at the end of the day, you know. Yeah. She says I'm high maintenance. I don't know what you're talking about, you know. But Aidan Moffat, top of the times just now. He's out there in the soft tyre, is Aidan, and behind him is Tom Chilton. So the Moff, well, we saw him earlier on staking a claim to his land at the Exeter Clarks, and I have high hopes for Aidan. It's one of these love affairs that he has. This is where he first ever drove a touring car many years ago. It was the Chevrolet touring car that he drove. And his driver coach on that day for the young 17-year-old or 16-year-old was Johnny Adam, if you remember. And it was all happening under the watchful eye of Alan Gow to make sure that he was happy with what was going on. And Aidan has just never had the luck at his home round. And that's not only, it doesn't only happen for Aidan. Heidi, this happens for so many drivers. Their home round it can either work for them or it's a total jinx that they never seem to get 100% right.
Yeah, the very sad thing actually for Aidan's point of view is even his first career podium was here at Knockhill, but he didn't even get to stand on the podium because they inherited the position as a result of a post-race protest, which was quite correctly upheld in my view because we saw it all from the commentary box. So he never even got to stand on the podium, but he got his first third place here.
But there's that luck. There's that luck thing. So we want Team Moff to be flying the flag. Their hospitality is directly below us as well, so we shall make sure that everybody in the Moffat fan club is happy down there. He looks kind of happy. I'll give him a thumbs up. They look like they're just relaxing in the sunshine. But Aidan, he's only from over the water. He's got a good fan base here, and that BMW does go well. He's fastest. Look at that. We've got a Scottish 1-2 right now. Dexter Patterson goes into P2. Dexter, former world karting champion. You don't win that. You don't get into the World Karting Championship if you can't drive for a start.
Yeah, I would say Dexter's one of the most underrated drivers in touring cars. He is a phenomenal talent. But
Alan loves interviewing Dexter because it's like he almost, when Dexter talks to him, Alan's taking it in, but then he's having to think, what's he? All right, okay.
If only he would slow down a bit, then I'd get more of his answer.
Yeah, you're lucky.
It's the dialect.
You're lucky because when he's speaking to you, he says, I actually tone it down when I speak to Alan, but when he speaks to me, you would have no idea what he says. And I'm sometimes the same, but good
rapid fire.
Yeah, good kid, good friend of mine, Dexter Patterson. And you know what? Dexter's a worker as well. He works basically 7 days a week at the local family business, always putting everything into becoming basically doing his racing. He took a year out. He went and done some GT4 racing. And then he thought, you know what, I actually liked that whole touring car thing. I liked the buzz of the British touring cars. And let's hope he goes well. This is, remember, he missed free practice one year when he got a bit of a slap on the wrist. He's heading towards the hairpin just now in the Rocket Coupe. Let's keep an eye on that. The boost light very much flashing as he was going in towards the hairpin for Dexter. While his countryman Aidan Moffat has just put a purple first sector down as Dexter up towards the finish line. Let's get him across the line here. That rocket-backed car, 6/10 is the gap. He's managed to take a little bit of time out of that. He's got Aidan's gap down to 5/10, or half a second. But the Moff will cross the line, and do we get a new fastest lap? We do, a 51.272 for Aidan Moffat. He puts the 10th of a second back into Dexter Patterson. Now, this is just free practice, but this free practice means a lot, Robert, because they lost so much track time earlier on.
Yeah, there's a bit of a hangover of the work list from session 1 that they didn't complete, but also by the time they get to the end of this session, they want to have done a couple of qualifying simulations to make sure the car is absolutely on point for the fast laps that follow in the qualifying session. The other thing I'm noticing on the timing screens, though, as Duncan was saying, it's Moffat and Patterson 1 and 2, but everyone's been going quicker and quicker as they've done their initial out laps. The tyres have warmed up, then the speed comes in, and they've just stayed at the top. As everybody else has got faster, they've got faster as well. So that's quite encouraging so far. But just as I say that, Tom Chilton pops himself into second place in the number 3 car with a 51.853. But that's still half a second shy of Aidan Moffat's time in the number 16 BMW.
But interestingly, Chilton's done that in the medium tyre. Chilton out there on the medium tyre, which is mostly, everybody else is on the soft tyre. Charles Rainford's out there circulating on the hard tyre right now, but that's just been superseded, the Chilton time, by James Dorlan, who's gone in there, and number 17 Dexter Patterson track limits kind of goes hand in hand, actually. I've seen him do many a track day here as well, and trust me, the circuit staff have to black flag him and bring him in and have a bit of a word. Sam Osborne with a good lap there, up into second place. Driver coach for Sam Osborne, none other than Rory Butcher, which is a man you want. We've got a red flag popping out around the circuit just now, as we have, unfortunately, the session brought to a very quick halt as we have a look round to see what we can see, Robert, and that's not a lot right now, to tell you the truth.
Yes, usually you can see marshals on the move to the scene of the incident, but I'm not seeing
I'm wondering
anything.
if we've got maybe debris we need to move from the circuit somewhere, but there's no marshals moving. Anyway, look at the lineup of photographers on the inside of the chicane.
I think it's the recticel that's on the apex of the chicane has been hit.
But look at all the photographers down there on the inside of the chicane. They're trying to catch that picture that Alan Hyde was showing me earlier on. But Heidi, we have a red flag popping out just for a little bit of recticel needs to be moved back on the first curve of the chicane.
And it gives me the opportunity to catch up with someone that I've been looking around for, scouting around for, Adam Weaver, who is the principal of PowerMax Racing, who have been in the BTCC for many, many years. This year, Adam, has been highs and lows, hasn't it? My goodness. You win a race, you're on the top step of the podium, and then last weekend happens.
It's kind of worse than that, because we lost our major sponsor just before the start of this season. So not only did we have to kind of rebuild from that, we've then had to do it again, even worse, in the middle of the season. So it's been a tough week, but it's been enjoyable in some strange way to see the outpouring of love and support that we've had from the entire paddock and the BTCC community.
I heard the news during the day last Saturday, and I and probably many others thought, well, that's it, you're not going to be at Knockhill, and end of story. Did you ever think that?
No, not for a second. Genuinely, as soon as the place was on fire, I started thinking, Mike is leading the Independent Drivers' Championship. I don't want to be the reason that he drops 60 points to the nearest competitor. So started racking our brains of how we could go racing. We contacted Steve Dudman first, but he's insane. So then we rang Dexter Patterson's dad, Roddy, and the guy's a legend, instantly offered us his car, his workshop, his tools, his van. He said, just put the boys in the car, send them up here and start prepping the car.
That is quite incredible, isn't it?
It is, but I think the vast majority of people in the same situation would do that if they'd got a car available. I think the other teams on the grid would have done the same thing, as I would for somebody in that situation.
Not only that, so the team all get together, you see the cars arriving here, you know they're going to be wrapped. And then you're waiting for a plane yesterday to make it up for that moment when the cars turn the first wheel in shakedown and your flight's cancelled.
Yeah, just as I was getting in the car to leave for the airport, got a message to say the flight is cancelled. So I then had to drive past the airport and then another 5 hours to get here, and got to do that again getting home on Sunday night.
You made it in time.
We did get here in time and helped the guys and girls finish getting the cars ready. They all went to bed about 2 o'clock last night, up again at 6 this morning, 4 hours sleep. But come and talk to them, you won't see that. They're all very happy, very, very energised.
Absolutely amazing spirit within the team. Absolutely incredible. So, on to business. That's only the first stage of the weekend. What are you hoping for from the weekend?
A win.
And it's as simple as that.
That's what we're doing it for, and that's why all the guys at Powermax Racing working so late through the night, because as soon as we realised we'd made it and we celebrated for being here, it was straight away, how do we make this car faster? How do we challenge for a win? That's what motorsport's about. It's what we're here for. Even this weekend, we're not here to take part. We're here to actually become a part of the show.
Top man, Adam. Absolutely superb work. Thank you so much for having a chat to me. Well, there we go. Straight from the horse's mouth. He is the team principal of Powermax Racing, giving you a slight insight into what the last 7 days have been all about.
Thanks for that, Heidi. Great to hear from Adam down there in the actual pit lane, straight from the horse's mouth. And you can see that the focus was only ever basically to get back racing. It was never going to be stopping, that's for sure. Mikey leading that Independence Championship. He wanted to make sure that they could carry on that form and go forward. Nick Hamilton heads towards the hairpin. We saw Nick unfortunately having a bit of an off earlier on at the hairpin when he went into the gravel trap and caused the red flag in free practice 1. But no harm, no foul just now, as Adam Morgan goes to the top of the free practice times for free practice 2, a 51.165 for the Morganator, if he still goes with that nickname. I think we gave him that, or he used that quite a few years ago. And also, it will be his 400th start this weekend. That's quite something, Robert, when you think about that. The amount of numbers that pop up, especially here at Knockhill, is good.
Yeah, that's a lot. He's one of these drivers that kind of flies under the radar a bit, but he's got a few race wins in his CV, and he's no slouch.
Dan Camish now slides his Napa Ford Focus to the top of the times with a 50.155. You call it milliseconds, don't you?
Yeah, milliseconds.
8 milliseconds, or 8,000ths of a second up the road from James Dorland. We're looking to see where Flash is, and Flash right now.
He's in the pit lane.
Yeah, and why is he in the pit lane, Dot? Because we've got a very kind of quizzical Gillian Shedden look at the TV screens across here.
Yeah, he's only done 2 laps, so
we'll send Alan a task. I can see him across there.
I'm right there. I'm beside the car. We've got one engineer with his head right in the engine bay of the car. Sam Riches, the technical director, is overviewing and just having a word with Josh Cook, and they are, I don't know exactly what they're doing, but if you stand by, I might be able to get you the answer.
Yeah, well, we'll listen, and somebody else has put an interesting pair of headphones on right now who wants to know the answer as well, and I think you know who she is. So, Flash down there. Not good if they've got an engineer and a laptop, and then Sam Rich is in there poking around as well. Aaron Taylor Smith goes to the top of the times, his teammate, Flash's teammate, Alan.
Okay, would you believe this? It is an exhaust clamp which has failed.
Oh.
And not surprisingly, it's in quite a tricky location underneath the engine bay. So the guy from the team that's got his arms well deep into the engine bay at the moment is pulling some grimaces, and I'm not surprised because it's quite a squeeze. It's hot work down there as well, so he's got the fireproof arm protectors on while he's working, but you can't make these things up, can you?
No, you can't. That's unfortunate. And the thing is, it's always the exhaust clamp that's down the back of the engine on the U-bend that goes underneath the chassis, which you can't get to, and it's about 1,000,000 degrees in there as well. But they've got time. They've got 19 minutes to go. But this isn't ideal for Flash because he lost so much track time in session number 1 with the red flag stoppage. Everybody did, but he's now losing it because of a technical issue. But he's been put to test this year quite a few times, and we have seen him come good when it comes to the main part of the day. And one thing, he knows how to drive a touring car around Knockhill, Doc. It's just one of these unfortunate things. They'll fix the clamp and get him on his way.
Yeah, but it disrupts again the work programme they've got for the session. It doesn't exactly put him on the front foot for qualifying, but hopefully they will get him on his way. We're seeing a number of drivers now falling foul of track limits. Adam Morgan's the latest, car 33, but the TSL timing screen tells us which corner it's happening on, so that was turn 7, which is Clark's, I believe.
Red flag coming out again. I think that rectisail block has moved again on the first curb of the Black Circle chicane. I can see it looking slightly different and out of place there. I can't see any dust and I can't see any marshals in. Well, this is good for Gordon, actually. So I wonder if that was Aaron Taylor Smith who went out and nudged it just for him.
The clock actually still ticking. They haven't stopped the clock, so it might not be good for Gordon.
This is very true. Very true.
With a free practice session, I don't think they stopped the clock, but with a qualifying session, they will.
They never stopped it for session number 1 either, so should have remembered that. But the red flag comes back out. We'll wait to see if the marshals move at the Black Circle chicane, and they do. They go around to get that bit rectisail. And this is just drivers trying to push it. Alan, we've seen this many a time. They just try and they grab an inch, and if you give them an inch, they'll try and take a mile, and they move that rectisail. Effectively, when a car touches it, it spins on its kind of own axis, and it either moves away from the track or towards the track.
Absolutely right, and that is what racing drivers do. They try and push things absolutely to the limit. So often you see during free practice that drivers push things to the limit, and you think you're going to see an almighty moment for somebody, and then they never do it again during that session. What they're doing is to try and find that limit, to see how far the extremities are, and then once they know during free practice, they don't do it again over the course of a race weekend. Used to see it at the British Grand Prix every year with Michael Schumacher. Inevitably he would have it off at some point on the Friday of the race weekend, and he'd never do anything like it, anything approaching it for the rest of the weekend, because it is during the non-competitive part, if you like, during free practice 1 and free practice 2, the job of the driver to find the limit and then not go over it again.
And then come back from there. Okay, so flash update for us if you wouldn't mind, please, because I do know you're still across there.
I can do that. Let me tiptoe through the tyres in the garage here and see if I can get down, not too far away from Flash's car. Jake Hill's car is just in view, and already we've got a green flag, in fact, so car's going to be pushed back. Charles Rainford's door is closed up, and Jake Hill is going out as well, so I can just tiptoe past Darryl de Leon's car, which is yet to have its front wheels put back on the car. Fancy that might be having a little bit of a tweak to some part of the car, so Darryl not going straight back out. And nor is Gordon Shedden, because now we've got not only one of the team in the engine bay with his arms deep inside there, we've got one of them underneath the left-hand front of the car as well. Multiple members of the team looking onto this work, but Flash just sits while the team work on the car. It's not looking like it's about to be turned around anytime soon at the moment, which is a great shame for Flash.
Well, we know that he's going to come out with a whole head full of steam, that's for sure. Well, what can we say? Toyota Gazoo.
Would you suggest now is not a good time to approach?
It's entirely up to you. He's been around long enough. He knows what it's all about.
He does. I've taken my own decision. I'm not going to approach.
I don't blame you.
No.
I don't blame you. You probably get closed in the door and then driven over. That's knowing your luck. But
yes, indeed.
Aaron Taylor-Smith is top of the times and Flash is at the bottom just now, so everybody's in a Toyota Gazoo sandwich, unfortunately. But it does give Flash a bit of hope and optimism, because seeing your teammate that fast at the top, it means that there is a good bit of pace inside the car, and if the data and the setup can be transferred over, if Gordon's similar to what Aaron likes, well, there is a good bit of hope there. That's trying to shine a light on something that's maybe not the greatest right now, Robert, because missing that free practice 1 time, missing free practice 2, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, it's puts them really on the back foot, but this is where a bit of sports psychology comes in as well, because a lot of drivers would be totally freaked out sitting there desperate to get going, and then they'd start to make mistakes on track. But Gordon will be sitting there steaming at the moment, but once he gets out on track, he'll know how to focus, and he'll be able to put something together.
He might be calm, because there's nothing anybody can do about
exactly.
it, and things happen, things do fail. So Aaron Taylor-Smith fastest from Dan Rowbottom, and then Darryl de Leon right now, the top 3 that we have. Dan Camish on a good sector run as well, as is Senna Proctor. For those of you who've been looking at live timing, you may have wondered why Charles Rainford was out there on a hard tyre. Well, he's got a soft on now to be on track, so we don't know if that was correct or not, but free practice can do what they like. Dexter Patterson, who was showing us some really good free practice formula on, finds himself just shuffled down in all the madness of the laps coming into 15th place in his Rocket Cupra, and a little bit of improvement for Ash Sutton. I was just about to say that, Sutton a little bit further down, but this is what we used to always get too involved in free practice, worried about people being down the bottom of the times, and it doesn't really, they're on a run plan, they've got something in the mind that they want to do.
Yeah, it depends what tyre they're on, is it a new tyre, is it an old tyre, what are they actually doing, so that you can't read too much into it. There's a general trend that is visible here as to who's fast and who's not, but you can't read detailed positions into it. But looking at a couple of cars that are in interesting positions, Taylor-Smith in Toyota is leading the way at the moment by just over or just under 0.2 of a second, and that I'm sure Gordon Shedden will have noticed that. I'm sure he's aware of the times as he's sitting patiently in the car, and that'll be doubly frustrating for him, the fact that his teammates at the top of the timesheets at the moment.
And that's about a 10.5 faster than the time, or just about a 10th faster than what we had this morning from free practice 1 for Taylor Swift towards what compared to what Tom Ingram did. So the times are moving forward, but it just seems to be Aaron Taylor-Smith, ATS, who has moved forward. Nobody else really has. The continuation of Dan Rowbottom having a good year is on our TSL timing screens. He's second place right now, and Charles Rainford goes to the top of the time. But Dan Rowbottom with a really good run of form, 3 victories this year at 3 completely different circuits, coming here with a bit of Cataclean sponsorship round the actual Taylor's hairpin as well at Knockhill. So he said to me in a little interview we did, if I win down there, I'm going to do a burnout in front of the Cataclean signs.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to seeing that. That would be entertaining. Now, equally entertaining is the fact that these cars are so closely matched. We've got the first 16 cars all within 1 second of each other. So 16 cars within 1 second. And Chris Smiley's just 1.032 seconds off the fastest time as well, down in 17th position.
I can still see the top of Gordon Shedden's bonnet just through the marshal's post just now with the binoculars, so it hasn't got the bonnet put down yet. There's still 11 minutes of the session to go. There's still plenty of time to go, and we would rather have him on track. I'm sure the team would rather have him on track as well. But I did mention Charles Rainford. I spoke with Charles yesterday, and Jake Hill. We did a social media piece for the circuit. He's a lovely young guy. He's so friendly. He's so smiley. They're all very short in that team, though. Aidan looks like a giant when he's standing next to them, but Charles, who has got some previous here, this is his first year in a touring car here, never driven a BTC car here, but he has got some Porsche experience, and he was very fast in the Porsches.
He was, yeah, very quick indeed. And the Porsches actually are over a lap, are slightly quicker than the touring cars. The Porsches are the fastest cars here this weekend, but touring cars, obviously, there's a lot more to it in terms of the whole package that goes together, and they do the 3 races and things. So Rainford now goes top, though. Charles Rainford in the number 99 car goes top of the timesheets, 50.877 against Taylor Smith, 50.962, so just 85 thousandths of a second between them.
You're watching Jake Hill slowly creep his way up the standings, and Chris Smiley, personal best lap last time round for Chris Smiley, puts himself in the Restart Racing car into 10th place. Badges this as a home round, as you'd quite rightfully expect from Northern Ireland, and tells me there's a busload of people going to be making their way over to support him this weekend. And normally his driver coach is Matt Neal. Matt's not here this weekend. He's got a family commitment elsewhere. But Chris Smiley schooled really well, and he started his car racing career at Knockhill with us in the Celtic Speed Mini Cooper Cup. So black flag for Dexter Patterson. So he's had enough warnings now, as Dexter Patterson, and he's now being black flagged for the remainder of this 10 minute of this session. And he'll have to come in, and Smiley improves up 7 places and goes to P3 now for Chris Smiley, 0.2 of a second away from the fastest lap that Charles Rainford has put down. So with Dexter getting the black flag and Chris Smiley improving, we're all still keeping our eyes firmly on that pit lane, and it doesn't look like there's any change of situation for Gordon Shedden as it stands right now. Let's give you a recap on our Scotsman, because Aidan Moffat still sits in 7th place in his BMW. 51-1 last time round, personal best of the session for him, 7th place. We've just said Dexter Patterson 15th being black flagged, and Gordon Shedden unfortunately sits in 22nd place right now with an exhaust clamp failure on the Toyota Corolla.
Yes, that's a bitter thing to happen, and with 9 minutes 16 seconds to go, I don't know if he's going to get much meaningful track time at all. We get an out lap, a couple of flyers, and in lap. That would take over 5 minutes. So unless they can fix it in the next 2 or 3, he's not going to be out.
I've got the binoculars out. I'm trying to catch up if I can with Alan Hyde to see where he is, but that's not working. So let's talk about PMR, because Power Max Racing, Alan's already given us the big interview across here, which is fabulous to hear from Adam Weaver. I mean, they've been through the mill. They've almost been to hell and back, and they've managed to arrive here. There was a very emotional moment for them yesterday when we gave them a shakedown, or Toka gave them a dispensation to have a shakedown on the track, and there was a few tears in the pit lane for some of the mechanics, because they have burnt the midnight oil. And to see them out there getting returns on track, I think is quite good for these. For the small team that Power Max Racing is, but also the drivers. They've been driving the Vauxhall Astras, getting used to that. They've then got to try and get used to something completely new, which, Robert, these cars are so different.
Yes, it's the same sort of Toka components, you know, the subframes at the front and the back and things, which Toka specify, but yeah, it's attached to a completely different roll cage in a different wheelbase of car. Yeah, massive change from what they're used to running.
What have we got left? 7 minutes of free practice, 2 here at Knockhill. You're listening to the session live as it unfolds on track. We're still waiting to see if there will be any of the Ingram shuffle. Will we see Tom Ingram coming further up there?
Oh, Big news, Dan Camish, car number 27, black flag.
Black and white flag?
No, black flag.
Black flag?
Black flag, that's 22 that's got the black and white. Dan Camish, black flag, just the same as Dexter Patterson.
Ooh.
That's a big scalp for the scrutineers to have found.
That's not good news for Dan Camish if that is the black flag for him as well. It's all happening here. People just getting a little bit keen using too many of the track areas where you're not meant to be using. I'm still looking at Tom Ingram in 14th place, but I'm not 100% sure that I should be too bothered about that. We saw Ingram with a really, really good free practice one. Probably, as Robert said, going back to the free practice one run sheet to try and see if there's anything they can get back and plan with.
Yeah, because he was very comfortable in P1 in the first session, so I don't think he's got anything to worry about pace-wise. I think that's just a question of going through the work programme. There'll be one or two others in the same situation. Ash Sutton down in 17th at the moment. He's behind Ingram by about 0.2 of a second. But again, I don't think anything dramatic going on there. I suspect when we get to qualifying, he's going to pop right back up the order.
Yeah, so there's been a bit of action. We had Adam Morgan get the black flag as well in this session. So it's been a busy old flag as the black flag for people getting slaps on the wrist. Use too much track too many times. Yeah, you will get called in by race control, and you'll get a bit of slap wrist apart.
It was certainly a feature of Croft a couple of weeks ago. There was multiple potential pole position and potential front row lap times disallowed in qualifying, which got a bit of conversation going in the paddock. But I think this is just a little this is the torpedoes across the bow for everyone at the moment. This isn't the qualifying, of course, it's still free practice, but yeah, it's been fully policed.
Mikey Doble up into 18th place in car number 88. His teammate Nick Halstead in 21st place. Just ahead of Flash with 5 minutes of the session to go. Alan, if you are in that area, little update, please.
I haven't really left, to be honest.
Okay.
We've still got one member of the team who is getting a very dirty back, and he's also got a bit of heat retardant material being held over his chest because he's right next to the brake disc underneath the left-hand side front of the car, and one member of the team still with his arms deeply inside the engine bay. Josh Cook just briefly took out the bracket which has failed and showed it to me, and yeah, it's very definitely failed. It's in two halves, that's for sure. They have tried so valiantly to get this car repaired and to get it out on circuit. The one member of the team that was underneath the front of the car has come out now, so I wonder, does that mean the job has been completed? It's just such a frustration here, and I think Flash realises the car is not going to be out in this session, and that's a huge disappointment, notwithstanding the amount of hard work that these members of the team have been putting in.
Is it a clamp around the exhaust, or is it a bracket that holds the exhaust to the car, Alan?
It's a clamp.
Oh God, there's nothing worse. So the exhaust separates, you lose exhaust pressure, you lose performance from the engine, the car becomes too loud. It's yeah, what a great shame. That's not what he needs on his return to the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at his home round. But he'll dig deep and he'll take a little bit of okayness, if that's the right word to use. Don't know if that's the right thing to use, seeing that Aaron Taylor-Smith is so fast. So I know it's an open book, open house down there, and they will be able to use some of the data from Aaron and put it onto Gordon's car. And if Flash can grab the car by the scruff of the neck round here, he certainly will. So let's see what happens with that one. But we're into the last 3 minutes now of the Quick for British Touring Car Championship. Free practice 2 at Knockhill. Charles Rainford fastest for the BMW team right now, the West Surrey run team. Rainford fastest from Taylor Smith. And Chris Smiley, a good third place, who just gets pushed back to fourth as Dan Lloyd now goes up into second place. That's a good lap from Lloyd, and he announced a whole raft of sponsors as well. A man who works very hard to keep himself on the grid. I think it was 5 new sponsors he brought on board for Croft.
Yeah, he's very good at that side of the business, and it's a necessary part of the racing driver's makeup these days. There's one thing to be good at driving, but you've got to be able to handle the commercial package that goes with it as well. But that's an excellent position for both Lloyd and Smiley. That's quick cars they've got underneath them this weekend.
Yeah, Darrell De Leon in 5th place. Tom Ingram's managed to get himself up 9 places now into 6th with a 51.1, almost matching his lap time from free practice 1. But more importantly, look at the amount of laps these guys have done in this session. We've got 22 for Rainford, 20 for Ingram, 22 laps for Moffat, and down the bottom of the screen, it's probably not worth looking at the Gordon shed. And that's an installation lap. That's the fine we've got a problem, and then it's parking in the pit lane. ATS, though, back up in second place now for Aaron Taylor Smith, 200ths of a second away from Charles Rainford's LKQ Eurocar Parts BMW.
Another car that's way out of position, and again, I'm not too concerned because I'm sure it's a work plan thing, is Ash Sutton. He's still down in 19th position. He's done 14 laps though, so he's still within 0.8 of a second of the fastest.
And Jake Hill. Jake Hill sits in 14th place, but we would imagine that's, like you say, a lot of people will be revisiting what they missed in free practice 1, which you then have to try and cram it all into free practice 2, which isn't going to be easy, but there will have been important bits of free practice 1 missed that they want to do.
But we've still got 19 cars within 1 second of each other, or in fact 19 cars within 0.9 of a second of each other. So it's mega close.
Close it may well be with 2 minutes of the session to go. Rainford, though, reigning supreme right now, top of the times in his LKQ Eurocar Parts BMW. Still the bonner up across there on Flash's car. Aidan Moffat, 10th place right now. Aidan will be quite happy with that because he's been consistent. Again, he's put a lot of laps in there, and he has got the exact same time as Dan Camish ahead of himself to nearest 1,000. But this is always quite good to see. How they managed to do that, we'll never know. And then there's also a really close time with Dorlan and Morgan. James Dorlan and Adam Morgan. They're 2,000ths of a second separating those guys. But as you rightfully said, Doc, the top, what is it, top 19 all within 0.8 of a second. It shows you the class of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship and where we are just now. But obviously a difficult session for one of our watchers in the commentary box. Gillian Shedden sits up here and there's not really much you can say or do. We've all been there ourselves. We're all kind of ex-competitors, and when you have a mechanical failure, it's something that you just kind of have to suck up and get on and move on to the next session. Unfortunately, the next session's quite a biggie.
Yes, and the other thing, actually, the added jeopardy, but I think Gordon will be able to get round this, is you've only got a very small number of laps in that quick 6 format. Alan.
And the good news is that on the other side of the garage, they know that the car is going well around Knockhill.
Yeah, so very well.
Flash is out of the car now, and he walks away slowly, walks over to the timing screens, and he'll be taking in all of that information. He's still got his helmet on at the moment, but this is one of those times that you really don't approach because there is no positivity that you can take out of that for Flash himself, but for the whole team I think you can take a good deal of positivity, and maybe he can carry that through to qualifying.
Yeah, 100%, Alan. We could just see him taking his helmet off from here, and I think you've done the right thing by not approaching him, to tell you the truth. If you like your teeth, you've got a really good jawline as well, so you don't have that messed up.
Yeah, no, definitely over the years that I've been patrolling the pit lane in this championship and others as well, you know the right time and the wrong time to be a glib commentator coming up with looking for a soundbite. Now is not the time.
Now is not the time to approach. We'll get that later on. Checker flag flies here, and Charles Rainford is still top of the times, although Aaron Taylor Smith has just gone personal best through sector number 1 on the very last lap. Could he be about to put the Toyota Corolla onto the top of the times and take that back to Donning and hopefully put the setup onto Flash's car and see how that works for qualifying? But yeah, a good session for that side of the garage. Dan Lloyd coming home in 3rd place and Tom Ingram in 4th place. Senna Proctor, another good strong showing from Senna Proctor in that 5th place, showing that his return to the championship is strong and it continues to gather a good bit of momentum. We saw that at Croft. We saw him at Croft as well, having a very brave manoeuvre going past Tom Ingram. Didn't expect him to do that, but he did.
That was quite impressive, yes.
Then Chris Smiley in 6th place, Darryl DeLeo in 7th, Dan Rowbottom 8th, Dan Camish in 9th, and then Aidan Moffat rounding out the top 10, Doc.
Yeah, another driver that's caught my eye down in 18th position is the number 19 car of Matt Buxton. This is only his 2nd ever British Touring Car Championship meeting. He's only 8/10ths off the fastest lap of the session in the 4th of the Toyotas. Son of Danny Buxton, who raced in the touring cars, a couple of decades ago, I think. But yeah, the talent is obviously there. He did a very good job at Croft, having made a big step up from Fiesta racing into British touring cars. Didn't put a foot wrong at Croft. Got to the end of the races with the car in one piece and him in one piece. And again, doing a solid job here at Knockhill.
This is another thing that unfortunately Flash is missing out on, the place where they do get to do a practice start at the end of free practice 2, which is quite an important thing for you to get. Just let somebody get the clutch baiting point, get everything together, make sure you're happy for being out there. But yeah, a good session. You're very right for young Max Buxton, actually, to be in the mix of things out there, and only second time. Alan said he was given the order at Croft, bring it back, don't bend it, on you go, and he did that. Not once, not twice,
but 3 times.
Well done. We're still finishing.
We can still count after.
Still finishing each other's sentences after all these years. So a great shame for Gordon Shedden fans out there that a technical issue keeps him off track for the majority of that session. But it's all about Charles Rainford and LKQ Eurocar Parts BMW for West Surrey Racing, fastest in that session. And, you know, credit to young Charles, because he's never been here before in a BTC car. His first time in an actual touring car on the track. And for him to do that, that shows the makeup of the young man, shows the class of that young man. And let's hope he can carry that form forward and towards the actual races.
Yeah, he's very, very talented driver, is Charles Rainford. And very nice guy to chat to in the paddock as well.
Alan's still across there in pit lane. Obviously the car's still on track, Alan. I don't know if you'll get a chance to grab any of the drivers as and when they finish.
One thing I will do is to have a chat to the bloke that's standing beside me, who will be the voice of the races for ITV over the course of the weekend. As they do the practice starts in the background, we'll allow the cars to go. And say, David Addison, so Saturday morning is when you get to go out on circuit. Where have your travels taken you today?
Porsche for breakfast, Toka for an extra breakfast, because it's a long way north.
You've been working with Tim Harvey for too long, mate.
Rubs off, and then a wander round up to the chicane for the first practice session, and then up and down the pit lane for the second. Because I do like, if possible, to go and see the cars trackside. You know, people talk about how, you know, your glamorous job going to all these circuits, but much of it is spent looking at monitors. And so to remind myself why I fell in love with the sport in the first place, and to see cars out on track, especially here, because I think probably Knockhill, of all the places we go, and I'm not just saying this, but it is the most photogenic of tracks.
Well done.
In a few weeks' time, I've got to start editing the Silverstone programme, and almost every photograph will be from here because, you know, hopefully the sun will be shining, but you've got cars on 2 wheels, and it's just a dramatic place. And I'd forgotten, because I've not been up to the chicane for a couple of years, just how much air the cars take.
It's huge, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, you watch Ash Sutton go through there.
It was that picture that I was thinking of.
Well, yeah, I mean, just standing there, you see 1, 2 on 2 wheels, and you think, oh, that's impressive. And then Sutton comes through higher than the front row at a Bob Marley concert, and you think, now that's proper air. That's how it should be done.
So let me ask you a question that I raised this morning. If a car is up on 2 wheels, but you draw a right angle down from the wheels that are up in the air, and they are over track limits, what's the rule on that?
I think that's okay, because if you're in the air, you're not really gaining anything by being airborne, are you? Yeah. And I think
the point moot?
It is moot, in as much as I think the regulation talks about being over, not above. You're definitely above at that point, sort of hovering.
We need a lawyer on this one, don't we? Goodness me. Now, you're part of the Motorsport Holy Trilogy this weekend, aren't you? So 2 wheels last night.
So yeah, Edinburgh Speedway last night. It was the Edinburgh Monarchs versus the Workington Comets, and Edinburgh had a rather dominant home win. Stuffed the Yorkshiremen, quite right. They didn't do very well. And then tonight, it's a bit of a toss of the coin, really, because you've got Glasgow Speedway, or Cowdenbeath, or Lochgelly. And Lochgelly wins tonight for myriad reasons. So Richard Neal, who's another oval racing fan, Richard does all the Toka Sport races. He and I are planning to be there as soon as we can after qualifying.
Gonna have a little night out. It's superb. We look forward to this weekend, don't we?
Well, I always say to people, it's a bit like Knockhill's Grand Prix. And it is. And yeah, okay, for a lot of people, it's a long journey. Not for everybody. I mean, it's about as far here for me as it is going to Brands, oddly. But you come here, and it is not just a race meeting at Knockhill, it is the biggest car meeting of the season, and that's always reflected in what the circuit does. I mean, I walked into the paddock yesterday and said to myself, that's new, that's changed. That wasn't here last year. You know, every time you come here, Knockhill have invested, and there's a finite amount of money, there's a finite amount of land, but it never sits on its laurels, this place, and everybody wants the event to succeed. It doesn't matter who you come across within the Knockhill team, they want you to be happy, whether you're a driver or a team, an official, a part of the media. It's very hard to come here and not, I hate the phrase, feel the love, but you know what I mean? You sort of, the enthusiasm of Knockhill and everybody here rubs off on you. In the same way that we go to other venues and you can't wait to get out. But here, you want it to be a 3-day, 4-day, 5-day meeting.
It took me a while to recover from the Bob Marley reference, but David, thank you very much indeed. David Addison, ITV's David Addison down in pit lane. Tom Ingram is walking towards me. Might be worth a quick word with Tom Ingram. He's walking. And do you want me to walk and talk with you, Tom?
Should we go to the toilet? Should we go to the toilet?
Is that where you're going?
You're welcome to join if you
No,
like.
I'd rather not if you don't mind.
Why not? It's a beautiful new toilet building.
It is a very nice toilet building.
So much more room for activities as well. It's great.
It is really right. I don't know how sometimes you deliver lines like this to me with a dead straight face and making eye contact.
Because it is. It's a great place. It's a great facility to go and use. I should highly recommend it. But just, keep your distance and all that.
Can I just very quickly get your thoughts about how things have been on track?
Good.
Okay, that's enough. You really want to go, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, Tom, I'll let you go. Goodness me, this has been a busy free practice session of interviews, hasn't it? Every single one of them has had its little moment down here.
Oh, I've just seen you come back through that little dark alcove.
Yeah, I was
supreme.
I was worried about the radio mic working over there. Let me see if I might get a quick word with Senna Proctor on his thoughts, who is currently talking to the team, to engineer, and his father Mark is never far away as well. They are both incredibly tall individuals, so I kind of have to hold the mic up quite high. Senna, just your thoughts on free practice 1 and 2?
Tricky one. Yeah, we the car's just not quite in the window at the minute, but we're getting it there. We seem to have got it dialed in towards the end then and finished, I think, P5, 6, whatever it was. Yeah. So yeah, we're thereabouts. Just a little bit of work to do before qualifying.
And a couple of weeks after what was a very, very good weekend for you at Croft.
Yeah. Maybe Saturday's our bogey part of the weekend at the minute. We seem to be okay. We seem to be racing okay. We just need to scrub up on this. Me getting back on the new tyre and just maximising qualifying, really, which is what we're going to do now.
Thank you very much indeed, Senna, down in pit lane. Let me see if there's any other drivers that I might be able to have a quick word with before everybody makes it over to the paddock. We're just watching Sam Osborne's car being stalled by one of the team as it's making its way back to the paddock area, and it's in the paddock where tomorrow's we don't have a pit lane walkabout, we have a paddock walkabout, and the opportunity to get the autographs and selfies with drivers over the course of about 40-45 minutes tomorrow it will be for the paddock walkabout. And I'm just looking at Sam Osborne, who's busy chatting away with Rich, his engineer, and also with Rory Butcher, who looks after sort of driver coaching for Sam Osborne this year in the BTCC. I wonder if I might get a couple of words with Sam before he runs away. Rory knows I'm here, and Rory knows that I'm sort of in the queue for a bit of Sam time. And I'll go. No, you don't have to apologise. The conversation you have with that man is probably more important than it is with me, because Rory can give you a huge amount about this circuit, Sam.
Oh yeah. Rory's knowledge around here. I mean, obviously he grew up around it, so yeah, it's mega the amount of knowledge he's got and that around here, and then of course relating that to the car is another part of the job. So yeah, we're making progress.
Thoughts on free practice?
Yeah, good. Free practice 1 was like being in a maraca and being shaken up. But free practice 2 we're getting there. So we've changed some springs, changed some other bits and bobs. We've now got a bit of oversteer through the fast stuff, so turn 1 and turn 2. But we're dealing with that, and we're slowly making some changes to combat it.
I wanted to get a good close look at your helmet as well, because these helmets that have been produced for you guys this weekend, it is quite superb, isn't it?
Yeah, Ren have done an amazing job of it. I mean, this one's plate steel and rivets and all sorts of ironmongery. So yeah, he's done a wicked job of it, and they all look mint. So, but they're all for a good cause. So we're supporting the dementia thing, Race Against Dementia, and I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but we're going to try and hopefully raise a chunk of money for them. So,
watch this space for that.
Top man, Sam. Thank you very much indeed. Great to have a chat to you. Going to have a quick word with Rory. I know he's having a chat to engineer Rich at the moment, but nice to see you, Rory. Any excuse to come up and have a chat to you. There is so much. Oh, you've even got a little tartan lining to the hoodie. That's very impressive.
Knockhill special.
I love the fact that Napa do this for this weekend.
Yeah, they go to town, don't they? They really make a big effort for the Scottish round. So we've got our new hoodies with the tartan on the inside, and then all the drivers have their tartan race suits for race day. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is really, really cool. And presumably you are better than most to be a driver coach for Sam this weekend.
Home track, you know, this is where I started my racing career. And yeah, I've had reasonable success here in the touring cars. I love the place, obviously. Trying my best to hand that knowledge over to Sam, and he's done a mega job. Just trying to fine-tune the car now and make him 100% happy.
How easy do you find that imparting of information as opposed to actually being in the car and doing it around your home circuit?
Yeah, I think certain parts are relatively simple. I think places like the chicane, it's hard to describe what to do because it's almost like muscle memory, and I don't really think too much about it. And I think the chicane is really the key to the lap, and it's where
So that analysis of what you do for yourself, you find quite tricky.
Yeah, exactly. So trying to hand over to someone else is difficult, but there's other places like Clark, Hairpin, the first sector. It's reasonably easy to kind of put it across, and Sam's done a great job. So yeah.
Man, Rory, nice to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for having a chat to me. Robbie's here, so we're about to pass over the baton, and I'll head back over towards you.
Rory's driver coaching better than his reversing, I've heard, actually. So there's something you could maybe ask him off here.
Certainly not.
Yeah, I wouldn't if I was you. Not after this
Certainly
morning.
not.
No.
So many people are saying you need to ask him about such a. Hang on, I've just spotted Ash Sutton down here, who is just taking his earplugs out and having a chat to his engineer. Can I get a couple of thoughts, Ash? First of all, about this spectacular helmet that you've got this weekend.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Obviously, Napa had once again done a mega job on the charity we support here, Race Against Dementia, and how they go about it. It's been awesome. So obviously we've got a new livery this weekend. We'll have some new suits, which you'll see come qualifying, and then some new helmets to go with it.
The thing is that every year they kind of up the game, so they must have to think, what are we going to do next year? This year was pretty good.
It's slightly concerning because we wonder sometimes what they're going to do, but it's quite cool the fact we didn't actually know anything about the helmets as drivers.
So there was a reveal, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had a nice meal Thursday night, and Joe Tanner from Renat, he was there and obviously revealed all the helmets to us, showcased what he'd been up to for the past couple of months, and it was great. It was a great evening, so all for a great cause as well.
Right, now let's get down to business and the ongoing championship battle. Thoughts on FP?
Yeah, we're just trying stuff. FP1 looked good. We just didn't put a lap together. Theoretically, we sat P2 behind Tom. There we're 2 from the bottom. We're playing around. Car balance wasn't quite where we wanted it to be then. So yeah, nothing to read into just yet.
No, I didn't read anything into it because we always say we don't know what people are doing during free practice.
No, exactly, and sometimes we don't. So, yeah, we're just here, we're just playing around, we're trying to get the perfect car we can for qualifying.
As spectators, this championship battle between the two of you is exceptional to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to go down to the wire for sure. I mean, we're not going to give up that easy. Obviously, Tom's just been nipping away at us all this time. Obviously, our puncher at Croft didn't help. It swung it back his way quite a lot. So, yeah, we maybe need a little bit of lady luck to just balance that back out. But performance-wise, we've been hanging in there in terms of racing. So we'll see how we get on this weekend.
How soon after you got home after Croft did you switch the old television on and have a little replay?
Monday morning, funnily enough. So yeah.
What did you make of it?
Just relived the pain from race 1, unfortunately. But yeah, obviously race 2, the comeback drive, and then going on to that race 3 win.
And the manoeuvre for the lead.
Yeah, and obviously that it was a typical touring car race 3, and it was awesome for spectators, us as drivers. So yeah, to turn the day around, get that race win, it was a great race.
Watch that on telly and think, actually, mate, fair play, that was good.
I'm actually a big critic to myself, so I'll still find faults in my own performances. Even if we started on pole and won the race, it's never a perfect race. So I'll always be the biggest critic to myself, and that's how I've learned to develop.
I think that's how you get better and better, isn't it?
That is, and obviously you've got your teammates and people like that pushing you on, but there's nothing better than sort of self-examination.
Top man. Thank you, Ash. Great to have a chat to you. Thank you very much indeed. He pulled himself away from having a chat, a debrief with his engineer to chat to us there. That's it from pit lane for now. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Rob Johnston and head back to the commentary box here on Toka Live.
Thanks very much, Alan Hyde and Rob Johnson, Dr. Robert Johnson, across there. Well, we're into the lunch break now, so this is a great time for you to head to the Paddock Cafe and Bar. Head to Kinnairds, do whatever you've got to do and get yourself fed and watered, because when we come back this afternoon, we're straight into racing at 1:40 with the Vera Tools British F4 Championship, certified by the FIA for a 28-minute race. Then we've got the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain qualifying, the touring car qualifying, the Quick Fit British touring cars will be qualifying through their qualifying format. Then it's the Vertu Mini Challenge 20-minute race, and we finish with the Cayman Sprint Challenge race, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain race at 5:25. So go and get yourself fed and watered. You're listening to Talk Alive. My name's Duncan Vincent. We've got Sir Alan Hyde in the commentary point. He's making his way back just now. And we also have Dr. Robert Johnson. Until then, we've got a little bit of music that we'll play. Remember, you can also get in touch with Alan. Please do try and get in touch as much as you can, and you can do that by texting this number. It's 07482 877 877. That's 07482. I think I gave the wrong one the first time. 07482 877 877. You need to say who the message is from. We need your first name only. We don't want your second name, but make sure you get in touch with us here and Talk Alive, and we'll keep you guys up to date with everything that's going on.
So we are gearing up for the lunch break here. First of all, let's head down to our brilliant friend of Simon Taylor and listen to what is going on as well, because Steve Taylor has caught up as well with Tom Chilton.
Tom, is it fair to say that you are the most experienced BTCC racer around here this weekend, or just at the moment?
I would say...
I'm not calling you old.
So, funny enough, we researched this morning.
Okay.
So, Matt Neal's done the most amount of starts, then Jason Plato, then Colin Turkington, then me, and then Gordon Shedden.
Wow.
So, I'm P4. So, and I'm 5th in the championship, so...
Congratulations. How are you feeling going around there with practice?
Yeah, fine. We were on 100-kilometre-old medium tyres, whereas the main tyre around here is soft. So we were only 15th then. But I was very happy with my lap time on old medium. So I think when we get some fresh softs on, we'll be right up there. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, Croft was incredibly exciting, wasn't it? And how are you feeling kind of coming back into now Knockhill and coming this point of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I always think if you do well at Croft, you'll do well at Knockhill. I don't know what it is. They're very different circuits, but usually the car setup usually works at both. And I was quick at Croft, so I'm very excited to be here. I love being in Scotland. I love the fans. I love the circuit. I think Shedden does a great job with the track, and can't wait to go racing.
Fabulous. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben.
I forgot, of course, Steve's not actually there this weekend as well, but with it being a different event, I don't know if he's going to be turning up later on as well on the broadcast. That would be a big surprise to come through. But it's all change at the moment. Let's check up then with Dan Rowbottom. Napa, as we heard earlier on, running a different livery, the tartan coloured. This is what he had to say earlier on. Dan Rowbottom.
Dan, you just come back off free practice. How's the car feeling? How's the track feeling?
Track's very dirty. It's dusty and gravelly, and the condition isn't great, but I think that's just what happens after a day of support testing. Car feels really good. I think we finished at P2. We used a bit of turbo boost, a little bit more than what we've got allocated for the weekend, but we were on a medium tyre, so we wanted to see where we were. Yeah, it's good. Good so far, so good.
Spicy at Croft, wasn't it? Now coming into here, how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I think we come from Croft in a good place. We're back up to P3 in the championship. There's obviously a massive gap to Tom and Ash. Whether we can get there now, I don't know. But all we can keep doing is trying to win races and capitalise on the points. We need Tom and Ash to have a bad weekend, in truth, and we need to have a really good weekend when they have a bad weekend, which isn't always very easy to sync up. But we're going to do our best and make the opportunity if it comes.
and if not, I guess we'll finish P3.
Weather conditions here quite favourable.
Yeah, it's muggy, isn't it? And I think it's going to be dry all weekend, which is nice. But to be honest, this place is good in the wet. It's one of the better circuits to race in the wet. Although it's scary, it's good. So yeah, I think we're set up well for either condition. We've got a really good car underneath us, so we've just got to use the tools, you know.
And the fans are great here.
Fans are fantastic. Fans are crackers here. They're all a bit mental, but we do love coming to Scotland. I mean, if you just look over there at the campsite, it's absolutely full. It's been full since yesterday lunchtime. They love it. It's their Grand Prix, isn't it? So they're all here to have a good time. We're going to put on a good show.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting race, wasn't it, as well, coming through. But one thing we didn't hear last time out as well was what happened back at Croft and all of our interesting situations. Now, we've got the Toka Rescue Chief going up into the commentary box alongside Alan Hyde shortly as well. But let's just hear back to what everybody thought about the race at Croft, of course, starting with race number 1. It was quite an interesting day, to say the least as well. It was pretty much a do-or-die manoeuvre between it all. So let's take a look then at what happened in all of the action from the British Touring Car Championship and head back to the last time of the day, and that was all the action from the Croft circuit now. And start with race 1 of the championship. Tim Harvey and David Addison in the booth.
We are good to go. It is round 16 of the Quick Fix British Touring Car Championship. Race 1 of 3 at Croft. Tom Ingram lines up on pole position. The lights go out now, and a good getaway is made by Camish. Is it as good as Ingram's? However, the answer is no. He slots in behind. Ingram covers off the inside line. Down towards Clervaux they go for the first time. It's going to be Ingram who leads the way. Camish slots in second. Doble is third. Up to fourth is Rowbottom, and diving to the inside line. A good start made by Charles Rainford. He's been on his toes, hasn't he? And he's got the BMW up on the inside line. Good getaway by Rainford. Ingram dancing the car through the chicane. Chilton's run out wide, has he? Yes, he skips off the road in the background. There's a BMW in strife. I think that was Rainford too, but it's Ingram leading on that one.
Yeah, the car dancing around with not much pressure in the rear tire. Look, this is where it's quite damp on the braking area here up Proctor, up the inside of Rowbottom. But they all got round turn 1 and turn 2 so far.
There is the Chris Smiley Gordon Shedden battles. Gordon Shedden it was, using a lot more curve coming through the Jim Clark S's down towards Barcroft. Wheel lifting from Chris Smiley as the Northern Irish driver turns his way through. The Scottish driver, Gordon Shedden, looks for a way up the inside. No real gap there, but he's absolutely on the back, maybe in the back of the Hyundai now. The Restart racing car grows in width. Smiley covers off the inside and the outside line. Shedden, though, tries to go around the outside into the complex. The inside line for the next part. Smiley goes wide. Shedden gets up alongside him. Now Smiley has the road come to him, remember, because this puts him on the inside line. And now it's going to be a drag race down towards Clervaux. And the Hyundai is ahead coming off the corner. Good battle.
Too experienced to allow that one to happen. Oh, no, they've touched.
Smiley hit the curb, came across the front of Shedden. Smiley off the road.
One beneficiary of this is actually Ash Sutton, who was 5 seconds behind Chilton, but now be right on his back. Remember the new restart procedure. They can't go when they like. They have to go once they're round the final corner and past the restart line.
And Sutton, is that with a problem? It is. Ash Sutton has slowed right down. Has he got a puncture? He has. The front right has gone down. So Ash Sutton, rather than being helped, is massively hindered. We go racing, and this couldn't be at a worse time because he's got to pit under green flag conditions, not safety car conditions. So Ash Sutton, championship leader pre-race, in the pits with a puncture. And it's going to be Tom Ingram then to take the championship lead, to take the race win. And the Team Virtue Hyundai then now comes out of the hairpin, heading up towards the line. The team gets ready to celebrate. Tom Ingram wins race 1 at Croft. Tom Ingram wins the first race of the day with Dan Camish second, Senna Proctor third across the line. Then it's Rowbottom, Chilton and De Leon to round out the top 6. And another really impressive drive by Tom Ingram.
It was a really interesting first race of the day as well, at what was an unusually dry Croft as well. Usually when we go there, it is raining, miserable, and everybody's shivering cold. Not this time, however, which was an interesting run as well. Okay, I'm not entirely sure, but let's get it back down to Alan.
At tokerlive.net. And what we do during the lunch break, we play a little bit of music, keep you entertained, hopefully get a few of your messages to the studio on air as well, and also find out a little bit about what happens behind the scenes on a BTCC weekend. And today is the day of the Toker Rescue Team. Now, I'm using equipment that is not necessarily my equipment. This is Knockhill equipment, so I'm indebted to Graham for being here from Knockhill Radio to help me, but I think I've got it, because here in the studio representing Toker Rescue is John and Matt. John should be on that microphone, is that right?
I think so.
Hello, John.
Hello.
Right, let me turn you up a little bit so we can hear you. And Matt as well, who is here in the studio. Hi, Matt.
Good afternoon, Alan.
We've got you both. I've got you a little bit quieter, so let me just make that a little bit louder. There we go. So, John, first of all, now, very kindly, early on in the season, you said, well, if you're doing Toker Live this year, we're very happy to represent the Toker Rescue Team. So can you just describe the Toker Rescue Team, the medics, Toker Safety? They all work together, but what particularly is the role of Toker Rescue?
So Toker Safety is a composite team. It's a rescue and medical team. It's under the direction of Dr. Paul Trafford as a medical director for Toker. We have a lot of doctors, a lot of paramedics, a lot of rescue technicians, and we are here to keep everybody safe. We don't actually want to be on track. We don't want to see anybody over the weekend, but that's the role is for us to be there in case the worst happens.
And John, what's your history? What's your history around motorsport, and also your part of the team?
Okay, so history in motorsport, I think I went to my first rally when I was about 5.
Okay.
Probably about 50 years ago.
I blame the parents.
No, it was my uncle actually. He was the radio marshal on the old RSC rally. And then I got involved in motorsport probably about 2015, 2016. I'm actually part of the rescue and medical group here for SMMC. We do all the cover at Knockhill. And a couple of years ago, I was invited to join the Toker Safety team by Martin Hunt. And on that team, I'm just part of the rescue team. So we have a number of rescue technicians and various vehicles. And yeah, that's me.
So Martin has been sending me suggestions of questions to ask you.
Imagine,
exactly. So that tells me instantly that the banter within your team is really quite a high level.
I wasn't worried, but I am now.
So very good. One of the things that you mentioned to me while we were walking over, John, was that although this is your home circuit, this is your local circuit, you've never actually been into the
I've not been into the commentary tower. I mean, I know Duncan. I've met Graham. We see and hear the commentary tower a lot, but I've not actually been in. It's an amazing view.
It is a 360 degree view.
It is.
You can see pretty much the whole of the circuit here at Knockhill, and it's a very different perspective from where you are. Where do you spend your race weekends? Where are you based?
So normally on a race weekend at Knockhill, we'll either be based at the Tri-Oval or at the bottom of Duffus if the track is running clockwise. If it's running anti-clockwise, then we'll still be at Tri-Oval, and there'll be one at Post 4, just at the top of McIntyre's. So the rescue, the track license requires a rescue unit at both ends of the circuit. The expectation is that if we are deployed, we need to be at the scene of an incident within about 90 seconds of that call.
Which is an incredible response time, isn't it?
Fairly fast. I mean, on this circuit, actually, it's not too bad. We can get to most places in 90 seconds, even in a 5-ton van. But we have one at either end of the circuit just to be there as quickly as possible.
You're talking about the van. I mean, that is equipped with everything that potentially you could need, isn't it?
Probably underselling it a little bit. So SMMC have actually just got a brand new rescue unit. It's a 5.5-ton vehicle. It's been specially converted by Van Convert, who are coming tomorrow, so they won't hear this, who do a lot of the mountain rescue command vehicles in Scotland. And we took delivery of that on Christmas Eve, actually, so it was a nice Christmas present last year. And it was launched by Dr. Trafford, who is the medical director for Toker, but also Motorsport UK's medical director. He launched that on the 16th of February at the Border Access Stages Rally. Just to put that into perspective, so the idea of a rescue unit, it's a kind of a cross between a fire engine and an ambulance, roughly. So it carries most of the equipment you'd find on a fire engine for cutting people out of cars, road traffic collisions, and it carries a lot of stuff that you'd find on an ambulance in terms of managing trauma. To put a rescue unit on the road with its specialist conversion and the kit, you're looking at about £100,000.
Wow.
SMMC operate 3 of those, and 2 of them are here most weekends.
Wow. What is your day job? What's your background?
I do consultancy.
Do you?
Yeah.
In this line?
Yeah, kind of.
In this kind of area. It leads me on to the question that Martin Hunt has said to me. Why on the team do you get blamed for just about everything that ever gets damaged? What's the truth of this then, John?
Oh dear. There was an incident at a race circuit a couple of years ago that was an absolute accident where Dr. Trafford's Porsche and the environment unit were had a
in close connection.
A wee kiss. Had a wee kiss.
Did they? Yeah.
Dr. Trafford was not that impressed.
That is the sort of thing that I'm afraid is going to stay with you forever, John.
I'm well aware of that. It already has.
Well, thank you very much indeed for being honest and owning up to that. Yeah, I can imagine Traff wasn't overly impressed.
Just for clarity, I didn't own up to it. I just said what happened.
Right. Okay. Very good. Now, yesterday you came up to me because the whole team are in place. Yesterday was active on track. It wasn't competitive, but it was an official test day. And you came up to me and introduced me to Matt, who is also stood alongside us, and a whole load of people that were in camouflage. So can you tell us what was happening yesterday?
But you saw them, so it wasn't that good camouflage.
The camouflage was very poor, I have to say, because they stood out.
So Scottish Motorsport Marshals Club, I'm the Rescue and Medical Group Coordinator for that, signed the Armed Forces Covenant earlier on this year. So the Armed Forces Covenant is a statement from everybody in the nation to support our armed forces. Motorsport has been very long intertwined with armed forces. We have a lot of competitors, we have a lot of service crews, we have a lot of families, marshals and officials that are involved that are armed forces personnel, whether they're serving or reservist or veterans. And we have a number of people. Matt is on our team, as is Jess, and both of those are serving armed forces personnel. We have a number of veterans. So we felt it really quite important that we joined in with the Armed Forces Command. We already think that we support and respect our colleagues, but we wanted to kind of make that quite public. And as a part of that, Matthew has been appointed by the trustees of SMMC. It's a charity. So he's been appointed as by the trustees as the Armed Forces Champion.
In which case, I'll turn my attention to Matt and say a very good afternoon to you. Thanks for coming up, Matt. You were very quick to say that you were quite happy to come up and talk. So I have to ask you, what's your day job?
So I'm actually a musician by trade, Alan. I serve as part of the Royal Marines Band Service, based very locally down at HMS Caledonia at the back of Rosyth. And then, spend my weekends with people like John, providing safety services to all manner of motorsports across the UK.
So what's your history with motorsport?
So again, a little bit similar to John. It was actually a family connection that got me into it. My dad used to compete as clubman in sort of rallying. Used to rally an old Mark II. So when I was growing up, I used to help with him, go to events, service, and that sort of piqued the interest. From there, it developed on. In 2020, I gained my recovery license. So I'm dual licensed. I do rescue and recovery, and a bit of marshalling as well, radio marshalling, and really piqued my interest into the safety side of things. And through the sort of last half decade, I've got a bit more specialised into some areas, and had the opportunity to meet some amazing people, some really experienced people. As you'll notice up here, John's in a sort of slightly lighter blue set of overalls, representing the TOCA team. I'm in the darker blue overalls of SMMC Rescue, which is the local team to Knockhill.
Yes.
And that's part of the key way that TOCA operate, is they come in, they work with the local teams at the local circuits, and that's always a really amazing experience.
It's an important part of it, for the medics, for the rescue team, for everything,
and that's always a great experience for us as well, working alongside, probably the top end of rescue and safety provision in motorsport in the United Kingdom, if not internationally.
It is amazing seeing how everything fits together over the course of a touring car weekend, because we have the regular team that go everywhere, Dr. Trafford's team and Martin Hunt on the rescue side, and then to integrate with the local talents for the local teams to see how things are done on a national scale. That must be quite an interesting insight.
It really is. It's a great experience, and of course as well within motorsport, as you're well aware, Alan, it's such a small, close-knit community.
Yes, yeah.
That's true of the competitors, but that's true very much of the marshals and officials as well. So there's a lot of us that share, will go around the UK, working with different teams. So both John and I had the brilliant experience of working with a lot of the rest of the TOCA team and a number of the SMMC guys down at the Silverstone F1 this year, and likewise as well. We've got Wayne crewing with us this weekend, who's visiting from another rescue unit out in Scotland. So that sort of collaboration and combined working, sharing those skill sets and everything. I mean, it's one of the best bits of motorsport, isn't it? That feeling of collaboration and that friendly feeling. So
being involved, making a difference over the course of a race weekend, all of those things that you were sharing with quite a few younger members yesterday, young cadets. What was that? Just give us a little insight into how that all came about.
So as John mentioned, we signed the Armed Forces Covenant. The club already sort of supports the Armed Forces, but we're looking at being a bit more active in that. And part of that, the Armed Forces community is not just the serving personnel and their families, it's the veterans community, but it's also the cadet forces. So with the opportunity, we had 4 or 5 cadets join us yesterday from mainly from Alloa and Dunblane cadet squadrons. Yeah. And they had the opportunity to meet some of the guys. I'd like to say take the opportunity again to a huge thank you to Malcolm at Napa, who did a brilliant job of hosting, and also Lydia Walmsley, Hannah Chapman, and the Virtu Mini team as well. All of them gave the young guys the opportunity to go into the garages, have a look around, really proper behind the
what
scenes.
A treat. Yeah.
Access you can't get anywhere else. And then at the second part of the afternoon, we spent that looking at some of the vital skills from our side. So some of those rescue skills, and then also some of the medical skills from some of our amazingly experienced paramedics. So sort of giving them a bit of an insight, and also giving them a few skills to take away from the afternoon.
Did they then say, can we come back over the weekend? Can we get involved this weekend?
Well, certainly, I think there's one of them from Claire's out there somewhere with a dad watching this weekend.
Superb.
So we've got one of them back, and hopefully that's piqued a little interest, in motorsport, and we might see them about at events in the future.
This is important, John, because we need to think how, all of us that are involved in motorsport, in anything in life, really, we get older, and there comes a time at which you need to have made sure that you have the line of succession.
We do, and that's really important, and it's one thing that we're really keen to try and push is getting involved in motorsport doesn't need to be behind a wheel. Getting behind a wheel is obviously the kind of the bit that most people want to do, but that's a very expensive way of doing it. Yeah. There are lots of ways to be involved, very much behind the scenes, very much right at the heart of the action, being involved as a marshal, as an official. They're all volunteers, as are the rescue crews. And we are always looking for people that are willing to sit by the side of the track and wait for drink coffee and wait for something to happen. We don't want it to happen, but we are prepared for it.
Which is actually what you have to do. So you've got one eye on what's going on circuit, but it is the camaraderie that I see every time I walk past the safety team, the medical team. But you know what? When the call comes, it's immediate.
It is, and it's very difficult to explain, but you can have a lot of kind of conversation, you can have a lot of banter, but you'll hear something on the radio, you'll hear something on the track, and it goes to an immediate, what we call a sterile silence.
Yes.
While we're just kind of analysing what it is, and do we need to kind of sort of put our engine on and
go into action.
There's a kind of an anecdote that when something goes over the radio, if it's urgent, you put your coffee down. If it's priority, you throw it out the window. And occasionally you should open the window before you throw the coffee out.
Have you done that as well?
I have done that as well.
Right, okay. Very good.
Matthew, I was just thinking, one of the things that you did yesterday was rescue Jenga, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We should have probably got Alan involved in that. That would have been
what was this? What happened?
Yeah, so I think this is definitely something that needs to feature maybe on TOCA Live at some point. But yeah, we one of the guys in the team, Alan Matheson, used some cut-up fence posts to create a big sort of 5-foot high Jenga set.
Right.
And then what we had the cadets doing was using some of our hydraulic tools and trying to play a game of Jenga whilst using a set of hydraulic tools, which proved quite entertaining. I have to say they did very, very well.
I've just got a photograph of this. This is incredibly impressive.
But some may say that they did slightly better than the fairly experienced rescue team that had tried it that morning.
Definite potential there.
That is incredible. What a great picture. I hope you've shared that on social media.
We will be doing.
Yes, quite right too. Is there an official social media account for the Toka Safety team?
Toka Safety has a Facebook page and an Instagram page, and so does SMMC. So SMMC_rescue for the Twitter account, or X account, whatever it's called nowadays. Facebook is just We Are SMMC. Toka Safety is Toka-Safety, I think.
Okay, very good.
I should know that.
Make sure you put
media.
that photograph up there, because that's superb. So musicianship and motorsport and rescue team, how do you fit everything in?
I'm not really sure, Alan. That might be a better question for my wife, but yeah, no, it's there's quite a lot of crossover. I mean, as John said, coming from a military background, there's quite a few of the skills that cross over, and that's evident throughout the team, both SMMC and the Toka team. There's quite a few of the guys that are serving or ex-serving.
Yes. Yeah.
Because some of the approaches and some of the ways we do things are really, really similar, and it's a great opportunity to share that learning. That
Stubbsy has a military background, doesn't he?
Do you know, in the Toka Safety team, we've got a tremendous amount of experience.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have military background. Some of them reservist, reservist, and some of them veteran.
Yes.
So Stubbsy and Jerry are both veterans.
Yeah.
We've got Colonel Richard Gale and Colonel Simon Johnson, who are both Army doctors here today. So yeah, there's a lot of experience. If I've missed anybody out, guys, I do apologise if you're listening. But we have a tremendous amount of military experience.
Chaps, thank you very much indeed for what you need to. You need to go.
We need to go.
We're going to be in trouble in a minute, Alan. We'll all be in trouble.
Chaps, thank you so much for joining us, John, and from Matt as well. A little bit of background into what goes on with the Toka Safety team over the course of a race weekend, and indeed their involvement with the young cadets, the military cadets that were here at Knockhill yesterday. Right, your messages are coming up here on 93.7 FM. It is Toka Live on Radio Knockhill.
Okay, let's head back then to race 2 at Croft and find out what happened there.
Round 17 is go. Good getaway this time around by Camish. Good start by Robot as well. Not a mega start by De Leon. And again, Camish tries to go to the inside. That's covered off by Ingram. Camish tries the outside line on the run down to Clervo. Robotham tries the outside against Proctor. Camish looks for a way past Ingram. Here comes Chilton at the inside of Robotham, going in towards the right of Hawthorne. The Hyundai almost up alongside the Ford as they come to the corner, but Robotham just stays ahead.
And the other one to watch, of course, is Ash Sutton, starting at the very back after a puncture in race 1. The two BMWs side by side, De Leon on the inside, Rayford on the outside.
And Charles Rainford just about stands his ground. There's a very rapid Toyota of Aaron Taylor-Smith in the mix as well, just getting up past the Hyundai there. So the BMWs are together. Sutton for the top 6, I would offer you here, given the way that we know he can go. But it's Ingram, Camish, and then Robotham. First, second, third. Robotham, remember, is on that quicker, soft tyre. Now look, Dan Camish is hanging on to that second place, isn't he? He's not just rolling over and letting Robotham go. He's made him work for this, but eventually Dan does get up the inside. And again, look, Chiltern tries to find a way through as well. So now Robotham is released. He sets off in pursuit of the race leading Ingram, heading up to the complex. Chiltern's trying to get through, and now Camish becomes really useful to try to block him, but up the inside does go Chiltern, and this is where the Hyundai gets the job done off the corner. So Camish is 4th. It's Ingram, then Robotham, then Chiltern, then Camish the leading 4 as they come over the line. Right for the race lead, Ingram versus Robotham. And now perhaps Ingram ought to make that car as wide as possible just to help bring Tom Chiltern back into the equation, his teammate.
Yeah, well, we've seen in the past that Chilton is capable of winning, but Ingram doesn't put up a fight. He chooses to let through Robotham without much of a fight. I think he knows there's too long to go in this to hold off a car as quicker. Oh, and through goes Chilton as well. So Ingram really is not fighting this one. He's now still leading the hard-tired runners, and he'll have Camish behind. There's only the 4 cars, the first 3 from race 1, and Nick Hamilton on the hard tyre. Everyone else has got the advantageous soft. back to the lead. De Leon up the inside of Camish.
And Morgan's going to have a go the other side, isn't he? So this is where you see the cars on that slower, harder tyre really hobbled. So the leader comes through. It is Dan Rowbottom still clear, but Daryl De Leon is having a really, really good push here in the BMW, which looks far more at home at Croft in this race than it has in others. Over the line they go, and the gap's gone up. Rowbottom was 8/10 ahead. He's now 1.2 seconds clear of Chilton. Ingram third, and Daryl De Leon in fourth place. And this has been a mighty drive by Dan Rowbottom. He comes then up now towards the complex. It's going to be second place for Tom Chilton. It's going to be third for Daryl De Leon. And so it's another win for the Napa Fords, but this time around it's for Dan Rowbottom. Last corner, turns his way through the hairpin. The checkered flag is at the ready, and honours in round 17 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship go to Dan Rowbottom. It's a Robo win at Croft. Second place for Tom Chilton, third to Daryl De Leon, and then Adam Morgan is going to be fourth. And look at this for fifth. Sutton and Rainford absolutely nose to tail as they come across the line. But Ash Sutton fifth from 20th on the grid.
A very interesting race 2 at Croft then as well. It was dramatic from lights out, but race 3 provided even more drama. Left, right and centre there was dramatic contact, action and chaos. Let's take a look back at what happened in the final race of the day at Croft.
As the lights blink out now, we go racing. Should be a good start by Moffat, it is. It's a good getaway by Rainford on that hard tyre as the cars run down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Aidan Moffat has the advantage. Look at Ash Sutton on the outside line already making progress. Moffat and Ingram go toe-to-toe. Ingram right round the outside, there's contact, he's sideways. Can he hang on to a big slide? Yes, he can. Through on the inside line goes Moffat. Rainford up to second, and the save of the day is Tom Ingram. He's down to third, but that could have been a whole lot worse. Wow. Sutton's made good progress. De Leon runs out wide, so Tom Ingram is still there in third place, but he's about to go second. Look at the inside of Rainford, and he clatters his way up alongside. He gets hung out to dry on the outside, coming out of the gym car. Gets it down to Barcroft. Here comes Sutton up the inside. He's in the back of Rainford. Charles Rainford on that harder tyre. He's hanging on the second place as Moffat escapes up the road. Sutton clears Ingram, then he's done it. He's gone by, and now he makes a move against Rainford on the run up to the complex. Rainford defends from Ingram. That opens the door for Sutton, and Ash Sutton goes round the outside. Here comes Shedden on the outside of Ingram. What a first lap. Sutton elbows up, goes second. Now Rainford spirited defence, but it's going to be Moffat leading at the end of lap 1 with Sutton second, and Ingram is still fighting. Look, he's at the inside of Rainford. Shedden's on the outside, but what a lap by Sutton. Towards the go board, and then he can floor the throttle, which he does now. He gets away, and the cars run down towards Clairvaux. This is where Sutton thinks about making a move for the lead, but also having to defend from Ingram. Look, as they dive down towards that first corner, the first right-hander, Aidan Moffat leads, and he's got away by 3 lengths as Sutton versus Ingram for second place rages on.
There's a bit of angst in this meeting already. Oh look, Ingram right up the inside of Sutton, and Sutton has to take through the chicane. He'll say he was forced out wide, but the Hyundai is very quick on the straight.
And Ingram's got the inside line going to tower, and Sutton stands on the brakes. The rear of the car almost lifting there, but Ingram's got the inside line and will go through. Tom Ingram has done it, so he's up to second spot. Sutton's not going to like that, and he will fight back. Now Ingram thinks about a move heading up to the hairpin, but Sutton wants to make the move on Ingram, tries to get the switch back, but there's contact between Sutton and Shedden. Shedden's turned round. Sutton leads at the end of the lap. What a move! Wow. He goes from third to first, and there was contact with Gordon Shedden, and Ash Sutton leads at the end of the lap, and that was absolutely brilliant. So there you've got Proctor versus Ingram, who's going to have a go on the inside, heading into the hairpin. Door opens for him. Ingram up to second place. Nicely done. So Tom Ingram, who was way back in fourth, relatively way back, now up into second place, and the fight back continues. I don't suspect he's going to get close enough to attack Sutton, but he's thinking points now. Don't forget, he's got the fastest lap point as well at the moment as he goes through Clairvaux. It is going to be win number 6 at Croft and win number 5 of this season for Ash Sutton, who accelerates towards the checkered flag and a 47th career win. Sutton wins race 3 at Croft. Tom Ingram is second, and third across the line is Senna Proctor. Then it's Gordon Shedden ahead of Adam Morgan, and Aidan Moffat is going to round out the top 6 after a tough race. Mikey Doble's had a tough day as well, and he's still fighting as he gets up the inside and into the side of Dexter Patterson. Clatters his way up the inside. Is he going to force the issue and stay ahead or give the place back? He's going to be ahead as they cross the line, and that's another one that'll get looked at possibly at the end of the day. But hey, it's race 3, and it's kind of what you expect.
Race 3, and certainly is what you would expect. Absolute chaos, and that is what Croft delivered, and an unusually dry run through as well, which I found quite interesting. Okay, let's check in then with Charles Rainford, who's been speaking to the Toka team after free practice 2.
Charles, second practice here at Knockhill. How are you feeling about how the both sessions have gone?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's been a really good morning. I absolutely adore this circuit. I look forward to it every year on the calendar. So you always race Porsches around here, so to be now in the touring cars is one step better. The cars are a touch easier to drive around here, I feel. They're just more designed for it. But, you know, the thrill still isn't gone just because they're a bit slower. It's so fun out there.
Brilliant. Well, you've got the smile on your face is telling me everything I need to know, really.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, how can you not? You know, the fans are amazing up here. I love Scotland. It's a great part of the world. So, yeah, just enjoying. I've been up here since Thursday morning, and yeah, just nice to get driving today.
And you're enjoying your first season. You're historic. Your background is historics, is it? Am I right in saying?
Yeah, historics, and then Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. We build more store classic race cars, a family business, so that's kind of how I got into historic racing. And then from there, it was yeah, trying to have a go at Carrera Cup. So very lucky with some fantastic sponsorship from Cognition Land Water, Thames Materials, and now LKQ Euro Car Parts. So very thankful to those guys to get me out there, especially in the British Touring Car Championship.
And the team atmosphere in here, lots of work going on. We're just back, obviously, after the free practice. The team atmosphere is great. The team atmosphere is great. You're settling in.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I'm really lucky. I live like half an hour away from the workshop, so try and pop to the workshop and see the boys as much as I can. We had a good laugh up here on Thursday. I got here at the same time as them. I like being around it. You know, fundamentally, I'm an engineer and a mechanic that is lucky enough to drive the cars. So yeah, it's just great fun. The driving is so enjoyable, especially in these cars with this team. You know, it's just they're the best on the grid in my opinion. That's why I'm here.
What a chore you have. This is a real struggle in life for you, isn't it? Having something you enjoy so much.
I know, I'm such a lucky boy. As a daily job, I drive a coach as well, so I'm lucky that I'm always in cars. So I'm just living my best life, absolutely loving it, and yeah, just don't want it all to stop.
Right, thoughts for qualifying then?
Oh gosh, as long as we get into Q3, I'll be a very, very, very happy man. The aim is always to get through Q1. It's tricky around here. It's a tight circuit. You jump a lot of the time, so track limits will be tricky. So yeah, get through the first qualifying session, see how the car feels. It's going to get a bit hotter, so hopefully it'll put us in a better window. I'm hoping so anyway. Car feels good, but needs a little bit of extra spice to it. So we'll certainly work on that and see how it goes when the track's hotter. But yeah, get through Q1 to Q2. That's where we normally are, and if we can make it to Q3, I'll be very happy.
It feels a little bit unusual to be talking about heat and Knockhill in the same sentence, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really humid today, I feel. You know, my phone's telling me it's about 20 degrees, but in the car it feels, well, you can see from my face, I'm very red and sweaty. So a bit more than that in the cars, I can assure you. Yeah, so a difference. I think it was fairly warm last time for qualifying, if I remember rightly, last year. Well, I was in a Carrera Cup, but it was pretty warm for the touring car qualifying, if I remember. So I think it'd be similar conditions. It'd be interesting to see what lap times people are now doing. Obviously now the cars are lighter. Like what I do there, 50.7. It's not enough for pole, I know that. Maybe another 2/10 and we'll be somewhere near.
Okay, it's time for our first race of the day. It is round 19 of the British Formula 4 Championship. Let's head down to the grid now.
Today, about to get underway in just a few minutes' time. So let's get over to the commentary box and rejoin Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Great to have Toka live on the airways with a couple of the guys from the rescue scene there. The behind-the-scenes stuff is so important here. We want them
fascinating, isn't it?
We want them to be here, but not seen.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Especially with John. He'll take that as a joke. The grid for this round number 19 of the British F4, the Vera Tools British F4 Championship, certified by the FIA. 20-minute long race.
Position from
Rowan
Thomas
Campbell
Behrman.
on pole
Finn McLaughlin, Championship leader, is on row number 2.
Finn McLaughlin, Championship leader, is on row number 2 alongside Ari Bansal. Ethan Jeff Hall, he has got Jimmy Pasick alongside him, and we have got Theo Palmer and Adam Alzari. Chase Fernandez, who was a standout in qualifying on the fifth row with Martin Molinar on the fifth row as well. There's a bit of a story happening in this grid, we'll tell you, because there's carry-over penalties from Zandvoort. Row 6 has got Tommy Hartfield and August Raber, with Ella Lloyd, who almost clipped my heels as I was coming into the holding area earlier on in her little McLaren coloured car, with Johan Fu alongside her in 14th place. Xavier Arvamides has got Henry Jocelyn alongside each other on row number 8, with row number 9's Cole Hewitson and Arjen Carling. Alba Larson has got Joseph Smith, who returns to the championship on the 10th row, and Harman Sadiq is alongside Henry Mercer, another person who's got a story here, and Guy Albag, who was off this morning in qualifying. So the carryover penalties are for car number 25, which is Ethan Jeff Hall. It's a three-place grid penalty. Thank you very much, Graham Woodell. And 13 and 24. Car 24, as we mentioned earlier on, well, that's Martin Molnar, if I'm not mistaken. It is Martin Molnar. And car 13, yeah, that's Henry Mercier, finds himself all the way towards the back end of the grid. But just three-place grid penalties. The carry-ons from when they were at Zandvoort at the previous round. And that's it's one of these things, it follows you around, Alan. If you have a little bit of bad luck, it can catch up with you again.
Certainly can. I think we've got Rob down there.
Yeah, you've been in the grid though.
Yeah, no, I'm not actually on the grid.
Certainly not.
No, I was going to say the warm-up lap is just commencing behind the Lotus safety car. It's the first appearance of the Lotus safety car with Formula 4 here at Knockhill, and it's the all-important lap for the drivers now. They've got to get the tyres absolutely in the zone and got to get themselves mentally in the zone to execute a perfect start. And remember, 2/3 of the grid is having to do a hill start here.
Yeah, Robert, where would you not want to be starting on this grid? I mean, your front 3 rows okay. After that, do you think you're in a bit of bother?
Yeah, front 3 is okay. After that, yes, there's a slightly steeper gradient, and then it flattens out a bit down towards the hairpin. But yeah, it's the middle of the grid is the trickiest start.
And as we said earlier on, track position is key around here because you've got to make a good start and you've got to get through Duffus, Leslie's, and then the pinch point comes down there at turn 3, which is McIntyre's. T3, us older generation go by corner names. You know, I'm still a huge fan of Paddock Hill Bend, but they call it T1 at Brands Hatch, which I'll never really understand.
No.
But we'll let them off with it, won't we?
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. But this race will be very important that they all get through there. You don't want to clip your front wing and lose your front wing on the run down towards turn 1, 2 or 3. It's very important as the Lotus makes its way up here. There will be 2 warm-up laps is the name of the game for Knockhill, and you say, well, why are they getting 2 warm-up laps? Because the track's quite a short track. It's quite a naturey short track, so the lap time is not really long enough for one lap to give yourself hot tyres or warm tyres. So they give them 2 warm-up laps around here following the Lotus. I need to ask a question. I should have read the programme. The safety car driver, is it still Mr. Stringfellow?
Scotty.
Is it still Scotty Tuhati?
It is.
Good stuff. He's done so many laps around these race circuits. Former race driver himself, but now finds himself the chief safety car driver, hopping from car to car as well. As you know, Robert.
And until this morning, he'd never sat in that Lotus. So he's kept it on the track.
He's a trained man, though.
Oh yeah,
former champion of Alton.
Yes,
there you go.
Made no problem for him. F3 back in the 80s, I remember.
He is a trained man. He will be absolutely fine in
Class
this one.
B in the Hippodrome.
Oh,
back car.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember. I was there.
Can we move on? Gents, can we move on to speed? A bit like what Scott Stringfellow is doing. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling must ace the start here. Last time we were racing on British soil, unfortunately did a bit of a jump start at Oulton Park. We also saw a little bit of a whoopsie at Oulton Park in the warm-up lap where people actually stalled it. They kind of blocked the track and then a few cars tripped over one another. Thankfully, we've had no such luck here at Knockhill. The drivers love this place. The teams love this place as well. So let battle commence for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. Round number 19, a 20-minute race. Dr. Robert Johnson and Alan Hyde as we get the cars slowly making their way up to the front row of the grid. As they make their way into that front of the grid, they'll then go through all their pre-race checks, putting them into the correct frame of mind. The GHR Developments driver, Rowan Campbell-Pilling, pulls across to the right-hand side of the track as you look down towards Duffus Dip. But if you're looking from Duffus up, you'll see him on the left-hand side of the track. And just opposite him, well, you've got Thomas Berman, who sits there in car number 7 in the high-tech TGR car. Red Bull car sits in 3rd place with Finn McLaughlin behind the wheel of that one. And alongside him, we've got R.I. Bansal. Here we go. We have got the last of the cars making their way up into their grid positions at the back. And breathe. This is where the young drivers have done this so many times before. Green flag at the back. Up go the revs. Eyes on the Beatstons Building Supply Bridge. And for the first time in 2025 at the Quick Fit British Touring Cars, we are racing, and that was a great start, I've got to say, from the second of the grid. But I think once again, Dr. Robert Johnson, Rowan Campbell-Pilling again jumping the start, and away he goes. That's the second time we've seen him do that recently, and that's not what you want to be doing. I was looking for the middle of the grid there just to make sure they were going to get through on the lights on the bridge, but that is not what you want to be looking for straight away at this point in the race as they make their way up the back straight. Everybody's trying to get through. There's been no happenings as of yet, as the car who leads on the road. Yes, we'll need to keep our eyes on the said timing screen, Dr. Robert Johnson. I think you were very much aware of what was going on there and what you could actually see. Campbell Pilling in towards the hairpin for the lead on the first time, but in second place, Finn McLaughlin, the championship leader, up there on Merritt in his Red Bull car in second place just now, as he then up towards the line for the first time. Thomas Berman slots into a very, very good third place, and behind Thomas Berman across the line, well, that's where the shuffle happens. Got Jimmy Pezik up there in fourth place. Ethan Jeff Hall gets a good fifth place as they run down towards Duffus Dip. Now, keep your eyes, Dr. Robert Johnson, on a timing screen if you can see them, because there will be a message popping up in the not too distant future informing us of what just went on there at the start as they make their way through the Black Circle chicane and then climb up towards Clark Corner, trying not to use too much of the track on the exit. You're being actively monitored there by race control, and there's a lot of them flirting with it, but not actually going over the red. Good bit of driving. Ella Lloyd won out over the red, and number 42 under investigation is putting it lightly, Robert.
Yes, that's
great shape.
Yes, unfortunately a jump start. It was to be honest, it was a long hold on the red, but it's a randomly selected time, so there's nobody just held their finger on the trigger too long. It's just that's what it was, but obviously that caught out the driver, number 42.
It's not the first time he's done it this year. Did it at Oulton Park as well. Race number 1, Oulton Park, he went from the third row of the grid, so yeah, this is there will be a message popping up. It's under investigation, but he was past the bridge by the time the lights actually went out. Great shame for Rowan Campbell Pilling, but what he can do is, if he gets X amount of time at it, he can try and break free at the front, because he's in clean air. He is on his way just now. And in second place, Finn McLaughlin. Beerman, Pezik, Jeff Hall, Bansal, Harfield, Molinar with a good start, up into 8th place. Let's hear it for Molinar. Up into 8th place, and come from 10th place. A couple of places increased already. And behind Molinar, we've got Palmer and Rayber as Ella Lloyd up in 11th place as they go in towards and through the hairpin. Bit of a gap now developing behind Thomas Berman as they make a gear change or two up the straight here. There's about to be an overtaking manoeuvre, and it's going to happen on the run-in towards turn number 1. Ethan Jeff Hall and Jimmy Pezik as they go up the inside. Jeff Hall trying to side-by-side over the crest of Duffus Dip is incredibly brave, and they're all still side-by-side, but no, unable to make the manoeuvre was Ethan Jeff Hall, but they're all bottling up behind them, and it gets very entertaining as they go through the compression of Butchers and over the Black Circle chicane. So Ethan Jeff Hall trying to squeeze through a very small gap there, but Jimmy Pezik having absolutely nothing off it and laid it across the nose going through Duffus Dip, which is a brave manoeuvre. A little bit of room given, a little bit of respect given, and we both carry on racing, Robert.
Yep, retirement into pit lane, Adam Al-Alzari in the number 12 car. Looks like some kind of technical failure. He was left behind at the start, and the car's now under examination by the team to see what's gone wrong.
Okay, take 2. Here comes Ethan Jeff Hall. Big slipstream, pops out to the left-hand side as they go down towards Duffus Dip this time, but that gives Pezik the inside. And all this is doing is putting everybody behind them onto the chain of the long conga that we now have. A 5-second penalty for a false start for Rowan Campbell Pilling. So only 5 seconds. He's got a 3-second lead just now. Right now, that would put him into 3rd place, I think, actually, just into 4th place. But if we can keep this going, because the battle that's happening behind, as Pezik uses too much exit curb, bounces over the red, he's trying his best to keep Ethan Jeff Hall back. This is playing into the hands of our leader, who has got a time penalty, Robert.
Yes, 5 seconds is a lot around a short lap right Knockhill, but as you say, that battle going on behind him could work to his advantage. However, the Red Bull car of Finn McLaughlin seems to be beginning to break clear of it.
I have to say, I think it's quite a lenient penalty considering he built up a 3-second lead before anybody else had moved. Heading to the pit lane, Dr. Robert Johnson. Car in trouble heading your way just now. Difficult for me to get the number on that one. It could be Arvamides. Xavier Arvamides heads towards the pit lane after a bit of a sluggish exit to the hairpin, whether there was contact mid-corner, which I couldn't see. But Arvamides retires into the pit lane. We can hear the blowers. Can you see damage to the car, Doc?
It's a bit dusty, but from the view I've had so far, I'll go and investigate and I'll let you know.
Good stuff. Drivers now taking liberties with the red area on the exit of Clark Corner. So this is where the judge of fact will be running through all the HB pencil lead in his pencil, trying to write all those numbers down. Across the line, Rowan Campbell Pilling goes.
Arvamides exiting the pit lane just as Campbell Pilling arrives. He's lifted off at the end of the pit lane to lead us through, though, and then he'll be on his way.
Yeah, well, thankfully getting well out of the way. A good heads-up bit of driving there, because he will have seen the blue flags waving, and there will be also, yes, I can see him just now. That's not a nice place for him to be, actually. as he then gets in, joins the back of the back of the big line of cars making their way around. But yeah, Campbell Pilling at the front with a 3-second lead, but it gets corrected on time. Finn McLaughlin technically in the lead, being held honest by Tom Behrman, but I've got to say Behrman in a little bit of no man's land just now. Then we've got the Ethan Jeff Hall chasing down Jimmy Pasiek. Pasiek, who has been in the number 93 car and on the defence from the first kind of couple of laps, because Jeff Hall, the Mercedes junior driver, Ethan Jeff Hall seems to have that little bit more pace. Again, we've seen a good exit from the hairpin, we've seen a bit of a lacklustre exit from the hairpin, and here he comes down inside. This should be manoeuvre done. He's got enough of a run on Pasiek going in towards Duffus Dip. Oh, there's a lock up from the front right, but no side by side. Pasiek not willing to give Ethan Jeff Hall an inch as they bounce over the curbs going through McIntyre's side by side. That's sensational driving from these two youngsters. That is twice now Ethan Jeff Hall has been alongside, and Jimmy Pasiek just saying, nope, not today. I know I've got the inside line for the next part of Duffus Dip, which is a left-hander. Hold on to your hats down there, Robert. Brave stuff at the front here, putting it all on the line is Ethan Jeff Hall and Pasiek.
Yes, these cars are very much on the limit of what you can contain inside Knockhill and the circuit limits, and to go side by side to that section of track is amazing stuff.
Yeah, Martin Molinar, 7th place now. He's ahead of Arai Bansal and Theo Palmer in 9th. Ella Lloyd in a good 10th place with Chase Fernandez now down behind Cole Hewitson. So a bit of a change of position there for just 11th and 12th place. Still, we watch this battle which is basically keeping everybody away from the third place driver, which is Thomas Behrman. Yes, 1, 2, 3 cars away at the front. Correct that on time. Campbell Pilling will slot into third place. McLaughlin leads. Behrman second. And Campbell Pilling will go third place because the battle behind is intensifying. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm going to say 6 and 7 cars back to Ella Lloyd. That's that next battle. Pasiek, Jeff Hall, Hardfield, Molinar, Bansal, Palmer and Lloyd all together. And it's all about Pasiek not getting a good exit from the hairpin on a few laps and having to then defend for his life through Duffus Dip and McIntyre's, which is all brave stuff. As a blue flag was waving going in towards turn number 1 there. And that's because I think somebody else has possibly left the pit lane, Doc, and is just tagged into the back of Thomas Behrman now as they go through the Black Circles chicane. But let's have a look at fastest laps just now. Finn McLaughlin, 48.8, fastest lap of the race as he tries to chase down Rowan Campbell Pilling, but in reality he doesn't need to overstress the car here, Robert. He doesn't need to put everything on the line. He's technically in the lead. As long as he can keep Campbell Pilling within 5 seconds, the race victory will be his.
Yes, he's just got to pace himself now, just focus on his performance, because he's got a good enough cushion to the car behind him now that he can just relax there and look forward to the top step of the podium, all being well.
All being well. If only that was how it worked out as many times as we try, but you never know. There's a lot of dust around the back of the circuit. There's no yellow flags at the exit of the Black Circle chicane, but there's dust lingering in the air as they come once again through there and up that back straight. It's a small incline, called the Brabham incline actually, many years ago. That's kind of almost been dropped a little bit. But as they come through Clark Corner and accelerate through Hislops, grabbing gears, you know, Rowan Campbell Pilling will be absolutely livid with himself. He won't be happy at all. But he's still got the lead. He's still very much got the lead. It was Larson who went out of the pit lane and he's just slotted in behind Behrman there. We've noticed that in the run to the hairpin. That's fabulous that they're not really being involved in the battle behind. Let's see Pasiek as he comes out the hairpin in the black car. And here, well, a little bit not on the pipe there, shall we say. Ethan Jeff Hall managing to get into the slipstream, but it's picking up too late. And it's Tommy Harfield just behind that. But Jeff Hall, he's not going to pass from there. He's been alongside and he's failed at that passing manoeuvre. And that's because Duffus Dip, turn number 1, is such a short braking distance on the way in. These cars don't scrub off a lot of speed. They don't have a long brake towards it. So it's very difficult, as we've seen Ethan Jeff Hall almost as good as being alongside and still not be able to take that position. Ethan Jeff Hall may be reluctant to put absolutely everything on the line in race number 1. Because you've still got a long weekend to go and you could your weekend can go from bad to worse straight away. Up the main straight, here we come. Rowan Campbell Pilling leads from Finn McLaughlin, the Red Bull car in second place, and then a really good run for Thomas Behrman. The car in between that is the Larson car, which came out from the pit lane. And then we've got this mighty battle. The mighty battle is Pasiek, Jeff Hall, Harfield, Molinar, Bansal, Palmer and Lloyd just starting to drift off the back now, Ella Lloyd. Cole Hewitson and Chase Fernandez, the next two cars along the line. We've got a black and white warning flag for Yahoo Fu. and that's the XL Motorsport car. So a track limits warning coming out quite early in this race with some, well, I'm saying with 9 minutes to go, is a very wide exit from Clark Corner for Finn McLaughlin. Now that's a worry for him, because you don't want to be doing that out there. That black and white flags have been picked up quite a lot for people. But with 9 minutes to go in this race, it runs away from you pretty quickly, Doc.
Yeah, the time certainly goes past quickly, and the gap first to second at the end of the last lap was 2.684 seconds. So
it's bigger now.
McLaughlin will have lost a bit now as they cross the line. It's down to 2.8 seconds, but still McLaughlin's got enough there that he could win with Campbell Pilling's penalty, but he's got to make sure he doesn't make too many of those mistakes.
As we have a look down towards the bottom of the circuit just now, from the highest point in the circuit, the commentary box, to the lowest part, they've just gone through Butchers. Then they start climbing. It's a 60-metre elevation change here at Knockhill. You know, when you go from the lowest point of Butchers up to the highest point of the racetrack, which will be the start-finish line, that's a 60-metre elevation change. You've got a lot going on in that 60 metres. And right now, 2.8 seconds. I think this is credit towards Rowan Campbell-Pilling. He really has put his head down after making that mistake at the beginning. He's been given a 5-second time penalty. He's now 2.8 seconds up the road from Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin crosses the line now. The 2.8 seconds has gone to 2.9 seconds. He's not putting enough of a pace charge in to pull away and take the overall victory. But what Rowan Campbell-Pilling is doing here, Robert, he's now 4.5 seconds up the road from young Thomas Behrman. So Behrman on the podium right now for second place on corrected time. Needs to make sure he's not losing any more time throughout this race, or he will drop back to third. And we could see Rowan Campbell-Pilling getting that second place as he comes through Clark Corner just now.
Yeah, I'm sure the team will be on the case there and encouraging Behrman to just pick up the pace just a little bit to stay within that 5 seconds, because 4.5 doesn't give him a lot to play with. Pazik, as you said, in fourth place in the 93 car, almost 10 seconds down now with Jeff Hall still on his gearbox.
Yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall lining up a manoeuvre. You know, he's gone through making the manoeuvres. This is going to have to turn into a lunge as Pazik locks up. There we go, there's the error. There's the error that Ethan Jeff Hall made Jimmy Pazik do. They were in towards Ypin together and alongside, and it's about to be a double pass, because we've also got Tommy Hardfield wanting involved in this as well as they go down to Duffy's Dip once again round the outside. As brave as you like from Jimmy Pazik. That is sensational. They're on the dusty part of the track on the way in, and they get through turn 3 side by side. Hold on to your hats at the black circle chicane, because here they come again. Jimmy Pazik not wanting to give an absolute inch in this one. This is some of the most robust, brave and fair defensive driving I've seen in some time here, but look what it's doing to that battle. They've all got back together, and Ella Lloyd's coming up towards the back of this as well, as we now have 6 minutes of this race to go. I just said Ethan Jeff Hall has kind of almost gone through the nice manoeuvres. This is going to have to become a lunge. It's going to be gloves off in a minute, and there's going to be some manoeuvres coming, because he's now under big pressure from the man behind him, which is Tommy Hardfield, who is the first in the Challenge Cup runners as well, with the yellow number plates, as they once again go over the crest of Duffy's Dip. We get a great view from the Gary Stagg commentary tower here of Pazik making his way through turn 3 McIntyres and on towards the chicane.
Thomas Behrman now 4.999 seconds off the lead. This is getting tight.
That's incredibly tight, yeah, absolutely. So that's that 5 second gap. And credit to Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who is keeping his nose clean, apart from that small costly error at the start. He's had the pace in this race. This is the disappointing thing for him. He's had the pace to win this race, but because he made that jump start, he's cost himself what looks like a victory. Pazik again into the hairpin. You can see he and Jeff Hall both locking that front right on the way, and it's the unloaded wheel. It snatches, it locks up. Before you know it, you've missed your apex by a couple of feet, and then you're under pressure. And so far, there's been 3 fairly large attempts from Ethan Jeff Hall, and there's been 3 even bigger defensive saves from James Pazik. As they 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars all stream in the sunlight here in Fife at Knockhill, as they make their way over the crest of that black circle chicane. The leader's already heading towards the hairpin apex now. And this is Rowan Campbell-Pilling trying to make something out of what was a bit of a disaster for him. The two at the front of the battle of the Pazik and Jeff Hall are just starting to stretch away from Tommy Hardfield, who's not had a good start to this lap. There's a bit of a gap going on. Pazik, huge lock-up. This is the one. This is a costly manoeuvre. He misses the apex. He's now behind Ethan Jeff Hall. And here comes Tommy Hardfield. He pops out from one side. He's having a dance back towards the pit wall to see if there's anything he can do. He goes back towards the inside as they go into Duffy's, but no. Once once again, Pesic will hold that position, but that was the sustained pressure that we've seen Ethan Jeff Hall putting Pesic under. And unfortunately, that's that small lock-up again, and you just wide understeer past your apex, and through on the inside went Ethan Jeff Hall. Unfortunately, he spent so long trying to get past, there is no chance that he's going to catch up with Thomas Berman, but let's see if he has got the pace in that car to scamper away. He's put some sort of lap time in, and he's already expanding the gap. Here comes Hartfeld. I think this may be a slightly more robust move from Hartfeld as he come in towards the hairpin. Tommy from a long way back up the inside. Lovely stuff. Absolutely sensational. That was full send mode, ladies and gentlemen, and he removes Pesic from the equation, but he's now opened the door for Molinar, who's on the inside of Tommy himself. Tommy defends up the straight there, and that was robust as they come, Dr. Robert Johnson, as they're still fighting with each other in towards turn number 1. And they get through.
Yeah, just 4 minutes to go, so this is when it really starts to count. The serious points are in dispute here, and Pesic, having held on so long, now down to 7th position and 15 seconds off the lead. Berman, though, is now 5.6 off the lead, so Campbell Pilling is technically in 2nd position, but he's still got 3.3 seconds advantage only over McLaughlin. He needs to expand that by 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, poor James Pesic. Basically, that move from Tommy Hartfeld was a hard one as Ella Lloyd defends in towards the exit of Hislop's and the start of the hairpin. She's got a car trying to come round the outside, and Ella, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there, and that's enough to just possibly knock the toe out and lose a bit of momentum up and over the crest of the hill. Hold on to your hats at Duffy's Dip. That's Harry Sadiq who's about to come past Ella, and doing so, I think Ella's in trouble. She's lost 2 places going in towards turn number 1 there, and we've got a yellow flag waving after the start-finish line. Has something come off Ella's car there? I can't see, Doc. From the start gantry down to Duffy's Dip, we've got a yellow flag zone. I can't see any cars there, but something has happened in that area with 2 minutes off the race to go. If you could poke your head through the pit wall, that would be much, much appreciated for us. As Rowan Campbell Pilling crosses the line. In 2nd place, we've got Finn McLaughlin, but on corrected time, he goes back to the top of the times in the standings. Thomas Berman, and we've got a red flag popping out now.
Yeah, we've got a car off under the bridge, actually.
Right, okay.
Can't quite identify it from here, but it's a predominantly white car backwards into the tyre wall just after the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge on the right-hand side of the road.
In our defence, Alan Hyde.
Yes,
in
that's
our
a blind
defence.
spot.
Go
I'll
on.
give you that.
Can you see it? No.
Can't see a thing.
No, can't see a thing. No, exactly.
Not from here.
No, so
yeah, it's that's one that's totally invisible for the commentary box. I'll give that one to you guys, and it was invisible to me from the pit lane as well, because these cars are so low down you can't see over the wall to see the cars. So
and I think
driver is safely climbing out the car, though.
I think car 23 is Theo Palmer, who was involved in that Ella Lloyd battle just on the last lap up there, so whether they've all come together. But yeah, unfortunately, we do apologise completely.
Ella Lloyd into pit lane as well. Can't see any immediate signs of damage, but obviously, had the red flag not come out, she'd have probably come in pit lane anyway.
Well, Ella had a little bit of side-to-side contact leaving the actual the hairpin, so whether it's a kind of carryover from that. But the news from that race is Rowan Campbell Pilling jumped to start. He got a 5-second penalty on corrective time. That should slot him into 2nd place in that race and give Finn McLaughlin the race victory. Thomas Berman looks like he's in a good 3rd place with Ethan Jeff Hall. Just unfortunately, it took too long to get past James Pesic, who was in a fine, aggressive, feisty mood there. Tommy Hartfeld, though, well, he didn't hang around with Pesic. He went into full send mode in towards the apron and removed Pesic from the equation. No contact, just he had one option, either steer away from the apex or you're going to have me inside of you. And then behind that, we've got Molinar, Pesic, Palmer, Lloyd and Hewittston to round out our top 10. But unfortunately, the race gets red flagged after a car goes off the road on the run-in towards Duffy's Dip on, I think, the left-hand side, out of our sight. So I do apologise for that. It's not something we can see. We try and keep tabs on every car on the circuit. But it's not the first time we've seen Formula 4 cars off there on the inside. But we'll just pause just now. Dr. Robert Johnson needs to do a little bit of writing. We'll draw a breath in the commentary box and we'll hand back to Sir Al in the studio for a quick commercial break.
This is Toka Live.
On 93.7 FM here at Knockhill. It is Toka Live on Radio Knockhill, and all day you've been sending in your messages. So as As Rob gets ready for the podium presentation, we can get through a few of your messages to the studio on WhatsApp. All we need is your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. This message says 10 years of Knockhill racing memories for Kev and Uncle JD, Chazels, Joey Bear and the Broadster. Another great weekend camping and loving the brolly, which hasn't been used yet, and it won't be over the course of this weekend. I'm pretty confident we've got fair weather for the whole course of today. And tomorrow we've got a weather forecast of a good deal of sunshine as well. So do make sure that you have a bit of skin protection ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be an absolutely beautiful day here at Knockhill. Can we get a big well done to Rachel for making it all the way up here from Dorset 3 weeks after she broke her ankle? That is amazing. Rachel, well done. And what a trip as well from Dorset, goodness me. This one is from Will. It's my first touring car event. Who should I look out for? This is one for Duncan. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time because we've got qualifying coming up for the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. They've got half an hour of qualifying. We've got qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. That is the quick six format of qualifying, so it's the knockout qualifying that we have, and that gets a whole hour on circuit. That's between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and then 2 races to finish off the day. 4:15 we've got the Virtue Mini Challenge, and at 5 to 5 we've got the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Just to let you know as well, Nick Halstead, who is Mr. Crazy Kart, runs events at all of the rounds of the BTCC, and Crazy Karts are going to be in action on, and it's one of the best circuits for them as well, on the kart circuit here at Knockhill, and that's going to be taking place at 5 o'clock. So on-track action and off-track action as well. Can I hear Rob in the background? I got a sort of a whiff of Rob taking to the microphone in the background. As soon as you're ready, Rob, just butt in and make the presentation for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA. And of course, coming up next is qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup. I don't think we've got Rob as yet. The drivers, of course, in Parc Fermé, and they'll have to make their way through the scrutineering garage. There's Rob.
Yeah, we're just getting the drivers organised at the moment, so another couple of minutes before we actually reach the podium steps, but it won't be long now, Alan.
Absolutely fine, Rob. Thank you very much indeed. Stay in radio contact with us. We can make sure we've got the right radio mic faded up for you. Loads of your messages, and we'll continue to get through them as well. This one is from Shane. Hey there, can you give me a shout out? Drove over from Belfast in my caddy van. Injector has given up and I need a new or used injector to get home. It's for a 1.6 TDI K engine, and that's from Shane for his caddy van. So 1.6 TDI and it's a caddy van, and he needs a new injector to get back over to home in Belfast. Shane, who knows? Someone may be able to help, and they'll text in on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. This one is from Sam. We're here at Knockhill with my mum and Alex for our second year watching the BTCC here. We are having so much fun, we might make it an annual tradition. Sam, we think you should. And Mum and Alex, thank you very much indeed for all coming here this weekend for a great weekend's racing at Knockhill. This is from Anne. Says, hey guys, I hope you are well. Please can we wish Gordon Shedden massive good luck for this weekend. We've been supporting him since when our dad used to put BTCC on the TV. Congratulations to my sister Amy for dressing appropriately for Knockhill this year, although I did have to remind her to bring a waterproof just in case. You never know what the weather can be like here. Have a great weekend. And that comes from Anne. Anne, great to have you here, and I can say that the weather forecast for today and tomorrow is that you won't need the waterproofs, which is really good news. From Peyton, hi everyone, can you please say a big hello to my granddad who is here with me and my mum to enjoy our second weekend at Knockhill Touring Cars. Also, can you say go Robo and the other Napa boys as well. Thank you. Peyton, you are more than welcome. And Robo, of course, comes here to Knockhill third in the championship, which is pretty impressive stuff for Robo, having a great season. This one says, just asking for a shout out for the recently married couple, Doug and Danielle, who are here for the weekend. You may see them walking about with Greg's tracksuits on. for a giggle. I don't think you'll be able to miss them, will you? This one says, "Hi Alan, could you give a big get well soon to my wife Sue, who has been ill all weekend, but we're listening at home in Manchester." That comes from Mark. Sue, I hope you get better soon, and thank you for listening in, even though you couldn't make it up here to Knockhill this weekend. Gordon says, "First time at Knockhill, seeing as how it's a 5-hour drive, but absolutely loving it. Here with my wife Debbie on our anniversary today, along with David and Mel as well. Come on, Tingram, for the win and keeping the momentum going." And there you go. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Stephen says, get ready for this one. "I know this will probably sound a bit daft, but I think for the start of qualifying for the British Touring Cars, it should have its own song to bring the cars on track. And I think it should be I think it should be It's Time to Play the Game by Motorhead. What are your thoughts on that?" Well, to be perfectly honest, Stephen, I'm not adverse to a bit of Motorhead myself. I'm not sure that it works awfully well on tannoy speakers around a race circuit. Motorhead, what do you think?
I like Motorhead, but can I say no?
Well, while you guys are choosing the music, we're ready for the podium.
Oh, about time to, Doc.
Right. So first of all, I'll introduce Gillian Shedden, Managing Director of Knockhill, who's going to present the trophies for the first of our 14 races this weekend. And this is the award ceremony for the Vera Tools British Formula 4 Championship, certified by the FIA. And first of all, we're going to introduce the winners of the rookie trophies. Third place in the rookie section, number 23, Theo Palmer. Theo, this is his first time on the podium this year. And second place in the Rookie Cup, Thomas Behrman, number 7. So Thomas, no stranger to the podium overall as well as class. This is his, he's had 3 podium positions this year, first, second and third. And finally, winning the rookie class, number 5, Finn McLaughlin. Finn also with a string of overall wins this year as well, which we'll cover in a moment, because some of these guys are going to be back on the podium more than once, because that's just the rookie section, and it gives you an idea of the quality of the rookie drivers we have in British Formula 4 this year. Okay, thanks guys, get the photo on the top step, and then we'll clear you all away and we'll look at the overall awards. Thanks guys, so well done to them. That's the rookie award winners. So we move on to overall now. And some of these guys are going to have to find extra space for luggage on their way home, because third overall, Thomas Behrman, number 7. So Thomas completing a full set of podiums for the year so far, and no doubt more to come. Second overall was number 42, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. This is Rowan's second place of the year, so he just needs to find a little bit extra to get to the front of the field. And the winner overall, the Red Bull car, number 5, Finn McLaughlin. This is Finn's 4th overall win of the year, so building a nice championship lead as he goes. And finally, we invite a representative of the winning team to collect the team's trophy, and that's from High Tech Racing. So one of the dominant teams in single-seaters at various levels is High Tech, long-time consistent winners in the sport. So again, another trophy to add to multiples that they've got in the workshop. And we get everybody huddled together on the top step for the photos. And that completes the trophy for the Vera Tools British Formula 4 Championship, certified by the FIA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed to Rob Johnson, taking care of all of the podiums this weekend, and pit lane and paddock as well. Apart from the BTCC, where I shall venture over and take care of the podium, it's the one that I can't let go. I've come up to the commentary box this year to host Toka Live, and normally I'd be patrolling the paddock and pit lane and podiums throughout the day. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to be over in the commentary boxes throughout the year.
Like having
but
you here.
I can't get out of BTCC.
Well, you're not allowed to get with BTCC. No. It's not, you can't let go, Mr. Gauss says you're not allowed to.
I can't do it.
There's a difference, Alan. Even if you want to not do it, you're not allowed to not do it. But you know, when you get to a certain age, the 10,000 steps become quite sore. You know.
It was about 10 miles a day.
Yeah, people don't realise in a small area how much ground you actually cover it over and over and over.
10 miles a day, and a few years ago, I realised, hang on, can I make this any less? You can't do any less.
No, you can't, because 9 times out of 10, it's one end of the pit lane to the other, and it's along to a podium, and because you want to, you cover as much as you can. So I think Talk Alive's a great introduction to having you back into the commentary box. It's not as if you've never been in a commentary box in your life.
Do you know, I was thinking while you were talking about touring cars, I was the main commentator for the BTCC here at Knockhill in the year 2000, and I had a really good co-commentator who came up to join me for the races, and he gave me some really good tips about driving around the Knockhill circuit, and he didn't swear once. John Clement.
Couldn't have been. Couldn't have been. I don't believe that for a second.
It was John Clement.
Well, remember JC used to come and join us.
Yes.
Myself and Dr. Robert John. So it was great, and
it was superb.
John's a fountain of knowledge, and I think he's coming this weekend. So we'll maybe see.
I do hope so.
Well, I hope he's going to do a weather forecast for us again.
Well, I've been warned against doing weather forecasts. Who was it that wrote into me? I think it was...
Wasn't it Wendy Wilson? Was it?
No. It was Mark who said, careful with the weather forecast, mate. Do you remember Michael Fish and the no hurricanes statement? Yes, I do. I slept through the hurricane in 1987. And gone.
Gillian Shedden said Team Napa can maybe help with the injector. There you go. Is that something they could maybe help out with?
Well done, Gillian.
An injector. She's good. She doesn't miss a thing.
No, that's really good. And I will, of course, say that any weather forecast, I am merely repeating what anyone else says.
Oh no, let's make our own up. That's much more exciting.
I'm merely repeating. But when I give a weather forecast on air, it is always airing to the side of positivity for the weekend as opposed to negativity.
You mean like you did at the Super Breaks up here?
Did I say it was going to pour down?
Well, it did. and it was at the time.
I was constantly saying there's a gap in the clouds, etc.
And you know when the gap in the clouds came? Sunday night, 7 o'clock when I was in my house.
It was beautiful. You posted a photograph of you and Gillian on the Monday with a bottle of champagne.
That doesn't sound right at all, Alan, by the way, just to let you know.
It was. There was a picture of you with the Baglietti Prosecco.
Thank you, Prosecco. And, Stuart Higgs made me listen. You got that wrong.
What?
You got that wrong. You called it champagne there, actually. Yeah,
I did, yeah. I corrected my mistake.
Good grief.
It could have gone unnoticed.
Yeah, but
for the fact you mentioned it.
I know, it's because he's probably listening and he heard you.
But
you know what, it's right. We just say what a weather forecast comes in as, and you know what? We've got great weather like right now. It looks stable for the weekend, which is a nice word to use.
Stable is a good word.
Unlike the commentary team, which are a little bit unhinged. Porsche Carrera Cup, Great Britain 2025. Qualifying round 9 on track just now. I've always been a big fan of these Porsches. They are some fabulous cars to watch. I like my GT racing. I like Le Mans 24 Hour, and these cars are they're heading towards that direction. Dr. Robert Johnston across there, back in the pit lane. A lot of action in the pit lane right now as he walks into the pit lane with his super red folder. He's got super folders now, you see. They don't just have folders. He's got an electric super iPad.
I'm on the McLaren orange iPad now.
Yeah, which I'm very impressed with. But a lot of cars in the pit lane just now because they don't want to all rush out on track straight away. It's a long session. It's a half-an-hour session, but it's important they do get their laps in. But they've probably watched the F4 race, and they probably know what F4 are like, and they can maybe leave a little bit of something on the track, which a bit of dust at the exit of chicane. Even though the marshals are out there sweeping as much as they possibly can, there's always something left in the pores of the track. So you want to get out here. They won't, I would imagine, be on brand new tyres as of yet. They'll run through a few runs, a few run cycles, and then see where they go. As George Gamble makes his way underneath the bridge just now towards Duffus Dip at great speed, Doc.
Yes, these are very, very quick cars, and the aero on them, the 500 plus horsepower they've got, and the big fat tyres that are on them, they're just fantastic to watch on circuit. Really, really quick cars. And we've got a printout. We'll use it tomorrow actually, because I haven't quite memorised it all for today, but we've got a printout of the data logging from one of the cars in this championship, so we'll use that when it comes to race time to give you an idea of the performance of these cars, but they are very quick.
Oh yeah, is that across here in the commentary box you print out, or did you take it?
No, it's across in my red folder in the office.
So Graham's on his way, that's fine. Right, okay, Sid Smith, a young Team Parker racing driver, makes his way in towards turn number 1. Sid Smith with the green recycling Porsche. I first met Sid 2 years ago at the Autosport show, and I spoke to this very quiet, unassuming young man who had a degree of cockiness about himself, but was also very humble at the same time. And he says, no, I'm a Porsche Carrera Cup driver. I'm looking forward to seeing how I get on in this championship. I then watched him last year when I was at Thruxton, lucky enough to commentate at the fastest circuit in mainland Britain when it comes to touring car racing, and Sid was very impressive. He comes here this year, he's third in the championship. I spoke with his team boss, Barry Horn, yesterday, and Barry says, you know, Sid's a winner. Sid could win this weekend if he can just align all these ducks up, if he can hit all these markers and execute how he needs to. He is a young man who has got a great future ahead of himself. He's just going around the hairpin in the white and lime green car. So keep your eyes on young Sid Smith. He could be a star of the future, and it's something that Parker Racing, Robert, have done many times before. They seem to find young stars and mature them into brilliant racing drivers.
Yeah, I think that's one of the strengths of the team is they've got the capabilities in the team to really develop the drivers. It's not just a case of putting the driver in the car and doing a good engineering job. They really work on the driver technique and performance as well, and it shows in spades when they get to the racetrack. And of course, Barry Horn, the team manager, he was the first Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion way back about 22, 23 years ago. So he's been around the block more than a few times.
And Barry came from Caterham Racing, didn't he? From Formula Ford to Caterham's, I think, then into the Porsches. And he's been a kind of sidekick to Stewie Parker for a long time, and they work well together. Barry looks after the Carrera Cup side. Stewie really enjoys looking after the Sprint Cup side. So that's how that works. And if it works, don't try and change it for the sake of changing it. The fastest lap of each driver in qualifying determines the grid order for race one. Pretty straightforward, as we said for the Sprint Cup as well. The grid order for race two is from the finishing positions of race number one. So it's nice and straightforward. We don't need to look for any difficult second to feature fast laps, Dr. Robert Johnson. We're basically looking at a shootout and a run for pole position. This will go into the 48s, quite low, I believe. If I look at the combined times from what we have seen already this weekend, Will Martin 48.464. Will we see a 48.2? Will we see a 47? Ooh, I doubt it. That's maybe pushing it just a little bit too much. But they never stop to impress us. They never stop to impress. There's always something each year. Will Jenkins a little bit slow off the pace, just getting himself up to speed in the Vera Tools car as he heads in towards the hairpin just now. That's a Team Parker Racing car. The Staffordshire-based racer comes round the hairpin in car number 30, and the Vera Tools sponsorship, which he has and picks up. And works very well with. Now, if you're in the hairpin era, watch the next car coming in just now. You can see the undulations I was talking about, and that's what caught a few of the Sprint Cup cars out earlier on. Henry Dawes and the Domino cars going over the undulations in the tarmac right now. The knob bumps are just natural lays off the land undulations, but you have to have yourself fully switched on in a Porsche as you go over them, because if you hit the brakes at the wrong time, it will pitch the car onto its nose, back wheels off the ground, and before you know it, you're effectively a passenger on the way towards the scene of the accident. And that's what we saw earlier on in the sprint race, Doc, or the sprint qualifying. Sorry.
Yeah, these cars, you really notice some of the bumps and undulations on the circuit because they've got so much power they can just lift themselves off the ground almost with the front end of the car sometimes, just depending on what the angle at which they hit the bumps. But apex of turn one at Duffus is a place to watch these, because on a hot lap these things are airborne as they go over the apex of the curbing at Duffus. That is a sight to behold, I can tell you. And the grip they have when they land again halfway down to Leslie's, the grip and the traction they get is phenomenal. The downforce doing its work on these cars. 400 kilograms of downforce at 125 miles an hour in these cars.
Now, we talked about splitters and how important the splitters are on these cars, because it maybe doesn't generate a huge amount of downforce like the front wing will do, but when you combine it all together with the natural shape of the car, the dive planes, everything else that goes with it, the splitter is an integral important part, and that's something that we have seen in the past of the drivers maybe running a bit wide at certain corners, straight on at first corner, wide at the chicane, removing that splitter, and it has a massive detrimental effect once you remove one of the portions, because you have to have all those bits together to get the maximum downforce. And as well, downforce really comes in with the greater speed. The higher speed, the more downforce you get. So when you hit the brakes in towards Duffus, you want everything to be there. So you've got that downforce. You don't want to hit the brakes going to Duffus minus your splitter, because then you're going to lock the wheels up. You are going to have a bit of a struggle getting through the corner, and it could be a lot worse. So that's why they bring a lot of spare parts into the pit lane, such as tyres, wheels, but also front splitters.
I was just going to say, because I'm standing leaning on a tyre trolley at the moment, which happens to have a splitter.
And describe us, Robert, describe to us what the splitter is, because people are thinking, well, is that not a big bit of wood? No, it's a big strap of rubber.
It's a very thin piece of flexible plastic. They used to be rubber. They're actually a harder plastic now, but still quite flexible, very thin, very lightweight, but it just wraps around the bottom of the front spoiler of the car, and it makes, as you described, Duncan, a massive difference.
on some race cars, the splitter or the front under tray splitter is a huge integral part of it. It goes from the very front, sticks a big bit of plank of wood, and it comes all the way back under the engine. Not so for these cars. They have got this, I was going to say rubber strip, but it's now a hard plastic. See that, Robert? That's development for you, because the rubber ones may have moved the speed, so they've gone to a harder plastic to keep the shape and not have any deformation, which is pretty impressive stuff.
Yep, so as we talk, Oliver White coming into the pit lane in the Eden Motorsports Pro-Am car. He's got a very colourful wrap on the car. It's a scenic countryside scene of cartoon characters along the side of the car, so it's easy to spot on track. But he's in after just doing a handful of laps, and we'll have a look and see what the work list is like for the cars. I would imagine most people will follow a similar work pattern here. We've got fresh, brand new tyres out for almost every pit garage here. So we're going to see tyre changes a few laps into the session. They'll go into fresh rubber. If they're happy with the handling balance, happy that they're in the zone, then they'll put fresh rubber on, and we'll see the push laps.
I believe they all started on older rubber here, and if they've got the new tyres sitting there, we're already 48.7. New tyres around Knockhill, half a second, maybe 6/10 of a second. We'll be 48.1 before we know it, if that's where we plan on going. And it's Will Martin who's fastest from Mr. Two Wheels No, Mr. No Wheels over Duffus, Angus Whiteside himself. The man deserves a knighthood for what he was doing here a couple of years ago.
He's just parked in front of me now. They're checking tyre pressures. They've got the car jacked up, and they are taking the pins out the wheel nuts ready for a wheel change. Right beside him is Andrew Rackstraw. He's having a chat with his engineers up on the jacks as well. Again, checking tyre pressures, and I don't know if they're going to do a tyre change yet, but certainly I think they're preparing to do that on Whiteside's car.
Yeah, Angus Whiteside, keep your eye on him. He will be a force to be reckoned with if the consistency can stay there in car number 52 for Century Motorsport. Third place right now, Sid Smith, then Josh Stanton. In fifth place, we've got car number 44, which is Jonathan Beeson. The Duckham's Yuasa Racing by Graves Motorsport. Any Duckham's livery is all right by me. Then it's Andrew Rackstraw. Then in the seventh place, first of our rookies, car number 18, which is Seb Hopkins out there, just ahead of number 1 in P8, George Gamble. You mentioned number 94 a second ago, Robert. That's Oliver White, one of our Pro-Am racers. He sits there right now behind George Gamble in 10th place, because there's been a little bit of a shuffle there as car number 400, James Wallace, which is a nice, simple, easy car to spot, Robert.
Yes, it's bright pink. Now, while I'm in front of the purple and orange car of Angus Whiteside, he's getting a rear wing adjustment done. I won't tell you if it's going up or down, because that would give away the secrets to the other teams, but rear wing adjustment for him. And George Gamble sitting in the pits at the moment, not getting a tyre change yet. He's just getting tyre pressures checked and balanced, and then I suspect he will be on his way.
Well, there's no rush, that's for sure. There's no need to rush at it, because the track's not overly busy. We've got 15 cars, which is a pretty good number of Porsches that we've got here in the Carrera Cup. But if they're going to go out for one lap and they're going to put brand new tyres on George Gamble... Sorry, Robert, I thought you had something to say there.
No, I was just watching our favourite pizza delivery man exiting the pit lane.
But if George Gamble's going to go out new tyres, there's no point putting brand new tyres on now and heading out with the tracks fully lit with everybody else. Wait until some other people come in. There's only, from what I see, 2 cars in the pit lane just now, Angus Whiteside and George Gamble. So maybe put the new tyres in the car, sit there with the car up on the air jacks, and just make sure you're in the zone. Have the information coming into the car that's given to you from your race engineer and your team manager. Try and plot a position to get you onto track where cars start to come in and go through their tyre cycle as well, and then see if you can get all that clear track for yourself. Don't get caught out by a red flag though. So there's all those things you have to try and factor in. It's not just a case of jumping in the car and driving as fast as you possibly can. You've got to have a bit of a look at things. Gamble has now left the pit lane. He goes onto track. The black and white flag comes out for for driver limits for car number 99, and that is Sid Smith. Young Sid picking up a little slappy on the wrists here as one of our... Is that Rackstraw? I think it was Andrew Rackstraw. The Rosalind Gold by Century Motorsport coming through. His teammate George Gamble behind him. I wonder if we're about to see a little bit of team driving here from the 2 Rosalind Gold Century Motorsport cars.
I think that's quite possible, actually, because I seem to recall them doing that at Croft. So you may well see a bit of slipstreaming action going on to tow each other up the main straight.
It just seems sensible. It seems sensible. You're not overly busy there, so the 2 cars... And it's not necessarily picking up a slipstream here, Robert. It's more a carrot to dangle. Or maybe a little tow from the exit of Clark round towards Hislops would be a good drive. But after that, you want to try and get your teammates' way. I think at Knockhill, it's more a visual reference of where you actually are. There's a huge course cut going through the bottom of Leslie's there, from what I saw from the commentary box, was there for Ollie Jackson.
Right, slight comedy moment in the pit lane, because Sid Smith got the black and white flag for car 99, right? So, but he had come into the pits just as they put the flag out. So the marshal from the start line has walked all the way down the pit lane, stood right in front of the car, put the black and white flag on the windscreen, and then walked away again.
Yeah.
So I got the thumbs up from Sid though, so he's got the message.
In one ear and out the other for Sid, as Will Martin now picks up the flag. The fastest man, Will Martin, black and white flag, track limits, lap time disallowed, but he's still top of the times by a tenth of a second with that 48.7. Are we going to see any improvement on that? Did they go out with new tyres? That's the thing we don't actually know. Well, maybe we'll get a wee check on that later on, Dr. Robert Johnson, the next time. In fact, they won't have a qualifying session again. What am I saying? We'll just keep our eyes on what they go out on track. Well, you can take the boy out touring cars, but you can't take touring cars out the boys. Number 48, lap time disallowed, track limits.
Well, track limits
Ollie
are going to be
Jackson.
fascinating in this session, because over the test, these cars, probably the Porsche Carrera Cup cars, are probably on more mileage in free practice during the week than any other class. And they've probably had more cars well outside the track limits, particularly through turn 2. And as we've seen from the touring car qualifying, turn 2 is one of the corners that's being monitored this afternoon for track limits. So they are going to have to adjust, all of them are going to have to adjust their lines a little bit at turn 2 compared to what they've been doing on the free practice days.
Well, it was Ollie Jackson who we were kind of having a bit of a watch, giving us some big air. We couldn't see it from the commentary point, but we could see the kind of the end of the issue, which was going through Leslie's. And Ollie Jackson, a man who knows Knockhill very well, knows Knockhill inside out, and he's been here for a long time. So he'll be enjoying driving the Carrera Cup car, we would imagine, around this circuit. But with only 13 minutes of the session to go, remember, after the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain qualifying session, we move in to the first part of the Quick Fit British Touring Car qualifying. So don't go anywhere. Trackside is where you need to be for the foreseeable. And as Alan said, a whole hour is given to that space and time. Looking out the back of the commentary box window just now and heading round towards the Taylorstown hairpin. Ollie White, the Somerset-based racer, racing for Eden Motorsport in his Carrera Cup car, chased by Sid Smith along the road, and then behind Sid Smith we've got Will Jenkins, then Henry Dawes, who Dr. Robert Johnson is trying to mention his sponsor as much as he possibly can this weekend, because Alan Hyde will end up getting fed by Henry and the commentary point. As long as you like pineapple, Alan, because that's what he seems to send up. The two Roslyn Gold Century Motorsport cars, not really line astern, and that's a little bit of a far visual reference for me, in my honest opinion. Rackstraw just a little bit too far up the road for Gamble to use. But Gamble ahead in 6th place. Rackstraw finds himself in 9th place, but still on track together. In fact, no, into the pit lane comes Rackstraw from number 40, I believe, pitting.
Yeah, we've suddenly got a rush hour in the pit lane. Rackstraw's in, so is Angus Whiteside and Henry Dawes is right. Henry Dawes this time, I think, is about to get brand new rubber put on. They're taking the current set off. Yeah, brand new rubber going on for Henry Dawes. And I think the same is happening with it. Yes, the same is happening with Angus Whiteside. New rubber going on for Angus.
Right, so don't look at a timing screen, Robert, but how much do you think the entire field's covered by?
Well, I'll look at a timing screen and tell you. It's frighteningly little.
I just said don't, and what is he going to look at a timing screen? 8/10 of a second covering 15 cars on track.
Phenomenal.
It's very
phenomenal.
impressive, very impressive. The new tyre run for Henry Dawes, he's a 49.3, finds himself in 14th place, which he has work to do. He's a Pro-Am driver. The top Pro-Am driver is Josh Stanton, finds himself in 5th place in car number 59.
Yeah, car 22, Carl Caver's getting fresh rubber as well. So we're obviously at that point in the session, everybody's coming in and doing pretty much the same thing.
So the new rubber run to the flag as the sunshine pops out from behind one of the light fluffy clouds that we have here. If you're not trackside and you're listening via the stream via TSL online or knockhill.com, this is Talk Alive, bringing you live qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain in 2025. We're at Knockhill Racing Circuit in the Gary Stagg commentary box, and there's 11 minutes of this session to go. Will Martin is fastest, he sits in pit lane. Angus Whiteside is second, he sits in pit lane. The 3rd place driver right now is car number 18, and that is Seb Hopkins, Team Parker Racing, on track, and also the best rookie that we have here just now, right up the far end of that. No, not Pete, the best pro, sorry, what we have just now. What's he got an R next to his name for, actually? Yes, he is a rookie, sorry. What am I saying? I'm getting confused with the timing screen. Then we've got Sid Smith in 4th place, sitting there. So a pile of pro drivers all at the top. Then we've got Josh Stanton, Pro-Am, in 5th place overall, which is a standout performance ahead of George Gamble, who's in that Roslyn Gold number 1 car, and then James Wallace in the 400 car in 7th.
So fresh Michelin Pilot Sports going on to George Gamble's car and Andrew Rackstraw's car. So they're ready to go out for some push laps. And Angus Whiteside, they're just waiting for a moment. They've got the car jacked up. They've changed the front wheels, but they're just waiting before they put the rears on for some reason. I'm not sure why. They're doing the same with Henry Dawes. So it could be brake cooling or something. They're just keeping the tyre off for a moment or two until they're ready to go out again. Same with Carl Cavers. Very strange. I've never seen that behaviour before. But
no changes to the back. Nobody on the suspension dampers inside the boot or under the actual rear wing.
They're all just standing. In fact, there's 5 cars in a row beside me, and they're all got their new front tyres on, but they're keeping the rears off until somebody says, right, good to go, boys.
Well, it probably does when you think about it. The engine is in the back there. It's probably letting a bit of heat soak not be held in by those big Michelin tyres and wheels. Keep the wheels off, let the air get in about and cool that engine and the cooling package down just a little bit, which is probably what they are doing, Doc. You probably hit the nail on the head there.
So Carl Cavers the first one to go, and so he's about to take the track, and then George Gamble, driver doors shut, they're about to drop that car, and then we'll see some push laps coming in. So the timing screen could change substantially in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, still a 48.7 is our fastest time around this qualifying session. 48.5 is a lap record. That was Gus Burton, and Gus set that in 2023 here actually, a 48.594. That's already been bettered today, but you don't get lap records to your name unless you do it in an actual race. We've seen a 48.4 earlier on, but will we see that now? The track temperature will be starting to climb just that little bit purely because the sun's out. Nobody's moaning about that in any way, shape or form, apart from maybe the drivers who would like it to be a little bit different. But with only 9 minutes of the session to go, as Dr. Robert Johnson has been telling us across there from the pit lane, a lot of new tyres getting put on cars. Sid Smith enters the pit lane, as does his teammate Will Jenkins. 2 Parker Racing cars, the Green Recycling car and the Vera Tools car make their way in towards pit lane. I'll let you keep an eye on what's going on there. Is there a very fast and flamboyant car arriving down at McIntyre's, all out of shape and control there. That was Jonathan Beeson. Never seen a car go so quickly through the left-hander in all my days, and it directly across towards the right-hand side of the track, out of control. But he managed to make it through the next corner, which was a brave one.
Yep, Sid Smith and Seb Hopkins getting fresh rubber now down at Parker Racing. So well, let's see if their times improve by a 10th or 2 as well as a result.
So the outlap to build up your Michelin Sport Pilot tyres, you want to take your time. You do not want to be too aggressive on these Michelin tyres. You've got to coax them in to the operating window by being nice and gently and just gently caressing them around this circuit. As we can see, slow, gentle movements from left to right as they go towards the hairpin from Will Martin in his Eden Motorsport car. There's not an aggressive jerk on the steering wheel. It's slowly caress the tyre across the track surface, because if you are too harsh with it, you'll grain the tyre and you will go through the compound too quickly and it will be too aggressive and it doesn't give you the same bite and purchase. So these guys all know what they're doing, they all know what they've got to do, but it's whether they can actually execute the plan of bringing the tyres in perfectly. We'll soon find out. Outlap for Martin, for Whiteside, for Hopkins and for Smith. That's the top 4. Also an outlap for, who have we got? George Gamble. An outlap for, let me look across the screen just now, car number 94, which is Ollie White, is on an outlap. And we've also got Jenkins and Dawes, Henry Dawes, also on an outlap. So they've all been in for a tyre swap. They're now up to speed, and this is a roll for pole. This is an attack lap. Jonathan Beeson still very much giving it everything in 44 out there. Personal best last sector of the track, but drifting away just through the middle parts. There's a big line of cars now entering the hairpin, Dr. Robert Johnson. These are all more or less new tyres for these cars. They're on new tyre runs, gently bringing them into that operating window. And a lot of people say, look, tyres are boring things, stop talking about them, but they contact the car to the track surface, and yet they're so important. It's a black art. Pardon the pun, but you know, that's exactly where we are.
Well, as I said earlier, I think it was when the minis were out, it's the single most important component on the entire car. You can spend as much as you like on the rest of the car, but if the tyres aren't up to it, then you've wasted all the rest of the money.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. And the Michelin Pilot Sport tyres that they have got will be starting to come into their own. Just Hopkins, Seb Hopkins, and if we look there, Will Jenkins, the last guys on outlaps. Now we should start to see some lap times getting delivered within the next lap and a half. Still going from side to side, gently along the back straight, is Will Martin. His fastest lap's a 48.7. His last lap was a 53.1. Before that, it was a 55.2. So here he goes. This could be Will Martin up the main straight. This is a run for a possible fastest lap of the weekend as he goes underneath the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge. We'll follow number 10 round the circuit as he goes in towards Duffus Dip. We'll tell you by the time he gets to the first sector if he's quick or not. And if it seems to be working nice and neat and tidy, nothing like what we've seen before, which maybe tells us that he's just not on. In fact, it's a 15.8, so this is looking good. He's 0.2 of a second away from the fastest time in that section. So starting to lean on the tyres as well, Martin, as he comes over the crest of Clark's. Very neat and tidy. Just takes a small kick and a kiss off the apex curb at the top before he heads round towards the hairpin through Hislops and in towards the challenging Taylor's turn. Do not lock up a wheel going in there. Do not. Now, he runs past the corner. He blows the corner because he knew that he needed another lap to get these tyres going. So this could be Will Martin. This has taken 5 laps, Doc, to slowly bed these tyres in and get up to speed. But he's a 49.3 last time round. Martin goes over the top of Duffus, and I have to say, doesn't look fully committed. But maybe that's the art of it. Maybe he doesn't need to look bouncy, out of control and sideways down there. As he breaks the first sector, he's within touching distance of his fastest time through there. He is 100th of a second, or no, 1,000th of a second away. So this is Will Martin about to equal his fastest lap, but it depends when it comes back through the rest of this lap as he heads towards the hairpin just now. Also personal best first sector for Josh Stanton and also for Peter Wallace, but we've just seen a purple middle sector for Will Martin, so that's fastest of anybody. He's through the Taylor's turn hairpin. He comes up to cross the line. Is the 48.7 going to be beaten this time as he crosses the line? 48.582, and he did that by looking so neat and so ever tidy, Robert. There was nothing that car ever looked out of shape.
Yeah, that was impressive. And George Gamble immediately jumps up to second place in response. Up 4 places is George Gamble. The other car, which I think is looking a little bit out of place at the moment, is Andrew Rackstraw. Well, just as I've said it, hang on, yes.
And the numbers are all lining up now. 10, 40, then 400.
Yeah. Andrew Rackstraw up 8 places before I finish the sentence, up to second place.
Yeah, Will Martin, Andrew Rackstraw and James Wallace now in that top 3 position. And it's 0.008 of a second from Rackstraw to Martin. Martin holding that little slender tiny advantage at the sharp end just now, a 48.582 on lap 17 of 17 as he continues on. He's about to put another good lap down here as he crosses the line. Does he go faster? 48.6. He drifts away just ever so slightly. He should get at least 3 or 4 laps, possibly 5 good quick hard laps out of this, but he can't rest on his laurels because there's a 48.8 going in. It puts George Gamble into 4th place. Angus Whiteside 5th place just now, but personal best across the board for Angus Whiteside in car number 52 as he comes up, crosses the line now. And what does Angus Whiteside give us? Does he move? Yes, he goes back to 3rd place, back to the head of the second row of the grid for Angus Whiteside in car number 52 as he now goes down through the bottom of McIntyre's there. Purple and I don't know what colour it is. Orange. It reminds me of Wins from a distance. You remember that sponsorship from many years ago?
Well, it's exactly that colour. It's the purple and orange colour scheme. Yep.
Yeah, Ben Keating took that to Le Mans with Ford quite a few years ago in the GT class. He did. And still on another good lap is Rackstraw, as is Gamble. Gamble could be going to the top of the times here with a personal best first and personal best third. No, it doesn't actually improve for George Gamble. So I was seeing something that wasn't actually technically happening on screen there. But as Andrew Rackstraw crosses the line, there's no improvement for him. We get Angus Whiteside across the line in that beautiful liveried car. The purple and the orange actually works so very, very well. And with 2 minutes to go, have we seen the best of the tyres? Henry Dawes has slipped to the back. There's a big jump for Will Jenkins there. He goes up 6 places and puts himself 7th, right behind Josh Stanton, the 2 Pro-Am drivers together, mixing it with Hopkins and Smith. Sid Smith a little bit out of position, it would seem, right now. And here comes Martin. He's gone fastest of anybody through that middle sector. He comes up, grabs a few gears, crosses the line. New fastest lap? No, 48.628. He's hovering about the exact same time where he has been for the majority of the session. We've just had a fairly large set of skid marks put down at Clark Corner, but thankfully no harm, no foul. The yellow flag is now pulled in, and I missed that one just at the back of the commentary box because I was looking towards pit lane, but I think it could have been the pink car because he's heading towards your way as James Wallace. Never easy when you're looking the wrong way and something happens behind you. Okay, Will Jenkins, another good lap coming together for Will Jenkins. And there goes Sid Smith. Well, I did say it, didn't I? I said, come on, where's Sid Smith? It's about Sid time. And he shows up onto the head of the second row of the grid. And he's 100th of a second away from pole position. How tight do you like it at the top? Well, 8,000s is the gap from Martin to Rackstraw. Will Martin just holding that in his pocket. 8,000s of a second. That's less than a blink of an eye when you actually put it together. And Rackstraw and Sid Smith, they're separated by 2,000s of a second. George Gamble up 1 place into 5th towards the end of the session. And George will be happy with that one. The Roslyn Gold by Central Motorsport car. His teammate, Andrew Rackstraw, finds himself in 2nd place. And very much the team leader right now, as you expect George Gamble to get there. But he's not got much time to do it. Sid Smith again crosses the line once more. Does he improve? Well, he's purple through sector number 1 and personal best through the end of the lap. But it was a 48.6. He was just about a couple of hundredths of a second slower, 300ths of a second slower over the course of that lap. So the consistency is there for Will Martin, for Andrew Rackstraw. The consistency is also there for Sid Smith, and I've got to say for Whiteside and Gamble. They look like they're putting in laps that are so close to each other. Lap time disallowed for James Wallace. Track limits, car number 400, it comes back. And we've also keeping our eyes on Carl Cavers, because Carl Cavers out there has now got himself into 14th, just ahead of Henry Dawes. And he put a personal best lap in last time round of 49.2. The checkered flag now flies here at Knockhill Racing Circuit, and it does actually look like it's going to be Will Martin who takes this one and walks all the way to the top of the podium box. Should we have one? But he'll be happy with that one, yeah. Watching the Century Motorsport Roslyn Gold car of George Gamble come out of Clark's here, and that car was on the move. The rear end of that car, you could see him as he was bouncing into view, sliding out over towards the exit curb, perhaps using the most and the best part of the tyre earlier on when he was on that roll for pole. But it's Will Martin who takes that pole position provisionally until it's all done and gone through scrutineering from Andrew Rackstraw and Sid Smith. We've got Angus Whiteside in 4th place and George Gamble in 5th. James Wallace will be in 6th place, and he is just ahead of car number 94, which is Oliver White. Oliver White's got Josh Stanton and Will Jenkins behind him, with Seb Hopkins in 10th. Jonathan Beeson just ahead of Max Coates. So I must apologise, didn't really mention too much of Max Coates in that session, but he comes home in 12th place, only 4/10 of a second away from pole position. Ollie Jackson in 13th place, with Carl Cavers and Henry Dawes rounding at the entire field. The entire field covered by 7/10 of a second, and the front 2 rows covered by 1/10 of a second. But the gap from Will Martin back to Rackstraw, 0.08 of a second. Alan Hyde, the Porsche Carrera Cup, never fail to deliver for us here, especially when it's at Knockhill and things are getting that little bit juicy in the championship.
Just to listen to them is a treat, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful they are. The Porsche Carrera Cup for so many years, part of a BTCC weekend. And here at Knockhill, we've got lovely sunshine looking down on the circuit now. We are 20 to 3 in the afternoon. If you're listening around the world at tokalive.net, 20 to 3 in the afternoon. And that means we are 20 minutes away from getting qualifying underway for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and Rob Johnston is down there surrounded. It's probably one of the most beautiful car parks you could possibly hope to be surrounded by. Carrera Cup cars all around you, Rob.
It's amazing. You know, until about 2 years ago, I never quite got it with Porsche 911s. Then I was lucky enough to do the Porsche 911 experience down at Silverstone, and wow, what a car. And yes, I'm a 911 addict now. So, but Will Martin in the number 10 car just posing for photographs. Will, a great pole position lap. You left it till near the end of the session, but we tracked you all the way around on the GPS, and it looked like a quick lap. You must be very happy with that one.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. I mean, all through testing, we've been a couple tenths up the road. So, you know, to be that close in qualifying is not a shock, but yeah, it would have been nice to be a bit further up. But, you know, we've got pole. The team's done a fantastic job all week.
So it's obviously track position very important at Knockhill. These are not the easiest things to overtake in, so that must be quite comfortable sitting there knowing you should be first to round one, but confident?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we've had a lot of good starts this year.
So that must be quite comfortable sitting there knowing you should be first to round one, but confident?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we've had a lot of good starts this year. We've got some good defensive moves, so yeah, going in quietly confident into the race, and we'll see what we can do.
Well, good luck, congratulations on the pole position, and we'll keep an eye out for you tomorrow. So, now, second on the grid was Andrew Rackstraw, and let's see if we can find Andrew. So Andrew, quick word with you. Congratulations, front row start. You left it late though.
I did leave it quite late. I came into the pits after the first tyre run, and it was not where we wanted to be. I think it was P10 or something like that. but Jade and the whole team just said exactly where I was losing the time, and I had the confidence in the car and the team and in myself to be able to pull something out the hat. I did. Well done to Martin. P1 is great, but P2 is not that bad either. So, yeah, we'll give it our best shot tomorrow, and that's what we're focusing on.
So it was just, there was no car adjustment then, just driver adjustment mid-session, was it?
Just driver adjustment, yeah, that's it. So normally that's what makes the biggest difference. I thought instead of changing something, what I know, just try adapt.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations. We'll look forward to the front row drag race to the first corner tomorrow's race.
That's it. I hope everyone enjoys it tomorrow, so it'll be good.
I'm sure we will in the sunshine here at Knockhill. Thanks. That's Andrew Rackstraw, driver of car number 40, who's qualified second. So now I just need to find Mr. Smith from Parker Racing. There he is. Sid Smith, the 99 car. Now let's see if I can, well, the car's there. I need to try and find the driver. Now there he is. Sid, if I could have a quick word, interrupt you, sorry. Sid, third position overall then, are you happy with that?
Yeah, well, I can't be too disappointed, can I? But I just saw the times on my 100th of a second off, so it's funny, isn't it? But yeah, I think around the track like this, it's always hectic to try and get a time in, and I got caught up a little bit, so it's still with some buts, but it just shows how close it is, and I think the races tomorrow are going to show that definitely. It's going to be a mega race.
Yeah, it's a quick and frantic lap, and there's nothing between the cars. I mean, you said you're 100th off, but that's 100th off pole position. You're only 2,000ths off second position.
Yeah, if you told me I'm 100th off, I'd be like, oh, that must have been a close P2. No, I'm in P3. It's ridiculous. But no, it was. I enjoyed it. It's as close as ever, but I feel like I have more in the tank. So in the race, just try and show that.
Well, your team boss reckons there's a win in you this weekend, so no pressure.
No pressure, but let's make it happen.
Well, good luck. We'll look forward to watching you tomorrow. So Sid Smith there, who's qualified third overall there in the Porsche Carrera Cup. Now I'm trying to see if we've got time. Interrupt me if we haven't got time, Duncan. But
well, Alan's heading across. He's at the gate just now, so I think you should possibly head down towards the pit lane.
Yeah, okay.
I like Sid Smith. I like that. Yeah, very honest appraisal of his session. And the team boss, yeah, that's Barry Horn, one of the team bosses. Stu Parker, the overall team boss, his name is on the door, above the door. But that was good to hear from all those drivers. Will Martin, Andrew Rackstraw and Sid Smith. You know, like he says, if you got told, oh, you're going to be 100th of a second of pole position, you think, oh, brilliant, front row start. But he's in the second row.
Well, it's only 2,000ths of a second from the front row. I mean, that is...
You couldn't physically fit a Porsche into that gap, no, you know, or a splitter.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do a bit of maths, which defeats me for the moment, but it works out. It's like less than a centimetre or something at the speed these guys are going at. So it's amazing. So frustrating for the driver, but at the same time, remarkable if you're watching it like us, just in bemused amazement at it.
So Alan Hyde across there in the pit lane. We'll just put a bit of mute on that button for those guys, and now we'll let them do the little changeover. Robert's going to head back to the commentary box. Duncan Vincent up here in the Gary Stagg commentary box. Very proud to be in this Gary Stagg commentary box. Gary, the man who set me on my commentary path many years ago when I accidentally fell into it one day. When Gillian Shedden had to leave at lunchtime, and I got the microphone from a very, a very wet day to do the pit lane, and it was something I thought, you know, this is actually quite good fun. It seems to work well. If I can't fix the race car because it's broken from the last time I raced it, let's do a bit of talking about it. So, and it's great to have Dr. Robert Johnson here as well. So we've been together for what feels like 40 years now, but it's been an enjoyable time. We've been together that long we can't finish each other's sentences. And Alan Hyde getting us involved with the touring cars many years ago. For when it comes up here, it's all part of the little jewel in the crown where the local commentary team get to take it, because it's normally Chris Hartley around the rest of the circuit, a bit Matt Suckling as well, and a few other guys who jump in and help out with Toka Live, Josh Barrett as well. So the Toka Live setup that Alan's putting together really is working well, giving it a feel-good factor. And get in touch. That's what Alan wants. I'm not going to touch the laptop, but why not get in touch? And you can text 07482 877 877. And why not give us your prediction for who's going to be in pole position for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship? Because I can tell you the groups that are going to come out on track are going to be group number 1 will be Darrell DeLeon, will be Tom Chilton, Dexter Patterson, Senna Proctor, Dan Camish, Nick Halstead, Sam Osborne, Charles Rainford, Ash Sutton, Dan Lloyd and James Dorlan. That is group number 1. And they'll get themselves onto track. Group 2 will be...
Do you remember
that
we had a WhatsApp message earlier on today from somebody with a VW Caddy and
the injector,
and they needed an injector
yes.
in order to get back to Belfast. So we've been talking about the spirit within the BTCC paddock. We have 2 car parts companies that are very much involved in the BTCC. One is LKQ Euro Car Parts, and one is Napa. LKQ Euro Car Parts wrote to me and said, can you put us in touch with the chap with the VW Caddy? We'll see if we can help. And would you believe, Steve Richardson, the boss of Napa Racing UK, just came up to us and he said, if we can help, we'd be more than happy to. So one way or another, between the 2 huge companies that are involved with the BTCC, I'm pretty sure that we can send that chap, I can't remember his name, it might have been Sean, I think, back to Belfast. But what a lovely spirit, eh?
That's all part of it, and that's fabulous. I mean, I like the fact that they're dueling over helping out. So what we need, if it's Sean, what we need him to do is to try and knock the price down a little bit for this injector for his camper van to get him back over to Northern Ireland. But yeah, fabulous team spirit from everybody there. And you know what else is good, Alan? It's nice to know that they're listening. That's another good thing. They're tuned in and they're listening to us.
It absolutely does. And I said to Steve Richardson, who just chatted to me in the pit lane, he said, I heard the message earlier on, and we'll try and help out if we possibly can. And I said, LKQ Euro Car Parts. So he said, absolutely fine. If one of us can help, then that's really good news. Yeah,
and it's good that there's so many people willing to help out and get them on the way. That's what we want, because we don't want anybody being stranded at Knockhill. You know, we'll be here on Monday morning, but you'd be better to be at home.
And because he's still here, I'm going to have a quick chat to Steve Richardson, if I possibly can. Steve, we have an annual chat here in the pit lane at Knockhill about going every year one stage further with your liveries on the cars, the race suits, the helmets, everything.
Yeah, we do, Alan. Good to see you as well.
Nice to see you.
We've done something different this year. We've gone a bit more on Race Against Dementia on the car, more tartan on the race suits, and then, as you mentioned, we thought we'd do something really different with helmets. The drivers didn't know they were getting the helmets, the 4 touring car drivers, 4 mini drivers, and then we've challenged them to use those to raise money for Race Against Dementia, partly we set them a target. Lewis Selby did his cycle from Milton Keynes to Knockhill.
Which I thought was completely nuts.
He is completely nuts, to be fair, but you've got to admire his stamina for doing that. Lewis raced just over 7k, so we've challenged drivers to double that, so raise 14 grand by using their helmets or other activity to raise that money for the charity. So it's great for us to be in Scotland. You know, we said we have this chat every year. We're here once a year. We like to support it, and it's great to give something back to charity.
The thing is, Steve, you've set the bar rather high for yourself, because every year it's a bit more, and it's a bit more, and it's a bit more.
Yeah, we try to do that. That's exactly what we try to do. I think what I would also do is encourage other teams to follow us to do the same thing, and then we generate a bit more. It's about engagement. It's about also saying to our fans, look, thank you. And fans, customers, suppliers, sponsors, thank you. Come with us on the journey. We'll have some fun.
Well, I'm having to interrupt because Louise Goodman and Tim Harvey have checked in with Jake Hill, who returns to the championship after illness.
We are north of the border for our annual trip to Knockhill, and I'm very happy to say this man is back here with us. Such a difficult decision to make, to have to sit out Croft, but you were too ill, weren't you?
I was, I wasn't in a great place. I'm glad that Dr. Traff almost took it away from me, because I still would have had a go, I think. But no, it had to be done. I had to just recover and just take time to get better, really. But I feel great. So good to be here in Knockhill. I love it. It's one of my favourite tracks. I've won every single year here in a BMW, and I'm hoping to keep that going.
What are your thoughts with this circuit? Because as you say, it's a fantastic track, a track everybody loves. Can you do it here again?
I'm going to try my hardest, Lou. I mean, it's...
That wasn't the question. I don't doubt you're going to try. But how do you rate your chances? Because the car hasn't been exactly where you want it this year, has it?
No, it's not been great. I mean, I think it's, very rare, that a champion from the previous year is, I mean, I know I've missed around, but I was even 5th before Croft. So, we've been struggling this year for sure. It's not been the best cars to drive, but, we're slowly making improvements. And I think regardless, this track, I know we talk about cars suiting certain tracks, but this track really is one of our best tracks. So we're going to give it our best.
Yeah, I mean, no pressure, but rear-wheel drive cars have won 10 out of the last 15 races here. Colin was on pole last year and won race 1. Yeah. You've got plenty of boost. Charles, your teammate, was quickest in free practice too. I mean, there are no excuses.
There's not really, Tim, especially as I am P nowhere in the championship now, and I've got a bit more boost to go into qualifying with. So, yeah, you're right, there's no excuses, and I'm sure that one of us will be on the top step tomorrow.
Just final question. I know you've made some changes. There have been a little bit of a weight reduction in the car. That came before Cross. More importantly, you've been working on the engine drivability and revisiting last year's engine map. Has that made a difference?
It seems to have helped, for sure. I mean, we experimented with that SNET test that we did prior to Croft. Seemed to help a lot there. Obviously, Croft, I mean, it felt all right in the FP1 session I did, but I couldn't exactly see where I was going. And then this morning, again, it feels a lot better. So yeah, it's been a good little progress we've made. Again, we definitely don't have the quickest car. Still is the Hyundai, I think, by a country mile. But you know, we are making steady progress.
Well, don't let us down. Don't let yourself down. I've got 50p on it, okay?
It was £2 earlier on. He's taken £1.50 off. So, as we say, a track everybody loves. It's produced some classic races. I mean, we had an amazing classic race 3 at Croft last time out, didn't we? This circuit has produced some classic races, but also it's quite a key circuit in terms of championship and results, isn't it?
Yeah, we're in the back end of the championship, so every race is critical. This is a circuit which is a jeopardy circuit. You've got 3 completely blind crests here, a very short lap, only slightly longer actually than Brands Hatch, but a slightly longer lap time. But it's a circuit of jeopardy because so much can go wrong here, whether it's the weather, which shouldn't be a factor this weekend, or just the proximity of the racing. So it's a circuit to try and get through with 3 clean-ish races and as many points as you can. But your championship at this point of the year could be badly affected if things go wrong.
Yeah, we're talking of things going wrong. We're heading now towards PMR, who really have been the big story of the past week. Obviously, that absolute nightmare that they had with their premises burning down. I mean, to even be here, I think, is almost it's incredible, isn't it?
I mean, it is the big story this weekend. Just being here is amazing. The fact that they're actually trying to do really well here, because Mikey Doble is winning the independents, and within 3 hours of that fire going, they were working out a way to be here and be competitive.
Yeah.
So
come on in. We're actually going to be having a long old chat with the team. Jump in the middle, Mikey. We're going to be featuring the team in our show tomorrow. But I mean, what are your thoughts? What were your thoughts when those cars? Well, first of all, when you heard the news, did you think that's it? That's my championship done?
Initially, yeah. You know, I got a call from Adam on Saturday afternoon, and I thought either something's happened or I'm in trouble, because I just wouldn't get a call like that. So I phoned him straight back and obviously heard the devastating news. But fair play to Adam. Within 3 hours of the disaster happening, we had something sorted and we were racing. So it's unbelievable, really. And then fast forward 6 days, they've been flat out getting these 2 cars ready for us, just to give us a chance, let alone, you know, get them to how we want them in terms of our balance and everything. But we're here and we're getting better. So,
well, that's a key thing as well, because a car is not just a car. I mean, driving a car, you know, you kind of have muscle memory. You've been in that trusty old Astra for a while now. So to step into a brand new car, just how difficult is that? Because people might think, well, driving is driving.
it's difficult for all of us. I mean, for me in particular, the biggest change is I'm going from a left-hand drive car to a right-hand drive car. And, you know, anyone that's driven abroad in Europe and gets a hire car will know that sometimes the muscle memory sticks through and you end up punching the air with the other hand when you're trying to change gear. But just getting to learn its characteristics and its nuances, what makes it quick and everything, it's taking time. You know, I'm not going to lie. It's compared to where we're used to being so far this season, it's been a little bit of a struggle, but we're getting better every session, and that's the key point.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't had many laps under your belt. I'm not sure quite what happened in FP2 there. You were off the track for a little while, but inherently the car is very similar, isn't it, to the Astra? It's a short wheelbase hatchback car, so hopefully your setup information should transfer onto it, even if you are changing gear with the window winder.
Yeah, I mean, on paper it should be the same, but, you know, this car was obviously built by different people. It was built at a much later time, and, you know, at the moment we're still trying to get our head around what change does what. And you're right, we didn't get as many laps in that session as we'd have hoped. You know, we were late getting down there for
a reason I don't know yet, and you know it's happened now. And we had red flags and all sorts out there that hindered our progress. So, you know, I think we're going to be on a little bit of the back foot going into qualifying, but then the same breath, the pressure's taken off now. We can just do as good as we can do with what we've got, and then just try and improve every session. As long as we're improving, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're winners just for being here. So every time you go out, that's a victory in itself. And I'm sure the weekend will only get better for you.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, like I say, the support, everyone that's around us all weekend, and you see in the applause we're getting when we're going round, it's pretty special. So we're going to soak it all in and try and use that as extra ammunition to go a few places better.
Listen, best of luck in qualifying this afternoon. We will all be absolutely rooting for you. And that is going to be coming up pretty soon.
Mikey Doble talks about muscle memory. It's the same for us. PMR Cupras. Cupra. Having talked about Vauxhall Astras for so long, it's going to take a bit of getting used to. Let's just remind you, or at least mention first up.
Yeah, here's the qualifying groups then. Charles Rainford, Senna Proctor, Dan Camish, Sam Osborne, Dexter Patterson, Nick Holstead in Group 1 alongside Dan Lloyd, Dal de Jong, James Dorlin, Tom Chilton and Ash Sutton are heading out there for their next run in Group 1, which is go now. So we're underway then for the first group. They head out onto the circuit, and now we can really begin to see who's hot and who's not in the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship here this weekend. And hopefully we're going to be in for an interesting ride. Hello everybody, welcome up to the commentary box for the first time here on JB Motorsports with us here on camera as we get the cars venturing out onto the circuit. We'll go back to the battle screen as well throughout the session, and here as well from the ITV team. We'll just be popping in every now and then. But this is going to be a very interesting session as Ash Sutton heads out onto the circuit. Let's join Tim Harvey and David Addison.
For the Toka Turbo Boost, he will have 3 seconds per lap. It'll be 1 for Tom Ingram, it'll be 5 for Dan Rowbottom, 7 for Dan Camish, 9 for Tom Chilton, Adam Morgan gets 11, Jake Hill gets 13, everybody else gets 15. And this is Dexter Patterson's view, the Patterson family part of the great support that has been offered to Power Max Racing by loaning Adam Weaver the spare car that they had, which was the ex-Restart Racing Scott Sumpton chassis. And Dexter Patterson, one of our 3 Scottish drivers, one of 4 locals, if you like, because Chris Smiley from Northern Ireland counts this as his local circuit.
Yeah, about 40 minutes away, isn't it, on a plane? So it is his local circuit. But yeah, the 2 Power Max Cupras, unerringly similar in look to the Astra. In fact, the decal kit, the whole wrap, is actually the one that is used on the Astra. There wasn't time to redesign it, but it fits nearly exactly on the car. So there you go. One of us will be the first one to say Astra, I'm sure.
Nick Halstead there on track. So that's the borrowed chassis. The Patterson family having lent that Scott Sumpton car to Nick Halstead. The Max Hall car from earlier on in the season is the one that now is going to be in the hands of Group 2 of Mikey Doble. Dan Lloyd, after his engine travails at Croft, has a new engine in his car. He pits. Also Aaron Taylor-Smith, who's in Group 2, has had a new engine for the weekend, and that seems to work well for him in FP2. He was second fastest, but we'll come to ATS in Group 2. BMW stay out as anticipated, and they're going over the timing line then. You've got Daryl De Leon sitting on the back.
Yeah, strong circuit for BMW, of course, this. As I said in that pre-race interview with Jake Hill, 10 wins out of the last 15 races, but it's a BMW-friendly circuit. They have made some adjustments to the throttle mapping. They found that last year's mapping was better. They've lost 15 kilos as well. They did that on. They should be good here. You know, Charles Rayford was quickest in free practice too, so you would expect Jake Hill, no disrespect to Charles Rainford or Darren De Leon, but you'd expect Jake Hill with a bit more boost now to really be up there. Interesting, the front-wheel drive cars all did, apart from Dexter Patterson, 2 laps to warm the tyres before crossing them over because it's such a short lap.
And Charles Rainford, he's going to offer up the target time.
Yeah, we're going to tell you this because Daryl De Leon's done a 56.627, but Rainford's now got on top 54.868. Timing and scoring has failed on the TSL timing site. So we've actually a bit blind up here in the commentary box as well as to what's happening. We've got ITV doing their own systems, which I can tell you, Rainford's on top, De Jong second, Lloyd third, Proctor fourth, Chilton 5th, Camish 6th, Holstead 7th, Sutton 8th, Osborne 9th, and Dorlin has the top 10 at the moment. Rainford's on a lap that's 7/10 of a second faster with a purple Sector 1. Sector 2 also looking quite strong as he comes into the last corner now, flicks it back up the hill, pedal down with the BMW power, up towards the line now, and Charles Rainford, boost unavailable, but does he go quicker than a 54? Yeah, it's 51.007.
1.007, and for those drivers that have got quite a lot of boost, and in terms of racing laps worth of boost, you can deploy it coming out of the hairpin, and of course keep on deploying it onto the start of the next lap.
Yeah, and because it's a relatively short lap, just 1.2 miles, you get plenty of laps while the tyres are at their peak. So assuming you don't break track limits, which is easier said than done, and I'm surprised we haven't mentioned it already, but assuming you don't break, you get plenty of laps where the tyres are in a really good window.
Well, we're almost at the halfway point of Group 1, and Daryl De Leon then accelerating his way down towards the hairpin. So he is now faster than anybody within the first sector of the lap. The time to beat is to 51.007, which is better than Tom Ingram did in FP1. So we're sort of in the ballpark now. Up towards the timing line comes Daryl De Leon. Charles Rainford goes through ahead of him, and now we're bang on halfway through the session. Does De Leon go to the top of the times? The answer is no.
Second fastest for Daryl De Jong, 51.062. Proctor third, Dorlin 5th. Patson stays 4th. Rainford, though, is back on top at the moment. Unfortunately, as I said, timing scoring has failed. The clock is ticking down, but the actual timing is not working the way you want it to. So we'll do our best to bring you up to date with everything as it stands here at the moment. Sutton goes second fastest on it's 52 thousandths off the pace, so it's a 51.069 on the board. Proctor has had his lap time deleted and drops down into 11th position as well. Just a reminder about Ash Sutton coming into this weekend as well. He's using the Race Against Dementia livery, of course, run by the famous Scottish World Formula 1 champion, 3-time over Jackie Stewart and his sons, for his dear wife Helen, who suffers with the terrible disease. Proctor runs up into third, it's a 51.041. He's 3/10 exactly off of Daryl De Jong. So Dexter Patterson comes to Camish, 50.926, goes into third position, a 10th off the pace as things stand. Patterson comes through the chicane, then into Clark's rear sliding out from underneath him for the Unlimited Motorsport at the moment. Osborne goes 6th, so now we've got our cut-off. De Jong, Rainford, Camish, Proctor, Sutton, Osborne. That's your top 6 so far. Lloyd, Dorlin, Chilton, Patterson, Holstead down from 7th below as we hope to get our live timing back soon. As you can see, it's all stopped when it went to green flag running. I would love to say, oh yeah, it's back running, but it is not yet.
They're going, but I accept that one.
Right, now this is Tom Chilton, and he's heading up to the line. Senna Proctor is up to third again, and Chilton's 9th, so he's got to be an improver. He will go across the line and stays 9th, but the headlight should be on next time through. So Chilton remains a man to watch. He's well placed in the championship, but doesn't qualify brilliantly, but he does have a good race day, builds it well.
Yeah, he does. Well, we've seen it before in qualifying where he's lost a lap and had to deliver at the end of the session, and he is more than capable of doing that. Of course, being engineered by Barry Plowman, the ex-Dynamics, well, not ex, he's still Dynamics, but one of the founders of Dynamics, along with Matt Neal and Steve Neal, his father.
Dan Lloyd here, number 123, the Restart Racing Hyundai. It was a tough croft for the team, for Dan especially. He had to miss that last race because of the big engine drama. Daryl De Leon now goes fastest on a 50.689 from Rainford, from Camish third, Proctor 4th, Sutton 5th, Osborne is 6th, and Dan Lloyd is 51 thousandths of a second away from Osborne, so he's got to find 52 thousandths to get in.
Yeah, that could always be a little bit of a nightmare at the moment. It is De Jong from Rainford, Camish, Proctor, Sutton and Osborne. We've taken off the live timing because it's showing you the incorrect information. Hopefully that one might show you a bit more detailed info as things stand. Dan Lloyd trying to get in. He is, as we said, 31 thousandths off the pace at the moment. Needs to find the traction time as he comes into the last corner at the hairpin bend, pointed uphill out of the tricky triangle, up towards the line now. And is this a better lap time for Lloyd? Answer on a postcard, send it. Black and white flag's gone out. I can't tell you who it's for as things stand, but Lloyd does not improve as the boost now starts to come in as the running order continues. Timing froze when the green flag came out, so I think race control have pressed something, but at least the time is still ticking down with a minute to go. This was Dan Lloyd getting the black and white flag. We've had cars already going 2 wheels, and that was Senna Proctor, 2 wheels at the top of the chicane.
Much decided last year, didn't we? The quickest way was to stay off that curve and keep the wheels on the ground driving forward.
Yeah, track limits say you can't go over, doesn't say anything about above, sort of hovering over. So, but if the wheels aren't doing anything other than being in the air, you're not really progressing. They're heading into the end of the lap is James Dorlin, who is 8th. James, having never been here before, learning all the time, goes over the timing line now, and he was quicker than he had been in the second sector on that previous lap, and waiting for time to come up, still 8th fastest.
All these drivers starting their last lap with just 21 seconds on the clock to go. Coming up to finish his lap, this is Sam Osborne. All the Napa Fords relivering for this meeting to reflect their charity contribution to a well-known Scottish charity.
He crosses the lane. No, he doesn't.
And he goes across the line, but no improvement on that lap. He is 6th though, and he is in.
He is indeed. This is Dexter Patterson, who, as the checkered flag comes out, is not going to be an improver because sectors 1 and 2 were slower, and he won't get another lap. There's the flag. Goes over the timing line. And Dexter Patterson's lap then was a 51.788.
Flags out then as it comes through. Dal de Jong, Rainford, Camish, Proctor, Sutton and Osborne. There your 6 going through to the fast 12. Then we go Lloyd, Dorlin, Chilton, Patson and Holstead. They're out of the running order at the moment. They couldn't find any more time out there on the circuit. Bitter disappointment, but unfortunately sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Checker flags out then here in Group 1, and Group 2 is coming up shortly. Hopefully our live timing data is fixed for that ASAP.
Quickest then, Dan Camish, Senna Proctor 4th, Ash Sutton 5th, and Sam Osborne makes all 3 of the Napa Racing UK Fords go through. We lose the Restart Racing Hyundai of Dan Lloyd, the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK Corolla of James Dorlin, the Team Virtue Hyundai of Tom Chilton is out, the Unlimited Motorsport Dexter Patterson Cupra, and Nick Halstead's Power Max Racing Cupra gone as well. And Ash Sutton's last lap taken off him for track limit offences. Doesn't matter though, he was still okay to be 5th. So Ash Sutton making his way back to the pit lane. And let's have a look then at how we stand at the end of Q1 Part 1. The first group, Darrell DeLee on the fastest, 0.2 of a second, in fact, quicker than Charles Rainford, quite a margin round here. Then Dan Camish, a further 36 thousandths back, Senna Proctor 4th, Ash Sutton 5th, and Sam Osborne rounding out the top 6. In the end, he was 51 thousandths quicker than Dan Lloyd, who misses out, so does James Dorlin, along with Tom Chilton, Dexter Patterson, and Nick Halstead. So that is Group 1. Group 2 will be next. There you can see the teams ready to pull the cars back. We haven't yet touched on, but perhaps we ought to, especially that we're going to see him in this session. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award, which is led based on points from qualifying. He's led by Tom Ingram, and we'll see him in Group 2. Now, disappointment for another Tom Chilton. He is out of qualifying, Louise.
Disappointment, and I guess by the look on your face, a bit of head scratching as well.
Yeah, but it clearly hasn't worked, has it? I actually drove, I thought, really well. I like this circuit a lot. I did 2 lap times exactly the same. Beginning, backed off, went again at the end. Both was a 51.36, same thousandth. Got everything perfect. Thought he was going to say a pole because it was that good. You should have seen it in the car, it was perfect. But I made it into Q2, so it shows you how competitive, Louise. And if you get one thing wrong on the car setup, you're nowhere.
Where was it? What was it not giving you? That? Well, I'd say that. You were saying you thought it was giving everything that you wanted.
The balance. You should have seen me. I was on edge everywhere. it looked fun, and then.
Bad luck. Hope you can get a little bit faster for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lou. So, green light's on for the second session, and we still haven't got any timings. So, the TSL systems are about as useful as a chocolate teapot at the moment, but let's just tell you who's going out in the second group. Aaron Taylor-Smith, Chris Smiley, Aidan Moffat, Jake Hill, Max Buxton, I should say, Gordon Shedden, then it's Tom Ingram, Dan Rowbottom, alongside Adam Morgan, Mikey Doble and Nick Hamilton are venturing out onto the circuit here as well for the second group. And this will be an interesting one because times this morning were quick for Tom Ingram, championship leader, 36 career victories to his name. And now he's going to be in for a right interesting time as the session goes on. Hopefully our data rejigs itself soon and we'll have our live timings back in operation, maybe when some more timings come through. But TSL have absolutely dropped it in this qualifying session. We do have a few issues, of course. We are here in Knockhill, and I speak from being told information from the ITV team over there that the signal is absolutely terrible, but they are putting up more phone masts, they are getting more hospitality areas, so it's a bit more easy to go through. As we look on board with Gordon Shedden, Flash is back and won, of course, his first race of the return to the championship back at Alton Park in race 3. I was hanging out waiting for Steve Ryder at the exit of the ITV studio then, but he did get completely drenched with champagne right over both of his shoulders as well. Had a quick interview with him, I think, because I literally just ran into him. He was running backwards coming off the podium, and I was standing there and I said, well, Flash, you're back, how was it? Yeah, good, thanks. Off he went. Simplest, quick conversation you could have. But I was after Steve anyway. So Shedden's coming back into the pit lane, as is his teammate Max Buxton. So he's straight in to the pit road as we now ride on board with Tom Ingram in the Team Virtue squad, who's into the pit lane as well. Just a quick reminder that on JBMotorsports 2, we've also got the second Moto E race, which is a bit more tasty than this morning, which is interesting as we now see Moffat begin his lap time down in towards the first corner. Duffers did and fly back up the hill towards Shedden, which is the turn 3 complex corner. This is Jake Hill back in the championship after a nasty virus that kept him out at Croft. We heard earlier on he was feeling okay. This is Adam Morgan in the Accelerate, the secondary team of the Accelerate squad as well, using last year's models. Still looking a bit dangerous. Oh, look at the hill. That was a warm-up lap, and the rear tyres locking that BMW and then just blasting back up the hill. Now, BMW are using the no rear downforce bumper on the car this weekend. As you saw in our coverage back in pre-season testing and at the end of race 1 at Donington Park, BMW were hiding it in pre-season testing, but each of the rear bumpers have different slits that just guide the gear in the right direction to control the rear slide that they were having problems with last year. And here, of course, with it being a high downforce, well, just jump over and hope you make the landing Ferris Bueller style through the chicanes. There is no curves on the back of that BMW, so it's a flat as a baby's bottom as it comes up now in towards the final corner. First sector is a purple. Now, it was better than the 38, 36.513, but he's locked at coming into the last corner on the front right tyre, up towards the line now. Will Hill go quicker than Moffat's 54.366 over the line? Answer... yes, 51.249. Not faster than what we saw earlier on, though, in the time, so there will be a bit of a differential there between them. Moffat running in now over the line in second position. Hill top. No, Moffat's gone faster. 53.377. Now, reminder, we're not working with the timings because they're not operational right now from TSL. So we're working with the ITV graphics. That took a while to come up, but it's Moffat from Hamilton. Wow! Well done, Nick Hamilton. Up into second position at the moment on the banker lap, 8/10 up, one of the fastest times and one of a circuit he actually likes a lot more than one we've gone to, and it's immediately been deleted by the stewards. And Hill again locking up at the inside front right tyre. That Goodyear soft is going to be flat spot like crazy as he comes up towards the line. Flat spot, oh, you like him, it's faster than a 53.3. It's a 50... no, timings have gone. Timings have gone down. 51.211. Moffat does a 51.035. So now we've got ITV's timing struggling. I'm convinced that we've got some form of gremlin in the system, because Doble, Rowbottom and Taylor Smith times are changing around. I can't tell you if they're anywhere. We may as well come into combo. I can't tell you if they're anywhere near the information that we need to be seeing right now. Buxton's gone 10th, but the timing screen is yo-yoing. So, Moffat, Hill, Morgan, Shedden, Doble, Smiley, that's your top 6 going through. Hamilton in 7th, Ingram 8th, that's a problem. Rowbottom 9th, that's a problem. Morgan's just been deleted for a lap time. That's a bigger problem to go through. But it puts Hamilton into 6th position. So that puts Ingram 7, Rowbottom 8, Buxton 9, Taylor Smith 10, Morgan in 11th. As the first sector time comes through for Tom Ingram. Is it quick? Yes, it's a purple. What about sector 2 as you brake hard into the last corner, uphill braking section zone? It's a 36.315. Robo second, Morgan third. Over the line then comes Tom Ingram, the championship leader. Anything to do? It's a long line here, of course. Over the controlling, to the top. 50.960. Was there any doubt? The championship leader, again, an all-round lovely bloke, is on top. He's done an interview as well that you'll hear in between the break with Nikki Shields, our new British Touring Car presenter. Can't wait to chat to her when I'm next trackside as well. Here's Jake Hill in the BMW. Over the line as Doble goes 6th. Smiley's has that time deleted. Hill's just on the cusp as he goes through with green sectors 1 and 2. Timing's waiting to change up. It's taking its time. It's taking its time. No, but he's gone 2nd. But now 3rd. 51 is his time. He's 70,000 up. And look at Moffat. He's done a 50.964, and that's 0.04 of a second off the pace of Ingram. And Robo goes top, and Taylor Smith goes top by 1,000th. Wow! 50.905, 50.906. 1,000th of a second separating the top 2 at the moment. And now even more. Ingram, 50.884. The top 4 separated by 0.08 of a second. Absolutely tremendous stuff right now here at Knockhill. Adam Morgan throws it in as Taylor Smith goes into 5th. As Robo back to 2nd now, so Robo's gone up to P2. Over the line comes Aaron Taylor Smith. Not telling us anything about second sector times as Adam Morgan improved. He was on the cusp in P7. He's come across the line. The rear's snapping out massively as he comes through the dip. And into Scotsman, not going to hold off there. No, Morgan didn't improve. He stays 7th on the timing board with 2 minutes to go. Ingram, Rowbottom, Moffat, Hill, Taylor Smith, Smiley in top 6. Morgan, Doble, Shedden, Buxton, Hamilton. They're in the drop zone before we get ready for the Fast 12. The Goodyear Fast 12. Still nothing on our timing data at the moment from the screens that are working and operational, so we'll try and give you as much information as we possibly can with a completely broken timing screen. That's wonderful from TSL timings. They're usually very reliable, but this is a time when technology is not so good. I understand that they're also down in the media centre, so they don't even know what the data is. ITV, considering they run their own strategy department and their own graphics, they have better timings than we do. So we're all looking to a small top right-hand corner screen which shows the results as things stand. Apparently I've just been told about a spotter's nightmare coming up through. Omi said hello and to rest in peace the TSL timing screens as well, yeah. 49 seconds left. Hill's got the fastest first sector of anybody. Can't tell you what it is. Buxton's done a new personal best time. Stays in 10th position. Improves time, not position. Hamilton still in 11th on a boost lap as well. I can't tell you very much about what's happening because we haven't got the sector times to gouge any more information. But Hill's gone yellow sector 2, so he's down on all his times. Whether they're all waiting for another lap, they'll get time. Buxton again goes 10th. Mikey Doble over the line now. Power Max Racing back in operation 6 days after a fire destroyed everything in the company. That is dedication. They've got one car that was borrowed from the Patterson family with Scott Sumpton, one car that was taken from the Stephen Jelly's ride from last week at Croft, but Doble is racing. Oh, Doble spun it! Coming over the top of the hill, he's looped it on the grass. bit of a fire, puts the throttle down. That'll just be the fuel coming out the side exhaust. And I was glad he didn't smash it up because it's the only car in existence that they've got this weekend. Just exits the chicane, coming down towards Clark's. Too much over, gets the rear gravel. The car loops around on him. And that's good because here at Knockhill, you hit tyres and then you hit mud. Don't forget, Doble is still learning this Cupra. It is not a car that is going to be liking to his style just yet. But he's still in 8th position. That's an amazing job. So it's Ingram goes through for the Goodyear top 12, and the timing screens have gone on us. He topped the session though, I can tell you that, as they come through. So Ingram's still good as we now wait for the second session to come through. The Goodyear top 12 is next. And before anything else, let's have a word with Tom Ingram. He spoke earlier on today to our new presenter for the British Touring Car Championship on ITV, and that is, of course, Nikki Shields, who's hosted many a championship. Formula 1, Formula E, Extreme E, F1 Esports. She has done the works. As we now go into the little break before the next session, let's have a word with Nikki now.
Well, it is time to roll out the red carpet. We have our championship leader with us, Tom Ingram. You need to get a bigger trophy cabinet. 36 career wins, 3 this season. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We've had a good start to the season, to be honest. Obviously, just after the halfway point now, with a run into the finale, we've had a really, really good run at it, and obviously very, very close in the points between Ash and I. So, yeah, it's going to be a spicy second half of the season, and then run into the finish.
Is this basically now a 2-horse race between you and Ash?
I don't think you can rule anyone out, but I'd like to think it's probably looking that way. With, like I said, with a few rounds left, yes, I think it's probably going to be down. Like I say, you can never rule anyone out with coming back into it, but with where we are and the amount of rounds to go, I think we're probably starting to get to that point. So, yes, I think it's going to start to get fairly needle between the two of us, but that's fine. That's what it's all about. We like that. It's the enjoyable part of BTCC.
And how do you approach Knockhill? I mean, this is obviously a fan favourite. The atmosphere is amazing here, but how do you perceive Knockhill from your perspective?
It's a really difficult circuit because it's about managed risk. Like you can be a little bit too punchy around here and get yourself caught up when you don't really need to. It's exactly what happened to us last year. You come into this with limited TTB, so the limited boost. So you tend to qualify a little bit further down the pack, and then you're on a little bit of a recovery through race 1, then to try and make it back through race 2. And round here, it's limited places to overtake, but it's sort of the places that you can cut past is sort of maximum jeopardy at the same time. So it really is managed risk. So I think the weekend target has to be get out of here fairly unscathed with good points, and see where we are going into the next few.
What do you prefer, Knockhill in the dry or the wet?
The dry all day long.
Well, I think your luck's in then. Good luck, Tom Ingram. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nikki. We are gearing up then for the next session to kick off, and that is going to be, for some reason, Croft's now auto-playing from race 3. I can't get it off our stream here. Getting set then, I'm being told that the TSL timings will be operational shortly, so that is something coming through. There's Tingram now just watching on live in his pit garage, waiting to get out for his run for the Goodyear Fast 12 before we go into the Fast 6 and our top shootout as well for pole position. Oh, there's Alan Harden, there's Louise Goodman. Louise is actually talking to Flash without the microphones on, so that was interesting to come through. As Lou's such a lovely lady as well, by the way. She's always helpful to stop and have a chat with as well, to come in and help out. I said to her at Alton Park, is it going to rain? She said, I don't know. Just look up at the sky. She was talking a few minutes ago, though, to Gordon Shedden, and she's
got out of the car, a rather frustrated Gordon Shedden.
Yeah, you could say that. Just a bit of a waste of time, that, really. We're nowhere near where we need to be. But, you know, that's when you miss free practice too, it puts you on the back foot, and we've not recovered at all. So, yeah, work to do, but difficult.
How much or how easy is it going to be to kind of recover ground tomorrow and get the car where you want it to be?
I've got no idea, but at the minute it's not very good, so anything would be a step forward.
All right, bad luck, Gordon.
Green lights on and away we go for the second part of the weekend then. as we gear up to go. And at the moment, we have absolutely no live timings once again for a very critical session. I do apologise to all of you at home. This is the second time this year this has happened actually during one of our sessions, so we'll hopefully get some information up to you shortly. We'll hold up with the basic screen at the moment. For the time being, let's head down to our ITV colleagues, David Addison and Tim Harvey.
The Fords and Hyundais of several Hyundais. Smiley's through, obviously Ingram is through, and Proctor as well, so 3 Hyundais.
Yeah, one from the Restart Racing team, the others from Team Virtue, as there you've got the BMW heading down to David Moffat you're looking at. So it was here when he made his debut a long time ago as a teenager, and has developed into a very handy touring car racer, a race winner over the years. Comes up then to accelerate now over the timing line. Of course, the start and finish lines in different places. Start line at the top of the brow, the timing line, the finish line right in front of the timekeeper's box coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, so you need to start your lap off very well to get a flying start across that timing pin. You can end it a lot closer, because, so in fact you can make up time just on the plane, sacrifice a little bit of the exit if you've got boost especially, just to shorten the circuit. So a different approach to the last corner depending on whether it's the start or the finish of the lap.
Osborne's come back into the pit lane, by the way, so has Camish, so he's not ready to go out early on in this one either at the moment. I wonder if anybody's told them about the timing screens not working coming through as well. We've got the results of Group 2. Thank God for that. So it was Ingram, Rowbottom, Moffat, Hill, Taylor Smith and Smiley. That's the 6 that have gone through. Out went Morgan, Doble, Shedden, Buxton and Hamilton to have it through as well. So into this part of qualifying is Dal Dion, Rainford, Camish, Proctor, Sutton, Osborne, Ingram, Rowbottom, Moffat, Hill, Taylor Smith and Smiley. So that's the running order now, as we still don't have any live timing. Now, usually, the last time this happened was during the red flag period at Thruxton, and we managed to get it back during the second part of qualifying when the system re-jigs itself. So we might be able to have it, but if not, we're in for another commentator's ramble. Lap times beginning then as they come across the line, but we're not expecting this to be a huge shift, as Dion's done a 54.943, Rainford, Hill, Moffat, Ingram, Proctor. He'll now go second on his banker lap time. It's not the overalls that we need to wait through. Yeah, timing screens have blown due to a sensor issue. So they'll fix that quite quickly. I hope they know about it, because there's 2 different servers. There's the one that we use on our timing screens, that the media have, and there's one that the teams use. And I don't think the teams one is down. And that's the one that ITV have access to. I think the media centre and the public one that we are is down. So that could be problematic to come through as well, especially for the trackside commentators trying to provide anything on Toka Radio. Dal Dion still looking strong over as we begin. Rainford's ran out of boost on this lap time. Hill, 50.951. Rainford in second place. 34 thousandths of a second backwards on the time. That's a better run through for him now. As we take a look at the 99, Moffat goes on another warm-up lap. 54 was his time, 3 seconds off the pace as they come through the chicane then at the top of the hill. Down towards Clark's. Dion second, Moffat third, Rainford's been dropped to 4th, but I don't think that time is... No, Rainford's had his lap time deleted for track limits. Turn 7, that's Clark's at the exit here. So he's gone over the exit curve too much. Here's Dal Dion over the line. Well, the good news is I think our timing screens might be coming back, because that message flashed up on my monitor, so we'll keep an eye on that. Dal Dion to the top, 50.757. Hill second, 52,000 seconds back. Camish in third. Still don't know if that's a believable lap time, because he's half a second off. Here's the 77 though, Sam Osborne in the race against Dimension Livery. Sliding out of Clark's, coming up towards the last corner. One of his teammates is behind. Now we've got 2 in the Race Against Dementia livery, and then 2 in the tartan colours that they've also matched their helmets with. Car 27, lap time deleted for track limits turn 7, coming through as well. So more gone on the overall deltas. That's Dan Camish, who comes across the line now. He's down into 12th place with no data. Over the line now. He goes up, Dal de Jong 50.740, Osborne 5th, Rowbottom in 6th, Camish improves only up to 8th, Ash Sutton needs a better lap time coming through. Camish has been talking to a double build, so that's why he's backed off in that run there, as things stand. Really hopeful that our live timing system comes back shortly. Here comes Ingram over the line, he's P11. Ingram improves to 3rd, 50.811. So Ingram does go faster, breaks out and knocks Rowbottom out, but he looks completely unsteady. Coming down the chicane, that's Hill. He's gone wide at the top of the chicane. Proctor goes 2nd, Sutton goes 6th. So Smiley's dropped out of the timing order as well as Moffat. So De Jong, Proctor, Hill, Ingram, Rainford, Sutton. Osborne 6 goes out, Rowbottom 5th, puts Rainford 6th as the time improves. Insane amount of longevity having to come from these two right now. Over the line comes Jake Hill. He's 3rd at the moment, 69,000 off the back of Dal de Jong. Will he actually go ahead and faster? No, he doesn't. That is the 116 looking bad of Ash Sutton with the Race Against Dementia livery at the side of the car. And he was downshifting, so he's doing a double build with 3 minutes to go. Now we catch up with Osborne. Now the back is Camish. It's hard to keep across of all the nappers in this session with no driver track or timing screen. Sutton's lap time has been deleted by the stewards. Taylor Smith's gone up into 9th. Camish improves up to 8th position only though on the board. It's hard without timing screen. My eyes are glued to the monitor. Smiley 51.051 stays 10th. Eyes are glued to the monitor in front of me to try and keep an eye on it all. The team nappers come across the line, followed by Dal de Jong, who stays on a 50.740. Osborne's lap time's been deleted, down to 51.3. As Sutton, the rear of that Ford Focus, stepping out at the back as he comes down towards turn 3 and up towards the chicane. Over the hill, is he going to go 2 wheels? No, but the rear stepping out doesn't do what we saw Dober in the previous session though. Through Clark's. Now we join Osborne, who's running up. Ingram goes 4th, Rainford to 5th. Dal de Jong's improving, Moffat's improving, but he's staying in 10th position. 2 minutes to go. Sutton accelerating hard up towards the line. Is he going to break through from 12th position, 5 seconds off? This is his first real run. He's been helped by his teammate Camish over the line. Sutton improves. Does he get through? Only to 11th. Ash Sutton is having a horrible time of it right now. He's 3/10 off the back. And this is why the top 12 is such an exciting run. He's 3/10 back. It's not good enough. The top 6 separated by 0.198 of a second. Less than a 10th separates the top 5. De Jong leads Hill by 6 thousandths of a second. Then it's De Jong to Proctor by 16 thousandths as Hill's coming to the pit lane. He thinks that's enough. I agree, because I don't think you're going to get much more data time with the traffic that seems to be forming out here. On board with Tingram over the line. He's 4th at the moment. Did he find that 71 thousandths around the lap time? No, he's building a lap time now. So Ingram starts a lap, but you see what I mean about look at the timing tower. If you're watching it with an ITV, it's not catching up as much as you think it will be. So it's the timings are just down and useless right now. Camish goes over the line. Does he improve from 3/10 of a second? No. He's only 50 thousandths off the back of Robo. It's 60,000? 60,000 back of Robo. It's too far back. Just shows you how insane the timings are at the moment. Over the line then, we see the BMW LKQ 16. And Moffat's still running in 8th place now for Moffat. He's improved in the BMW. Oh, the rear was sliding out. This is Sutton. At the chicane, does go 2 wheels and through the gravel as well. Yellow flag was out briefly. Ash Sutton was having a moment and a half when he went 2 wheels into the gravel, bounces across the kitty litter, somehow keeps it in the right direction. But that napper that's been looking nippy, now in trouble. The checkered flag's out and he's missed it. Ash Sutton will start 11th. second in the championship, is going to have work to do in race number 1. Team Groom's got through. Championship leader's got a shot at the first 3 rows. Madness. You never know what's going to happen next in the British Touring Car Championship. Oh, I just realised that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just realised something. Never mind. I just realised I was talking on TalkBack a little while ago, and the TalkBack's not connected to this system at the moment, so you wouldn't have heard me. Give me a minute. So they come through. Getting ready then for the next session to loop through. It will be De Jong, who has a shot, I think, at pole position. I really do. He seems to have got this momentum strung right. And that would be a tale of 2 cities and a half at the moment. So we get ready, and we see Daryl De Jong, Jake Hill, Senna Proctor, Tom Ingram, Charles Rainford and Dan Rowbottom in the top 6. And then we throw in, out goes Camish, Taylor Smith, Smiley and Moffat. And one Ash Sutton as well, way down at the back of the grid. That's going to be quite exciting to see what's going to happen next. We get ready then for the next run of the championship coming up shortly. Let's head back over to ITV.
We've got our final 10 minutes for 6 cars, and Daryl De Leon has looked mighty over the course of this session so far. Remember that although he's been a race winner, Daryl De Leon has not yet been a pole position winner within the British Touring Car Championship. That could well change before the end of... There's Ash Sutton, Tony Carosa, just talking about a frustrating session, possibly talking about how good that car is on 2 wheels. Great balance, but fascinating to see, great to watch, but didn't really help the lap time.
I wonder if he told them just how close to going over it was. I mean, they may not have seen the coverage, and he may not have told them. Lewis,
let's go to Louise in the pit lane.
Let me just see if I can break in. Oh, Ash is coming over, bless you. Ash, I don't think anybody would be in any doubt as to how much you were pushing on that final lap.
I think I'm driving without the car's capabilities, if I'm brutally honest, and testing my own capabilities. But yeah, we just haven't got that ultimate 1-lap pace like Tom seems to be able to do without the deployment. So, I mean, we're matching our teammates pretty much lap time-wise, and they've got 1/10 or 2/10 on me. So, yeah, it's just it's frustrating because the car we're racing, we can't keep up with it at the minute. And yeah, we're seeing. Look, race day's always different. We always come back fighting race day, but yeah, just the 1-lap pace on Saturdays isn't quite where we need it to be.
Well, we saw that. I mean, last weekend, or 2 weeks ago, you know, you had your frustrations in qualifying, and it came back to you on race day. But we are getting down to the sharp end of the season now, aren't we?
Time is back. Time is back.
The point where you really need everything to be coming together nicely.
Yeah, I mean, we need to avoid having these bad Saturdays ultimately, but it's easier said than done. I mean, I was on the verge of rolling over at the chicane on that final lap there. So, I mean, I can't ask much more from the car. I'm giving it everything I've got. I mean, it's the quickest we've ever gone in Sector 1 with the state or the current regs that we're in. So, yeah, it's just one of those. We're like I said, we'll come back fighting. Race day is when we sort of fall into our favourite and we crack on from there.
I think we're actually just going to have a quick look at that incident as you were flying across the chicane. Just maybe you could just talk us through it.
Yeah, ultimately it's like I've been told I've got 1 more lap to do. It's pretty good for the viewers, isn't it? Let's be honest. But I had to stop turning the steering wheel. It was about to go over. I had to open it up, and hence why I was heading towards the gravel trap. So it was a close one, but I was giving my absolute all. So yeah.
That is something else watching that. Well done, mate, for bringing it back home in one piece. Cheers, Ash.
Shows the presence of mind.
Green light is coming on then, and the final part of qualifying is underway. De Jong, Hill, Rainford, Proctor, Ingram and Rowbottom. And look, our beautiful, beautiful timing screens have returned to us, which is a miracle, because if that previous session was anything to go by, this one's going to be an absolute cracker. This is it then, the final part of qualifying for the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. It's still 10 minutes. It's a 40-minute session across the board. And let's see what is going to happen as well. Okay. Soft tyres for everybody out there on the compounds. predictions for who's going to be on pole position? Daryl de Jong looks strong. Ingram needs him for the championship bonus points. It's one of those two in my book. But is Jake Hill going to bounce back from injury and have it something? That's going to be interesting. Daryl de Jong then coming through, having a better run on the lap time. Let's return open then to our Combox cam. Finally working well. So de Jong's got that middle sector, but they're still going to have an interesting one to come through. 17.3 first sector, 21.0 second sector, 15.4 third sector. Bank of lap times then. De Jong takes it with a 54.558 on the board. And then we get Hill, 54.630. Rainford, 54.821. Proctor, 55.287. Ingram, 58.956. He's coming to the pit lane, same as Robo, who's done a 1:0 as well to come through. So, final session and the timings are back. That's just very typical of this championship as well. New tyres going on for Dan Rowe. Oh, this is so cheeky. The four-wheel shuffle as they come through. So the tyres that go on the right-hand side get swapped to the left, and they all go around. Such a cheeky move, because then they blister the other side equally. These tyres are designed for aggressive use, the Goodyears. And they do burn an awful lot if you put your hand towards them as well. Even if they've been cooling down for 20-30 minutes, they are still roasting hot. They keep the temperature well. As a little bit wide coming there for de Jong as he comes to the top of the chicane. A little bit of a slide actually back. Daryl de Jong then. Still coming through into the last corner, 37.480 middle sector. He's up by 2 tenths at the moment. The West Surrey Racing boys come out in the last corner, throttle down. Charles Rainford's behind the LKQ squad. Over the line, first and second sector, that's quick. Is Rainford going to take provisional pole away from me? And he has! Oh, Charles! 50.673! He's a tenth quicker than Hill. Stunning lap from Charles Rainford. Daryl de Jong's got that first sector. Hill's not, as he's 2 tenths back. I hope that was just a build-up lap because that's stunning. Here's Daryl de Jong then. That's still Rainford. Where's de Jong? He's further ahead. First sector is 53.3. Rainford's first sector's fastest. 50.6. 17.2. 16.2, so he's a second faster at the moment. Over the line, de Jong second, 50.686. It's 13,000 at the front of the field. Look at that, 2 wheels out of the first corner to out towards the dip. Daryl de Jong is throwing this car around. The youngster is having absolutely fantastic times. Here comes Tom Ingram. He's got no more boost up towards the line. He only gets a second of it for the entire lap, being the championship leader here. And he stays in 5th position. The rear stepping out. Front tyre getting a little bit of an echo boost and comes through. Oh, that's a bit of a slide coming up down to the chicane. Big snap there from Senna. Proctor coming through Clark's at turn 7. Almost shoots him towards the barrier. Daryl de Jong, by the way, maximum boost of 15 seconds. The same for Rainford. They're using it to their advantage here. Rainford's got provisional pole position. Over the line then. Down on that lap time. One ball with Ingram. He's missed the apex by country mile. Picks up the second one at the top of the hill. Lap time cancelled for the 99. So that's put Rainford still apparently on pole position. So his lap time is good enough. Robo goes 4th. So still with 3 minutes to go. Ingram on top. So that was a little bit of a brush of the wall there on board now as well with Dan Camish. He sort of just, Robo coming through, touched the top of the barrier. Has he damaged the bonnet? I think he's damaged a bit of the bonnet when he brushed that tyre barrier. I know it's the air intakes that we're looking at down from the top angle, but I think he's knocked part of the very small aluminium-based front. Robo's lap time has been deleted by the stewards. Ingram's lap time has been deleted by the stewards of track limits as well. Coming out of all corners now. Dal Dion comes over the line now. Is that going to be a better time? Ingram's had his another lap time deleted. Ingram now starts 6th. Dal Dion stays 2nd. Tom Ingram has now just had 3 lap times in a row deleted by race control in a time when he desperately needs to get more traction. Up to the line now, and he's done it again. I don't believe it, he's done it again. Ingram's going to cross the line to go 4th, but the lap time is going to be deleted by the stewards for track limits again at turn 7. What is going on for the championship leader who's gone on the dust? Did he spin it? Did he spin it? Gone on the dust out of turn 3, the rear set loose. If Croft race 3 at the start was anything to go by, Ingram should be able to hold things like that. There's been no yellow flags. Look at De Jong. Opposite lock like crazy. And puts a rear wheel on the gravel. Over the line though, is it provisional pole? No, 51. 286, 6/10 back. Rainford might be on for his first ever pole position, but he too puts a wheel on the gravel. Hill gets a face full of it. The Laser Tools Racing with MB Motorsports, Mark Blundell. No improvement. Proctor, 51.397. Stays on the board. Hill sliding around like crazy in the back. Now this was Rainford getting on the exit curb and just locking the rear with traction to come through. .40 seconds left then. Flash of the lights from Dal Dion as he comes into turn 1. He wants this one to be the pole position lap time, doesn't he? He's going on like mad. Hooks the car in. Out of turn 3, up 4. 5 and 6 in the chicane. Bump 1, bump 2, 2-wheel, traction down, and that was a stunner. Didn't go all 4 wheels off. I think it should be okay. The exit there. Through turn 7 at Clark's. Oh, that one was marginal. Track limits, if you keeping an eye on this one. Down on the brakes, bang, 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 3 gears down. That BMW turns in very well. It's like a guided missile over the line. Raven's in the pits. Dal Dion, he's still 13 thousandths back. He can't improve. I'm seeing no changes on the data screen at the moment. I think it's a first career pole for Charles Rainford in the 99. Hard on the brakes for Robo. Into the last corner. He'll try and get to the second row of the grid. Being P3, not P4. He might even go for provisional pole. Doesn't make it. And he's the last one over the line. Charles Rainford has his first pole position in the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. Dal Dion will start 2nd, and the front row for the first time this year is literally all new boys. Hill 3rd, Robo 4th, Ingram 5th, Proctor 6th. I love the celebration down there as well from the AKQ team as well. They'll go out next to the Porsche Challenge. Charles Rainford doesn't even have a pit garage in the normal area. He has to go behind and go to the additional pits because it's such a short circuit. Our pole sitter, his garage is in a shed. What a bizarre circuit Knockhill is, and how wonderful is it? Charles Rainford on pole, Dal de Jong is second, Jake Hill third, Dan Rowbottom in fourth, Tom Ingram fifth, Senna Proctor sixth. But it's Ingram I'm most worried about. That Hyundai did not look at all focused and was still very slidey throughout the entirety of the race. Don't go away because we've got all the post-session interviews and then we'll be rejoining our trackside commentary team. We've got more races coming your way today. At 4:15 we've got the Verocci Mini Challenge race, and then at 4:55 the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Great Britain, their first race of the weekend. So 2 more races coming away here today, but it is pole position for the first time to Charles Rainford, and he gets the Goodyear Lightfoot P1 award to come through. And as our new colleague who's going to be presenting as well, Nina, said, love to see the Beamers back. You really do, don't you? What a run. They've had a difficult year, and Louise is down there talking to them.
Congratulations, Charles. As the guys were just saying, your first ever pole position in British touring cars. Not only do you get a big cuddle from your teammate Aidan Moffat, but you also get this rather lovely Goodyear Wingfoot Award.
Unreal.
Special moment.
Special moment. Even more so, those were the tyres I used in FP2. So they're also good ones. I'll ask for these again tomorrow morning for race 1, I think.
I mean, I think we could see right from the outset that, you know, the BMW is the car to be in this weekend, but it still took a mighty lap to get this pole position from your two equally, you know, very, very tasty teammates, didn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You know, I struggled in FP1 and 2. It was all mental. I even wanted to change the car. There we go.
Here we go, the all-important flat cap.
Cap in. I think that's luck this weekend, so thank you, Scotland. Yeah, you know, it was just all head game in FP1 and 2. I wanted to change the car, then I went back to Q3, and it was just amazing. So thank you so much to the boys at WSR, Elka Kira Car Parts, and Cognition Land of Water. I mean, it's just unreal. My performances, I can't even believe it. It's just something that I dream of, you know.
What did you need from the car to get that pole position lap? What was it that you found in this qualifying session?
Yeah, I mean, I was just suffering a rear locking, if I'm honest. I thought the car was a bit slow with the changes Dan and I decided we wanted to make after FP2, and then I got in my head all about it and went, no, it's slower, and then realised it wasn't. It was better. So just need to trust myself a bit more. That's going to come with more time and experience. So I'm getting there. I just want to keep learning, keep improving, and I'm so happy. This is my first pole position in professional motorsport. I'm over the moon.
First in professional, wow, that is really something special, isn't it?
Yeah, I was never on pole in Carrera Cup GB. I came close a lot of times, but never got pole, so this just feels so sweet.
I'm amazed to hear that. So you got the race win before the pole position. Obviously, you had that earlier on in the year, but I mean, you are in the best place and in the best car as well to be getting adding to those wins tomorrow, aren't you?
That's it, exactly. We knew we were in a better position after Croft. Made a couple of changes coming into this weekend, and in shakedown on Wednesday, I thought the car was good, and I'm so pleased that we've rolled out the box here, and it's been quick straight away. So yeah, well done to Jake, John Darrow as well. Let's see if we can bring home WSR 1, 2, 3 tomorrow.
Fantastic result. Congratulations. Well done, you. I can see some of the other drivers are just making their way into Parc Fermé. Jake Hill has just pulled up. Let's see if we can grab him as he gets out of the car. We'll give him a second to clamber out. It's I can tell it's hot down here, which is not something that we often say when we get to Scotland, but it's a hot old day. I can see there's a little bit of a few beads of sweat on this boy's face. So it was a full-on session out there. And delivered well. You happy what it's delivered for you?
I mean, I'd love to have been on pole. Yeah. Can't lie, you know, especially on my return. But you know, I've got a little bit less hybrid than those boys. But nonetheless, they did a fantastic job, and it's great to have BMW 1, 2, 3.
I mean, that's something quite special. And Charles was just telling us that it's not just his first pole position in touring cars; it's his first ever pole position in professional motor racing. So good.
Yeah, fair play to him. You know, I mean, Charles has been quick all day. So hats off to him. He's been growing. Team West Surrey Racing has helped him improve as a driver as well. And yeah, I mean, the BMWs are back for a round at least. You know, I mean, we had our fun at Brands, and hopefully we'll have our fun tomorrow.
I mean, we talked earlier on about the fact that this circuit has always been so good for BMW. I think Dem's stat was like 10 out of the last 15 wins have been for a BMW. But it's not been where you wanted it to be so far this season. at most of the races anyway. What is it about this circuit that brings the best out of the car?
It's just the nature of the circuit, you know. I mean, we're just fantastic over the curbs. We have great traction out of the hairpin. You know, there's some really key corners here that help it. And there's not many uphill drags apart from the one out the hairpin, you know. And with our sort of power deficit that we feel we have to other cars, you know, it's just it's less intrusive here.
So you're going to have two teammates up ahead of you on the circuit at the start tomorrow. I'm be interested to see what the team chat is going to be like about tactics for the start of that first race.
Well, I think Daryl and Charles love getting into each other at the minute, so I'm just going to let them crack on, and I'm just going to have a great time and pick up what I can.
Good stuff. We will see you out there. In the meantime, let's go over and grab a word with Daryl Dillian, just having a quick chat with his engine. Oh, now he's going around the other side of the car. So we will follow him around. Came so close. I mean, as we were saying during that session, you know, really putting in the sector times, but it was a question of putting all those sector times together on the one lap, because you were quick, but it just kept getting away from you.
Yeah, I mean, P2, first of all, massive thank you to the team. It's really nice to be up at the sharp end, but so frustrating. I mean, being P1, and then P2. And yeah, I mean, it's a little bit frustrating, but I'm so happy that I'm at the sharp end. And massive well done to Charles. He's obviously hooked it up. So yeah, I just can't wait to race tomorrow.
I mean, 3 BMWs out the front. That is a special result for the team, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I think we're pretty happy with that. We've struggled a little bit pace-wise this year, but the team, again, I've said it so many times, working so hard to make sure the cars are as good as they can be. So we've got the best shot.
You've got to be on a bit of a high coming into this weekend after the results last time out. So what are your thoughts heading into race 1 tomorrow?
Yeah, I think you know, Croft was a really good weekend for us. Unfortunate about the last race where got collected in an incident, but yeah, Knockhill, we're quick in the Beamers, so hopefully we can you know, have a clean start and then get away for the rest of the race.
Fingers crossed for you. Well done for today. And I think we've just got time for a final quick word with Tom Ingram. If I can see him. Oh, here he is, out at the front of his car. Let's hold over and grab a word with Tom. It looks like we're going to interrupt some chat he's doing for the Team Virtue socials. So thanks. Sorry to break into that. Your thoughts on qualifying? I mean, we're surrounded by BMWs. It's a difficult car to beat here, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. But you know, focusing on where we are, I'm really pleased with what we've managed to do today. As Team Virtue, we've done a really just solid job. Just kept plucking away at it. We knew we didn't have the outright TTB on the go for pole, especially around somewhere like here. So I'm really pleased with the job that we've done. Congratulations to Charles. He's done a really good job to get pole there. Eyes on to tomorrow to see what matters when the points start being handed out. I think in a racing scenario we're going to struggle. I think we can be ready for that to happen. In race 1 last year, I sort of really did struggle. Ended up getting caught up in drama just with the lack of boost. So I think we'll struggle tomorrow, certainly for the first race. But we'll just eyes on for a good pointsy day as a Wasp decides to come and have a chat with us. So yeah, that's the plan.
Struggle for the same reason, because of that lack of boost. Is that what you thought it?
Yeah, exactly that. And obviously with it being quite a short circuit, you get more boost seemingly because it feels like you've got more laps at it. Ran somewhere like Snetterton, when you have less. Did you get it?
No, I think it got me. It's all right.
Oh, Lou.
You get more laps around here, so it feels like you're in a slightly worse place. But yeah, like I say, we'll focus and we'll control the controllables and make sure that we do as good a job as we can, which is what we've been really focusing on this year and are doing a good job at. So yeah, head down and do our best.
We will see you out there on track tomorrow. Thank you very much. Oh, now the flies have joined in. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Louise Goodman. They're probably attracted to your perfume. We all remember how sweet it was at Alton Park as well, coming through. So we will be back on air tomorrow for the touring car races. That's coming underway at 10:45. But we'll be on air from 9 a.m. We've got a lot to get forward to today. And don't forget, tomorrow as well, we're also going to be in traction as well going forward. But let's now rejoin our colleagues trackside at the TSL booth as well, at Toka Radio, because we've got 2 more races coming up for you today.
Very happy with that.
Did you know that this was going to be strong? I mean, it's a similar kind of track to Brands Hatch, where you had that very strong weekend, including yours and Charles' first win.
Yeah, to be honest, historically we've been good round here, so I was always very confident. But yeah, we just got to wait and see tomorrow what our race pace is like. Hopefully we can all push away and Aidan can make it a 1, 2, 3.
I mean, watching the videos back, watching the car on circuit, it does look as if it's a nice car to drive around Knockhill.
Yeah, obviously with it being rear-wheel drive, the only rear-wheel drive cars in the championship, you've got to be careful of curb strike versus a front-wheel drive. But I mean,
so therefore it becomes a little bit smoother, a little bit neater.
Yeah, I mean that's probably because we're not hitting the curb.
You're right. These flyers are a real nuisance, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm just hot, so that's why I'm moving so much.
No, we've got little flies that are buzzing around here at the moment. But yeah, we wish you the best of luck, Darryl. Thank you very much indeed. Little flies all over the place down here. Let me get out of that corner because
you're not swallowing them again, are you, Alan?
No, I refuse to swallow them again. That was a step too far. Where is Robo? He's having a chat to Louise Goodman, and he goes over to Sam Riches, who is the technical director for the championship. And Robo, very smartly, has got his tartan race overalls on. What are your thoughts after that, Dan? When someone finishes qualifying after that, I wonder, are you happy with what you've done, being in the quick six, or are you disappointed because you thought potentially it could have been a bit better?
I think, in all honesty, we're really happy with that. There wasn't a lot more in that car today. I think we're the quickest front-wheel drive car as well, which is nice. The three guys in the BMs did a phenomenal job, and they're always strong here because that really tight hairpin. The drive off that corner is almost, well, you've just seen the result of that. So I'm really proud. The guys have given me a fantastic car all day, and it's a really important event for Napa Racers, because we're here supporting Race Against Dementia. We've all got special tartan suits, we've all got special helmets.
Very smart you look too.
I know, we look great, but I mean, that's another story. So, yeah, we've all, it's a really important weekend, so to keep Napa in the quick six and to ultimately be as quick as we could go in a front-wheel drive car, I think is, testament to everyone's hard work today.
Top man, Robo, thank you very much indeed. And the final chat will go with Senna Proctor, who hopefully is still down here, or is he? He might have gone away. In fact, Senna isn't down here, so I'm very pleased that we're able to get a quick chat with him during the session itself. Right, that's it for Parc Fermé. That's our quick six. We spoke to a quick five, and now everybody else making their way into the paddock under the direction of technical director Sam Riches. So I'll make my way back over to the commentary box and rejoin, and I think I'll probably have to head over. Hang on, how much time
No,
have I
the
got?
cars are still in the holding area, Alan. They've got the line up on the grid. You've got plenty of time.
Okay, very good. So I can cross over.
Yeah, Doc could even do a bit of a grid walk if required. So looking forward to having Alan back across here in the Tower of Power, the Gary Stagg commentary box here at Knockhill, which has got the aircon working absolutely flat out today to try and keep us at some sort of operating optimal temperature there. I thought you'd like that word, Alan. We don't want to be suboptimal, that's for sure. We've got to be in the operating window so we can do our best as well. Up next, we have got the Virtue Mini Challenge, a 20-minute race. The cars have been through their qualifying session and they're actually in the holding area just now. Heidi makes his way across the track. Dr. Robert Johnson will now be taking control of the mic. We may get a bit of a grid walk from Robert here, actually. He's actually maybe walking the wrong way just now, but we'll let him off with that one. But be interesting to see if you do get a chance to get on that, Robert. And I'll do the grid, so then it gives you maximising, you can get as much time as you want on track. On pole position, we've got Nathan Edwards, then we've got Jamie Osborne alongside him. Lewis Selby lines up alongside Harry Hickton with Owen Hillman and Tom Ovenden. Max Edmondson is alongside Cameron Richardson with Alex Solly and Charlie Hand on the fifth row. The sixth row has Harry Campy and Jacob Hodgkiss. And the seventh row, local hero Jerry Henry lines up alongside Josh Porter. Eighth row, Brent Bowie with Ned Anthony. They have got the car fixed. They've got a new fuel tank in that car. It will make the race. And Alex Brandham, who is out there in the development car, lines up on the ninth row of the grid. We then move into the JC Sports Car, JCW Sport Car, with Archie Johnson on pole position from Henry Howarth. Chris McKenzie, who lost more laps through qualifying than actually got them submitted. Nicky Gauchi with Will Crooks, and Ben Crossley gives us the entire grid of JCW Mini cars. As they, I do like how the pace cars are JCW Mini car as well. Now, Virtue are doing something as a bit of a food drive. They're trying to populate the local food banks with food. If you're coming tomorrow, please donate. It would be lovely if you could bring something for the local food banks, and you can drop it off down at the Virtue area, down at the Hairpin trade site. Now, that's come directly from their main PR man, Matt Salisbury. If you could help the drive for food from Virtue, you can drop the food off down there at the food bank, at the at the Virtue stand for the local food banks in the surrounding area. A really, really nice move. The touring car paddock just seemed to do so much for the surrounding area and for so many charities. If it's not Race Against Dementia, it's for food banks, it's cycling the country. It really is a sensational output that they've got here. And then we've even got companies arguing over how they can help a camper with an injector. As the Moff makes his way back across to the inside of the circuit here, he's a decent run for Aidan Moffat in that qualifying session, actually. Quite proud of him, and look forward to seeing how he gets on for the remainder of this weekend, because he's got the pace, he's got the speed, Dr. Robert Johnson.
Yes, I spoke to him briefly there while Alan was doing all the interviews, and although he missed out on the BMW Bonanza at the front 2 rows of the grid, he's actually really happy with where the car is. He's delighted for the team, and he's got a car he can really work with when it comes to race time, so he's a very happy man.
Trying my best to spot you. Where actually are you just now?
I'm right at the gate coming onto the grid. I'm just about to do a battery change, Duncan, then I'll be right back with you.
There you are. I was looking for you, but I couldn't see you. But I want to see you, but I just couldn't see you because you're hiding behind the gate. But
I'll be right back with you in a couple of moments.
That's not a problem. Alan Hyde has arrived back into the commentary box. He's taken up his grandstand seat for Talk Alive. I'm not going to put a headset on him straight away. That's where I usually make a mistake. When people come to visit me in commentary boxes, Donington Park, 68 steps from the bottom to the top, they arrive out of breath. I put a headset on them and ask them a question. And it's actually one of the hardest things you can ever do is to answer a question when you're out of breath. You feel like you're going to pass out. So we'll give Heidi just a little bit of time as I'm looking out the commentary box window and my good friend's hanging up his laundry here. It's Aidan Moffat's hanging up his suit and his fireproof underwear out there. I hope you've got something to spray that with down there, young man, because that will be a little bit second hand. Dearie me. Don't go stealing it, ladies. He's got fresh stuff for tomorrow. He'll be absolutely fine. But the Moff hanging up his laundry over the back of the lorry. Fabulous stuff.
Is that the big long johns with the flap in the back?
It's absolutely everything you can imagine. It looks like he's brought his washing up from the house as well, and he's hanging it up there.
Terribly domesticated, isn't he?
He's a changed man, isn't he? He's a changed man. Anyway, let's come away from Aidan Moffat's slacks and let's start talking about the minis, because we're getting them on track within the next couple of minutes for a 20-minute race. Now, a 20-minute race round here in anything is pretty hard work, especially these little minis. They generate a lot of heat back into the cockpit, so they'll be trying to hydrate themselves before they get out there and get going as they head out behind our safety car, which Scott Stringfellow's in something a little bit different this time, Doc.
Yeah, it's a beautifully liveried Virtue Mini JCW, and just before the noise takes over of the cars going past me, it might be worth a little check to the weather forecasting screen on TSL Timing, because it's getting pretty warm out here now, and drivers are going to feel that, the tyres on the cars are going to feel that as well.
I'm a little bit nervous to change the channel in commentary boxes, Alan. I'm not going to ask you a question right now because you've got a mouthful of something, but myself and commentary box television remotes, I don't have a good track record with commentary box remote controls.
I'll try it here on my McLaren livery iPad.
Right, I've done it just now, Dr. Robert Johnson. So what we're seeing outside is the current air temperature is 20.9 degrees. The current track temperature is only 27.3, but it has gone up quite considerably in the last, shall we say, 15 minutes since the sun has come out from behind the clouds. So never mind the battery change across there in the line. I do hope he's got some sun cream on, because Robert can burn under a fluorescent light in the kitchen.
I have the factor 50 on. I've applied twice so far, Duncan, so should be okay.
But the most impressive thing about the weather we're having here just now in this lovely height of summer is there's no wind. And that's quite a strange thing when you're on top of a hill. A lot of people ask me what the mountain's like. That's only a hill. Trust me, if you want to see mountains, ladies and gentlemen, you need to go another 20 miles north. Then you'll see proper hillage and all sorts of stuff in the Highlands of Scotland. But let's focus on what we've got here, because the Virtue Mini Challenge for round number 11 is ready to go. They're going to come round to the grid and line up. Dr. Robert Johnson is across there, and we may even get our first little bit of grid time with Dr. Robert Johnson speaking to a few drivers on the grid. Make sure you get in touch with Uncle Alan as well. Sir Al's across here, 07482 877 877. That's a WhatsApp number. Get in touch with Alan. You can send pictures. We only need your first name on that WhatsApp, and you can let us know exactly what you're thinking and how you're liking this, and where are you on the circuit is another key factor for us. But just your first name, and we will do our best to shout out the message over Talk Alive.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've got enough time here, Duncan, actually, to do a quick interview, because the mechanics are just getting the thumbs up to the drivers and then clearing off fast. So I think it's probably not going to be quite enough for me to get in there and talk to anyone, but cars lining up, make a magnificent sight in the sunshine. Nathan Edwards, of course, on pole position in the number 21 car, but he's got the very, very rapid Osborne behind him. Jamie Osborne in the 77 car. He is going to be one of the main challengers to the pole position man. Jamie leading the championship as they came into this weekend, of course. And then behind him, another Napa car, Lewis Selby in the 18 car.
Okay, let's pause for a minute and just get ourselves together before the start of this 20-lap race. There'll be 2 warm-up laps behind the mini safety car, and the warm-up laps are a perfect time for the tyres to get brought up to temperature and to just bed the drivers in. I would imagine that they're already in race mode. They're ready to go. We've given you the grid. We've now got Dr. Robert Johnson just jumping off the grid because you don't really get too much time, Robert, so it's probably a wise move that you're not.
I know at club racing we've sometimes interviewed people on pole position as the grid is forming for the race, but couldn't quite squeeze it on this one, but maybe later on.
You don't want to get locked on the track.
Exactly, yes.
Which I have been before, and then you have to run towards the inside, Alan, and it's not a nice thing.
That is the sort of thing that my nightmares are made of.
Oh, my one is when you're in a circuit office and the cars leave the holding area and go into track, and I'm on the wrong side of the circuit.
I have that one as well. Yeah.
I've had many bad dreams as well. I'll not go into too much, but I used to race motorbikes. I'd be sitting in the holding area ready to go, and all the bikes would leave, and I'd look down and I'd have my slippers on and not have my race gloves on and couldn't get my helmet strapped up. It's weird what goes through the subconscious, isn't it?
It is. I remember this subject coming up on an edition of This Morning on ITV many years ago, and Richard Madeley said that he had a very regular bad dream that he was about to make a presentation to a summer fete, and he went up to the lectern, and all of his papers, his script, all blew away.
Right, okay.
And he was putting it to a dream expert, and he said, "What does this mean?" And the dream expert said, "You need to prepare a bit more fully and not have a script."
That's superb. I like that.
That's good advice to all of us.
So let's hope this is a nice clean race here for the minis. There is a contingency plan for the minis actually. If you get a safety car, the race can be extended to 25 minutes. But we're not in the world of hoping for safety cars. We don't want a safety car. We want a good clean mini race. And from what we've seen in qualifying, it will be a challenge for the mini challenge cars to make sure that they stay within the confines of the track. The puns are flying out at me so much today, it's quite something actually. Charles Rainford was reigning supreme at one point as well. I don't know where that come from, but there we go. Making their way around just now to start up their second lap for their warm-up session. This is a big part of their day. They've got to make sure that the car is up to temperature for the brakes, the operating temperature for the tyres, because you don't want to be suboptimal, Alan, do you? You do not want that to happen.
No. We don't want another one of those.
Jamie Osborne comes into here leading the championship from Tom Ovenden and Lewis Selby in the JCW. The JCW Sport, well, Henry Howarth leads that one from Archie Johnson, but Archie Johnson on pole position has got work to do. We'll be keeping our eyes at the front. We'll also be keeping our eyes deep into the middle of the pack as well, just to give you updates on how everything is going for the JCW Sport. JCW Rookie Cup, Max Edmondson leads that from Aaron Webster and Jacob Hodgkiss. So basically 3 championships in one championship here. And the difference between a JCW car and a JCW Sport car is, the basic thing is the JCW Sport car has an H-pattern gearbox, like you would maybe have on your road car. The JCW car, it's got a sequential gearbox. Sequential gearbox, a more, shall we say, well, not really modern way of doing it, but just a quicker way of changing gear. Almost, I want to say, an easier way of changing gear, but there's nothing easy about driving a race car. Nothing easy about driving a race car at all, especially when you're dealing with all the heat. So here we go, Dr. Robert Johnston. We've been through basically a week of mini fun on track. They've had a lot of testing out there, and now we get down to the nitty-gritty of a Saturday race at Knockhill in the sunshine, in the strong sunshine as well, and it's a 20-minute race. This will be tough for them.
Yeah, first few laps are very, very difficult as well because there's an imbalance of temperature between front and rear tyres. However hard they've worked these tyres on these warm-up laps. And the first few cars in the grid, these are accomplished drivers. They'll have got a reasonable balance in, but the first couple of laps are very, very dicey. The cars will be on a ragged edge in terms of rear-end grip through the first few turns. Once they've got a couple of laps in, though, things settle and the cars handle a bit more evenly. But that's the danger zone in terms of expecting a safety car.
Well, that's it. There's areas on this track where they'll be trying to avoid? You know, you don't want to get caught in the inside going into Duffus Dip. Are you brave enough to be on the outside and maybe make a couple of positions up, but then you put yourself at a high risk? But it's high risk, high reward in these situations. And in a one-make series, so much can be gained in these early couple of corners. But you've got to get the car off the line. If you are sitting on that pole position, if your name is Nathan Edwards, you're happy. You're sitting on a level piece of track. You're not having to drag the brake or do anything. If you're in car number 77 and Jamie Osborne, you're in kind of the same situation. But then Lewis Selby, Harry Hickton, Owen Hillman, Tom Ovenden, they're all on the steep part of the track. So away we go. It's a very, very quick turnaround, and we go down towards Duffus Dip. Nothing like the F4 hold there as we make our way in towards Duffus Dip for the first time of asking. And who will it be? It will be Edwards who holds the position as they make their way down through Leslie's, and Edwards covers the inside line in towards McIntyre's and holds that. There's trying to be a bit of a cutback on the exit, but it's not long enough to make that one work as they come up and through the chicane. They bounce away over the crest of the Black Circle chicane, and Nathan Edwards has managed the hardest part of his race. He's aced to start, he's leading by the time they get to Clark Corner. And he's pretty wide there, but I think we'll just draw. Everybody's kind of wide going through that first corner, the Clark Corner for the first time. Everybody breaking track limits, but he's got Osborne right up behind him just now, and Jamie Osborne looks pretty threatening. Does he want to go quickly? Well, Edwards thinks Osborne wants to pass him. He was defending like wild in towards the hairpin there, covering the inside. Cost him quite a bit of lap time actually, as we have a car going off into the background. And that's doing a very wide drive through there. I hope that's not Brent Bowie once again as we come through. Brent Bowie, well, he's doing a pretty good impersonation of a combine harvester a few times this week with the amount of dust coming out the back of that car. But no harm, no foul as Edwards covers inside. Osborne's trying to do a cutback as they come through here. As they come through, can they make that work as they go down through Butchers? No, they can't. Max Edmondson's not had a good start. He's dropped 9 places at the start of this race. Max Edmondson in car number 33, a 9-place drop, Robert, from the start. That's going to hurt him all the way towards the end. It's probably going to haunt him all night, actually.
Nicky Gauchi into pit lane with some damage to the right-hand side of the car, and I don't think he's going to complete the race. He's into his pit garage area, but I think that's the end of the running for him, car 22.
Yeah, it's a shame for Nicky Gauchi into the pit lane on the end of first lap with a little bit of damage. He will not be happy with that, as everybody else kind of drags a few brakes and locks some bits and bobs up in towards the hairpin. But Edwards, he's managed to fend off the advances on the first couple of laps of Jamie Osborne. Osborne was throwing everything at him, but it does look like Nathan Edwards has a bit of the pace here to be able to control this from the front. Then it's a Napa 2 and 3 because Lewis Selby sits in a very, very well-deserved third place just now. The man who cycled from Oxfordshire to Knockhill. He's probably got a bit of a sore bottom after that one, so we'll imagine driving a race car will take his mind away from that, and his legs and his knees and everything will be hard work after that massive cycle. But credit to him doing that for racing for dementia. So as we come round towards the hairpin, Selby in third place, then Harry Hickton, then Owen Hillman up there into fifth place. Good run for Owen Hillman just now, ahead of Tom Ovenson and Cam Richardson into the hairpin they come, Doc. Again though, Osborne looking threatening.
Yes, he's there or thereabouts, very much in the hunt in these early stages of the race, and not letting the leader get away at all as they come over the brow of the hill to go on to another lap.
Ticking off the laps here, you'll be amazed at how quick a 20-lap race actually disappears from you at Knockhill Racing Circuit. There's not a lot of time for rest, and you've got to be absolutely on it from lap 1 till the end. It's an action-packed lap, 55 seconds of racing lap for a JCW Mini. Let's have a look into the JCW Sports side of things, because yes, it's Archie Johnson who still leads that from Howarth and Mackenzie just now. Archie Johnson will be happy with that lead that he's got, and it's car number 42, Henry Howarth, the Nottingham-based driver who sits in second place, with Chris Mackenzie, who was covering a lot of ground this morning, maybe the wrong ground in the wrong areas. As look towards the hairpin, ladies and gentlemen, in they come. Another huge long lock-up for Jamie Osborne. Now, that's something that he's going to have to watch. That's not a front wheel, that's a rear wheel that Jamie Osborne's locking up, and you may think, well, that's not bad, it's the rear. But you'll very quickly burn through that tyre, and if you keep locking that up, bang, it will pop, because you're just locking up in one spot all the time. That was a lock-up from the Marshall start all the way towards the apex. Robert, that's something that might come back to haunt him.
Yes, he's going to have to be very careful of that as the lap goes on, because there are certain corners where he leans on that left rear tyre, specifically when he's going down through Leslie's turn 2, so he's going to need that tyre to maintain its performance. Meanwhile, Jerry Henry, local hero in this race, our current reigning Scottish Fiesta Championship, up to 11th position in car 47.
Nicky Gauci made his way back here onto track from the pit lane after stopping for some minor adjustments and possible tank tape. But again, watch the hairpin. Is there another look-up from Osborne? No, not this time. He managed to control the braking phase very well, and if anything, he looks stronger through the hairpin on the entry phase, but then the exit, it's all about Nathan Edwards. Gets good traction, gets good drive up the hill, and he's not got the pressure on him just now, as the battle is pretty strong further back down, as we see a little bit of side to side almost with Josh Porter, who gets ahead, just slithers past as Josh Porter there as they come up the straight. That was Jerry Henry he just got ahead of, I think it was. Jerry Henry dropping 2 positions at the hairpin there. And the more experienced guys just having a bit of a battle. They're side by side over the crest of Duffus Dip. Well, they'll arrive at Leslie's together. They do, but it's the battle behind Henry just now. That's Hodgkiss and Edmondson. And Edmondson's still in 15th place. He has dropped like a stone, actually, 9 places. And he's not starting to gain any of those positions back, which is something that is going to hurt him. But into the hairpin once again. Nicky Gauci about to go a lap down here. Watch the second place car. Another small trailing lock-up as they come through the heart of the corner, and then accelerate up towards Dr. Robert Johnston, who stands in the pit lane and waits for them as they make their way up over the crest of the hill. Nicky Gauci getting right out of the way here. He's onto the right-hand side of the road. But doing 30 miles an hour over the crest of the hill is maybe not advisable. Is Nicky Gauci in trouble there, or is he just trying to get out of the way? Because that's the fastest part of the racetrack, and it's
red flag.
Yeah. Sorry?
Oh no, sorry, white flag. It's the white flag. It looks pink in the sunshine here, but white flag showing for the slow-moving car just over the brow of the hill on the main straight. It's a difficult place for him to be moving that slowly, Nicky Gauci, because he's unsighted by the cars coming up behind him at full speed.
Just picking myself off the floor there.
Well, it's amazing. It's an optical illusion. The board looked very, very pink here, but anyway, it was a white flag. So sorry.
What did you say, Rob? I missed it. Did you say there's a pink flag being displayed?
A pink flag, yes. It's a pink flag.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
Poor old Duncan just had a heart attack because he had no idea what the pink flag meant.
Yes. No, it was a pinkish white flag, but that's what it means. Slow-moving vehicle ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I've got to say though,
what they did, Rob, was they put it in with a coloured wash. They should never have done that.
They should hang about with Aidan Moffat. His whites are whiter than white down there, I'll have you know, and he's looking good for it as well. But Nathan Edwards, away at the sharp end just now. And he's put up with the hard part of the race. The first part of this race where he is under pressure, he's the first man attacking all these corners. And he knew that Jamie Osborne was going to come out with all guns a-blazing. But Osborne now is the man I think is under a bit of pressure to try and maintain this pace, because Osborne, we've seen some big lockups in towards this hairpin. And if he keeps on catching that little bit of a tyre, he's going to fall into some sort of issue. And he may fall back towards Lewis Selby, I'm going to use the teammate. He's kind of there, but maybe not, Dr. Robert Johnston. We'll see.
Yes, the form may ebb and flow a little bit as we get through the races. Different drivers put their tyres under different levels of stress, so some may find tyres going off towards the end of the 20 minutes, others may not. But it's Edwards, Osborne and Selby at the moment, and about a second from first to second now.
Yeah, and I was saying that Jamie Osborne obviously is in a bit of a position now. He needs to make sure he keeps going. He's ahead of all his championship rivals. So, you know, Robert, is that something you think he'll already be thinking about? Well, you're looking in the mirror, be getting a pit board thinking, well, it's not actually a bad position I'm in just now. I don't need to push too much to get ahead of Nathan at the front here. So, interesting couple of laps ahead of us here. The time remaining in the race is only 11 minutes. It's how quickly it runs away from you. As let's have a look just behind the Lewis Selby, because Harry Hickton has got Owen Hillman and Tom Ovenden in there. We've got Alex Solly as well. That's a good little battle coming through the hairpin. There's a little gap back from Lewis Selby, and then we get the next 4 cars all together, and this could be something which does get a little bit tasty towards the end of the race. Alex Solly is that next car. Then there's a fairly large gap back to Cam Richardson, who's had a really good progress through the course of this meeting. His qualifying has been good, best that we've seen this season, and his racing is holding up to that as well. Then we've got Charlie Hand in 9th place and Harry Campy in 10th place. Behind that is Porter Anthony, Jerry Henry in 13th place, and unfortunately Brent Bowie down in 19th place just now. And there has been a little bit of a shuffle in the sport class as well. In fact, there's not. It's just because Brent Bowie's got himself ahead now of Chris McKenzie. The JCW sport class still very much Archie Johnson at the head of that from Henry Howarth. Then it's Chris McKenzie, but Brent Bowie's the interloper in the middle of that one. And those guys are battling for 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th overall. As remember I said about the battle behind Lewis Selby, Doc? Look at it coming up just now. The second of the two Napa cars,
Yeah.
we've got 4 cars all glued together.
That is getting very, very close indeed, and they'll know how many minutes they've got left. They're getting it on the pit boards. They'll have lap timers on the dashboard, so they'll know when they get into the last 3 or 4 minutes of the race that it's time to try and overtake now or never.
Well, that's exactly what it is, but you don't want to compromise yourself completely and end up with a nil point score. Points make prizes, and if they can just be sensible with this one, this is Saturday off the Quick Fit Brace Touring Car Championship, and on track we've got the Virtue Mini Challenge round at number 11. The fastest lap of the race, Nathan Edwards holds up with a 55.266. He set that on the 6th lap of the race, and he's just settled into a comfortable pace now, which sees him happy with where he is. Track limits for car number 55, which is Charlie Hand, the Crawley-based driver in the Manpower Motorsport GCW class. Track limits is something that's been featuring since I think Tuesday's test, and it's never really left the circuit. It's a bone of contention, and it always has been. And when you make race circuits safer and safer, and you add more tarmac and you add bits of runoff here and there, it's just kind of what's going to happen. Like I said to Alan earlier on, you give a racing driver an inch, and they will try and take that mile.
And in fairness, Alan Gow said something, we were talking about track limits this morning, and he said something to me which is a very fair point. How many sports do you know where you can carry on playing if you're out of court or off the field? So football, tennis,
No.
how many? It's true actually.
Yeah, I've never thought of it that way.
No,
He's
no.
always got a good kind of way of looking at
He's
things,
got the right
isn't he?
answer, isn't he?
Yeah, and did the drivers listen to him?
Well, of course not. No.
Yeah, kind of. For a small while, they all sat there, nodded and agreed, and then they went into qualifying and got the black and white flag straight away. Yeah, and that's just what happens here. Jamie Osborne still second place. 1.3 seconds is that gap. We'll keep our eyes on that gap because that 1.3 seconds has been pretty much constant for the duration of this race. And it hasn't got any bigger and it hasn't got any smaller. Osborne's last lap through was a 55.7. But Nathan Edwards, he said a 55.4, so he was quicker on that lap by a couple of tenths of a second, and that's been it's been answered with a 1.6 second lead now. So he's starting to keep his pace good, and Osborne looking like he's maybe just in that area where I'm ahead of my championship rivals. There's too much at stake for me here. I don't want to do anything silly. I'd like to be in a touring car. That's probably what he's thinking as he's coming around here just now in the Napa back livery as he heads into the apron. But, as they come up the main straight, there will be some back markers coming in towards this. And with 8 minutes, Robert, as they go under the bridge, I think that Nathan Edwards will be catching these cars in maybe 3 or 4 laps.
Yes, this could come into play just at the very end of the race. I wonder if it'll make a difference because he's got a lead at the moment of 1.79 seconds, but that could evaporate if he gets held up a couple of times just at the wrong piece of track.
We need to keep our eyes on the Hickton and Hillman battle as well. That's the 4th and 5th just now because they're battling out for the rookie win. And that's another championship that's very much alive just now. 3 championships within 1 that we have out here for the Virtue Mini Challenge. And Hickton just ahead in car 64 from Owen Hillman in car number 70. Tom Ovenden's kind of in the middle of that. Then there's a whole stream of rookies behind Tom Ovenden. And it's not broken up until we get to car number 94, which is Josh Porter. Great to see so many rookies in this class of the JCW Championship. 1.7 seconds, the gap at the front is extending. It's also extending though from Selby to Osborne. Lewis Selby doesn't have the pace to stay with Jamie Osborne. And then we look at the Hickton battle. Black flag for car number black and white flag, warning flag for 66. That's a development driver. That's Alex Brandham from Bicester. The OX4 Racing Mini Cooper, and that's the GCW car, but that's the development car, and he's developed a bit of a track limit habit going on there, so he wants to maybe not be doing that too much. But the battle is very much on there. Porter's gone ahead of Hand and Campy on that last lap. With number 94, Porter goes ahead of Hand and Campy. Charlie Hand and Henry Campy going down a couple of positions there. And we're wondering exactly how that's managed to happen. And has happened purely because I've got to say Porter has been very energetic through the course of qualifying and the racing in car number 94. He's easy to spot, very easy to spot, and he doesn't really like to leave too much lying about. So if there's a small gap, he will very much go through it. That's what we've been seeing anyway. And Harry Campio's maybe on the receiving end of that. But Hickton and Hellman still the lead rookies at this point in the race, with only 6 minutes, Robert, of the race to go. Let's pick up on where our leader is as we look at the screen just now. 21 heads in towards Duffus Dip, and he's got 4 cars now ahead of him, Robert. And yeah, you know what? I said 3 or 4 laps. Make that 2 laps, and they've caught up with the rear traffic in this race. This is going to be a fairly big moment. This is where Nathan Edwards needs to hope that the people he's catching on track will be aware that the blue flags and the blue light panels are illuminated, and that they see him coming up behind, because he does not want his race being compromised. He's now out to 2.2 seconds is the lead that he's got, and he holds that over Jamie Osborne as they head round towards the hairpin. And here comes the traffic, stepping way out the way is Nicky Gauchi just now, but into the hairpin, Doc. He's starting to feed his way through.
Yeah, I can see the first signs of traffic. Always the more challenging thing for the leader to deal with, because he's the first one to become visible to that traffic. But so far, no disruption to his progress, but we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, a disruption to the progress of Brent Bowie. He's in the pit lane in car number 69, not quite making it to the finish, unfortunately.
Yeah, Brent unfortunately caught out earlier on as the Hickton, Hellman, Ovenden, Solly battle crosses the line, and that's intensifying, and it's also intensifying because of that rookie battle that we were talking about. But they're so close together on track as they all cross the line now. They're separated by mere tenths of a second. Harry Hickton, Owen Hellman, they're just wanting. It's almost as if. In fact, something's happened in at McIntyre's, because there's a bit of a gap now that Harry Hickton has over Owen Hellman as we're coming towards Clark Corner. Or do they just kind of yo-yo from to and fro around the track here? But at the back, Alex Solly looks the most impressive in one of the other Napa cars as he catches up right onto the back of car number 24, which is Tom Ovenden. And the Accelerate Driver Development Programme, he thinks about a look up the inside, but Ovenden covers the inside line. And if they do kind of separate themselves from the back of the circuit, by the time they get to the hairpin, they're all glued together on the rear bumper again as they cross the line. And just out of reach, just annoyingly out of reach, is Lewis Selby. Is Lewis Selby safe in this one, though? A 5-second time penalty for car number 32, and that is Ned Anthony. Well, they got the petrol tank fixed, but unfortunately, Ned Anthony is in a bit of trouble now. So, last lap round, yeah, but I think that's they're staying well off the track out the way if the leaders coming round. They're not, no. So we've seen something go wrong for Ned Anthony there, and we've also seen something go wrong for our development car of Alex Brandon.
Yeah, development car is stuck in the pit lane, seized in the fast
seized.
lane.
Oh,
but
my
anyway,
goodness.
concentrate on the lead of the race for now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's no good at all. As Nathan Edwards, we'll keep our eye on that one. But there was a very slow up last time round for Ned Anthony. He's got the exclamation mark next to his name because he has picked up a time penalty. With 3 minutes of the race to go, our leader is making his way up the main straight, and he heads underneath the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge as he goes in towards Duffus Dip. And it's been a pretty remarkable race for Nathan Edwards. He looks in such controlling command right now as he goes through McIntyre's. He hasn't put a foot wrong. This is where we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. But again, Nicky Gauchi goes incredibly slow up the main straight. It gives me the fear every time I see that. And don't worry, Robert, they're not going to throw a pink flag out for him this time as he goes underneath the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge towards Duffus Dip. But Nicky Gauchi trying to get out of the way is one thing, but slowing down to walking pace is not the greatest thing to do on the racetrack. The leader, well, yeah, he's already heading towards the hairpin, and the gap is extending lap on lap. It's now 3.3 seconds. The gap back to Jamie Osborne, but then Jamie Osborne has 4.4 seconds back to Lewis Selby, and Selby has 2 seconds over Harry Hickton, but Harry Hickton has got 0.4 of a second to play with over Owen Hellman. There's not a lot of time there, and then Tom Ovenden and Alex Soller in the middle of that as well. And has there been a position change? Well, there was a look there, but not quite as they come up the main straight. It is Owen Hellman who wants to try and get ahead of Harry Hickton. Not just for extra points, but for rookie points as well in this championship as they go over the crest of Duffus Dip. 1 minute 50 seconds to go. Here comes Josh Porter up the inside of Cam Richardson underneath the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge. He's a long way back, but he decides, yeah, that's not the best thing to do for your JCW Mini, to try and go up the inside there. The braking distance incredibly short, and Cam Richardson, who's having a very, very strong weekend here at Knockhill, best qualifying performance we've seen from him this year, and finds himself still under the threat of Josh Porter as they make their way up the back straight towards Clark Corner. Still though, Harry Hickton under all sorts of pressure with all sorts of traffic ahead of them. in towards the hairpin. Our leader now comes up and crosses the line with 1 minute 20 seconds of this race to go. And the kind of, look at this coming at the hairpin, Robert. This is back markers and that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th as they come up and pass you.
Yeah, this could settle that battle. Just one wrong move, the drivers battling for position. They're going to be very decisive and quick with their overtaking here.
Decisive and quick. That's pretty much how you would describe a mini race, actually, at the best of times. Good words to use there, Doc, as they all try and slide up the inside, going through. Alex Solly was trying to be opportunistic on Tom Ovenden, but he couldn't. Ovenden, he thought he might have been sleeping. It separated that pack out just a little bit for now. But can they all get back together? If anything, it's helped Harry Hickton. He's managed to get just a car length or two away from Owen Hillman. But Owen Hillman looks like he's got the pace to catch back up, but it doesn't look like he's got much in the tank to actually make a manoeuvre. He's right on the tail of the slipstream as they come in just now. Can he go through and say no? Big defensive manoeuvre in towards the Taylor's hairpin from Harry Hickton, and he holds that one at bay for the time being as they come back up onto the main straight. We're now into the last 17 seconds of this race. What is that board that's getting hung out from the main straight, say, Robert, if you can see that? Big yellow board. Is that the last lap board? It certainly is. We're on to our last lap board, and we need to pick up with our race leader because he has been in fine form. From lights to hopeful flag for Nathan Edwards. He got a cracking start. He executed the first 3 or 4 corners with precision, gapping off the man behind him, who was Jamie Osborne, and Jamie Osborne hasn't had anything for this man who's chasing towards the hairpin in car number 21. He hits the brake pedal once again for the hairpin and goes in, down the gears. He gets back to the apex. There's nothing better than a likes to flag victory, and he can now accelerate, relax and grab gears through his JCW sequential gearbox as he goes up and crosses the line. He takes a checker flag, and it's a dominant victory, and I have to say that because it's a dominant victory over Jamie Osborne, and the winning gap was 4 seconds towards the end of it. Lewis Selby will get onto the podium as well, and Harry Hickton will just scrape on to that 4th place and to be the first rookie home ahead of Owen Hillman. Tom Ovenden in there, Alex Soley as well. Cam Richardson will cross the line just. Will he? No, he won't. Josh Porter gets him on the line. Josh Porter takes Cam Richardson on the actual line there, and that's going to hurt Cam Richardson a bit. He goes from 8th to 9th, and Charlie Hand comes across the line in 10th place. What a fabulous mini race that was, and thank goodness we have aircon in the Gary Stagg commentary box, because I tell you what, the temperature is a-rising.
The drivers after qualifying for touring cars were very, very hot and sticky indeed, and there are little flies, or what do we think they are? What do we think they are? The fluff. What are the little fluffy things called?
Furries?
I don't know.
Oh, the bits off the top of it.
Yes.
Yeah, they're like little like dandelion leaves.
And they get in your face and start tickling them. And when the drivers were getting out the cars and they were hot and sticky, they were sticking to their faces in Park Fermo.
Were you touching hot and sticky drivers?
These are problems
Again.
that you didn't predict were going to happen this weekend at Knockhill. I'll just keep talking.
I think you need to. I'm going to tell you who stopped at the back of the track here. And unfortunately, the Crossley car has stopped down on the run-in towards the hairpin, and it's trackside. That's Ben Crossley. Unfortunately, he is on the edge of the track, and I was just worried you were swallowing more flies out there.
I won't be doing that again.
That was so funny. It really was.
I've had a number of comments about that.
Well, there you go. That's our Virtue Mini Challenge race in round number 11, and it's Nathan Edwards who wins from Jamie Osborne and Lewis Selby. The rookie honours go the way of Harry Hickton, and the sport class goes the way of Archie Johnson. A really good race with Johnson and Howarth. Henry Howarth as well, very much in the middle of that. They come home in 15th and 16th place. Credit to each other with the sport class cars, Alan.
Podium is coming up with Rob Johnston in just a few minutes as the cars make their way into pit lane, as the rest of them all come through. There's one car which hasn't gone into pit lane.
Ben Crossley was stopped down the back here, but he's now moved.
No, one car has just gone round.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Past the pit lane entry.
Is that Ben Crossley? Yeah, I think
don't
it is.
know. I'm not sure.
Ben Crossley has gone in for an extra lap. Maybe he didn't see the checker flag
Does he
and
see?
stopped.
Does he?
He's having a moment.
Does he think the race is still going? Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone else is into pit lane. So podium is coming up next on Toka Live here on Radio Knockhill 93.7.
You're listening to Toka Live from the BTCC weekend.
going to try and catch up with as many of your messages as I possibly can. Jim says, great atmosphere today trackside. Lovely to meet Adam and Sean today as well from the Porsche Clubhouse. A welcome addition to an ever-growing list of BTCC friends. Great, Jim. That's really good to hear. And yeah, it's a very friendly place to be in the BTCC paddock and around. Kat and Caitlin says, shout out to Ewan. Can you please wish him a very happy birthday? Happy birthday, Ewan. Great to have you here at Knockhill. This is Alison and Ian, mum and dad. Hi to Lily, first visit to Knockhill, and in fact Scotland as well. Hoping for a funny pit walk from Paul O'Neill tomorrow. You'll need to be watching ITV for the full ITV team and their full coverage with Nikki Shields taking over the role of the much loved Steve Ryder here tomorrow at Knockhill. So big day for Nikki tomorrow, and hopefully everything goes according to plan. This says, please could you give a shout out to Brian and Jack, travelled up 9 hours from Suffolk yesterday, hoping for a pointsy weekend for Tingram. I think there are plenty of those people. This one says, please wish Hannah, who comes each year for her birthday, a happy 36th birthday a couple of weeks ago, and Adam a happy 17th in 4 days' time. And that comes from James, and he also agrees with Stephen, who says we should play Motorhead when the cars come out for their qualifying. I have to say, it's a lovely idea, and thank you for the idea. It will never happen. This one says, hi, it's Darren, Lucy, Philippa. We're here on our first visit to Knockhill from Hampshire, 465 miles away, 7-hour drive. Happy 50th birthday to Darren for the 25th of August, and many thanks. And that comes from Philippa and Lucy. Same county as myself, so well done for the drive. I actually put it in the hands of British Airways, and it was 52 minutes in total. This one says, hi, can I get a congratulations to Finn McLaren for getting into the University of Glasgow to study aeronautical engineering. Hopefully it leads him to a path of motorsport. Also, good luck to Tom Ingram from the McLarens. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and well done. That's a great placement indeed. That was in reference to the chap who was after an injector for his VW Caddy. Hopefully that'll all go according to plan, and if it doesn't, there is a backup plan. So keep in touch, Sean. This one says, hi, can you wish Julie a very happy 49th birthday for this weekend, please? Love from her chauffeur, Joe. Very good. Hi, can you please express some sympathy to my friend Nathan, who has been stung by a wasp watching the BTCC. That comes from Kieran. Can we express sympathy to somebody that's been stung by a wasp, do you think? Okay, all right. Well, Nathan, very sorry you've been stung by a wasp. This one says, was that sympathetic enough? Should there have been a little bit more sympathy there? Is that not good enough?
Can we ask whereabout you got stung?
It's a very typical. It's a very typical Duncan Vincent question, that, if I may say so. But yeah, whereabouts were you stung? Do send a message and update us on WhatsApp. Your name and a message to 07482 877 877. How's Rob doing with his podium?
Well, it's a long wait to get the drivers assembled. They didn't go into Parc Ferme, they went back round to paddock, so they're all over the place at the moment. So I'm relying on the championship coordinators to bring me the drivers to the podium. So we may run out of time, have to do it on the local PA, but you can keep me posted, Al, as things develop, because I know the Porsches are in the holding area ready to go out for the next race.
Yeah, Porsches are ready for their 20-minute race, the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. I'm going to get through a few more of these messages because we've got lots. We weren't sympathetic enough to the chap that was stung by.
I feel a bit bad, actually.
Well, I feel a bit bad as well.
Because if he got stung by a wasp, it could have been in the middle of qualifying for the touring cars, and he maybe never saw the end of it.
He may never have seen the moment Ash Sutton had, so it could have
that
detracted.
Was a stinger.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Hi, can we give a shout out to the Campbells from Northern Ireland over at Knockhill for the first time, supporting Jake Hill all the way. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. It's all on WhatsApp. All we need is your name and a message to 07482 877 877. This one says, afternoon Knockhill, Chris and Melissa here. Can we give a massive shout out to Dad, whose 60th is today and is a first time at the BTCC. My favourite sister, Zoe, who's having her first time experience here at Knockhill. Thank you, and great commentary. Thank you very much indeed. Very kind. This one says, hi, Alan, Kate here. Loving the BTCC camaraderie. It's simply the best. Big shout out to Hannah Chapman, Sam Harvey, and all the crew at Centec Motorsport.
There's a song in there somewhere.
Do you know, I think you're right.
You know, simply the best.
Yes, do you know, I think you're absolutely right.
It's not often I'm right. I'm right about, that's two things I've been right about in the same sentence there. That's quite impressive, actually, isn't it?
This one is from Julian. Alan, please can you give a shout out to my friend Paula? She gets starstruck every time she sees you. And there's a photograph as well. Aaron Taylor Smith for Pole. And a photograph where that was at Brands Hatch. A very nice picture as well. Beautiful blue sky. Hi guys, can you give a shout out to the Penguin team from Edinburgh Zoo? We're here for a work stay out, looking forward to the Cayman race, and that comes from Jules and the team as well. The Penguin team are in for Edinburgh Zoo. That's good to see. This one says, hi Alan, my hubby Mark has just done this. Okay. So it's an amalgamation photograph with Ash Sutton and a British Superbike. And it says, my hubby Mark has just done this picture, season to run in the British Superbikes for Ash Sutton. That two-wheeler with the car was amazing driving. That comes from Sue and from Mark as well. Ash Sutton on a Superbike, he'd be good.
Good choice of Superbike as well.
It is indeed, yeah.
Hager PBM Ducati, you're good friends with him?
Yes, very good friends indeed. The colours clash slightly, so the blue and yellow of Napa Racing.
He would be that fast, you'd never see Sutton, he'd be fine.
Just be a blur.
Yeah.
A red, yellow, blue, red and white blur. He'd be good on a bike. You know he would. He'd be good on anything. This says, hi from Maggie and Martin. Huge thanks to Daz of Knockhill staff for getting us parked today. This one says, it's my first touring car event. Who should I look out for? Thanks. Great day today. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow.
Who should you look out for? Well, local heroes for a start. 3 Scotsmen if you're Scottish.
That's a very good idea.
And then Alan Hyde.
Hi Alan, the fluffy things are Rose Bay Willow herb seeds.
I was going to say that, but I want to make sure. You know.
Loving the racing and the Knockhill weather as well. Ian, thank you very much indeed. There you go. They are Rose Bay Willow herb seeds. And they're very itchy. This one says, hi, it's Chris. I'm camping. Booked months ago. Had the pacemaker fitted 3 weeks ago, and I'm here. Come on, Ash Sutton and everybody at Napa Racing. Chris, absolutely superb, and sounds like the recovery is going really, really well, which is great news. This is from Wayne, big Nick Hamilton fan. Hope he has a good one tomorrow. We all do. Thank you, Wayne. This one says, hey, it's Bob. Can you give a shout out to Mark, who was rubbish and didn't come this year for the first time in 12 years. We've all been sending him pictures to wind him up and make him jealous that he's not here. Well, it's easy to do. Blue skies, sunshine. What is not to love about Knockhill this weekend? And Darren says, could you please give a message to my sons Finn and Callum? Finn turns 13 on Tuesday and has seen Oasis live for the first time and is now camping at Knockhill. Wow, that's a summer of joy, isn't it? Goodness me. Camping at Knockhill and seeing Oasis as well. Yeah, because they were here this week, weren't they, in Edinburgh? Absolutely superb. So too is superb.
That's twice you've mentioned Oasis today.
I'm a bit obsessed with it on my social media timeline.
I never had you down for a fan, like, you know.
I'm a rocker.
You know, hip and trendy, and then
I'm a rocker. What can you say? I like guitars.
I thought you were a mod. Sorry.
Well, I might have been at one stage. Might have worn a Fred Perry and a tonic suit, but that was a very long time ago. Right, we are up to date with messages. If you want to get in touch today and tomorrow, it's on WhatsApp. Your name and your message to 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. I've got no more from the studio, so Rob Johnston needs to be ready with the podium.
Well, unfortunately, this is like going to the pub and asking for a pint of Guinness and they've only got Murphy's or Coke and Pepsi, but unfortunately Doc is currently dealing with the podium presentations. We're going to jump over the top of the start of this race. We're going to hand over to you guys in the commentary tower to take us through this. We have our local mic available and ready in the pit lane.
Thank you, Graham. I thought that was a different voice from over the other. I know, it's beautifully
done.
That
was really comforting and warm.
Beautiful. it was like a comfortable pair of slippers.
It was like a cuddle on a winter's night.
They would be a comfortable pair of very bright pink, fluorescent pink slippers.
So what you've just heard there, ladies and gentlemen, was Graham Bodell. You'll notice him across there because he's got pink socks and pink trainers on. He's trying to blend in with the crowd, he said. I don't know what crowd he's trying to blend in with, but there we go. The Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain 2025, the debut round of this series in Scotland. It's great to have them. 20-minute race awaits us here, and the grid is as follows. Jacob Tofts is on pole position from Samuel Harvey. Joe Marshall's P3 and also P3 in the overall championship. The championship leader is Tom Bradshaw, and he sits in the second row of the grid. Dan Zelos is alongside Ben Mulrine. It's hammer time in the fourth row of the grid for Ethan Hamilton, and then Oliver Meadows. Now, then there should be in the fifth row Toby Trice. Here's the news. No Toby Trice. He will not be taking part after that incident we saw in qualifying. We don't see Toby Trice coming back out. There will be a space on the grid. Oliver Cotton will be all alone on the fifth row of the grid. Daniel Lewis is on row 6 alongside Rhys Somerville. Dean Burden is on the 7th row of the grid alongside Amy Watts, the daughter of Patrick Watts. Kareem Sekat is alongside Jonathan Moore. Lydia Walmsley is on row number 9 with Harrison Cavers. Hannah Chapman and Katia Logie. Well, that's an all-Scottish affair for the two young ladies on row number 10. And Paul Potter and Giancarlo Romano make up the full 11 rows of the grid that we have here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge 2025 at Knockhill Racing Circuit. So great shame for Toby Trice. We saw him, we kind of saw the aftermath going off, but we did see how heavy he went in via a couple of
big
pictures.
Hit, wasn't it?
It
big
was,
hit.
yeah, and that's not good. And if you hit something that hard in there, it's the damage it does behind the bodywork. It's the damage it can do to chassis legs and all sorts of cooling aids down there. And yeah, a great shame for Toby Trice. Not the debut he would have wanted to make in this championship at Knockhill, because it's the first time we've seen this series racing here. But there is time for him to make a comeback. The big question is, can they fix the car for tomorrow? It's up in the air right now. Yeah, it's up in the air. But it's one of these things, Alan, they will never give up. You never know. LKQ Euro Car Parts, Napa may get involved in helping this out as well.
It is amazing how everyone comes together, isn't it? And we hope very much that Toby will be out tomorrow. A little bit bashed and bruised after a heavy hit this morning during qualifying in the car equally. But Toby is such a nice guy, such a good driver. We wish him all the very best and hope to see him back tomorrow.
Well said, Al. Championship positions for this. Tom Bradshaw leads the RS Pro Championship. Matthew Kyle Haney leads the RS Am, but not here this weekend. And we also have the Club Sport Pro of Jonathan Moore, and the Club Sport Am is Hannah Chapman, who leads the way for that one. Keep your eyes on that 11th row of the grid. An all-Scottish affair with the two young lady drivers who are very, very hard chargers. I've seen Hannah race up here in all sorts of things, and she will definitely get her teeth into this. And it's a big step for Hannah as well. We've seen her racing JCWs for quite some time. We saw her cutting her teeth in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well. But jumping into this, these are proper fast race cars. Looking forward to seeing her debut and see how this one goes. But on pole position is Jacob Tofts. He was the fastest person, 50.061. He was about half a tenth of a second up the road from Samuel Harvey, who sits in second place. The red lights are on, the revs are up, and away they go. What a launch. Launch control fabulous as they head down towards the turn number 1 of Duffus Dip here. I'm a huge fan of that. And it will be Tofts who just manages to hold the position as they all stream down in towards McIntyre's, which is turn number 3. And we hold our breath to hope everybody gets through there, and they do, with great work as well. These are fairly large cars when you watch them going around the circuit, but to manage to thread the needle all the way through Duffus, Leslie's, McIntyre's, Butcher's on the chicane, by the time you get through there, you can then have a little sigh of relief as you've landed on the other side of the chicane and you accelerate up towards Clark Corner. From Clark Corner, you're then round towards the apron, and that's as quick as a lap goes. And Jacob Toft starting to put a bit of a gap in at the front already. He doesn't want to get involved in any of the mid-race maybe shenanigans that may happen at a very close quarters attacking circuit like Knockhill. He wants to try and disappear at the front. But it's Samuel Harvey, the man from the West Midlands. The West Midlander in the Zantec Motorsport car, who sits in second place and trails them as they go down through Leslie's. That lovely, fast left-hand corner. The only real quick left-hander that we have here that wants a corner at Knockhill. The other left, well, you can have a little bit of a left at the chicane, but you're hardly leaning on the car. And then the left-hand around towards the apron is almost a bit of a non-event. As we look out the back of the commentary box window, Tofts just kisses one curb, kisses the next curb, all beautifully in line. Nobody flirting with track limits. Whoever's had a word with the Porsche drivers has done a good job. A couple of them maybe in the mid-pack getting a little bit keen with the red, but that is a really good example of what you're meant to do on the circuit. Out over the blue and white, just kiss the green and then get back on the circuit get back inside the court, as Mr. Cow would say.
Exactly right, isn't it?
Or you'll end up in court.
Doesn't it, mate? And we were coming up with all sorts of potential ways of resolving the problem, like putting a wet surface on the outside of the curbs.
Oh, wow.
There are so many different ideas that you could bring into force, but it's actually putting them into practice that becomes really difficult.
Yeah, that's what we don't want to do. We don't like having big bits of furniture at the side of tracks either that people can hit and drag onto the track and upset other people's races. So through Clark Corner again, there's pressure coming, and the pressure is definitely coming from Samuel Harvey, and Jacob Tofts can't be relaxed in this one iota. And there's a fairly chunky gap happening behind that now as we head round towards the Ypin, because it's Oliver Cottam who's making moves going the wrong way here. Oliver Cottam, it says he's in 10th place on my timing screen, but he's just getting pinched at the apex of the hairpin, and he lost a position on the run round towards it as well as they all come across the line. Well, Ryan, Zelos, Hamilton, Meadows, Summerfield, Cottam is now, he's in 10th place, but he lost a place to Summerfield on that last lap. Reece Summerfield, the man from the West Midlands again, getting past there on the run from the exit of Clark's round towards the hairpin. And Reece Summerfield, the man who we've seen racing up here in previous years, knows his way around here, and we know his name as well. And we also are very much aware of who Dan Zelos is. Remember, Dan stepped into a little bit of touring car racing last year, if you remember that. We know him from the mini challenge as well. And Dan Zelos finds himself in 6th place just now, behind Ben Mulryan and ahead of Ethan Hamilton. And this is closing up at the front. I was expecting this to be a little bit of I don't want to say a demonstration from Jacob Tofts, but he had the pace in qualifying, but the pace in qualifying was only half a tenth of a second, and he is not escaping at the front. Samuel Harvey has got his teeth very much into the back of him, and he's also got the fastest lap of the race. Last lap round, 50.942, the fastest lap of the race for Samuel Harvey. And that's good going. He's holding his own. There's a second behind him now, back to Joe Marshall, and the black and white flag comes out for car number 7 and 82. So Amy Watts picks that up, and 82 is Lydia Walmsley. So another pair of the quick young ladies getting the black and white warning flag there for using too much track limits. But you can see just behind Sam Harvey, there's a bit of a gap opening up. Then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, maybe 8th place we could put in that battle as well as they all come in towards the hairpin. Then it's Reece Somerville. Behind Reece Somerville, we have got just about everybody else wanting to be involved in this. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car battle as they all come through and head across the line. But it will be interesting to see. False start for number 19, 10-second penalty. So that's quite a big penalty they've been given for Daniel Lewis. He picks up a false start. Now that's a bigger penalty than we've seen for anybody else today for a false start. So he's got the double the penalty. Maybe they've realised that the 5-second penalty is actually not that bad. When you look at what happened to the British F4 Championship, the man who jumped the start still finished second on the road. So they've given a fairly chunky penalty there for a false start, jumping the start. Joe Marshall, fastest lap of the race last time round, 50.890 on lap 5. Joe Marshall has realised that the two ahead of him, Tofts and Harvey, have got a bit of a wriggle on, so he's had to up the pace and try and see if he can match that, so he's not coming under too much of an issue from the championship leader, who's directly behind him on the road. That's Tom Bradshaw. As Bradshaw sits in 4th place just now, menacing and trying to get himself and his teeth and claws into the back of Joe Marshall in that number 99 car. Just now, the Cheshire-based Team Parker Racing driver for Stewie Parker and for Barry Horn. Well, if you're in the Carrera Cup, you're under Barry Horn. If you're in the Sprint Challenge, you're very much under Stewie Parker, the boss. As I said earlier on, it's his name above the door, so you've got to obey what that man says as they all make their way through the chicane for those positions just outside, or just on the verges of the top 10. That tribute livery to the Le Mans car as well that Oliver Cottam is campaigning, and Cottam's coming under big pressure now as they come through. The Summerfield, Cottam and Lewis picking up that time penalty. He'll be all aggressive and angry with that. Then we've got Burden, Sekat and Watts. A little bit of a gap back to Amy Watts at this moment in time. 30 minutes of the race to go. It's not a strung out race at all. But the two at the front, Tofts and Harvey, Jacob Tofts and Samuel Harvey, 0.6 of a second. Well, that's actually 0.666. It's not a nice number to have a gap by, but it's very much there, Alan.
It's a devil of a number.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I knew I shouldn't have said that or highlighted that, Tim. He was looking at the window the other way just now. As I look out the back of the commentary box in the sunshine, glinting through Clark's with the 3 bridges in the background. What a beautiful backdrop that is. but we've got to keep our eyes on the track and see what's going on as Dan Zelos not making the inroads that I was kind of expecting Dan Zelos to make. Yes, he is looking aggressive and he's looking fast, but Dan Zelos behind Ben Mulrine, but not really going forward. The gap, if anything, looks like Mulrine's holding him at bay, but then Zelos needs to watch behind him for Ethan Hamilton, because Ethan Hamilton's laps have been pretty consistent and fast. Is there a new fastest lap from Jacob Tofts now? He does a 50.694. So answering the pressure that Samuel Harvey has been putting on him, and not just answering it, but putting down a bit of a gauntlet, saying, okay, this is me, this is go time, this is what I've got in this race. With 12 minutes to go, he's going to try and break the spirit. If he can get the gap up to a second, I think that's almost a comfort zone for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. And this is round 10. And that's 7/10 of a second. Well, if you can get that to a second, like I say, that will be a comfort zone. But then we come into the hairpin, and there's a car just about to go a lap down as well. And that car does go a lap down, stays well out of the way as Giancarlo Romano stays to the left-hand side, and through goes Tofts on the run down towards Duffy's Dip, and there he manages to get himself a car between himself and then Sam Harvey, and that's a big moment in the race. Harvey has to go round the outside and brave it up the inside in towards McIntyre's. Dirty tyres for Samuel Harvey now, and that was a big moment there for Jacob Tofts. He got the job done on the main straight, and that gap will come round, and it will be over a second now, because it was 9/10 of a second when they crossed the line. Just at the end of that lap, and as we come and watch them coming through Clark Corner, you can see visibly now it's a bigger gap as Romano just tries to stay out of the way of this leading pack as they all head round towards the hairpin. They really have got these cars dialed in well for this Knockhill circuit, and Tofts has got the back of that car sitting down as he accelerates, and it squats from the hairpin up towards the hill. What's the gap now? It was 9/10 of a second. Are we over a second? Yes, 1.9 seconds. So that manoeuvre with Giancarlo Romano there, when he managed to put himself ahead of the back marker and get the back marker in the middle of that battle, it's not giving him a couple of tenths of a second, it's giving him a whole second. And that's now a nice, comfortable buffer for him to come through the chicane. You can then have a look in your mirror as you're exiting the chicane, heading up the back straight, and you see the next person trying to fight with the car coming through. It's not as if they're right directly on the back of you all the way through there. So it's a different feeling when you get into this zone in a race car, when you're actually able to look back after you've completed the corner and you watch everybody else bouncing their way very much through. So, okay, Jacob Tofts, you've done the hard work now. You had the fastest lap of the race. You've got yourself a nice buffer at the sharp end as well. This is where you need to reel the laps off towards the end of the race. There is a bit of a gap, actually. Looks like he's maybe had a little bit of contact with something. The front right of the bumper, bit of a gap between the wing and where the bumper would join the car. I'm going to use the stalker binoculars in the next lap round, Alan, and we'll see if we can pick that one up. We're waiting Dr. Robert Johnson getting back towards the pit lane as well. Yes, look at that. I mean, that's incredible, that, isn't it? It's like I watched him walking along there.
Yes, who would have known? But good to see Jacob Tofts at the front of the field, given that he had all these problems going into qualifying earlier on. He was late out in qualifying with a little technical issue, but obviously that's been fully recovered, and now a 2-second lead.
It just looks like a bit of vinyl's come off his car. Absolutely nothing to worry about. I was getting all excited as another driver warning flag comes out. Was that Oliver Cottam now getting the driver warning flag on this lap in car number 98? All the way from Shropshire, racing for Graves Motorsport with Duckham's Yuasa Racing, and two fairly chunky sponsors on that car as well. We saw Yuasa and touring cars for quite some time, and well, Duckham's have been around since I were a lad, since the dawn of time, and they're always welcome to be on any race car or race bike in my eyes. But it was Oliver Cottam. Track limits popping up on the screen, and that 2-second lead that Jacob Tofts has built up, Robert, he's managed to maintain now over the last couple of laps with 9 minutes off the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. Round number 10 here at Knockhill. The first time we've seen the Porsche Sprint at Knockhill, north of the border. And the last time we saw them racing, if I'm not mistaken, was actually at Oulton Park earlier on. They didn't go to Croft the Porsches, did you? Were you at Oulton Park last time you guys were racing? Yes. I was just looking for a little bit of a little note of approval in the corner. You know what it's like, Doc. As crossing the line now goes our race leader. He's just going to put a lap on Paul Porter, the Nottinghamshire-based racer. He stays well out the way, but again, a lapped car between first and second place as Toft seems to be catching everybody in the right place, and it does look now like, unfortunately, Samuel Harvey's going to catch this car going down through Butchers. He's not going to lose too much time unless they're going through the chicane. No, it's not going to compromise him at all as he gets through the chicane, and the car is about to go lap down. We'll pull to the inside again, and Samuel Harvey goes through on the inside. as they get towards Clark Corner, and hopefully doesn't compromise himself by bouncing into the no-go zone, and he doesn't. But yeah, race starting to string out a little bit at the sharp end. Let's have a look deeper in the pack, because we've been following basically the RS Pro drivers. The RS Arm class right now is led by Oliver Meadows from Reese Summerfield, Reese Summerfield and that's 8th and 9th place. So Oliver Meadows in the Arm class lead just now. And then we've got Club Sport Pro, which is Jonathan Moore who leads that in 15th place overall from and Jonathan in a, I'm not going to say a safe position, because right behind him we've got Harrison Cavers. And Harrison Cavers would love to manage to take away a Club Sport Pro win if he possibly can. And then just behind that, we've got the Club Sport Arm. It's Hannah Chapman who leads for Katia Logie just now in that bit of racing. But that's looking a little bit deeper into the pack, Doc. With some 7 minutes of the race to go, we'll have a look at our tracker map and pick up with our race leader, because he is the important man in this one as he heads round towards the hairpin. He's just gone past Katia Logie. The next car will be Hannah Chapman. Hannah Chapman goes past pit entrance now in 44. So it's a clean bit of track for Jacob Tofts as he heads up towards Dr. Robert Johnston in the sun-kissed pit lane here.
Yeah, it certainly is. The heat is building up here, but just looking at a penalty for car number 7, 5 seconds for track limits. I don't know if you've covered
Amy
that
Watts.
already.
Yeah, we've got that earlier on, yeah.
Yeah, Amy Watts, yeah. So, yeah, Challen Chapman continuing her success, leading the CSAM class at the moment with just over 6.5 minutes remaining. So let's see if she can stay in place there.
I apologise, Robert. I never actually mentioned Amy Watts getting a penalty. We mentioned that Daniel Lewis picked up a time penalty for a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. Amy Watts getting a track limits 5-second additional time to her race. So that's not going to do her any good with 6 minutes off this race to go.
Daughter of former BTCC star Patrick Watts, of course. He
was a good guy, wasn't he? Good grief.
He's always interesting to interview, because you never know what he's going to say next. And I interviewed him a few weeks ago for Super Touring Power down at Brands Hatch, and he used a slightly too colourful a language, and I thought, oh no, Patrick, what have you done? And all you could hear in the microphone, on my microphone, in the background, all you could hear in the background was Amy going, "Oh, Dad."
Just let you know, what should we say about Patrick Watts? He's standing outside there in a pink shirt.
Is he right down here?
He's right there.
He should come up and join us.
Yeah.
Just don't put him anywhere near a microphone.
Don't worry, we won't. We've seen Patrick Watts in action many a times at Knockhill. Great to see him here watching daughter Amy out there doing her thing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. With 5 minutes to go, you almost put your foot in there, Heidi, didn't you? You were worried about that.
I've known Patrick for long enough.
Yeah, they still wouldn't stop him bopping you if he needed to, though. Let's put it that way. But
he clearly doesn't know about my reputation these days, Duncan.
Slugger Hyde. We'll come back to that later on. he was Thruxton in the BSB last week. Alan was involved in a bit of a stramash, as we'd say in Scotland up here. But let's get back to focusing on what's happening on track. There was a lot of staring and finger wagging. Tofts is leading the way. Jacob Tofts is the leader of the RS Pro category as well overall, and he has the fastest lap of the race. The gap, though, was 2 seconds, Dr. Robert Johnson. It's now come down to 1.1 seconds. A whole 9/10 of a second has somewhere gone missing on the last couple of laps.
Yes, and the pursuing driver will be very aware that he's less than 5 minutes to go in the race. He's catching the guy in front. I wonder if there'll be a lunge coming.
Well, a 1.1 second back lunge would end in tears, one would imagine. But if you can get that down to half a second, if you can keep working away, you never know, Dr. Robert Johnston. Anything is very much possible. Maybe there's a little bit of fatigue starting to kick in. You never know. Is Jacob Tofts maybe feeling the heat in that car? Well, if he is, he's responded very well by putting 0.2 of a second back into Samuel Harvey. And it's 1.3 seconds last time as they crossed the line. We were talking about the RS Pro, so we'll have a look at RS Arm. That's still led by car number 88, which is Oliver Meadows, the Team Parker Racing driver. And Oliver Meadows looking to have another good haul of points in the RS Amateur class. Club Sport Pro is Jonathan Moore, car number 12, 15th place overall, just ahead of Harrison Cavers and then Lydia Walmsley as well. So 1, 2, 3 on the road, 15th, 16th and 17th for Club Sport Pro. And Club Sport Arm is Hannah Chapman. Now a 10-second penalty for Amy Watts. So it's going from bad to worse. She does take it from her father, doesn't she, Alan? So
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Patrick Watts was a star of the BTCC and is totally beyond any criticism whatsoever.
I think my first introduction to Patrick Watts was in Havoc, actually, if I'm not mistaken, or Car Wars, yeah. I was very young at the time. Amy's picked up a time penalty, I'm afraid. 10 seconds going against her time now. So track limits being a bone of contention for many drivers here at Knockhill. And Amy Watts is unable to hide from the pressures of race control, picking her up there on the track limits infringement. And once again, it will be Clark Corner, Dr. Robert Johnson. That's where everybody is feeling the heat today.
Drift wide on the exit of that just drags you out beyond the limits. It's a difficult corner because it's completely blind until you hit the apex, so you don't know where you're going to actually land in the exit until you've passed the apex, by which time you're committed.
Yeah, and if you overcommit, you're on the red. And if you're on the red, you're getting flagged up by race control. Number 3 now, Karim Sekat, he picks up the black and white flag, the driver warning flag for track limits. It's good to see that it hasn't had a detrimental effect on any actual race outcomes. That's what we don't like to see when the track limits and time penalties do that. Katja Logie goes underneath the Beakson's Building Supply Bridge, and then this battle comes up over the crest of the hill and continues on. And this is a fairly fierce battle as well. The one that we have got right in the middle of it, which is Oliver Cottam and Daniel Lewis involved in the middle of that, as we said earlier on. And then Dean Burdham, the Lincolnshire man, and the LFP Motorsport came in. And they're all heading down through Butchers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all together. It looks great to see the Porsches in formation flying at Knockhill in the summer sunshine. It doesn't get any better, really, does it? I mean, it's fabulous, Alan.
It is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Really hot conditions for the final race of today, and a great weather forecast for all of our racing tomorrow here at Knockhill. The crowd will grow, won't it, tomorrow? And we'll have an absolutely packed... there'll be very little grass available to view around the circuit here at Knockhill, and that is absolutely as we like it.
The crowd will grow, the temperature will increase, and the action on track, well, that will just get hotter as well, because Touring Car Sunday at Knockhill, 3 Quickfit British Touring Car Championship races is one thing you do not want to miss. And with the support card as strong as we have here, with single-seaters, Porsches and Minis, it's a fabulous, fabulous British Championship event that we host, and we're delighted to keep hosting up here at Knockhill. It's calmed down a little bit towards the end. There's 9/10 of a second. It's like it's being managed with a degree of perfection, Dr. Robert Johnston. Tofts back to Samuel Harvey. That 9/10 of a second, he's not wanting to overstress the car, Jacob Tofts. But he can't relax too much, because his wits need to very much still be around him. As he makes his way in towards Clark Corner just now. Back in towards our view on the exit of the corner. That's what 9/10 of a second looks like. Samuel Harvey with a bit of a wobble there. The dab of opposite lock to correct the car mid-corner, which shows that he is still throwing absolutely everything at this. Is what Jacob Tofts will be trying to do is slow down to win the race at the slowest possible pace, so he doesn't have to do an extra lap. But he's going to cross the line with just over 21 seconds to go. And he does that now. He crosses the line with 16 seconds to go. So he'll be thinking, I wish I could have maybe not done this last lap. But he is under pressure. He's holding it at 9/10 of a second. The gap back from Harvey back to Joe Marshall is 4.4 seconds. These two have been the cream of the crop at Knockhill Racing Circuit. And they definitely rise to the top, that's for sure, as they're pulling away from the entire field here and leaving everybody in their trailing wake. It's been a pretty long enduring race as well, because they're on lap 23. Now, these are fairly heavy cars to try and manoeuvre around Knockhill, and the lap times are delivering constantly. Well, 50.6 seconds is the fastest, but we've been lapping in the 51.60, so they've only dropped a second through a little bit of tyre disappearing. But here we come, out of the last corner, up we come. The checker flag gets made ready, and it flies to Jacob Tofts. He takes the victory from Samuel Harvey. Tofts will be absolutely delighted with that one. Likes to flag victory. It wasn't easy. He was very much under pressure throughout the course of that race. He wins by 9/10 of a second, and Joe Marshall crosses the line in third place to round out the podium for the RS Pro class. We then have Tom Bradshaw, your championship leader, at home in fourth place, ahead of Ben Mulryan and Dan Zelos. Ethan Hamilton crosses the line in seventh place. And then Oliver Meadows, 88, wins the RS Amateur class, the RS Am class. He'll be happy with that one, ahead of Rhys Summerfield. And then, Oliver Cottam in the mix here, and a little bit of moving and shaking going down on the last lap, as Karim Sekat seems to have disappeared from our timing screen. Can't see any reason why, but we'll pick up on that one in a couple of minutes if we get any information. The Club Sport Pro won by Jonathan Moore from Harrison Cavers comes home in second place, and Lydia Walmsley home in third place. And Club Sport Amateur, Hannah Chapman takes the honours from Katja Logie, and in car number 87, which is Paul Porter in third place. A very, very busy podium for Dr. Robert Johnson to be doing along there. A whole 4 podiums I think he'll have to do for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Fastest lap of the race went to Jacob Tofts with a 50.694. And that was the first time we've seen those cars racing north of the border. And I've got to say, what a welcome addition to the Quickfit British Touring Car support class.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And here at Knockhill, we're on 93.7 FM here in the sunshine. Toka Live on Radio Knockhill. And to remind you that we've been reading out your messages all day today. We've got through all of them today. There were loads of them all on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is our number. Add us to your contacts and just put it in as Toka Live because we're the same number all year. 07482 877 877. All we need is your first name and your message to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp, and we'll get you on air. Not necessarily today now, but certainly tomorrow. We've got a couple of messages that we didn't get the chance to do just before the start of the Porsche race. This is a shout out to Andrew, who's 13 years old and absolutely loving getting covered in dust and gravel at the top of the chicane. Well, if that's what you enjoy, Andrew, it's great to be able to make your dream come true, because there's plenty of it here at Knockhill. And this one says, hello gents, I want to wish my granddad Alan a very happy birthday and hope he's enjoying his first trip to Knockhill. Lots of love from our grandson Maverick. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed. 07482 877 877 is our number. And of course, throughout tomorrow, you can listen to all the action here with Duncan Vincent and myself, Alan Hyde, up in the commentary box, and Robert Johnson taking care of all of the podium presentations over the course of tomorrow, and maybe an opportunity as well to let you know how the timetable will line up tomorrow. At 9:20 we get things underway with the Virtue Mini Challenge. At 9:55 tomorrow it's the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, their first race of the day. 10:35 is when we'll see the Vera Tours F4 British Championship certified by FIA, their second race of the weekend. Of course, they got racing underway early part of this afternoon. And then the first time that we see the touring cars racing out on circuit, well, the pit lane opens at 11:10 tomorrow, and the race gets underway at 11:25. 24 laps around this amazing circuit here at Knockhill. And then the Porsche Sprint Challenge, the cars that we've just enjoyed racing, have another 20-minute race. That's at 5 past midday tomorrow. Lunch break is between 12:40 and 1:40 tomorrow. We'll have a couple of interviews for you up here in the commentary box, and also the chance to hear from some of the drivers with the BTCC paddock walkabout, and Rob Johnson will go and have a chat to a few of the drivers while they're signing autographs and posing for selfies. All of that between 12:40 and 1:40 tomorrow. That's the lunch break, at 12:35 till 1:05 is the paddock walkabout for the BTCC drivers.
Yeah, just while we're trying to get organised for a podium over here, I'll take the chance to grab a word with Jacob Tofts. Jacob, that was pretty much a copybook win. You led pretty much start to finish.
Yeah, it was good. I feel like we've finally been able to show what we can do. As much as I drive the car, the team, Graves, put so much work in behind the scenes, and we had some bad luck to start the year, so we've been pushing and pushing to make sure when we have that chance we maximise it. So.
It's a long race round this very twisty circuit. You look like you've had a good workout there. Is the temperature getting to you?
Yeah, it's not so bad. It gets hot in the cars, but it's the same every week, so we should know what we're doing by now.
Well, you certainly look pretty fit, racing driver shaped. So thoughts for the second race then, because grid positions based on second fastest qualifying laps. Does that make a difference to you?
Yeah, it does. So we're starting second, unfortunately, but the championship's still got 3 rounds left, so we need to be sensible, back some points, and have a good weekend.
Great stuff. Well, we'll see you on the podium in a few minutes. Thanks, Jacob, for taking the time for a quick word.
Thanks very much indeed to Rob Johnson. And Rob, interrupt me as soon as you're ready with your 4 podiums for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. All of that's coming up. And we were running through the timetable for tomorrow. Just to remind you, 12:35 until 1:05 is the BTCC paddock autograph session, a chance to meet the drivers and to get a selfie or an autograph or whatever you want to do with your favourite driver. And my advice to you is go to your favourite driver first of all, and then anyone else that you can pick up after that is a bonus, because the queues do get quite long. At 2:20, pit lane opens for our second BTCC race of the day, with the race getting underway 15 minutes later at 2:35. Again, a 24-lap race. All the touring car races tomorrow over 24 laps, but then 32 laps at 3:15 for our second Porsche Carrera Cup GB race. 32 laps around Knockhill. 5 to 4 tomorrow, we've got the Vera Tools F4 British Championship certified by FIA, 25-minute race, 20-minute race for the third Porsche Sprint Race GB of the weekend at 4:35, and then the pit lane opens at 5:10 for our final BTCC race, with the race getting underway at 5:25. So that's how the timetable lines up for tomorrow. And down there is Rob Johnson getting ready with all of the names for the 4 podiums that we have for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. This is a message in from Gemma. Can you please give a shout out to Daniel and Josh and wish Ash all the best for this weekend, and looking forward to joining the Napa boys on the Race Against Dementia track walk tonight. Could you please play Pete and Diesel? I'm not even sure that I have that on the system, I'm afraid. But many thanks for a great weekend. And Gemma, thank you very much indeed for writing out. This one is a huge shout out to my beautiful wife, Kerry. First time ever in Scotland and loving the country and the racing as well. That comes from Rich. And this message says, can I give a shout out to John and Alyssa for taking me to Knockhill for the 4th year in a row. And that comes from Cameron. That brings us completely up to date on WhatsApp messages. 07482 877 877 is the number for tomorrow, and all we need on the message is your name, just your first name, and your message to 07482 877 877, and send it in on WhatsApp. And we have now got official news. I got it unofficially a few moments ago, but I've now got official news that Dan Rowbottom unfortunately did not get through post-race scrutineering. So technical infringements found on the car when it went through post-race scrutineering. So unfortunately, Dan Rowbottom, after a super qualifying, getting into the quick 6, and very happy with it when we spoke to him down in Park Fairmay. Unfortunately, rules are rules.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. And you've got to follow the rules. The cars were weighed last night. They'll be weighed today. It could be, a couple of grams, but if it's under, it's under. There's no going back.
And the car was found to be underweight, and it's the dreaded. We've seen it before here at Knockhill, haven't we? With the ride height going under the front wing of a winner's car,
clunk,
and it goes clunk.
Yeah.
We all know what's about to happen, and so too does the driver sat inside the car. Might take a little while longer if the car is not quite of the required weight to find out. It's not quite so physically obvious audio wise to find out that the car has failed the post-race post-qualifying technical checks, but unfortunately Dan Rowbottom's car with technical regulations enforced after qualifying is disqualified from qualifying this afternoon.
I tell you what, Alan, I've had a fabulous day. I've got to say the qualifying was a highlight to see young Charles Rainford taking his pole position, but now as we look across towards the far side of the circuit, the Toca podium is ready, and I think Dr. Robert Johnson's here as well.
We are indeed, yes. We're about to present the awards for round 10 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. First of all, I'll welcome onto the podium Ian Fletcher, the championship coordinator of the Sprint Challenge series. So welcome Ian. Round of applause for Ian. Now don't all be quiet out there. Round of applause for Ian. Thank you. So Ian's going to be presenting the prizes. We've got no less than 12 drivers to come up on the podium here, so make a lot of noise for all 12 of them, because thoroughly deserving after that workout round Knockhill. We'll start with the Club Sport Amateur class. So third in the Club Sport Amateur was number 87, Paul Porter. So Paul has had 3 class wins so far this year, 6 seconds as well. So this is coming together as a very, very successful season for Paul as he gets onto the 3rd step there. Second in Club Sport Amateur, number 5, Scottish driver Katia Logie. So Katia, very inexperienced driver, but doing it very well in terms of picking up class points here, so good to see her second on the podium. Now, the biggest cheer of the weekend so far has got to come up next, because we've got a local hero winning the Club Sport Amateur class. That's number 44, Hannah Chapman. And this is Hannah's 7th class win this year, so a bit of a steamroller developing here. So Hannah Chapman onto the top step of the podium. So photographs taken, and just in a moment we'll get you all on the top step as well. And so that is the Club Sport Amateur class. So congratulations to them. Now we'll move up a level now to the Club Sport Professional class. So 3rd in that class was number 82, Lydia Walmsley. Lydia, one of several drivers moving up into the class from Mini Cooper JCW Racing, and has obviously made the adjustment very successfully indeed with another class win here at Knockhill. 2nd in Club Sport Professional, number 14, Harrison Cavers. Great performance from Harrison. This is his debut weekend in the Club Sport Challenge Series, so very, very good performance indeed, coming 2nd in class. And the class winner, number 12, Jonathan Moore. Jonathan, this is his 8th class win this year, so the dominant driver in Club Sport Pro. So drivers receive their trophies from Ian Fletcher. Quick photo shot, and then we'll have them up on the top step together. Yeah, big group hug on the top step. Right, there we go. So that is the Club Sport Professional class. Now we move on to the higher performance cars, the RS cars, and in the RS Amateur group, 3rd overall, or 3rd in that group, was number 98, Oliver Cottam. Now, still waiting for Oliver Cottam to arrive on the podium. I don't think he's arrived. Yeah, well. Oh, right, okay, that's a slight change since I took it off the time screen. Apologies for that. Right, Dean Burden then. You thought you'd been missed out, but luckily we've got the championship coordinator to correct it. Also, Dean Burden, congratulations. You are the man who takes 3rd in RS Amateur. Right, so 2nd in RS Amateur, number 33, Rhys Summerfield. So Rhys has had 1 class win so far this year. This is the 3rd time he's sat on the 2nd, or stood on the 2nd step of the podium. The winner, though, of RSAM class was number 88, Oliver Meadows. Oliver, 3 wins so far this year. This is his 4th time on the top step of the podium. He's also had 5 second places, so strong season for Oliver, making a habit of this being on the top step of the podium, though. And once we've got the photos done, we'll again get the group hug on the top step. They're looking fantastic in the sunshine here at Knockhill as well. Doesn't get much better than this. And then with that done, we'll move on to now the RS Professional class, which also happens to be the overall race winning order as well. So we'll start with 3rd place overall and 3rd place in RS Professional, number 99, Joe Marshall. Joe driving for the Vera Tools backed car in Team Parker Racing. And he gets onto 3rd step on the podium. Then we get to the 2nd place man, number 70, Sam Harvey. This is Sam's 3rd 2nd place of the season so far. Hasn't quite managed to get to the top step yet though, but maybe next time. And then the winner overall in the race, and the winner of the RS Pro class, number 27, Jacob Tofts. Jacob resplendent in that Duckham's Yuasa race suit. And 1st class win of the season, 1st overall win of the season, in fact, for Jacob. So, group hug on the top step. And that's us done with the podium for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB.
Good stuff, Dr. Robert Johnson. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for being here for Saturday at the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championships. And what a reception the drivers got there across on that TOCA podium. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We've had qualifying today. We've had all sorts of action. We've seen amended grids. We've seen heartache for some drivers as well. And I've even seen Aidan Moffat drying his underwear on the side of the lorry. You think you've seen it all, and then you realise you have. Great work from Dr. Robert Johnson across there in the pit lane and the paddock. From Alan Hyde for hosting the TOCA Live studio. Alan's had to leave the building quite sharply because he's got a very special dinner date tonight. He's about with Dr. Paul Trafford. That will be good for him. And myself, Duncan Vincent, Graham Waddell, we are going to slowly close down the Knockhill FM for 93.7, and you guys will be back tomorrow morning. Graham will be on the air nice and early in the morning to give us a little bit of a welcome. Nice 8 o'clock rock show in the morning, just exactly what we need to get everybody in, parked up, and we'll be live not long after that with 9:20, the Virtue Mini Challenge for the 20-lap race. We look forward to that. That's Sunday the 17th of August for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Play it live. We'll play some music for the next couple of hours. And remember, you can text in. You have the number. Don't be shy. Get in touch with us. Get in touch with Alan. And thank you very much to everybody for being here today, because it has been such a good turnout on a Saturday that we'd like to have it all happening again in the not too distant future. And you know what? We have it happening tomorrow. We can't wait. Until then, where did your love go?
Yeah, well, we can't play music, so we'll have to stop that as well. So that's it then from the British Touring Car Championship here on Saturday. And rather good, because my laptop's on 2%. So yeah, Dan Rowbottom's been kicked out of qualifying. So that means he starts 22nd on the grid for later on. But it is Charles Rainford on pole for race 1 tomorrow. We're on air at 9 o'clock tomorrow for all of the action from the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Be sure to join us here from the hills of Knockhill in the Scottish Highlands for rounds 19, 20 and 21 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.